Treasure appraisal carries risks, but not for me. In this vibrant world, wealth, beauty, and status are within my grasp. With my expertise in appraisal, I lead a blissful life in the city. Chapter 1. An unfamiliar era. Beautiful lady, I believe this man is merely trying to scam you. Do not let it trouble you too much, a man remarked to a stunning girl driving a Porsche. I truly did collide with him. I must take him to the hospital, the girl insisted. No, this fellow clearly has ill intentions, the man replied, hoping to seize the opportunity to flirt with the beauty. Meanwhile, the man lying on the ground made a slight noise, but the girl, uninterested, moved towards him. Suyu opened his eyes, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as he surveyed his surroundings. Everything appeared exceptionally foreign, causing his pupils to dilate in shock. Are you all right? A gentle voice inquired. Suyu turned his gaze and was met with a lovely face, filled with concern, which left him momentarily stunned. With eyebrows like ink, skin as smooth as jade, and particularly long legs that embodied the golden ratio, Suyu found himself captivated. Noticing Suyu's gaze, the girl asked, "Sir, are you okay? Allow me to take you to the hospital. It is my responsibility." Yet Suyu's eyes remained fixed on the girl. In the era he previously inhabited, no one dressed so boldly. From this perspective, it certainly looks more appealing, Suyu thought to himself. Feeling Suyu's gaze upon her, the girl instinctively stepped back, her cheeks flushed. She opened her mouth, intending to speak. However, the earlier man approached, sensing an opportunity to assert himself. He shouted at Suyu, "How dare you scam in broad daylight and attempt to bully this lady? Leave at once, or you will regret it." Upon hearing the man's words, Suyu frowned slightly, directing a cold gaze towards him. Initially, the man had overlooked Suyu, focusing instead on the beautiful girl, eager to impress her. However, an inexplicable chill washed over him as he turned his head to meet Suyu's icy stare, causing him to instinctively retreat a few steps. Yet the girl intervened, addressing him, "Sir, please do not interfere with our situation." She approached Suyu, her face brimming with concern that "I am fine," Suyu declared as he stood up, preparing to leave. But the girl grasped his hand, saying, "But you're bleeding." Suyu turned his head, continuing to survey the unfamiliar surroundings. Everything felt alien, and internally, he was far from calm. The world around him had undergone a radical transformation. "Do not worry," Suyu stated, attempting to walk away. He had not perished, rather, he had awakened in an unfamiliar era. Now, he needed time to compose himself and gather information about this new world. Once, he was a renowned appraiser in the Qing Dynasty, capable of discerning the authenticity of any antique. Noblemen of the time vied for his expertise, but he only assisted based on his mood. If someone did not appeal to him, no amount of money would persuade him. Conversely, if he encountered someone of similar interests or an intriguing artifact, he would gladly assist, even without a fee. From ancient bronze ritual vessels to Ming and Qing antiques, he possessed extensive knowledge. Reflecting on how he arrived here, Suyu's expression hardened. What could pique the interest of a master appraiser like him? Certainly, it was something antique. At an auction, he had acquired a Jade Qilin, a masterpiece of exquisite craftsmanship. Despite the substantial sum he paid, he felt elation at possessing it. This Jade Qilin might even be linked to an ancient relic within it. He had discovered a treasure map. Excitement surged within him as he began preparations for an expedition. However, no secret remains hidden forever. Many had uncovered the Jade Qilin's secret. If it were merely an ordinary treasure, Suyu might have relinquished it willingly. Yet, the Jade Qilin was intertwined with the fate of the nation. He could not casually part with it, especially as many among those interested harbored ulterior motives. If the Qilin fell into their hands, they might exploit it for nefarious purposes. Consequently, to protect the nation's destiny, Suyu devised a trap, luring various factions into it. Within that estate, he strategically placed explosives, leading to a mutual destruction with those factions. Now, Suyu finds himself reborn, inhabiting the body of another with the same name. "Since I have become you, I shall live well on your behalf," Suyu mused. As he pondered, the crowd around them grew. The man who had sought to impress the girl mistook Suyu's actions for a deliberate scam and attempted to approach. Suyu understood his intentions. "Get lost," Suyu bellowed. In an instant, the man felt as though his body had frozen. The force of Suyu's voice nearly brought him to his knees. Turning away, Suyu dismissed the insignificant figure. Yet the girl's hand remained on Suyu's, her bright eyes filled with determination. "Sir, let me take you to the hospital. You seem fine, but it's best to ensure everything is all right." Her voice flowed like a clear spring, soothing Suyu's troubled heart. Hearing her words lifted his spirits considerably. Moreover, as the girl drew closer, he caught a faint, pleasant fragrance that quickened his heartbeat. Gazing into her clear eyes, Suyu finally spoke. Then please allow me to treat you to a meal. I am rather hungry. The girl appeared taken aback at first, then smiled brightly. Of course, but let's visit the hospital first, then we can eat. Please wait. I need to grab something from the nearby antique market. It won't take much of your time. All right? Her voice remained gentle, making it hard for Su Yu to refuse. All right, he nodded. The earlier man, witnessing the interaction between Su Yu and the girl, seethed with jealousy. Yet, realizing he was outmatched, he hesitated to confront Su Yu. Wait for it, you little brat, he thought, retreating to make a phone call. Meanwhile, Su Yu and the girl paid no heed to the man, following her towards the antique market. Chapter 2. Counterfeits. By the way, my name is Wang Manuel. The girl recalled that she had yet to introduce herself to Su Yu, and thus softly addressed him. I am Su Yu. Su Yu gently clasped the hand offered by Wang Manuel, speaking in a tone that, despite its nonchalance, stirred something within him as he felt the softness of her palm. Collecting himself, Su Yu released Wang Manuel's hand. Wang Manuel regarded Su Yu with curiosity. Typically, men who walked beside her were drawn to her charm. Yet, Su Yu's gaze was primarily fixed upon the antiques surrounding them. Upon closer inspection, she realized that he indeed had a genuine interest in these artifacts. Su Yu, do you understand antiques? Wang Manuel inquired. I have a modest understanding, Su Yu replied. As they strolled, he encountered numerous curiosities, such as pearl agate, poetry, and calligraphy, amber, and jade, though none held significant value. He found the craftsmanship of the present day rather astonishing. Despite Su Yu's serious demeanor, Wang Manuel was like a refreshing spring breeze. Her presence inexplicably uplifted his spirits. In the course of their conversation, they soon arrived at their destination. Wang Manuel came to a halt before an antique shop named Treasure Pavilion, which boasted over 300 square meters across 2 levels. In the bustling antique market, where every inch was precious, Treasure Pavilion held a notable status. Here we are, Wang Manuel announced. Please wait for me. With that, she led Su Yu into the Treasure Pavilion. The proprietor of Treasure Pavilion recognized Wang Manuel and promptly approached her with a welcoming demeanor. Miss Wang, he greeted. Hello, Mr. Su, Wang Manuel replied with a smile. Addressing the owner, Su Yuqing, I have come to collect the Tianlong Jade pendant my father requested. Certainly, please hold on for a moment, Su Yuqing said with a smile. Those who frequented Treasure Pavilion were invariably affluent. Individuals like Su Yu, who appeared somewhat unkempt, were indeed a rarity. Had he not been accompanying Wang Manuel, the staff would likely have expelled him. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on Su Yu to prevent any theft. Unperturbed, Su Yu began to explore the treasures within the pavilion. There was a considerable assortment of items, some possessing modest value. Yet who was Su Yu? He was a connoisseur of antiques, having encountered countless exquisite pieces. These artifacts did not captivate his discerning eye. Finding a place to sit, he gently shook his head. What is this treasure pavilion? Merely mediocre. Witnessing his dismissive gesture, the staff regarded him with disdain. What a pitiable wretch, putting on airs. At that moment, the owner, Su Yuqing, retrieved an elegant wooden box, respectfully presenting it to Wang Manuel. He opened the lid and softly announced, Miss Wang, this is the Phelan Tianlong Jade pendant you requested. Wang Manuel's gaze was drawn to the pendant, where a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon coiled intricately around the jade. The exquisite relief work enhancing its opulent appearance. Captivated by the pendant, Wang Manuel's attention was wholly ensnared. Su Yuqing, too, brimmed with confidence in this piece. What we offer at Treasure Pavilion is assuredly of the finest quality. The jade pendant is truly stunning. My father will undoubtedly adore it. The majestic aura of the dragon soaring through the heavens approaches us with an impressive force. Wang Manuel extols the virtues of this jade pendant with great enthusiasm. As long as Miss Wang is satisfied, Su Yuqing remarked with a smile. Miss Wang, may we observe it? Indeed, Miss Wang, I am also an appraiser. Chimed in several guests who were intrigued by Wang Manuel's dragon jade pendant. Here at the Treasure Pavilion, no one dares to act recklessly. After acquiring the dragon jade pendant, Wang Manuel's spirits soared, and she nodded in approval. Following their appraisal, the guests confirmed its authenticity. It is simply exquisite. If I possessed such a jade pendant, my life will be worth it. Haha. Do you think the dragon jade pendant is so easily found? Su Yuqing has his connections. In response to the guests' praises, Su Yuqing nodded with a smile. Rest assured, if I come across suitable jade pendants, I will certainly inform you all. He then turned his gaze towards the pendant. The dragon jade pendant is a treasure of our Huaxia, previously lost to the east, and I have invested considerable effort to retrieve it, fulfilling General Wang's lofty expectations. Crafted by artisans of the Qing Dynasty, fewer than 10 exist in the world today. I truly wonder how those people of that era managed such craftsmanship. contemporary techniques pale in comparison. It is said that this pendant was once worn by General Li Junxian. Su Yuqing continued, articulating his thoughts. While he had indeed assisted Wang Manwu greatly, he was also serving his own interests. Securing a valuable treasure would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of the treasure pavilion. Su Yuqing's earnest words were, in fact, a means to bolster the prestige of the pavilion. The implication was clear. If even such a rare treasure could be found, what else could the treasure pavilion not procure? Once the news of the transaction spread, more guests would flock to the pavilion, inevitably increasing its dealings. Thank you, Boss Su. Wang Manwu expressed her satisfaction, preparing to make the payment. However, at that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted. Since when can Qing Dynasty folk Jade be masqueraded as the Dragon Jade Pendant? If General Li Junxian were still alive, he would undoubtedly be furious. Amidst the applause from all present, this skeptical voice stood out starkly. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, soon resting upon a young man seated calmly, his demeanor indifferent. Wang Manwu opened her mouth to respond, but Su Yuqing interjected firmly. Who are you? Do you possess the expertise to identify the Dragon Jade Pendant? Do you believe your discerning eye surpasses that of our esteemed appraisers? After a few retorts, Su Yuqing added, if you apologize now, I may overlook this incident. But should you persist in disparaging our treasure pavilion, I shall not be so gracious. Having painstakingly elevated the reputation and presence of the treasure pavilion, he was determined not to let Su Yu undermine his hard-won success. Beside him, Wang Manwu's expression shifted, and she hurried to stand before Su Yu, saying, Boss Su, my friend has little understanding of antiques. He was merely joking, so please do not take it to heart. Miss Wang, how could I, Su Yuqing, have ever used replicas in all my transactions with your esteemed treasure pavilion? I have a certain reputation within the Antique Appraisal Association. In my decades of dealing with antiques, I have never sold counterfeit goods. The treasure pavilion is akin to my own dignity. As long as it stands, so does my integrity. Should this Tianlong Jade pendant prove to be a counterfeit, I would compensate eightfold and withdraw from the antique world entirely. Su Yuqing declared earnestly. As he spoke with such seriousness, the crowd's admiration for his stance deepened, enhancing their regard for the treasure pavilion, while Wang Manwu found herself indebted due to this incident. Reflecting on this, Su Yuqing felt he was masterfully orchestrating the situation. Others nodded in approval, echoing, Boss Su is fair and sincere. I have purchased numerous items from him, all genuine. Outside, who would not praise Boss Su of the treasure pavilion? Emboldened, Su Yuqing cast a mocking glance at Su Yu. He had anticipated that Su would feel deeply ashamed and keep his head down in silence. In the antique realm, a lack of integrity is a significant blemish. But having poor judgment is also a considerable flaw for anyone engaged in this trade. Su Yu replied, What exactly are you implying? Su Yuqing retorted coldly. A lack of discernment is indeed a critical deficiency. Su Yu countered, I truly do not understand how you fail to notice such glaring flaws. With your level of judgment, you claim to have never sold counterfeit goods? Either your clients possess the same poor judgment as you, or you have merely been fortunate, though luck is not a constant companion. Boss Su. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Su Yuqing's expression darkened. Someone, throw this fellow out. Boss, he is my friend, Wang Manwu interjected, stepping protectively in front of Su Yu. Despite Su Yu's tattered clothing and visible scars, which starkly contrasted with Wang Manwu, Su Yuqing was compelled to show her some respect and halted the security's actions. Miss Wang, though he is your friend, the reputation of the treasure pavilion must not be tarnished, Su Yuqing insisted. Do you truly know how to identify a Tianlong Jade pendant? Wang Manwu inquired, her gaze fixed on Su Yu. Of course, Su Yu replied. But you have never even seen one, Wang Manwu pointed out. With a faint smile, Su Yu responded. Some things do not require direct observation, for they lack the essence of authenticity. The ignorant rely on sight, while I rely on knowledge. This declaration drew a few chuckles from the crowd, though Su Yu paid them no mind and continued. The craftsmanship of the Tianlong Jade pendant is exquisite yet unpretentious. Each carving appears naturally formed, and its production process is exceedingly intricate. The dragon, rooted in ancient mythology, symbolizes the emperor. Only General Li Junxian possessed a Tianlong Jade pendant, and it was for that very reason he met with a tragic end. Subsequently, the pendant's whereabouts became unknown. As Su Yu spoke repeatedly, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Even Su Yuqing ceased his condescension, remarking, Young man, you truly understand jade pendants? You seem remarkably well informed. However, who can assert with certainty what the future holds? Following a professional appraisal, it has been confirmed that this jade pendant is authentic. Are we to deceive you? Although you possess some knowledge, your perspective is rather limited. For the sake of Miss Wang, if you offer an apology, I shall overlook this matter. Su Yuqing's words exuded a sense of magnanimity, garnering approval from those present. Yet, Su Yu found Su Yuqing's feigned understanding to be quite ludicrous. If you are confident in the authenticity of this jade pendant, can you recount its story? Your expression betrays your inability to do so. With a scoff, Su Yu continued. Under Su Yu's scrutiny, Su Yuqing felt an inexplicable tension. Nevertheless, he could not afford to show weakness at that moment. He replied coldly, I am all ears. If my jade pendant is indeed a forgery, I am willing to compensate you eightfold. However, if you cannot provide a valid argument, or if your assertions stem solely from your own misguided beliefs, do not blame me for being unyielding. I, Su, am not someone to be trifled with. Eightfold, can you truly afford such a sum? Su Yu replied nonchalantly. Observing Su Yu's serious demeanor, Su Yuqing felt an overwhelming frustration mounting within him. Despite all he had said, he had failed to address the crux of the matter. Was he merely seeking fame? Su Yuqing retorted icily. What I am about to reveal is indeed the crux, Su Yu stated coolly, as he lifted the Tianlong jade pendant and gently flicked it with his fingers. The pendant danced in his palm without falling to the ground. Witnessing this, many were taken aback. This is the art of flicking jade to discern its quality. I once saw a master perform this, someone exclaimed. Indeed, this skill has been lost to time and is considered extinct. How could he possibly know it? Even Wang Manwu's gaze was drawn to Su Yu, astonished. She was aware of Su Yu's expertise in antiques, yet she had not anticipated that he was a master in his own right. This revelation lent credibility to Su Yu's assertions. Gazing around the room, Su Yu remarked with indifference, the texture of this jade pendant is quite poor, and its luster leaves much to be desired. While the pigments used are of high quality, they are reminiscent of a Qing Dynasty jade pendant, which, although rare, has hundreds of existing pieces. You have expended considerable effort only to acquire a counterfeit. Yet, Su Yuqing sought to make one final stand, stating solemnly, what evidence do you have to support your claims? Patience. I shall enlighten you, Su Yu responded calmly. The material of the Tianlong jade pendant is an exceedingly rare type of jadeite, crystalline and immaculate, devoid of any impurities. However, this piece, while made of high-grade jadeite, contains a slight impurity, significantly diminishing its value. Hand me a picking knife, and I shall demonstrate the internal quality for you. Furthermore, you likely possess high-quality replicas of blue and jade, correct? This piece bears similarities to those replicas. With that, Su Yu accepted the picking knife handed to him by Wang Manwu and began to delicately test the pendant, seemingly unconcerned about the potential damage to it. If this jade pendant is authentic, I shall bear the loss, Su Yu declared. The expression on Su Yu's face was one of complete confidence. As he spoke, the others around him were filled with curiosity and a sense of anticipation, their gazes fixed upon him. Wait, are you truly willing to take responsibility? Can you bear that burden? Do you have any idea how much this jade pendant is worth? Su Yuqing exclaimed in a sudden panic upon seeing Su Yu prepare to make a cut. This was an invaluable item. How could a mere child presume to handle it? Boss Su, I will take responsibility for the consequences, Wang Manwu declared. Su Yuqing knew that the Wang family was known for their unwavering word, and thus he fell silent. Su Yu swiftly pried open the jade pendant. Despite its exterior being translucent and pristine, a closer inspection revealed subtle white impurities within. Is it truly a fake? No way. You can see such minute impurities? How astonishing. The crowd murmured in awe. The true nature is often hidden. Su Yuqing's expression shifted as he found a piece of high-quality imitation jade from the shelf and cut it open for comparison. Upon examination, he discovered that the composition of this imitation was strikingly similar to that of the Qing Dynasty jade pendant. If it were a genuine Tianlong jade pendant, such impurities would be inconceivable. Instantly, Su Yuqing's face drained of color. His earlier confident assertions now felt like slaps against his own credibility, tarnishing the reputation of the treasure pavilion he had painstakingly built. In a heartbeat, the esteemed establishment's reputation was in ruins. All eyes turned toward the tattered figure before them, who appeared unremarkable yet shone brighter than anyone else at that moment. Even Wang Manwu, covering her mouth in astonishment, gazed at Su Yu with wide eyes. Initially, she held only a glimmer of hope for Su Yu, but she was taken aback by his expertise in discerning treasures, revealing insights that others had missed. How did you notice the difference when the jade pendant looks identical? Wang Manwu inquired. There are still subtle discrepancies, Su Yu replied, shaking his head. The intricate patterns differ. I recognized them at a glance. The crowd was moved. He truly was a master of appraisal. As Su Yu spoke further, Su Yuqing's complexion grew increasingly pale, his eyes vacant. I purchased this jade pendant for 15 million. How could it possibly be fake? I can't believe I misjudged it. No, this can't be true. His eyes were filled with shock as he stammered repeatedly. However, Su Yu coldly retorted, one should refrain from making guarantees in ignorance. Although the pendant may be counterfeit, it still holds significant value. Do you realize that in the Qing Dynasty, such a jade piece could sustain a family of 3 for decades? I mentioned earlier, the penalty for a counterfeit is to reimburse 8 times the amount, which you cannot afford. Your treasure pavilion has little of worth. Engaging in antiquities requires genuine skill and knowledge, rather than mere ostentation. Su Yu's cool voice struck like a series of blows against Su Yuqing's conscience. Su Yuqing lowered his head, his expression filled with despair, as he slumped into the chair, his face ashen. Earlier, he had boasted of a gamble where he would lose 1 for every 8 he gained. He had acquired the item for 15 million, selling it to the Wang family for 20 million, which meant he faced a staggering loss of 160 million. Although he had amassed considerable wealth over the years, a portion of it had been invested in real estate and stockpiling goods. 160 million was not a trivial amount for him. What exacerbated the situation was the tarnished reputation of Zhenbao Pavilion due to this misjudgment. Moreover, what kind of family was the Wang family? Could a mere proprietor of Zhenbao Pavilion afford such a loss? This had escalated beyond a monetary issue. It was now a question of his standing in the antique world. Su Yuqing might have to withdraw from the antique scene entirely, and perhaps even leave the city altogether. All eyes were on Su Yuqing's face. Some expressed schadenfreude, while others sighed in sympathy. In the past, Su Yuqing had held considerable renown in the antique community, but this incident would render him infamous. And Zhenbao Pavilion might face closure. The Wang family was a commercial giant with significant influence in the antique realm. If Wang Manwu's father were to learn of this incident and take it to heart, it would spell disaster for Zhenbao Pavilion. Should anyone perceive this incident as a malicious attack on the Wang family, it would likely lead to the ruin of both himself and the pavilion. As these thoughts plagued him, Su Yuqing's pallor deepened. Miss Wang, I genuinely believed I had acquired the Tianlong jade pendant. I implore you, could you speak to your father? I assure you, I had no intention of deceit, he pleaded. I have dedicated my life to jade. And Zhenbao Pavilion is my lifelong effort. I have enjoyed a smooth journey thus far, leading me to become overly complacent. From today onwards, I shall close Zhenbao Pavilion and withdraw from the antique world. Sweat poured down his forehead, his complexion waning as he silently prayed for leniency from the Wang family. Reluctantly, he felt he had no choice but to concede. Su Yu observed him with a dispassionate gaze, while Wang Manwu shook her head, saying, Mr. Su, you have helped our Wang family acquire many fine items, and we will continue to rely on your expertise. Even the best of us can stumble. How could you be without fault? Her simple words were refreshing, exuding the grace of someone from a prestigious family, effortlessly alleviating Su Yuqing's worries. Hearing Wang Manwu's words, a heavy weight lifted from Su Yuqing's heart. Miss Wang, I'm truly sorry, he said repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. It's all right. We can seek out other antiques, Wang Manwu reassured him. Su Yuqing nodded vigorously. After assisting Wang Manwu with her predicament, Su Yu intended to take his leave. Sir, may I ask your name? Su Yuqing inquired. Not everyone is entitled to know my name. Su Yu replied coldly as he exited. Many individuals exchanged glances, astonished by the remarkable display of skill exhibited by Su Yu moments ago. With just his keen observation, he discerned the authenticity of the jade pendant, effortlessly proving his expertise. He even cited examples that swiftly overshadowed the somewhat renowned Su Yuqing within the antique community, leaving a legend in his wake as he departed from the antique market. No one dared to impede his progress, for Su Yu's presence was overwhelmingly formidable. As Su Yu made his exit, Wang Manwu exchanged a brief greeting with Su Yuqing before following him outside. She approached Su Yu, who paused to regard her. You were truly impressive just now. You captivated the entire audience. If only I possessed your prowess, my father would undoubtedly be delighted. The radiant smile on her face, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, stirred something within Su Yu. Wang Manwu seemed to notice his gaze and met his eyes momentarily, but soon lowered her head shyly. Su Yu's attention, however, drifted to a nearby stall. When Wang Manwu lifted her head again, she realized Su Yu's focus was not on her, which left her feeling a tad disappointed. Nonetheless, she quickly followed his line of sight and discovered that it rested on a small stall. Confusion washed over her. How could a master appraiser like Su Yu be interested in such a modest vendor? She gently suggested, your injury isn't fully healed yet. Let me take you to the hospital. No need. I'll just grab a few things, Suyu replied, and with that, he headed toward the stall. Wang Manwu, still puzzled, trailed closely behind him. Upon reaching the stall, the proprietor greeted them with enthusiasm. Good day, gentlemen. What can I assist you with today? I'm just browsing. Suyu responded, aware that the stall owner was oblivious to the value of the item that had caught his eye. When purchasing antiques, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor is crucial to prevent the seller from inflating the price upon realizing the buyer's interest. Suyu first examined some paintings and then inspected a selection of porcelain. Although Wang Manwu did not comprehend his methods, she watched him quietly, her gaze infused with anticipation. The stall owner continued to extol the merits of his wares, though his descriptions were rather generic. I don't see anything I desire, Suyu remarked, turning his attention to Wang Manwu. Shall we casually select some jade? Certainly, she nodded in agreement. Suyu began to choose with an air of casualness. You truly have an eye for quality. Are you aware of the renowned master by Qing in the antique community? He has also visited my shop for treasures. My prices are reasonable, and I possess many fine items. Unlike the overpriced treasures at Jinbao Pavilion, my offerings are undoubtedly superior. If you find something you fancy, I can offer you a discount, the proprietor said. Suyu nodded in acknowledgement of the owner's words. Suyu selected items with remarkable speed and an air of casual indifference, leaving the proprietor unable to ascertain the true worth of the jade stones. Upon observing Suyu's choice of a particularly fine piece of jadeite, the owner remarked, Young man, you truly possess an eye for quality. I acquired this from a defunct jade shop, thus the price is rather steep. Oh, I don't want that, Suyu interjected. The owner, taken aback by Suyu's abrupt dismissal, found himself at a loss for words. He attempted to elaborate further, but Suyu continued to decline more items, persisting in his selections. The owner felt utterly fatigued by the interaction, realizing that conversing with a customer like Suyu was an exhausting endeavor. To shield himself from further disappointment, he decided to remain silent. Witnessing this exchange, Wang Manwu covered her mouth in awe. Suyu appeared strikingly handsome, yet infuriatingly nonchalant. Before long, Suyu had amassed a bag full of jade and proclaimed, Boss, there are quite a few items here. Could you offer a discount? He spoke with utmost seriousness. The proprietor, recognizing the lack of remarkable pieces among the jade, was pleased by the substantial quantity Suyu intended to purchase. With a beaming smile, he replied, Very well, each piece of jade is priced at 1,500 yuan. With 20 pieces, that totals 30,000 yuan, but I shall give you a discount, 28,000. Agreed, Suyu affirmed. His gaze then turned to Wang Manwu, who seemed momentarily perplexed, unsure of his intent. The owner glanced at Suyu with a hint of disdain, mistakenly assuming him to be a wealthy heir demanding repayment from a beautiful woman. He anticipated that Wang Manwu would dismiss Suyu, but, to his surprise, she produced her bank card and addressed the owner, Boss, let us settle the bill. Very well, the proprietor responded. As they prepared to depart, he cautioned, Young lady, this young man may not be a suitable match for you. Thank you, but you do not know him. He is truly wonderful, Wang Manwu countered. With their purchase completed, Suyu carried the bag of jade and walked away, followed closely by Wang Manwu. When they found a quiet spot, Wang Manwu curiously inquired, What treasures lie within? Were you not seeking a jade pendant? I noticed this exquisite piece at a stall earlier, superior in quality to all the pendants at Jinbao Pavilion, so I procured it for you, Suyu explained, extracting a pendant from the assortment. Though the pendant appeared rather ordinary, Wang Manwu did not underestimate it. She asked, What is this pendant? Here, Suyu replied. While others regarded her as a goddess or a pampered heiress, Suyu treated her with a dispassionate demeanor, yet possessed the ability to command her attention. Offering her a refreshing perspective, Wang Manwu swiftly borrowed tools from a nearby stall, while Suyu seated himself and began the process of restoration right there. Wang Manwu observed intently, recognizing Suyu's genuine expertise. Simultaneously, she was filled with curiosity about the wonders that Suyu could conjure with this jade pendant. However, Suyu appeared remarkably composed as he produced a small knife and a polishing stone, immersing himself in his task. His movements were fluid and mesmerizing. Initially, the jade pendant appeared unremarkable, but under Suyu's deft hands, it soon transformed into a deep green hue, and the engravings within became increasingly pronounced and vivid. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Manwu gasped, her face awash with astonishment. She felt as though she was witnessing a marvel of craftsmanship. She refrained from blinking, fearing that a mere moment of inattention would cause her to miss the brilliance unfolding before her. Suyu continued to carve and refine the piece, and before long, a phoenix spiraled to life upon the jade pendant, exquisitely detailed. Remarkable, Wang Manwu couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, She was genuinely captivated by Su Yu's artistry. The phoenix before her was so lifelike that it left her momentarily speechless. Instinct, Su Yu remarked nonchalantly. Let's put this jade pendant away. If others see it, they will surely covet it. We might lose the chance to explore the antique market. Agreed, Wang Manwu responded, carefully stowing the pendant while gazing intently at Su Yu. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Su Yu felt a twinge of surprise. What is it? This pendant must hold great value. I will transfer the funds I intended for the Tianlong jade pendant to you, Wang Manwu declared. No need to repay me, she added. Su Yu, however, shook his head, insisting, this is my principle. His aloof demeanor elicited an eye roll from Wang Manwu. He seemed utterly oblivious to the nuances of romance. Nonetheless, she found his character rather intriguing. As Su Yu turned to leave, Wang Manwu hurriedly called out, by the way, how was your injury? Shall I escort you to the hospital? Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Wang Manwu's breath caught momentarily, while others yearned to linger in her company. Su Yu always appeared eager to depart. Chapter 6, 300, 500, 600. However, as Wang Manwu paused, Su Yu did not wait for her, but continued his search for antiques. More importantly, he had yet to retrieve the jade pendants he had previously selected. Su Yu surveyed his surroundings, seeking suitable items, and soon approached a vendor's stall, with Wang Manwu trailing behind, carrying her belongings. Wait for me a moment, Wang Manwu said. Certainly, Su Yu replied, accepting the bag of jade pendants and setting them aside. The vendor, noticing a customer, greeted them with a warm smile. Good day. What can I assist you with? I'm merely browsing, Su Yu replied nonchalantly. For reasons unknown, the vendor's cheerful demeanor faltered upon meeting Su Yu's gaze, sensing an inexplicable chill. Very well, feel free to look around. If you need anything, just let me know, the vendor said, stepping aside. Su Yu began to inspect the items. He regarded the commonplace objects with indifference. However, his hand brushed against a fan, causing him to pause in surprise. The fan felt exquisite to the touch, and as he unfolded it, he examined the inscriptions and the blank space beneath the signature. Su Yu was not disappointed. Rather, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. The item before him commanded his attention, and the vendor, with an earnest demeanor, proclaimed, You possess a discerning eye, esteemed guest. This fan is a rare find, procured through my diligent efforts. Su Yu couldn't help but smirk at the vendor's seriousness. Do you see these characters? Experts assert that they are penned by the illustrious Tang Bohu of ancient times. And the two peach blossoms depicted above? As you may know, Tang Bohu is renowned for his peach blossom paintings. Such a unique treasure can only be found in my stall. How much do you intend to sell this fan for? Su Yu inquired, a sly smile gracing his lips. 30,000, the vendor replied. Please do not find the price exorbitant. Were it not for the fan's slight damage, I would never part with it for such a sum. Preposterous, Su Yu retorted coldly. Do you truly believe I am an ignoramus when it comes to appraising antiques? The vendor instinctively recoiled several steps under Su Yu's scrutinizing gaze. The characters on this fan are indeed impressive, yet bears no signature. How can you ascertain that it is a work of Tang Bohu? Which esteemed appraiser would vouch for you? Moreover, if this were truly Tang Bohu's creation, its worth would surely exceed 30,000. Su Yu's words sent the vendor staggering back further. What do you believe this fan is worth? The vendor asked, clearly flustered. 300 would be more appropriate, Su Yu replied. Wang Manwu, standing nearby, widened her eyes in astonishment. It was her first encounter with such audacious bargaining. The vendor's earlier flattery had led her to believe the fan was genuine, but Su Yu's low offer left her wondering if the vendor would acquiesce. Esteemed guest, I cannot accept such a price. My shop is filled with treasures, the vendor insisted. Is that so? Pray tell. How do you discern that this is a work of Tang Bohu? Su Yu queried. To my knowledge, Tang Bohu's artworks are always signed. Furthermore, the style of the painting on this fan is markedly different from his. The vendor was left speechless by Su Yu's assertions. In truth, he had merely spoken offhandedly, never anticipating that this customer would be so knowledgeable. Esteemed guest, I cannot claim certainty about its authenticity. How about this? I will let it go for 3,000. The vendor's face was etched with a pained expression. Yet, Su Yu remained unfazed, stating flatly, 300. He had no faith in the vendor's words, suspecting him to be a mere charlatan. The vendor, furrowing his brow, was covertly observing Su Yu's reactions. He had acquired the fan in the countryside for a mere 10 yuan, and the individual who sold it to him had left in a hurry, fearing regret. Selling it for 300 would yield him a remarkable profit. However, since Su Yu had initiated negotiations, there was room for compromise, and he could certainly raise the price. 300? That's far too little. I would incur a loss, the vendor protested, his feigned sorrow evoking sympathy from onlookers. Indeed, how could 300 possibly suffice for such a fan? 500 is my final offer, Suyu declared. The vendor shook his head vehemently. 3,000 is the lowest I can go. If I sell it to you for 500, I will be at a loss, and if everyone follows suit, I will surely go bankrupt. If you truly desire it, take the 3,000. Witnessing the pain in the proprietor's expression, Wang Manwu was inclined to make the purchase. However, Suyu, with a half-smile, inquired, "Are you certain you wish to accept this price?" The proprietor nodded affirmatively. Under normal circumstances, Suyu would have acquiesced. Yet, he turned and approached Wang Manwu, grasping her hand as he prepared to depart. "You exhibit no sincerity. I shall not proceed with the purchase," Suyu declared. The proprietor, having sold little that day, realized that if Suyu refrained from buying, it would be a long time before anyone else would show interest. As Suyu was about to exit, the proprietor hurriedly positioned himself in Suyu's path, anxiously stating, "Young man, let's converse amicably. The price is indeed negotiable. This fan is of fine quality, and your previous offer was simply too low. Raise the price a bit, and it shall be yours. I have elders above and young ones below, 3 children at home clamoring for sustenance. I must earn some money." Suyu furrowed his brow and replied, "This fan is somewhat worn and lacks a signature. I shall offer you no more than 600. If that does not suffice, then so be it." The proprietor, initially observing Suyu's demeanor, had intended to raise the price further. Yet, sensing Suyu's impatience, he quickly conceded, "Very well, take it for 600. I shall consider it the making of a friend." While Wang Manwu remained in a daze, Suyu instructed her, "Please handle the payment." The proprietor's gaze brightened at the sight of the beautiful Wang Manwu. While it was challenging to extract money from Suyu, it would be far easier to entice this lovely lady. "Fair maiden, you exude an extraordinary aura. You must have encountered many exquisite items. Would you care to take a look at my wares?" the proprietor suggested. Wang Manwu hesitated, but Suyu shook his head, saying, "There is nothing of worth here. Let's depart." His tone was tinged with disdain, causing the proprietor to falter. "Proprietor, let us settle the bill," Wang Manwu requested. The proprietor smiled wryly, realizing his business was slipping away. Just as he was about to take Wang Manwu's bank card, a voice rang out nearby. "Young, what treasures do you have today? Why is it so lively here?" Upon hearing this, Yang paused momentarily, then turned to face the newcomer, his face adorned with a smile of deference. "Young Master Su, it is a pleasure to see you." Chapter 7. You have halitosis. Just a single fan, and this young man has spent 600 on it. Young Master Su, if you're interested, do peruse my stall. The vendor's eyes sparkled at the sight of young Master Su, a valuable client who frequently purchased from him. "I am currently uninterested in acquiring anything else from you," young Master Su replied. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze settled upon Wang Manwu's exquisite visage. Despite having encountered many beautiful women, he had never seen one quite like her. Wang Manwu stood still, without excessive movement, yet her allure was palpable to young Master Su. Feeling his scrutinizing gaze, Wang Manwu stepped back a few paces, positioning herself behind Suyu. Noticing the graceful movements of Wang Manwu, Su Xiao's gaze shifted to Suyu. Clad in opulent attire and adorned with an exquisite watch, Su Xiao looked down upon the disheveled Suyu, whose tattered clothing and unkempt hair elicited his disdain. Encountering Wang Manwu was an opportunity he could not afford to squander. To miss this chance would be akin to living a dog-esque life. Nevertheless, he understood that attaining the beauty required patience. Observing that Wang Manwu held a fan, clearly accompanying Suyu, Su Xiao felt an even greater compulsion to demonstrate his worth. If he could overshadow Suyu, he would not only showcase his abilities, but also earn the admiration of the beauty while instilling contempt for Suyu. With a deep breath, he composed himself, yet found himself intrigued by the fan. "May I see that fan?" Su Xiao inquired. Of course, Su Xiao, the vendor nodded. Suyu furrowed his brow slightly at this exchange. Undeterred, Su Xiao approached Wang Manwu, smiling as he asked, "Beautiful lady, might I take a look at that fan?" However, Wang Manwu believed the fan was intended for their purchase and ignored Su Xiao's request. Undaunted, he moved closer, scrutinizing the fan before him. The artwork on it possessed a certain depth, and the calligraphy was forceful and aesthetically pleasing. "I wonder which esteemed scholar of antiquity crafted this." As he spoke, his gaze fixated on Wang Manwu, provoking a flicker of anger across her face. This man was exceedingly rude. Fortunately, Suyu stepped in front of her, meeting Su Xiao's gaze. Under Su Yu's unwavering stare, Su Xiao felt a sudden stiffness, sensing something eerie about the young man. The vendor exclaimed, So this fan truly has remarkable significance? The crowd, hearing this, cast disparaging looks at the vendor. It seemed that his earlier excitement was merely a ruse. Yet, in this marketplace, how many vendors possessed genuine expertise? Nowadays, even the most inconsequential individuals could dabble in collecting. Many were surprised to witness an authentic antique in Yang's stall. However, more eyes were drawn to Su Xiao's fervent gaze directed at Wang Manwu. Many were well aware of Su Xiao's identity and habits. As the young master of the Su family, wealthy and with a penchant for antiques and women, those who caught his interest rarely escaped his grasp. Some lamented inwardly, "Such fine cabbage will surely be trampled by a pig." "This painting resembles the work of that famed artist, Tang Bohu," Su Xiao remarked. "Indeed, Su Xiao, your insight is remarkable," exclaimed the vendor. "My heavens, to be recognized by Su Xiao. You truly are impressive." Initially, Su Yu believed Su Xiao possessed some genuine talent. However, upon hearing the flattery from the crowd, he rolled his eyes. Was this fellow merely a fool hired for entertainment? "The painting above resembles a chrysanthemum," the younger man remarked grandly. "Chrysanthemum, my foot," Su Xiao retorted. "That is clearly a peach blossom." "Indeed, I must be blind," the younger man hastily admitted. Su Yu, however, had no time to engage in their antics. He directly addressed Boss Yang. "Boss Yang, let us settle the payment. We're pressed for time. Please hand over the fan." Just as Boss Yang was about to respond, Su Xiao interjected. "Old Yang, how much are you selling that fan for?" $600, Boss Yang replied. "The price seems reasonable," Su Xiao acknowledged, "but I have taken a liking to that fan. I'll offer you 1,000. Sell it to me." "Very well," Boss Yang agreed. Su Xiao was a regular patron, and given his generous offer, it was advantageous for Boss Yang to accept. Thus, he turned to Su Yu and said, "Brother, it seems Boss Yang has chosen to sell the fan to me. What do you think? Are you going back on your word?" Su Yu replied coolly. "Not all. It's mainly Su Xiao's interest," Boss Yang explained, though Su Yu's cold gaze remained fixed on him. "Kid, if you lack the funds, don't pretend to dabble in antiques. If you can't even part with such a small sum, what prospects do you have?" Su Xiao sneered. His attention shifted to Wang Manwu. "Beautiful lady, do you wish to acquire this fan as well? It's rather dilapidated. I fear it wouldn't suit you. Should you have an interest in antiques, I could escort you to the treasure pavilion ahead." Su Xiao's tone bore an air of superiority, flaunting his perceived advantage. His eyes were ablaze with fervor as he gazed at Wang Manwu, who, incensed, flushed a deep crimson and retorted, "I'm not interested. Kindly step away." Her indignation caused her chest to rise and fall rapidly, which only served to make Su Xiao swallow hard. Seizing the opportunity, Boss Yang attempted to retrieve the fan, but Su Yu's hand firmly pressed down upon it. "What do you intend to do?" Su Yu inquired coldly. "I no longer wish to sell it to you. Haven't you seen that Su Xiao desires it?" Boss Yang stated with a lowered voice. "Huh," Su Yu scoffed. "It seems you're unwilling to adhere to the rules. But can you bear the consequences? The antique world has its own customs. We've already made our decision to purchase. Do you truly wish to sell it to someone else and jeopardize your business?" Boss Yang's expression shifted subtly. Meanwhile, Su Xiao sneered, "Kid, don't try to deceive us. Old Yang hasn't taken your money yet, so you can't pin a label on him. An ignorant fool." Su Yu regarded Su Xiao with palpable disdain. "If you desire that fan, my disapproval renders your wishes futile, unless Boss Yang is willing to leave the antique world behind. Furthermore, cease addressing me directly. Your breath is foul, and facing you is quite nauseating." Upon uttering these words, laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Some, concerned about inciting Su Xiao's wrath, turned away, stifling their giggles behind their hands. Meanwhile, Su Xiao's expression darkened. "You little brat, are you courting death?" Chapter 8. The Spirit of the Underworld. What do you think? Do you wish to disrupt the rules? Look at yourself. Do you even measure up? And consider whether Boss Yang would dare, Su Yu remarked. He stood there, exuding an air of calm and composure. "Do not attempt to display arrogance before me. Today, I shall contend for this fan. I possess both wealth and influence. By what right do you challenge me?" Su Yu spoke coldly, asserting that based on our prior intent to purchase, you lack the authority to acquire this fan. Su Xiao, feeling particularly irked, waved his hand, commanding his subordinates to encircle Su Yu. Observing this, Wang Manwu's expression shifted, prompting her to suggest to Su Yu that perhaps they should forego the fan. Yet, Su Yu remained silent. "You are merely refused in my eyes. What arrogance do you possess?" Su Xiao sneered, addressing Yang. 3,000 yuan. I shall take the fan." "Yes." Su Xiao, Yang, the proprietor, quickly replied, scurrying towards Su Yu to seize the fan. However, as he grasped it, Su Yu's gaze ignited with a piercing intensity, momentarily stunning Yang. Do you still adhere to the rules? Yang, are you not keen on remaining in the antiques field? If that is the case, feel free to take it. Suyu's words caused beads of cold sweat to form on Yang's brow. You insolent brat, lacking funds, yet so presumptuous. In this day and age, who still abides by the rules? Wealth dictates the rules. Yang, hurry and retrieve the fan. I am pressed for time, Su Xiao insisted repeatedly. Yet, Yang remained rooted in place. Brother, I must inquire once more. Do you still uphold the rules? Suyu intoned gravely. But you have not yet rendered payment. I can decide to whom the fan is sold at any moment, Yang countered. Is that so? Suyu scoffed. Listen, kid, cease your incessant shouting, if you lack funds. Then kindly remain silent, Su Xiao retorted coldly. Nonetheless, Suyu ignored him and continued to address Yang. We have already concluded our transaction and are prepared to settle the payment. Furthermore, we have no intention of relinquishing this fan. Should you sell it to him, you would be violating the established norms. Do you believe you can sustain your standing in the antiques world under such circumstances? Upon hearing this, Yang felt his head grow heavy. Indeed, such a rule existed in the antiques realm. Having dealt in antiques for decades, he had encountered similar transactions before, but those instances had not been contested. However, Suyu's insistence meant that if he were to sell the fan to Su Xiao, his reputation would plummet within the circle. Consequently, few would wish to engage in transactions with him thereafter. Such a loss would be truly detrimental. With this realization, the proprietor clenched his teeth. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry and bring it here, Su Xiao commanded coldly. Su Xiao, I am sorry, but I cannot sell you this fan, Yang replied. Are you courting death? Su Xiao's expression grew even colder. Yang, you would do well to recognize the situation. There is nothing I desire that I cannot obtain. It was crucial for Su Xiao to acquire this fan, not only to humiliate Suyu, but also to capture Wang Manwu's attention. If he fails to acquire the fan, he would not only be unable to slap Suyu in the face, but would also find himself utterly humiliated by Suyu. Thus, Major General Su would become a laughingstock within the circle. This Su, who boasts of being an expert in antiques, is overshadowed by Boss Yang, who possesses a far greater understanding of the rules. One must adhere to the principle of precedence. Boss Yang's actions are indeed justified, while you, on the other hand, resort to coercive tactics? Do you truly believe there is no one in this circle who can stand against you? What gives you the audacity to raise your voice before me? If you wish to play, I shall invoke the very rules of the antique world against you. I ask, do you dare to challenge the conventions of the entire community? As Suyu advanced step by step towards Major General Su, an inexplicable weight pressed down upon Su, akin to an imposing mountain looming over him. He shuddered slightly, instinctively retreating a few steps. Observing Suyu's relentless approach, the onlookers were filled with astonishment, while Wang Manwu gazed at Suyu in sheer disbelief. The earlier situation had been exceedingly unfavorable for them, yet in an instant, Suyu managed to subdue both Boss Yang and Major General Su. Watching Suyu's silhouette, Wang Manwu felt his stature growing increasingly formidable. What is merely a tattered fan? There isn't even a signature on it. How could it possibly be the work of a literary master? If you desire it, I shall relinquish it to you. Contesting with you would be beneath my dignity. My time is far too precious to squander on you. Let this fan serve you in the restroom. Major General Su's words were venomous, and after a scathing remark aimed at Suyu, he intended to walk away. Lacking discernment is one thing, but to mock me here? Who granted you the audacity? Suyu ziplit gonli. Yet, it is true, with someone as uneducated as you, how could you possess any insight? If you had any, you wouldn't have been so unfortunate in recent years. Each of Suyu's words struck deep into Major General Su's heart. Coming to a halt, Su's expression shifted. You insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Whether it is nonsense or not, you are well aware in your heart, Suyu replied nonchalantly. His gaze then fell upon Su's wrist. Is that a Qing Dynasty tiger tooth bracelet? You do have some discernment. I expended considerable effort to acquire this piece. Ha! Such rubbish. Only you would consider it a treasure, Suyu remarked. You insolent brat, do you truly wish to test my limits? Su said in a low voice. One word from me could confine you to this antique market. Yet Suyu's demeanor remained unruffled. This bracelet is exquisitely crafted, with natural patterns and a fine hue. It is indeed a quality piece. Brat, do you now recognize your defeat? If you bow and apologize, I shall refrain from stooping to your level. Su's face was brimming with arrogance. Suyu let out a cold laugh. Your bracelet may be decent, yet it is merely fit for use as a funerary item. How could that be? Su said solemnly. This bracelet has been consecrated by a master, and it has been passed down since the reign of the Yongle Emperor. The era is indeed accurate. Su Yu remarked. However, this object is a sacrificial item, typically descending with the deceased, possessing the function of transcending the soul. After a brief pause, he continued, it is unsuitable for the living to don this bracelet, for it harbors a malevolent aura that can corrode one's vitality. Initially, it erodes fortune, and subsequently, it may impact one's physical health. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would assert that since acquiring this bracelet, your life has been fraught with misfortune, perhaps even calamity. Su Yu's words caused Su Xiao to recall the severe car accident he had recently endured, a harrowing incident that had left him bedridden in the hospital for several months. Moreover, in the past 2 years, his family's business had significantly declined, and despite being married for 2 years, he remained childless. The more he pondered, the more sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking his clothing. Nonsense. My life is perfectly fine. Do not feign the supernatural here, he retorted. Chapter 9. Lessons from Master? Su Yu replied calmly, whether I am feigning the supernatural or not, you are more aware than I. Su Hao, have never believed in such things. Su Xiao declared coldly. No, it is not that you do not believe. Rather, you simply lack understanding, Su Yu observed, casting a sympathetic glance at Su Xiao. At that moment, Su Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to retch from frustration. You wear an imperial green jade pendant, a creation by Master Su Lin from the Qing Dynasty. Su Yu noted, somewhat surprised as he regarded Su Xiao. Indeed, my family operates an antique business. This was a substantial investment made by my father, Su Xiao replied, pride evident on his face at receiving Su Yu's compliment. I understand your father wishes the best for you, but if one's discernment is lacking, good intentions may lead to dire outcomes. Su Yu sighed, shaking his head. Each word Su Yu uttered seemed to deepen Su Hao's vexation. His expression hardened as he snapped. You can eat whatever you please, but do not speak recklessly. This jade pendant is to be a treasured heirloom. Do you truly believe I would not dare to confront you, given your repeated provocations? Yet, Su Yu's expression of pity intensified. Your ignorance is understandable. But this jade pendant possesses a heavier malevolence than your bracelet. Do you know what Master Su Lin was known for? He was a master of creating funerary items. Jade is cold, thus suited to accompany the deceased in burial. In the Qing Dynasty, using Master Su Lin's pendant ensured a safe passage in the underworld. However, there have been instances where the living who utilized Master Su Lin's pendant met untimely ends. The reason these items are deemed funerary is that they evoke an unsettling aura. Living beings adorned with such items invite misfortune. His words sent a chill through the onlookers, instinctively prompting them to distance themselves from Su Hao. Let us see who reaches the underworld first. Su Hao shouted defiantly. Do not rush. I have yet to finish, Su Yu replied nonchalantly. And as for your watch, I presume it was procured from some antique dealer? This watch symbolizes my greatest find. I acquired it for a mere 200, yet it is worth hundreds of thousands. Su Xiao's face finally displayed a hint of pride. Su Yu nodded, remarking, this watch is indeed exquisite. However, it requires a thorough cleansing before it can adorn the wrist of a living being. Wang Manwu inquired, puzzled by his statement. The watch had been excavated from a grave, and although he had sought repairs, it still bore the aura of death. Consider the implications, an object worn by the deceased, imbued with their essence. Yet, this Su Xiao wears it daily, handling it, perhaps even kissing it. Thus, the spirit of the departed may slowly permeate his very being. Su Yu spoke gravely, and as his words lingered, an inexplicable chill enveloped the crowd. Truly reckless. Su Yu scoffed. To use a funerary artifact as a talisman. To bind oneself with remnants of a dead. Do you truly believe you are a connoisseur of antiques? No, you are merely treading further down a path of self-destruction. As Su Yu spoke, Su Hao's complexion turned ashen. These antiques, acquired over the past 2 years, had not brought him any fortune. He sensed the truth in Su Yu's words. The onlookers turned their gazes to Su Yu, who, despite his tattered attire and bloodstains on his shins, exuded an enigmatic aura that belied his appearance. The sunlight illuminated his face, making him appear even more inscrutable. Wang Manwu's bright eyes were fixed upon Su Yu, her expression one of astonishment. She had never imagined that the man she had inadvertently collided with was a master of antiques. Observing his chiseled features, she found him increasingly handsome, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Meanwhile, Su Hao stood frozen, entranced by Su Yu's words. Su Xiao, are you all right? One of his subordinates ventured cautiously. Su Hao, a figure of considerable stature, could hardly fathom such humiliation. His gaze shot daggers at Su Yu, a spark of fury igniting within him. It's all this damn brat's fault. If not for him, how could I be subjected to ridicule? He pointed at Su Yu, bellowing, "Seize him. Let us see who dares to obstruct me today." "Understood," his subordinates replied, rushing towards Su Yu and encircling him. Wang Manwu, apprehensive, grasped Su Yu's hand. Yet he remained composed. Seeing their approach, Su Hao's ire intensified. "Get moving, don't just stand there." As they advanced, Su Yu braced himself. Though his physique was frail, he had once trained in martial arts, enough to handle these few men. Just as he prepared to strike, a commanding voice rang out from behind Su Hao. "Stop. Damn it. I am eager to see who dares to impede me," Su Hao retorted coldly, turning around. However, when he turned his head, he was taken aback. "Dad!" Su Hao exclaimed immediately. Consequently, the newcomer delivered a sharp slap to Su Hao's head, coldly remarking, "Who are you shouting at?" "Dad, I didn't realize it was you." Su Hao replied with a wry smile. "I was provoked by this insufferable brat. Please wait a moment. After I deal with this little rascal, I will speak with you. It would be more appropriate for me to discipline you. Do you really think you can teach a master a lesson?" Su Yucheng responded with another slap to Su Hao's head. "I may have arrived a bit late, but I have heard what others said." "Huh. You Su Hao certainly have a grandiose sense of self-importance, thinking you can disrupt the rules of the transaction. Haven't I been instructing you all along at the treasure pavilion? Did you not heed my words? Moreover, Master Su's insights are indeed profound. Our perspectives are limited. Yet since you brought these items, your fortune has declined, and the treasure pavilion has suffered as a result. Now, won't you hurry and apologize to Master Su?" Upon hearing Su Yucheng's words, Su Hao grew anxious. "Dad, how could this laborer possibly be a master?" He asked, merely bluffing. "Bluffing? If it weren't for Master Su's intervention just now, the reputation of our treasure pavilion would have been utterly ruined. With your half-baked skills, it's best you refrain from embarrassing yourself," Su Yucheng replied coldly. He then approached Su Yu and Wang Manwu, his face filled with contrition. "Miss Wang, Master Su, I sincerely apologize. It is my negligence and discipline that has emboldened this wayward son. I offer my sincere apologies." In this antique city, Su Yucheng was the most prominent antique dealer and a man of considerable discernment. Others regarded him with utmost respect. Yet, nobody anticipated that his demeanor would shift to one of such humility upon encountering a young man. The crowd had already recognized Su Yu's exceptional abilities, and their gazes towards him were now imbued with even greater reverence. Nevertheless, upon meeting Su Yucheng, Su Yu maintained an air of indifference. The more indifferent Su Yu appeared, the more anxious Su Yucheng became. Despite berating Su Hao, he was aware that Su Hao was his only heir, and he did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. Seeing Su Hao still standing there, Su Yucheng barked, "What are you dawdling for? Come here at once." Chapter 10, Apology. Even though Su Hao harbored a multitude of grievances, he gritted his teeth and approached. "Dad." Su Hao's tone was filled with grievance. In response, Su Yucheng firmly grasped Su Hao's shoulder and delivered a kick to his knee. With a thud, Su Hao fell to his knees. "You insolent brat. Quickly apologize to Master Su," Su Yucheng commanded coldly. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes fixed upon Su Hao's face, which had turned crimson. Yet before he could react, Su Yucheng pressed his head down towards Su Yu and bowed, saying, "Master, my son has been disrespectful. I implore you to assist him in resolving his troubles. He is my only son, and despite his many shortcomings, his sins do not warrant such harshness." Su Yu replied coolly, "I see no sincerity in his apology." Su Yucheng released his grip and shouted at Su Hao, "You wretched boy, hasten to apologize to the master. If you refuse to do so, you shall never receive a single penny from me again, and I am prepared to cast you out of this house. You have 10 seconds to contemplate your decision." Upon hearing Su Yucheng's countdown, Su Hao felt a surge of panic. His father had never reprimanded him so harshly before. He turned to the enigmatic Su Yu, who, despite his youth, seemed increasingly mysterious to Su Hao. With a resounding thud, Su Hao knelt for the first time, his forehead striking the ground with a sharp sound. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, gazing at the young man who stood there with an air of calmness, resembling a towering mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring. "I apologize," Su Hao declared as he knelt on the ground. Though he was bowing, his movements were rather gentle. Su Yu's expression remained indifferent. However, Su Yucheng, noticing Su Hao's lackluster demeanor, struck Su Hao on the head with a slap. "Damn it, apologize sincerely," he barked. "If you do not apologize to the master, you shall be banished from this home forever." As Su Yucheng's furious voice resonated, Su Hao felt his breath catch. He had never witnessed his father so enraged. Although Su Hao was fearless in the outside world, he felt intimidated before his father, who was evidently serious this time. Su Hao dared not speak further, and instead directed a more earnest bow towards Su Yu. Yet, his demeanor remained icy, and his gaze towards Su Yu was still filled with resentment. Once this cursed object spreads throughout your body, you will be lost, Su Yu remarked calmly. Such alarmist talk, Su Hao retorted. However, before he could finish, Su Yuqing kicked him, cursing, "Damn it, the master is your savior. How dare you speak to him in such a manner? Without the master, you would be dead long ago. Do you think you could still be here?" Hearing his father's words, Su Hao's face was painted with a mixture of indignation and disbelief. Dad, whether believed or not, this guy is even younger than me. How could he possibly comprehend these matters? You are far too superstitious. Superstitious? Su Yuqing replied with a cold snort. Look at what has transpired since you acquired that watch. Examine the state of your business. Has it amounted to anything decent? Partners have fled, and bankruptcy looms. He continued, moreover, you have been married for several years and still have no children. Su Hao gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "No, this is all nonsense." He then turned to Su Yu, his teeth clenched, and said, "You little brat, clarify matters to my father at once. If you do not, I swear I will make you regret it." Tears welled in Su Hao's eyes, and even the spectators around them gasped in shock at the severity of Su Yuqing's actions. You lack vision and refuse to acknowledge the truth? For over 20 years, you thrived, but since obtaining that watch, misfortune has followed. Your business at the Treasure Pavilion has also dwindled. Can this not illuminate the issue? You wish to bring ruin upon yourself, yet involve your family? Su Hao, what are your true intentions? Upon hearing Su Yuqing's words, Su Hao gasped, instinctively retreating on his knees, sweat glistening on his forehead. After several years of marriage without a child, his repeated entrepreneurial endeavors had all ended in failure. Upon reflection, Su Hao found the situation rather ominous. Even now, he had yet to uncover the cause. When he first acquired the watch, he had shown it to his father, Su Yuqing. However, after appraisal, Su Yuqing confirmed it to be an antique from the Qing Dynasty. Discovering such a remarkable item at a humble stall made Su Hao feel fortunate. Thus, he wore the watch ever since. Friends often inquired about it, praising its exquisite craftsmanship, which satisfied his vanity. Yet now, after hearing Su Yu's words, he experienced a moment of clarity. Su Hao was also a well-known figure in his circle, and many were aware of his watch. What are you still dawdling for? Su Yuqing scolded. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Hao moved forward once more, bowing deeply. Master, I apologize for my ignorance. Please enlighten me. Huh? Su Yu scoffed dismissively. However, Su Hao did not feel anger. Instead, he remained humble. Master, may your magnanimity overlook my transgressions. I shall comply with any commands you give. I implore you, save me. Su Hao pleaded once again. Su Yu lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Observing the once arrogant Su Hao now humbled before Su Yu, the onlookers grew increasingly in awe of this enigmatic master. My dear lady, I apologize for my foul words, which stem from my bad breath. Please do not take them to heart. I beg you, do not hold it against me, and kindly intercede on my behalf with the master. As he spoke, tears streamed down Su Hao's face. Wang Manwu directed her gaze towards him. Noticing her attention, Su Yu finally lifted his head, his tone still indifferent. This watch must be buried at the High Monk's grave, and you must carry an amulet from the temple for 2 years to dispel all misfortune. With that, Su Yu took the fan and turned to leave. Su Hao and Su Yuqing exhaled with relief, and Su Yuqing bowed deeply to Su Yu. Thank you, master. Wang Manwu settled her payment and followed closely behind Su Yu, feeling that this man was truly mysterious, with many questions yet to ask him. As Su Yu took a few steps away, Boss Yang hastily inquired, Master, may I ask you to share the origins of that fan? Chapter 11. The Cultural Treasure of Zhu Jishan. This question captured the attention of everyone present, who fell silent, fearful of disturbing Su Yu. They all yearned to learn about the fan's history, including Wang Manwu. Sensing the earnest gazes surrounding him, Su Yu paused. Boss Yang, to those who appreciate it, this fan is a priceless treasure, yet in your eyes, it would be merely a pearl covered in dust. I engage in haggling. If you truly believe this to be a precious antique, it is inconceivable that you would part with it so readily. The world of antiques demands both audacity and discernment. Should you insist on raising the price, I might still consider the purchase. However, if you disregard the rules, I shall be even less inclined to accept your stance. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Yang smiled wryly and nodded. Master, I acknowledge my error. Nevertheless, since I have managed to procure something remarkable from you, I shall not press you further. Allow yourself a moment of enlightenment. Su Yu then produced a fan and inquired, could you please pour me a cup of wine? The crowd's curiosity deepened at Su Yu's words. Mr. Yang, sensing the underlying significance in Su Yu's request, personally poured a glass of white wine and presented it before him. Standing attentively by his side, Su Yuqing and Su Hao were equally enraptured by curiosity, having witnessed Su Yu's remarkable appraisal skills moments prior. They believed that every action he took held purpose. At that moment, Su Yu accepted the wine without casting a glance at the others. He unfurled the fan, and with his other hand, began to gently pour the white wine upon its surface. Observing this, the expressions of the onlookers shifted subtly. The fan, now tainted with wine, risked the destruction of its ink inscriptions. Should this occur, any prior value of the fan would diminish entirely. Yet, not a soul dared to interrupt Su Yu, for they all recognized that their expertise paled in comparison to his. Unperturbed, Su Yu continued to pour the white wine with singular focus. The liquid dripped languidly onto the fan, gradually spreading across its entire face. Mr. Yang and the Su father-son duo leaned in with keen interest, while Wang Manwu stood behind Su Yu, able to observe the transformation of the fan's surface with clarity. Those who witnessed it first were momentarily stunned. The once unadorned characters began to shift, evolving into a robust and elegant script, while the simplistic painting transformed into a breathtaking landscape. The crowd collectively gasped. Su Yuqing exclaimed, "What is this?" Although many claimed it to be a work of Tang Bohu, I remained unconvinced. While the style may mimic Tang Bohu's, it lacks its essence. Rather, it reminds me of a talented individual who once associated with Tang Bohu, Su Yu remarked. That person is Zhu Zhishan, known for embedding hidden paintings within his works, and he admired Tang Bohu's style. Upon first touching this fan, I sensed the paper was extraordinary. The pigments used by Zhu Zhishan were unique, requiring wine for their restoration. Behold, does this painting not bear the hallmark of Zhu Zhishan's most renowned landscape? Many crowded closer, and upon witnessing the exquisite craftsmanship of the painting, they were left in awe, especially upon discovering the concealed signature at the bottom, inscribed in regular script, Zhu Zhishan. In that moment, admiration for Su Yu surged among the onlookers. Wang Manwu covered her mouth in astonishment, gazing at Su Yu, who appeared increasingly defined and remarkable. "Well, I must take my leave," Su Yu declared as he folded the fan and turned to depart. However, how could one possibly miss the opportunity to meet a master like Su Yu? "Master, could you assist me in selecting an antique? It has been quite some time since I last searched for treasures." "Indeed, master, please guide me through this maze." Yet, Su Yu merely shook his head and replied, "I am pressed for time." With that, he departed from the crowd and made his way towards the exit of the antique market. Su Yu's pace quickened as he exited the bustling marketplace. Wang Manwu, lifting her skirt, hastened to follow. However, by the time she reached the exit of the antique market, Su Yu's figure had vanished from her sight. She had lost track of him, and a hint of confusion clouded her expression. Once more, she scanned the surroundings but found no sign of Su Yu. "My goodness, I have actually lost him. Aside from knowing his name, I possess no further information. I cannot allow myself to miss this master." Resolving this in her mind, Wang Manwu took out her phone and dialed her dear friend's number. "Yue Ying, could you help me find someone? His name is Su Yu, whom I encountered near the antique market. He is somewhat handsome, dressed rather shabby, and has an injury on his calf." The voice on the other end hesitated upon hearing Wang Manwu's description. "My heavens, Manwu, are you falling in love? Tell me, was it love at first sight? How does it feel? Who would have thought our esteemed Miss Wang would find romance? If your suitors were to learn of this, would they not be crushed?" Wang Manwu rolled her eyes and retorted, "Wu Yue, you are overthinking this. Su Yu is an appraiser of antiques, and I urgently need to find him." "All right, since you've asked me to find someone, I will certainly locate him," Wu Yue replied with a chuckle. "I am quite curious about the person who has captivated our Miss Wang." Yet, the phone call was abruptly ended by Wu Yue, leaving Wang Manwu to roll her eyes in exasperation. On that day, a significant piece of news spread throughout the antique market. A young man, with discerning eyes, had unearthed a precious artifact from Zhu Zhishan and assisted the young master, Su Hao of the Treasure Pavilion, in resolving a crisis. Many began to seek this young master, yet he remained elusive. The multitude of news within the antique market soon drowned this particular story amidst a sea of antique updates. At that moment, in Haicheng, the summer sun blazed fiercely, casting a heat wave that rendered the air almost tangible. The scorching rays left people listless. Even the willows by the river drooped in exhaustion. At the entrance of the antique market, the Su Yu of this world collided with Wang Manwu and faded away, while another Su Yu from a different realm traversed into existence, their consciousnesses intertwining. A myriad of information flooded Su Yu's mind as he stood silently at the spot where he had just been struck, feeling a profound sense of reflection. In the next moment, the man who had accused Su Yu of being a con artist appeared. "Ah, I knew you would be here," he exclaimed. The man sneered incessantly. "I thought you had fled, yet it appears your courage is rather substantial. Just now you caused me to lose face in front of the beautiful women. Now, I have no intention of letting you off the hook. Kneel and apologize, or do not blame me for ruining you." Beside him stood 3 or 4 companions, all of whom glared menacingly at Su Yu. However, Su Yu paid them no heed and turned to walk away, seemingly treating them as if they were mere air. "You're courting death." The man, once again ignored by Su Yu, was consumed by fury. Chapter 12. The Irritable Landlord. He waved his hand, and his underlings immediately charged towards Su Yu, encircling him. "Do not waste my time. I have no leisure for games," Su Yu declared. "Huh? Do you think you can offend me and simply walk away? Today, I shall ruin you," the man retorted with a derisive laugh. Su Yu furrowed his brow and, without hesitation, launched an attack against the group. The man's smile had yet to fade when his subordinates were already brought down by Su Yu. A single glance from Su Yu sent an inexplicable chill through him, as though he had plunged into a 1,000-year ice cavern, instinctively causing him to retreat a few steps. Yet, Su Yu was disinterested and walked away. Having been reborn, Su Yu had an abundance of tasks before him. His immediate priority was to locate the Jade Qilin, which was pivotal to the fortune of Huaxia. Finding it would significantly enhance the nation's destiny. The man watched Su Yu gradually distance himself, releasing a sigh of relief. His body was drenched in sweat. Had Su Yu chosen to engage with him, he would likely be the one lying in a hospital bed. Even in the sweltering summer heat, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Su Yu, however, had already moved far from him and took a moment to assess his own condition. After being bumped by Wang Manwu, one of his pant legs had torn, with a slight trickle of blood seeping from the wound, but it was nothing severe. He proceeded from the city to the outskirts, continuing along the river. Ahead lay a dump, littered with discarded items, dead chickens and ducks, all swarmed by flies, creating a noxious stench. Near the dump were small, makeshift rooms constructed from old wood. Residing here meant being enveloped by an unpleasant odor. Su Yu crouched down and entered one of the rooms. In his hand was a tattered bag filled with various items, the topmost of which contained a few steamed buns. Upon entering, a little girl ran out. "Brother, I miss you so much." Seeing the girl rush toward him, Su Yu opened his arms and embraced her. He took a bun from the bag and smiled as he handed it to her. "Here, eat this. You're the best, brother Su Yu," the little girl exclaimed, munching on the bun with her eyes squinting in delight. As an elderly man emerged from the room, the girl raised the bun in her hand and cheerfully announced, "Grandfather, brother Su Yu gave me this bun. Go wash your hands before eating," the old man admonished her with a glare, then turned to Su Yu. "Shall you? Thank you." Su Yu shook his head, replying, "No need to thank me, Grandpa Lin." Continuing on his path, Su Yu soon encountered an elderly gentleman, paralyzed and seated in a wheelchair. Su Yu offered him a steamed bun, smiling as he said, "Grandpa Zhou, the weather is delightful now. Do allow Xiao Lin to take you out for a stroll sometime. This bun is still warm. Please have a bite." "Shall you stay for dinner?" Grandpa Zhou replied weakly. Just then, the worn-out door creaked open, revealing a charming young girl before Su Yu. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with joy. Su Yu's gaze fell upon the girl with a ponytail, and a smile graced his lips as he greeted, "Good afternoon, Xiaolin." "Thank you, brother Xiao Yu," she softly replied, glancing at the bun in her grandfather's hand. Her attention then shifted to the injury on Su Yu's right leg, prompting her to ask, "Brother Xiao Yu, what happened to your leg?" Nodding, the girl continued to walk alongside him, greeting several people on their way. This was indeed a slum, where the inhabitants lived on the fringes of society, enduring harsh conditions. Yet, they faced life's adversities with unwavering optimism, never yielding to despair. Amidst the bustling, dilapidated houses, the spirit of mutual support painted a vivid picture of resilience. Upon reaching the entrance of his own modest abode, Su Yu stepped inside. In truth, their home was devoid of rice, and apart from the solitary bun he held, there was nothing else to stave off hunger. Perched on a small stool, he nibbled on the bun. In his previous life, he had never known such hardship. However, Su Yu felt no disdain. "Since I have become you, I shall strive to ensure a better life for you and those around you," Su Yu reassured himself. He consumed half the bun, saving the remainder for his companion. The room was cluttered with various discarded items, as he and his friend made a living collecting scrap. Now that Su Yu was present, he intended to find a way to transform their predicament. "Get out here now. Do you think hiding from me will do you any good?" A stout figure on a women's motorcycle struggled to traverse the muddy path. The tires barely inflated under her weight. No matter how much the hefty woman twisted the throttle, the motorcycle remained immobile. "Good day, Aunt Yu. Are you here for an inspection today?" "Ah, I wondered why the weather was so pleasant. It must be the honor of your presence." "Aunt Yu," the townsfolk greeted her. Descending from the motorcycle, the portly woman swayed her robust frame, exuding an air of regal authority. Aunt Yu was indeed the sovereign of this land. This territory had long been considered worthless. Nearly a decade prior, Suyu had arrived in Haishur and, through a twist of fate, signed a contract with Aunt Yu, leasing the entire plot of land. "Clear the way. I demand Suyu be brought forth," Aunt Yu declared coldly, one hand resting on her ample waist. As Suyu emerged from the quaint cabin, his gaze fell upon Aunt Yu, and he greeted her with a calm demeanor. "Hello, Aunt Yu. You need to stop pretending. Suyu, you must vacate this place." Aunt Yu insisted vehemently. "This land has been leased to you for many years, and now real estate developers are interested in purchasing it. Your presence here is obstructing my ability to sell it. I understand your difficulties, yet you must also appreciate mine." An increasing number of people gathered around Aunt Yu, attentively listening to her words. Once she concluded, she turned to Suyu, asking, "Do you comprehend now? I am following the proper procedures. It was you who urged me to sign a 10-year lease back then, and that contract still stands. If you wish for us to leave, you must compensate me with 10 times the rent stipulated in the contract. Otherwise, I will take you to court." Suyu replied coolly, "I am aware of the contract." Aunt Yu's body involuntarily recoiled, yet she retorted with a fierce tone, "Suyu, do not overstep your bounds. You secured this vast property for merely 200 a year, while the current rental rates are considerably higher." Chapter 13. The Shards of Porcelain. In response, Suyu remained unperturbed. "It was you who relentlessly pursued me to sign that 10-year lease. We must adhere to the rules." Aunt Yu trembled with rage, but recognized that she was powerless against him. "Suyu, have you forgotten who cared for you during your most destitute times? If I had not provided you with shelter and cooked for you and your brothers, you would have starved. I recall paying you for that service, and your fees were not insignificant," Suyu countered. "Is it truly gratifying for you to make things difficult for a woman? If you possess the means, buy the land yourself. Otherwise, you will inevitably have to move," Aunt Yu declared. Suyu gazed at her as if she were a fool. "Aunt Yu, if I had the money, would I be residing here? I certainly would not purchase this cursed land. You wretched miser, you are destined to remain impoverished for life." Aunt Yu exclaimed, "Just wait. I will contact the real estate developers. I stand by my previous statement. If you wish for us to depart, you must return tenfold the rent. Otherwise, there is no chance of that happening." Suyu replied coldly. Aunt Yu was nothing more than a spiteful woman throwing a tantrum, and Suyu had little interest in further engaging her. He retreated into the cabin. Witnessing Suyu's audacity incensed Aunt Yu, causing her to tremble with fury. "Very well, you shall wait," she declared before turning to leave. "Oh dear, Aunt Yu, do not let your anger consume you. With your size, you're likely to have high blood pressure. Becoming enraged could easily lead to fainting," someone remarked. "If you collapse, we would not be held responsible, would we?" Another added, feigning concern. Hearing their comments, Aunt Yu stumbled slightly, but managed to steady herself and mount her motorcycle. "You all wait for me," she shouted before revving her motorcycle, which barely had any air pressure left, and sped away. Despite her bravado, a sense of worry lingered among the onlookers. Ultimately, this piece of land belongs to Aunt Yu. If she insists on driving them away, even with the cooperation of real estate developers, they cannot cling to this place and will inevitably suffer in silence. He began to tidy up the clutter within the house. Before long, a figure entered, burdened with a considerable amount of junk on their back. Under the dim light, Suyu discerned the silhouette clearly. Having been struck by a vehicle, his phone had ceased to function. "Are you all right?" the boy inquired. "I'm fine," Suyu replied, handing half a bun from the cabinet to the boy. "Zhou Tao, you should eat this first." "All right, thank you, Brother Yu," the frail boy responded, taking a bite of the bun. Though it had cooled, he still smiled broadly, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, this bun is truly delicious." He walked towards the entrance where a tricycle laden with scrap metal was parked, and Suyu began to assist Zhou Tao in moving the items. Previously, Suyu, Zhou Tao's father, and another boy named Li Yangxiu had been involved in a car accident, resulting in their untimely deaths. Their mothers had since remarried. Suyu, Zhou Tao, and Li Yangxiu relied on one another, although Li Yangxiu eventually departed. While munching on the bun, Zhou Tao hesitated before offering Suyu a package. Upon opening it, Suyu discovered it contained marinated meat. For someone as famished as he was, the temptation was overwhelming. Yet, Suyu did not indulge. Instead, he regarded Zhou Tao with curiosity. "Where did this come from?" "It was given by Qiu Ge. He worried we might not eat well, so he saved it for us," Zhou Tao stammered. Hearing Suyu's words, Zhou Tao's face displayed a bittersweet smile. Brother you need not bear a grudge against Xiaoge. He did not intend for things to turn out this way. One may be poor, but one must not lack integrity. Since his departure, I have regarded him as a brother no longer, Suyu replied coldly. Money can be earned at any time, but a brother once lost is truly lost. Brother you, our lives are so difficult now. Zhou Tao's voice quivered with emotion. With the stringent environmental checks, our business is increasingly challenging, and Annie wants to drive us away. If we leave here, where will we reside? Furthermore, brother you have so many to care for. We need to earn money. Xiaoge mentioned that if we are in need, we can go help him. He is short of 2 helpers. However, Su Yu's expression grew increasingly frigid. Fine. Solely Yangxiu is making money now and knows how to be charitable, but I do not covet his pity. Rest assured, Taozi, I will ensure you live well. We shall not concern ourselves with him. Su Yu patted Zhou Tao's shoulder. Give me a little more time, he said. Zhou Tao sighed but refrained from saying more. All along, Su Yu had been taking care of him, and despite the hardships of life, he did not wish to part ways with Su Yu. Before long, a substantial pile of scrap metal had accumulated. Gazing at the heap of broken porcelain before him, Su Yu pondered, Taozi, where did these shards come from? In a quaint village, I acquired a collection of shards from an elderly man who claimed they were antiques. However, a heap of broken porcelain, even if deemed ancient, hardly holds any value. I purchased them for merely $2. If I resell them, I might make a modest profit of $2. Zhou Tao remarked. The shards bore remnants of soil. Yet, Su Yu's gaze was fixated on them as he addressed Zhou Tao. Please bring me a bowl of vinegar. I wish to ascertain the true nature of these porcelain fragments. Of course, Zhou Tao replied, albeit uncertain of Su Yu's intentions. He complied with Su Yu's request. Su Yu picked up the shards, gently brushing away the dirt, and it appeared to him that the porcelain was red. He was validating a thought that lingered in his mind. Zhou Tao returned with a bowl of vinegar, which Su Yu placed on the ground before submerging one of the shards within it. The vinegar dissolved the soil and rust clinging to the fragments. The first shard revealed its true colors, a vibrant red that stood out strikingly. Su Yu continued his task, as there were over 30 shards in total. The cleaned pieces were laid on the paper towels Zhou Tao had spread across the floor. After washing, only about 10 of the shards exhibited a brilliant red hue, while the remainder were unremarkable. Zhou Tao, observing the shards, inquired with curiosity, Brother Yu, what are these red pieces? They're quite rare, reminiscent of the Firestone red from the Qing Dynasty. Su Yu explained, but I cannot confirm their authenticity yet. I require another method of appraisal. Taozi, please boil some water. I need to verify further. All right, Zhou Tao responded. Su Yu carefully examined the 10 red shards under the dim light, with mosquitoes buzzing around the bulb, some daringly landing on his arm. He applied mosquito repellent, just as Zhou Tao announced the water was ready. Grasping one of the shards, Su Yu dropped it into the boiling water. The shard rolled within the pot, and he observed intently with a flashlight. After 10 minutes of boiling, it retained its color without any fading. Su Yu repeated the process, and not a single piece lost its hue. They were all authentic. Brother Yu, what significance do these shards hold? Zhou Tao asked, scratching his head in bewilderment. Indeed, they hold great value. These are Firestone red pieces from the Qing Dynasty, true antiques. If they were whole porcelain vessels, their worth would be significantly higher. Then, does that mean I made a profit from acquiring these shards? Zhou Tao questioned, still perplexed. Absolutely, and a substantial one, Su Yu affirmed. While the price of shards is lower than that of complete porcelain, a single Firestone red shard can be valued at several $100s. Zhou Tao's breath quickened as he gazed at the Firestone red shards on the ground. So, these 10 shards could be worth thousands? Life had always been arduous for Zhou Tao and his companions. Collecting refuse, they sometimes earned dozens or even hundreds of dollars in a good day, while on bad days, they barely made a few. Especially now, with stringent environmental regulations, their means of earning had become increasingly challenging. Yet, Zhou Tao never fathomed that the few dollars he spent on broken porcelain could yield such a staggering value. Brother Yu, am I dreaming? Zhou Tao inquired. Observing Zhou Tao's anxious demeanor, Su Yu chuckled, of course, it is real. Would you like me to pinch you? Initially, it was merely a jest. Yet Zhou Tao nodded earnestly. Su Yu playfully tapped his head and replied, all right, first gather the porcelain shards, then have a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I will take you to sell these pieces, and we shall indulge in a hearty meal. All right, Zhou Tao nodded in agreement. Su Yu then made his way to the restroom, where he rinsed the wound on his leg and bandaged it with a piece of gauze. Emerging from the restroom, he settled onto the worn bed, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a deep breath. Arriving in this world so unexpectedly left him somewhat taken aback. In the stillness of the night, the sounds of a man's hurried breaths and a woman's gasps drifted from the next room. In truth, Zhou Tao was not asleep. He turned to Su Yu and asked, "What's the matter?" Su Yu, puzzled, responded, "What is it, brother Yu? Are we still going to run the recycling business?" Hearing this, Su Yu chuckled softly. "Do you think we should?" Although they had unexpectedly come into some funds, such fortunate occurrences are not frequent, and they still need to eat. Zhou Tao continued. In the dark, Su Yu fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. "I do not know. Chiogu is good-looking, and it is easy for him to earn money. You know more than we do. I can hardly recognize a few characters. I have always followed you, collecting scrap. If you tell me not to do so, I truly do not know what else to pursue. I have seen some individuals amass several buildings through collecting scrap, and I aspire to be like them." Gazing at Su Yu, Zhou Tao confessed, "Brother Yu, I wish for everyone around us to live well. Yet I currently lack the ability to do so. I still remember those from my childhood, but I have not seen them in ages. And I wonder how they are faring now." In the dilapidated wooden cabin, the boy slowly articulated his dreams. Gradually, his breaths became steadier, his voice more indistinct. He slipped into slumber, tears still glistening in his eyes. Su Yu extinguished his cigarette, lying on the bed with his own eyes moistened. He too yearned for those around him to lead better lives. Furthermore, could he ever find those from his past? Where was Xiaowan now? Reflecting on Zhou Tao's words filled Su Yu with a sense of melancholy. "I have been reborn in a prosperous era. I have a new life. I shall live well, and I will ensure that those around me find happiness." Su Yu closed his eyes, gradually drifting into dreams. In his slumber, he encountered those childhood companions from over a decade ago, including his sweet younger sister, Xiaowan. Opening his arms wide, he embraced that familiar figure. "Xiaowan," he softly called, and even in his dreams, tears streamed down his cheeks. The gentle moonlight seeped into the quaint wooden cabin as Zhou Tao opened his eyes. Gazing at the tearful Su Yu before him, he parted his lips but found himself at a loss for words. The boy's eyes were filled with determination. "Brother Yu, I shall ensure your happiness every single day." After gathering his belongings, Zhou Tao, at 3:30 in the morning, pedaled his battered tricycle to continue his scavenging. The first rays of dawn illuminated the dilapidated cabin, and it was only at this moment that the worn structure felt warm and inviting. Su Yu awoke, quickly freshened up, and upon stepping outside, greeted by the familiar faces of neighbors who were already engrossed in their daily tasks. The old tricycle was laden with cardboard boxes. He handed a breakfast of soy milk and fried dough sticks to Su Yu, smiling as he said, "Brother Yu, let us eat." "All right." Su Yu replied with a smile as he accepted the meal. As they enjoyed their breakfast, Zhou Tao recounted the events of the day ahead. After finishing their meal, the clock struck 7:30, and Su Yu and Zhou Tao stepped out. Previously, they had established a small recycling station, albeit without any formal permits. Upon arriving at the site, they discovered the landlady, Aunt Yu, accompanied by relevant officials, waiting at the entrance. The recycling station was evidently non-compliant with environmental regulations, leading to its imminent closure. Noticing Su Yu and Zhou Tao, Aunt Yu regarded Su Yu with a provocative glare, a smirk playing on her lips. Her intentions unmistakable. Should Su Yu refuse to vacate the premises, she would ensure he faced dire consequences. Zhou Tao's knees buckled, threatening to collapse, but Su Yu steadied him. The recycling station was Zhou Tao's labor of love over the years, and its sudden shutdown cast a shadow of bewilderment across his face. "Brother Yu, what shall we do?" Zhou Tao murmured. "Fear not. I am here," Su Yu reassured him. "This woman cannot remain arrogant for long. You stay here and watch the house while I go sell some porcelain." "All right," Zhou Tao nodded in agreement. Dressed in clean attire, Su Yu stepped out. He was well acquainted with the surroundings during his scavenging. He arrived at the antique street, which, though smaller than the antique city, was lined predominantly with antique shops, several of which were quite prominent. Su Yu chose to enter a shop named Anya Pavilion, which, while less renowned than Jinbao Pavilion, suited his purpose as he wished to avoid the notoriety he had gained there the previous day. As he walked, Su Yu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The antique city loomed ahead while the antique street stretched behind. Once, antiques were merely a trivial pursuit, but now they had burgeoned into an expansive industry. This was a golden age for antiquities, a dream come true for someone like Su Yu, a connoisseur of the art. Upon entering Anya Pavilion, he was greeted by a diverse array of antiques, calligraphy, paintings, porcelain, and jade, everything one could desire. Each artifact was accompanied by a description, and the interior decor held a distinctive charm. The shop also adhered to feng shui principles, evident in the presence of 2 lucky cats and a money tree within its walls. As Su Yu entered the room, a middle-aged man with a pair of small mustaches approached him. The man, twisting his mustache with a feigned air of importance. Regarded Su Yu with a lukewarm demeanor and inquired, "What do you want?" His gaze was rife with disdain, for he perceived Su Yu's attire as exceedingly ordinary. The mere act of conversing with Su Yu was, in his view, a considerable favor. Noticing the contempt in the mustached man's eyes, Su Yu felt somewhat speechless. Even though he was dressed neatly, in the eyes of such individuals, he was merely an inconsequential figure. Despite his discomfort, Su Yu replied coolly, "Do you accept items here?" As he spoke, a chill permeated the air. The mustached man, taken aback, responded, "We do accept items, but I won't take anything that's too shabby. What do you have?" His expression was one of mockery as he scrutinized Su Yu. Should Su Yu present nothing but refuse, he would unhesitatingly expel him. Su Yu chose not to elaborate further and placed a bag on the table. The mustached man opened the bag and leaned in for a closer look. The vibrant red porcelain shards gleamed strikingly, catching him by surprise. "Come take a look," he beckoned an apprentice over. The apprentice immediately began photographing the porcelain pieces, and the printer whirred to life. Witnessing this unfold, Su Yu frowned slightly. Typically, the fiery red porcelain could be appraised by hand, and the use of machinery indicated that the staff at Lineage possessed rather mundane discernment. Soon after, the mustached man summoned others, who began examining both the photographs and the porcelain. Throughout this process, he treated Su Yu as though he were invisible, neglecting to acknowledge his presence, leaving Su Yu standing in silence. After a protracted period of examination, the mustached man finally lifted his gaze to Su Yu and smiled. "These porcelain pieces are of decent quality. How much do you wish to sell them for?" Su Yu's tone remained icy. What should have been a straightforward transaction had been drawn out for 40 minutes, leaving him with a poor impression of the mustached man. The man took a sip of tea, extending 4 fingers this amount. 500 per piece. Su Yu inquired. The price was modest, yet within reason, and he was about to acquiesce. To his surprise, the mustached man scoffed. 500 per piece? You think too highly of them. I meant 50 per piece, totaling 500. You must understand, these are broken shards. Despite their fiery red hue, the value diminishes significantly when they are fragmented. Offering 500 in total means I wouldn't profit much. Furthermore, holding onto these shards serves you no purpose. Selling them to us would be mutually beneficial. The man with the small mustache was clearly intent on persuading Su Yu to sell him the porcelain shards. Thus he spoke without a hint of politeness. 50? Su Yu scoffed. Are you certain? Noticing Su Yu's expression, the man with the mustache appeared somewhat displeased. I can offer you 60 at most. You have quite a quantity, and if you are fortunate enough to discover more of these porcelain shards in the future, you may continue to sell them to us, he stated. The fiery red porcelain shards date back to the Qing Dynasty, and if they were part of a complete piece, their value would soar. Even moderately good pieces fetch hundreds of thousands. As for the shards, their worth diminishes significantly, primarily serving the purpose of restoration. Presently, many porcelain items are damaged, necessitating the use of such materials. Just yesterday, Su Yu had encountered fiery red porcelain shards at the antique market. Although their quality was far inferior to those in his possession, 3 shards could still command over 2,000. Yet, this man dared to propose a mere 500 for 10 shards of such exquisite quality? It was evident he intended to deceive. Dream on. Su Yu's demeanor turned icy. Since your establishment does not value fiery red porcelain shards, it is clear your discernment is lacking. I shall not waste any more words with you. Farewell. With that, Su Yu stowed his bag and prepared to leave. Initially, the man with the mustache had assumed Su Yu would acquiesce. After all, Su Yu appeared to be someone unfamiliar with antiques. However, he did not anticipate Su Yu would directly unveil the origins of the fiery red shards, which infuriated him. As Su Yu began to walk away, the man with the mustache barked, "Stop him." Several employees immediately obstructed Su Yu's path. Su Yu raised his head and cast a cold glance at the man. "What do you intend to do?" "That is a question I should be asking you." The man with the mustache retorted with a sneer. "Who gave you the audacity to cause a disturbance here? Is it the neighboring Chunxian Pavilion or Harem Pavilion? Those who dare to disrupt our establishment rarely meet a favorable end. The last intruder we encountered was hospitalized and has yet to recover. Without any backing, you best behave yourself. Our Lineage Pavilion does not tolerate your unruliness." One must admit, the man with the mustache delivered his threats with an imposing air. Yet Su Yu merely chuckled. You are clearly the one attempting to play tricks, yet you managed to articulate your deceit so elegantly. Truly, you are a rarity among rarities. However, you lack the qualifications to act brazenly in my presence. If I wish to leave, who can stop me? With Su Yu's frigid words, A palpable aura of authority surged forth. The few who tried to block Su Yu instinctively stepped back. If your lineage pavilion continues conducting business in this manner, prepare for your downfall, Su Yu remarked coldly. If you wish to acquire these items, you must possess sincerity. Do not attempt to pressure me into a bargain. Huh. What I desire shall not be relinquished, the man with the mustache snorted. I have dealt with all sorts of individuals, someone like you, a mere pipsqueak, I could easily bring to the ground in an instant. Now, either leave the items, or I shall make you regret it. With the man's furious shout, two men seated on a nearby sofa rose to their feet. One individual was engaged in conversation, while another, an elderly gentleman wearing glasses, appeared quite refined. Mr. Yang, I must trouble you, the man spoke. At the upcoming auction, I implore you to lend your discerning eye. If the bidding goes well, I am willing to increase the appraisal fee by 20%. I shall contact you then. The scholarly-looking Mr. Yang waved his hand, bidding farewell to the middle-aged man. However, upon turning back, he spoke in a low voice, "What is truly happening? Your loud commotion has frightened the other guests." The man with the small mustache seemed intimidated by this learned elder. His body trembled slightly as he hastily pointed at Su Yu, exclaiming, "He is the one deliberately causing trouble. He has brought some counterfeit fiery red porcelain shards. I suspect he is a rival competitor attempting to disrupt the proceedings. Just look at his tattered clothes. It is evident he is not a good person." Mr. Yang's gaze fell upon Su Yu's face, yet Su Yu remained undaunted, meeting his eyes with an icy stare. Even Mr. Yang could not help but lower his head in response. Observing the fiery red porcelain shards in Su Yu's hand, he expressed some surprise. "These fiery red pieces are rather exquisite," he remarked. "Young man, name your price. If it is reasonable, we shall purchase them." His tone still carried an air of condescension. Su Yu's anger swelled within him. He gathered the bag and lifted his head, his words icy and resolute. "Ha! An age is merely a name without substance. I disdain ever stepping foot in this establishment again. I would rather keep the fiery red porcelain for myself and sell it to you. Farewell. How dare you speak to me like that?" The small mustache man shouted vehemently. Mr. Yang furrowed his brow slightly, admonishing, "Enough. Be quiet. The quality of those fiery red pieces is commendable. Had you displayed a better attitude, we could have acquired them, especially considering a few of them are of exceptional quality. Reselling them could yield significant profit. However, given that I am in a good mood today due to the appraisal fees earned, I will not hold this against you. But if you dare to create further disturbances, do not blame me for being unkind." Listening to Mr. Yang's words, the small mustache man quickly nodded, saying, "Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, I guarantee there will be no further disruptions." Indeed, his subordinates promptly agreed. Su Yu had already departed from Anyage and continued to stroll through the antique street. Shortly thereafter, he halted before another antique shop, which happened to be the Howren Pavilion mentioned by the small mustache man. The sign of Howren Pavilion was crafted from pear wood, adorned with 3 gilded characters written in traditional script. The elegance of these characters caught Su Yu by surprise. It seemed that Howren Pavilion was indeed of a higher caliber than the previously mentioned Anyage. Upon entering Howren Pavilion, he found the decor quite simple, with an array of ordinary crafts displayed. The number of patrons here was significantly greater. In the center of Howren Pavilion sat an elderly gentleman, while others occupied the chairs, each presenting their cherished collectibles. The elderly gentleman is a professor of archaeology at Haishu University and a distinguished expert in antiquities, Professor Su Kai. Additionally, he is the proprietor of the esteemed antique shop, Heirangshuan. With his presence, the business flourishes remarkably. Those seated alongside Su Yu have come to seek Su Kai's expertise in appraising treasures or to sell their artifacts. No one pays attention to Su Yu, who, unfazed, pulls up a chair to sit down. Beside him sits an elderly man, clutching a bag tightly, visibly anxious and tense. Gradually, individuals approach Professor Su for appraisals. Some even sell their items to Heirangshuan. Finally, it is the elderly man's turn. He excitedly extends his hand towards Su Kai and introduces himself. "Professor Su, I am Su Weiwa. We had an appointment yesterday." "Ah, Mr. Su, please proceed," Su Kai responds. "Recently, a few of my friends and I invested a significant sum to acquire an imperial jade seal from the concierge. Knowing you are the finest appraiser in the city, we wish to request your expertise in verifying its authenticity. If it is indeed the Kangxi imperial seal, we could present it at an exhibition, thus establishing our Antiquities Research Society's reputation," the elderly man explains. Upon hearing his words, Su Kai nods. "Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will assist you in this matter." Su Weiwa nods in return, carefully retrieving the bag. He lays out a piece of rice paper on the table before unveiling the jade seal. The craftsmanship is exquisite, with the soaring dragon depicted in a majestic and lifelike manner. Once the seal is placed on the table, many eyes are drawn to its allure. Goodness, this is a rare antique. The seal must be genuine. I've seen others spend hundreds of thousands without such quality, comments one onlooker. Suyu's gaze, too, is fixed on the seal and Sukai's meticulous examination. Sukai produces a magnifying glass, scrutinizing every intricate detail of the jade seal, while Su Weihua stands to the side, cautious not to disturb him. Noticing this, Suyu furrows his brow slightly. Is it now customary to rely on instruments for appraisals? In this era of antique appreciation, everyone seems to indulge in collectibles, yet the skills of appraisal appear to be diminishing. Nevertheless, Suyu refrains from voicing his thoughts, hoping only that Sukai will be willing to accept his Firestone red porcelain shards later. My apologies, I have never appraised the jade seal before, so this presents a considerable challenge for me. Judging by the craftsmanship, the seal is indeed exquisite and aligns with the style of the Kangxi period, Sukai remarks. Su Weihua nods, retrieving a large red envelope from his bag and presenting it to Sukai. Take your time, Sukai responds, shaking his head. He then turns his gaze towards Suyu with a smile, asking, "Young man, how may I assist you?" "I wish to sell some porcelain shards," Suyu replies, producing the Firestone red pieces from his bag. Although merely fragments, these Firestone red shards are quite rare. Sukai was somewhat taken aback. The red porcelain from the Qing Dynasty was of remarkably high quality. As he spoke, he picked up the pieces of red porcelain, examining them closely. After a considerable while, he ceased his actions, smiling as he turned to Suyu. "These porcelain pieces are quite rare. Are they family heirlooms?" "No. I found them in an antique market and restored them myself," Suyu replied. "Indeed, there are few young individuals today with such skills," Sukai remarked, regarding Suyu with admiration, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Do you intend to part with all these porcelain pieces?" "Yes," Suyu affirmed. "And what price do you have in mind?" Sukai inquired. "You are the expert. Please suggest a price," Suyu replied. Sukai nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the wisdom in Suyu's words. By complimenting him, Suyu made it difficult for Sukai to offer an unreasonably low price. Hey Arangshuan is an antique shop I opened after my retirement, primarily for friends to exchange insights on antiques, but it also serves as a source of income for me. However, I assure you, I will not let you suffer a loss. These red porcelain pieces are in excellent condition. I will offer you 600 each. For 10 pieces. That totals 6,000. What do you think? Sukai proposed. As a master of appraisal, Sukai conveyed his offer without any air of arrogance, and his price was indeed fair. Good. Suyu nodded in agreement. Sukai was somewhat surprised by Suyu's prompt acceptance. Nowadays, many young people tend to be indecisive and find it challenging to focus on learning. Suyu exhibited not only competence but also decisiveness. With a smile, he called for an assistant to prepare a simple transaction contract detailing the items and price, which he signed and handed to Suyu. Upon encountering the contract for the first time, Suyu studied it diligently. His reading speed was impressive, and after reviewing the document, he inscribed his name with an elegant flourish, earning a thumbs up from Sukai. After signing, Sukai handed 6,000 to Suyu, cheerfully declaring, "The transaction is complete." "Thank you, Mr. Su," Suyu replied. "You're always welcome to visit. Should you come across any valuable items or wish to learn some appraisal techniques, feel free to seek me out," Sukai said with a smile. Having engaged in only a brief interaction, Sukai already held Suyu in high regard. "All right," Suyu replied calmly, which elevated Sukai's esteem for him even further. Just as he was about to speak to Suyu again, his QQ notification chimed. "It must be the photos I sent earlier. Let me check if my old friends have any updates," Sukai remarked. Meanwhile, Su Weihua cast a glance, feeling a tinge of nervousness. Sukai opened the file, revealing some documents sent by an old friend, along with insights regarding their opinions. After thoroughly reviewing the contents, Sukai picked up a jade pendant and quickly examined it again. Upon noticing a particular pattern on the jade seal, he ran his fingers over it and compared it with the document, causing a change in his expression. He lifted his gaze to meet Su Weihua's eyes. Su Weihua eagerly inquired, "Old Su, what is the appraisal result of this jade seal?" "I regret to admit my inability to accurately assess this jade seal." Upon hearing Sukai's words, Su Weihua seemed to lose all strength, collapsing into his chair. He weakly uttered, "You are a master of treasure appraisal. If you cannot discern its authenticity, then this jade seal must surely be a counterfeit. Please, share any concerns you have. I can bear them." Taking a deep breath, Sukai endeavored to soften his tone, Mr. Su, according to the literature provided by a friend. The Kangxi jade seal is of a pale green hue, with a cool touch, and features smooth patterns on its base. Known as the Imperial Seal of State, it is important to note that such seals can be lost or damaged. Therefore, there are several variations of the seal. One was displayed at the Huashan National Exhibition, resembling this one, yet differing significantly in its patterns. As he spoke, Su Kai enlarged and presented a photograph sent by his friend for Su Weihua to examine. The patterns on that jade seal were spiral in nature, while the base patterns of the one Su Weihua had brought were markedly smaller. Upon seeing the photograph, Su Weihua felt as though struck by thunder, his complexion paling dramatically. Just as Su Kai had stated, the patterns at the bottom of the seal were entirely dissimilar. My friend's depiction of the seal's patterns is unequivocal. Upon examining the material of the seal, it is consistent with that used during the Kangxi era. Historically, both official and private jade seals bore distinctive patterns. And for an emperor like Kangxi, the significance of these patterns was paramount, as they represented prestige. This pattern is akin to a modern QR code. While they may share similarities, they are fundamentally different. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that this jade seal was used privately by Kangxi, which is why I hesitate to make a definitive assessment. Su Kai's words prompted Su Yu to silently nod in agreement. Indeed, the esteemed professor possessed considerable expertise. In truth, Su Yu himself was uncertain of the seal's authenticity, as proper appraisal would necessitate various corroborated materials. However, he refrained from voicing further thoughts. Having no personal stake in the matter with Su Weihua, listening intently, Su Weihua felt a sense of disorientation. The substantial sum spent on acquiring this jade seal weighed heavily on him. If it proved to be a forgery, their losses would be considerable. Mr. Su, it seems my perception has failed me. Su Kai gently reassured, please do not take it to heart. Perhaps another master could confirm its authenticity. With a soft sigh, Su Weihua stood and bowed to Su Kai, presenting an envelope filled with money as a token of appreciation. Yet, Su Kai shook his head, saying, Mr. Su, I have not been of assistance to you. I cannot accept such a gift. Observing this exchange, Su Yu shook his head and chose to depart from Howren Pavilion. The young man leaves in haste. I had hoped to converse further with him, Su Kai remarked, somewhat surprised. As he gazed at Su Yu's calligraphy, admiration illuminated his face once more. Indeed, such exquisite writing. Chapter 18, Two Wretches. After leaving Howren Pavilion, Su Yu, with 6,000 yuan in hand, made his way towards the southern outskirts of the city. Previously, Zhou Tao mentioned that the fragments of porcelain he collected were sourced from the outskirts of the southern city. Although somewhat remote, the area is steeped in history, with every household possessing old estates that may harbor treasures. Some items are so obscure that even their owners are unaware of their true value, rendering it easier for one to unearth hidden gems. However, before venturing into those antiquated homes, Su Yu had a pressing matter to attend to. He needed to procure medicine. Having traversed into this realm, Su Yu found his current physical condition lacking, especially when compared to the robust physique he once possessed in his previous life. In that life, he was not only a master in the art of treasure appraisal, but also a renowned physician, with thousands of medicinal formulas swirling in his mind to bolster his health. Yesterday, he lacked funds, but today, with a modest sum at his disposal, he could contemplate enhancing his vitality. After all, one's health is the foundation of any endeavor. Without it, enjoyment of life becomes elusive. Following the direction toward the southern city outskirts, Su Yu navigated to a herbal market. The number of vendors here far surpassed those in the antique market, for medicinal herbs are of universal necessity. The herbal market was teeming with people, as the quality of the herbs was generally commendable and the prices remarkably reasonable. After perusing the market extensively, Su Yu came to a halt. Although herbs were plentiful, their age was insufficient, and even when he found what he sought, the prices far exceeded his expectations. With merely 6,000 yuan at his disposal, he realized he could scarcely afford anything substantial. Particularly when he inquired about the century-old Lingji mushroom, the vendor scoffed, stating that 1 gram commanded over 10,000 yuan. How many grams did he desire? They queried. This left Su Yu feeling somewhat helpless. It was ironic for a distinguished master of treasure appraisal to be so troubled by financial constraints. Pausing in his footsteps, Su Yu decided to continue browsing, hoping to find suitable herbs. If none were found, he would have no choice but to depart. Lacking funds, he also contemplated an alternative formula. While its efficacy may not be as pronounced, it would still yield results. Other matters could be approached gradually. As he meandered around the stalls, Su Yu diligently searched for appropriate herbs. He acquired a portion of what he needed, yet had spent half of his money on barely half of the required ingredients. Just as he was about to surrender in his search, his eye caught a glimpse of a small green herb nestled quietly on a stall, almost unnoticeable. Taking a deep breath, Suyu recognized it. Blue silvergrass. Even in his era, blue silvergrass was a rarity. Its benefits were remarkable, capable of replenishing blood and fortifying the body. Given Suyu's current frail state, the addition of blue silvergrass would undoubtedly enhance his physical constitution. With this realization, his gaze sharpened as he approached the stall. The modest display was positioned at the entrance of another shop, which operated on a weekend closure schedule, today being Sunday. The shop remained shuttered. Nearby, other vendors had set up their stalls in a similar fashion, allowing them to save on stall fees. The proprietor of the stall, where Suyu arrived, was a young Dai girl, her head adorned with a scarf. "Sir, may I inquire what you need?" the girl asked. "Let me take a look first," Suyu replied nonchalantly as he began to peruse the items. Beside him, others were also examining the herbal remedies. Suyu selected some cordyceps and a bit of honeysuckle. Afterward, he picked up a withered herb, weighing it in his hand. Indeed, it was blue silvergrass. A wave of joy surged through Suyu. With this herb, his health would significantly improve. "Miss, what is this?" Suyu inquired. "It is an unknown herb. If you wish, I can sell it to you for 10 yuan, the girl responded. "All right, I'll take these herbs and also 1 pound of cordyceps," Suyu said. "Very well," the girl replied. During their conversation, however, 2 men who had been examining the herbs suddenly seized a handful of cordyceps and attempted to flee. Such brazen acts of theft were not uncommon in the herbal market. The girl, startled, exclaimed, "Someone is stealing." Suyu sighed, lamenting the decline of morals in society. He immediately stepped forward, grasping the shoulders of the fleeing men. Though they struggled to break free from his grip, their efforts were in vain. In an instant, Suyu yanked them back, causing them to stumble and fall to the ground, the stolen goods scattered around them. Engaging in such petty thievery and bullying a girl, do you not possess any sense of shame? Suyu coldly remarked. The 2 men were furious. Had it not been for Suyu's interference, they would not find themselves in such a humiliating predicament. Ignoring the fallen herbs, one of them growled, "You have thoroughly angered me. Today, I shall make you pay. Few dare to disrupt our affairs. Do you know we are from the Tianyuan society?" The other sneered. They approached Suyu with menacing intent. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, instinctively took a few steps back, their expressions shifting with concern. Though they disapproved of the men's actions, they were unwilling to involve themselves in the conflict. The Dai girl gritted her teeth and stood protectively in front of Suyu. He gently grasped her hand and reassured her, "Do not worry. I will handle these 2 miscreants." With that, Suyu advanced toward them. Although his demeanor remained calm, his stature grew in the girl's eyes. The men, seeing Suyu's continued bravado, were even more incensed. "Do you think I am invisible? This time, I will ensure your demise." They charged at Suyu, envisioning the moment they would trample him underfoot. Despite the considerable frailty of Suyu's physique compared to before, he felt no pressure facing these 2 inept adversaries. To Suyu, their movements appeared exceedingly sluggish as they sprinted. With a cold smirk, he unleashed a powerful punch. The 2 men, confident they could easily overpower Suyu, had prepared themselves for a significant confrontation. However, with a single strike, Suyu effortlessly brought them down. Truly pathetic. He sneered as he stepped on them. Chapter 19. Acupuncture. "Thank you, sir," the girl exclaimed hastily. Earning money was no easy feat for her, especially considering the high price of cordyceps. The cordyceps those 2 had seized were valued at over 1,000 yuan. "It's all right," Suyu replied. "You 2 dare to rob others and still have the audacity to show your faces?" One of the men spoke in a deep voice. "Do you dare treat us this way? You will face retribution from the Tianyuan society." But before he could finish, Suyu delivered a swift kick, sending the man flying. The other man, his face pale with terror, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Big brother, please spare me. I promise I won't do it again. Get lost." Suyu snorted. "Yes," the man quickly responded and fled. The other man followed suit. Suyu handed the girl the items he wanted and inquired, "How much for these?" "Big brother, you've helped me, so I'll give these to you," the girl replied. "No need. Earning money is hard for you as well," Suyu said. "Besides, with these cordyceps and supplements, I'll give you 500 yuan. "Wait," the girl interjected. However, Suyu picked up the items and departed. Watching his retreating figure, the girl felt a sense of admiration for him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The world may be dark, but there are still good people in it. Acquiring the blue silvergrass was an unexpected delight for Suyu. Its efficacy was remarkable, propelling his goal of strengthening his body forward significantly. After stowing the herbs in his bag, Su Yu indulged in a meal of pig trotter rice at a small eatery before heading towards the southern suburbs. Next, he intended to explore whether there were any antiques worth uncovering. Although Su Yu possessed some skills, his financial resources were limited. He did not aspire to achieve instant success, but rather aimed to gradually increase his funds before making further plans. Furthermore, even in large antique shops, treasures were not guaranteed. Yesterday at the Treasure Pavilion and today at the Anya Pavilion, Su Yu had yet to find anything of value. Conversely, there might be some lost antiques among the common folk. In such circumstances, it was impossible for Su Yu to directly assess treasures. The process of appraisal was akin to sifting through sand in search of gold. Only through steady progress could one achieve greatness. The sweltering summer brought with it a hot breeze, making the journey feel akin to a steamy sauna, leaving him in a daze. After cycling for approximately half an hour, Su Yu had not yet reached the southern suburbs, and his clothes were already drenched in sweat. His body truly felt exceedingly weak. Su Yu contemplated that it was time to find a place to rest. He halted his bicycle and made his way to a shaded area. To his surprise, he encountered a throng of people ahead. This piqued his curiosity. What could have transpired to attract such a crowd? In the midst of the densely packed assembly, a chilling scream pierced the air. Navigating through the crowd, Su Yu's gaze fell upon an elderly man sprawled on the ground, his body convulsing slightly. Beside him was a young girl, supporting the elderly man as she attempted to administer cardiopulmonary resuscitation. However, despite her pressing hands against his chest, the old man showed no signs of recovery. His convulsions became increasingly pronounced. To Su Yu's astonishment, the elderly man was none other than Su Weihua, whom he had previously encountered at Haoran Xian, holding the Kangxi imperial seal. In this moment, Su Weihua's complexion was ashen, his body trembling, and foam bubbling from his mouth, as if he were on the brink of death. In stark contrast, the girl beside him, clad in a black dress, wore a grave expression as she tirelessly endeavored to save him. Observing her actions, Su Yu surmised that she possessed professional nursing skills. Yet, her efforts yielded no positive outcome, causing Su Yu's brow to furrow even deeper. He stepped closer, approaching the elderly man and the girl. Suddenly, he grasped the girl's arm, halting her actions. The onlookers froze in astonishment, quickly transforming their surprise into outrage. Release that girl. Can't you see she is trying to save him? Even if you're trying to flirt, you must discern the situation. If the old man dies, you will not fare well either. They admonished Su Yu. However, he paid their words no heed. The beautiful girl, witnessing Su Yu's actions, expressed her annoyance. Let me go. She attempted to strike him, but Su Yu spoke. Your method of resuscitation is incorrect. The girl paused, taken aback by his statement. Do you have silver needles? Su Yu inquired. Yes, she replied. Do you know acupuncture? He asked again, only to be met with a look of bewilderment on her face. Sensing her confusion, Su Yu declared, I will take over. Without hesitation, he seized the silver needles from her grasp. He then ignited a lighter to sterilize the needles before turning his attention back to Su Weihua. The elderly man's previous light-hearted demeanor was overshadowed by the devastating impact of discovering that the imperial seal was a counterfeit, compounded by his pre-existing heart condition. This had led to his current state of shock. If immediate assistance was not rendered, the elderly man was likely to succumb. Dantian acupoint, Su called out, thrusting the silver needle into the old man's lower abdomen. Observing Su Yu's actions, the girl gasped in disbelief, her face a portrait of shock. Su Yu then heated another needle and skillfully inserted it into Su Weihua's neck, followed by his face and then the crown of his head. In no time, Su Weihua's body was adorned with an array of silver needles, creating an eerily surreal atmosphere. Some bystanders gasped, Young man, won't you endanger someone's life like this? Su Yu moved with remarkable swiftness, displaying a fluid grace as he deftly inserted the silver needles. The onlookers were left in a daze, and the young girl covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. In the next moment, a silver needle pierced Su Weihua's body. Initially, Su Weihua was convulsing violently, but as the needle penetrated him, he ceased to tremble. Su Yu then gently patted him, as if he had stimulated a vital point, restoring the flow of qi and blood within Su Weihua. With a sudden surge of vitality, Su Weihua sat up. Chapter 20. Swift and Decisive. Wow! The crowd exclaimed in unison. Moments ago, Su Weihua's breath had been faint, as if he were on the brink of death, yet now he seemed to have regained vigor. With a sudden gasp, Su Weihua expelled a mouthful of dark blood, his convulsions intensifying once more. Su Yu halted his actions, his complexion turning pale, yet he rose to his feet. Hearing the girl's remarks, he rolled his eyes and urged, What are you standing there for? Come help. The girl hurried over and turned Su Weihua onto his side, striking his back with her knee as Su Yu instructed. Though puzzled, she complied with his command. Put some strength into it. Have you not eaten? Su Yu chided. The girl huffed and applied greater force with her knee against Su Weihua's back. The impact caused Su Weihua to grunt, and soon after, he expelled a clump of dark blood. The crowd was left in shock. Good heavens! Is this young man going to kill him? The old man's health is already precarious, and he is being subjected to this turmoil. We must keep a close watch. If anything happens, we should call the police. However, they soon realized their fears were unfounded. As Su Weihua expelled the dark blood, his eyes fluttered open, though weak. He was at least conscious. An ambulance arrived, and the doctor and nurses disembarked. They quickly noticed the three individuals in the center of the crowd and the conspicuous pool of blood on the ground. The doctor's serious gaze fell upon the trio. You three, please accompany us to the hospital, he instructed, preparing a stretcher for the nurses to assist. First, they approached the young girl, who shot the doctor a glare. I'm perfectly fine. What do I need a stretcher for? Are you even a real doctor? You can't even tell who needs treatment. The doctor, taken aback by her reprimand, stammered, I was concerned about your condition. You should be more worried about yourself. I could easily take you down with a single punch, the girl retorted, urging them to take the elderly man away. Very well, the doctor replied. As the medical staff attempted to assist Su Weihua, he pushed their hands away, his expression vacant. Why do you want to save me? It will be better to let me die. He lamented that the jade seal had consumed all his wealth, only to discover it was a counterfeit. Upon hearing Su Weihua's words, the doctor found himself in a quandary. At that moment, the girl stood up and approached, delivering a resounding slap across Su Weihua's face. The force of her blow was substantial, producing a sharp sound that instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Even Su Weihua was taken aback. How dare you contemplate death after we have expended such effort to save you? At your age, can you not comprehend that all difficulties will eventually pass? Is there any challenge that surpasses the anguish of death? Her words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Su Weihua momentarily speechless. Su Yu looked at the girl with surprise, having presumed her to be gentle, only to discover her temperament was more volatile than a storm. Su Weihua opened his mouth to respond, but tears streamed down his face. Miss, the elder is enduring immense suffering. Please do not add to their distress, the doctor implored. Who are you calling, miss? The girl shot back, glaring at the doctor. He quickly retreated, falling to the ground in surprise. Observing her fiery disposition, Su Yu shook his head. Though she was attractive, her temperament was excessively fierce. Noticing Su Yu's disapproval, the girl scoffed. What are you shaking your head for, you brat? After carefully stowing her silver needles, she remarked to Su Yu, your technique is quite commendable. Indeed, it is a family heirloom, he replied. As they spoke, the girl suddenly threw a punch at Su Yu, aiming to teach him a lesson for his earlier gesture. Su Yu's expression hardened, for reasons unknown. The girl felt an inexplicable chill. Nevertheless, she unleashed her punch, and despite Su Yu's keen perception of her movements, his physical speed failed to match his sight. The girl managed to seize his wrist. Where do you think you're going? She taunted, her gaze playful as she yanked him towards her. Realizing he could not evade her grasp, Su Yu sighed, acknowledging that his physique was still lacking. However, he was not one to remain passive. He struck back, believing this girl's fiery nature warranted a lesson. She appeared intrigued, throwing her fists at him, engaging with her. Su Yu felt a sharp pain in his hands, an inevitable consequence of his inferior physical condition. As the girl prepared to attack again, Su Yu used his other hand to strike her grip, employing a clever maneuver to free himself. He swiftly dodged her onslaught and aimed a palm strike at her. Initially, he intended for her to sidestep, but unexpectedly, she charged forward, relishing the challenge. Su Yu had to adjust his trajectory once more, continuing his advance. The girl's fist connected with Su Yu, but she seemed momentarily stunned, realizing that his palm had landed on the resilient area of her chest. Time stood still at that moment. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Su Yu's face. If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Misunderstanding my foot. The girl retorted angrily, her fist crashing towards Su Yu. Earlier, she had restrained her strength, but now she unleashed her full force. Su Yu was sent stumbling back several steps, a sharp ache radiating from his arm. The girl was poised to charge again, and Su Yu gritted his teeth, preparing to give it his all. But if I see you again, I won't let you off so easily. With that, she turned and strode away, as decisive as her nature dictated. Su Yu finally exhaled. The girl was indeed beautiful and kind-hearted, yet her temperament left much to be desired. Chapter 21. The Imperial Seal. Once the girl departed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Such a girl was hard to endure. The doctor looked at the seated Su Weihua and said, "Old man, let us head to the hospital." However, Su Weihua shook his head, replying, "No need. After the treatment from this young man, I feel much better." Then a checkup wouldn't hurt, the doctor suggested. Yet, Su Weihua shook his head resolutely. "In that case, Mr. Su, please take good care of yourself," Su Yu said, preparing to leave. "How do you know my name?" Su Weihua asked, surprised. "I saw you at Heirangshuan," Su Yu replied. Recalling the events at Heirangshuan, Su Weihua recognized the boy who sold porcelain shards. "So it's you," he exclaimed. "Life is but a fleeting moment. Cherish it as you go," Su Yu said, ready to turn away. "Sir, wait a moment," Su Weihua called after him. "What is it?" "Su Yu Inguit, may I accompany you?" Su Weihua asked. "I don't know where to go now." Seeing the elderly man's hopeful expression, Su Yu nodded, saying, "Then let us go. I plan to visit the southern suburbs." "All right, I'll go with you," Su Weihua agreed. The doctor called out from behind, "Wait, old man, if you don't seek treatment, it could be dangerous." However, Su Weihua and Su Yu continued their conversation, ignoring him. The doctor shrugged helplessly, unable to handle such situations. As Su Yu pushed his bicycle, he conversed with Su Weihua. "Old Su, what you said about buying the seal with a few old friends, it can't be genuine, can it?" Su Yu remarked. "If you and your friends purchased it for research, it must have been with your spare funds. You and T lose your composure over a counterfeit seal." Listening to Su Yu, Su Weihua wore a wry smile. "It was indeed not for research. I lied earlier. I have no children, and I am significantly older than my brother. My parents passed away early, and although I inherited the family business, I raised him myself. Back in school, he always got into trouble, and I was the one cleaning up after him. Who would have thought that after entering society, he would escalate his antics? I have already lost a considerable amount of money due to his misdeeds. Moreover, his expenditures are considerable. He frequently changes girlfriends, and some of them end up pregnant, necessitating a substantial sum for child support." After a pause, Su Weihua sighed. "I began to rein in his spending, but to my surprise, he, lured by the convenience of online loans, started borrowing money, juggling debts from one lender to another. His daily expenses and gifts for his girlfriends are all designer brands. He has borrowed over $1 million, yet the repayment has exceeded $3 million. Where can I possibly find such funds? I am left with no choice but to consider pawning our family heirloom, the Kangxi Imperial Seal." Su Yu inquired, "And what of your brother?" "He has already fled," Su Weihua replied. "Thus these burdens fall entirely upon me. You cannot imagine, that scoundrel even stabbed an employee from the online loan company. And that poor soul is now lying in a hospital bed." Su Weihua chuckled bitterly. "The other lenders come knocking on my door daily. Your brother is truly a burden." Su Yu commented, "What can I do? After all, he is my brother," Su Weihua lamented. "He is just in his 30s, 20 years my junior, and I do not wish for him to ruin his life at such a tender age. After this ordeal, I shall ensure he is sent to a labor reform facility." "Very well," Su Yu replied. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Actually, I have some knowledge of antiques. May I inquire as to your place of origin?" "I hail from Suzhou and Hangzhou," Su Weihua responded. "Upon examining your seal, I found its craftsmanship exquisite and the patterns remarkably natural, making it unlikely to be a counterfeit." Su Yu noted. "Furthermore, there was once a prominent family in Suzhou and Hangzhou named Su Yuanfang. Are you acquainted with them?" At Su Yu's words, Su Weihua nodded. "That is my great-grandfather. Mr. Su Yuanfang was a grand scholar of the Qing Dynasty, known for his forthright counsel during the reign of Emperor Kangxi. It is said that Emperor Kangxi once remarked, 'Su Yuanfang is truly the Zhuge Liang of our time.' Due to Mr. Su Yuanfang's integrity, he was well aligned with Emperor Kangxi's temperament. The emperor generously rewarded him, and few could retire in peace during Kangxi's era. However, due to his unwavering trust in Mr. Su Yuanfang, even after retirement, the emperor would visit him. Thus, your seal, even if not the imperial seal of the nation, is certainly not ordinary for Mr. Su Yuanfang was a high-ranking official during the reign of Kangxi," Su Yu recounted eloquently. In that moment, even Su Weihua felt a surge of excitement. He grasped Su Yu's hand tightly and asked, "Is this truly the case?" "Indeed," Su Yu affirmed, "I have conducted a preliminary examination, and this seal is remarkable." "That's wonderful," Su Weihua exclaimed. "Though those online loan sharks are despicable, they do not deserve death. It pains me to see someone in the hospital." Su Yu cast a glance at Su Weihua, somewhat surprised. He had assumed that the collectors of this era had lost the noble spirit of yesteryears. Yet now, he perceived it in Su Weihua. An injury of such severity incurs medical expenses of at least 800,000, Su Weihua sighed. "I have spent a considerable amount on appraisal fees and consulted several experts in treasure identification, yet they all claim the seal is a forgery. Even Professor Su Kai concurs. I have fallen into despair. Master, you have bestowed upon me a glimmer of hope. Might I request your esteemed assistance in appraising something? At this juncture, Su Weihua fixed his gaze earnestly upon Su Yu. Su Yu was somewhat taken aback. Do you truly place your trust in me? He inquired. Logically speaking, it was natural for one to harbor doubts towards someone as young as Su Yu. Indeed, I trust you. Your vast knowledge assures me that you speak no falsehoods. Moreover, even if the Jade Seal were to be an elaborate ruse, I would resign myself to fate, Su Weihua replied. Do not be so pessimistic, Su Yu countered. I reiterate, the value of the Jade Seal shall not diminish. How much do you wish to sell it for? 800,000, Su Weihua stated. For I must ensure that individual receives the proper care. Upon hearing Su Weihua's words, Su Yu nodded in agreement, declaring, very well, I shall purchase it. What? A look of astonishment crossed Su Weihua's face. Are you concerned that I might deceive you? Or perhaps you doubt my financial means? A rare smile graced Su Yu's features. Certainly not, Su Weihua replied. Since you, master, have made such a declaration, I shall sell it to you. Su Yu waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to rush. In 3 days, we shall finalize the transaction. At that time, let us invite Elder Su at Howren Pavilion to serve as a witness. Agreed, Su Weihua responded. With matters resolved, Su Yu encouraged him to find a place to rest. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Very well, master, travel safely, Su Weihua hurriedly replied. Chapter 22, A Bounty of Gains. Su Yu felt an immense gratitude towards Su Weihua. Not only had Su Yu saved his life, but he was also willing to transform his fate. Watching Su Yu's retreating figure, Su Weihua perceived him as towering and grand. Cycling onward, Su Yu ventured towards the southern outskirts of the city. Though the scrap yard had been closed, remnants of discarded materials remained, and if sold entirely, could yield around 10,000. Yet, he was still 79,000 short of the required sum. Such a substantial amount of money to amass in 3 days was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. To others, this task might seem nearly insurmountable. However, Su Yu harbored no doubt regarding his capabilities. His prior research on the Jade Seal had been somewhat superficial. Nevertheless, the quality of the jade and the esteemed reputation of Su Yuanfang compelled him to believe that investing 80,000 in the Jade Seal was unequivocally worthwhile. I must expedite my efforts to earn money, Su Yu resolutely thought, quickening his cycling pace. The few kilometers were traversed swiftly. The southern suburbs remained characterized by dilapidated dwellings, with an emptiness that bore witness to a lack of vehicles. Though somewhat backward, such places often concealed treasures. Originally, he was to gather scrap, so he donned a set of tattered clothing and activated a loudspeaker. The boisterous announcements echoed through the southern outskirts. Old copper, scrap iron, outdated washing machines, refrigerators, air conditioners. We collect all manner of used items. The volume carried across much of the southern suburbs. In this area, men were out working while women tended to children at home. Responding to the loudspeaker's call, many emerged with their discarded belongings. However, while Su Yu collected a considerable amount of old appliances, the antiques he sought remained elusive. Faced with this reality, Su Yu felt a twinge of frustration. As dusk approached, Su Yu prepared to depart. Just then, a plump woman came running towards him, carrying a bag. Wait a moment, good sir, she called out. Upon reaching him, she placed the bag on the ground and opened it, revealing numerous vases within. Do you collect these? They belong to my grandfather, who used to grow flowers. We have purchased new ones, and these old ones have been sitting idle for quite some time, she explained. If you're interested, I can offer them at a reduced price. Su Yu's lips twitched slightly at her words. He was tempted to voice his thoughts, but chose to examine the contents instead. After all, it was possible that among these ordinary vases lay some hidden antiques. As he rummaged through the bag, he discovered that most of the vases were indeed old and of little value. However, during his inspection, he was taken aback. Among these commonplace vessels, he found one vase caked in dirt. Despite its soiled exterior, he recognized it after brushing aside the grime. It was a piece of Qing Dynasty blue and white porcelain. How much for this vase? Su Yu inquired, noting its dilapidated state, which suggested it was worth little. Will you take it? The woman replied. It's just taking up space at home. If you're willing to take them off my hands, I won't ask for much. Su Yu nodded. I'll take them. I can give you 10 yuan for these. What do you think? There's so many, the woman remarked. Now they're all yours. After the transaction, she happily left with the money. Su Yu felt quite satisfied with his haul. By the time he arrived at the dilapidated wooden shack, it was already past 9 in the evening. Standing at the entrance, he was about to call for Zhou Tao to assist him when an enticing aroma wafted through the air. They typically lived frugally, especially after the tragic demise of his father's brothers, two of whose children they had taken in. These two children were academically inclined and were currently in high school, which necessitated their careful budgeting. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Tao would not indulge in lavish meals. Suddenly, a chill ran through Su Yu as he contemplated the situation. He stepped inside. The shack was filled with an assortment of barbecue, beer, braised pork knuckle, and sauerkraut beef. The delectable scent was intoxicating, especially since Su Yu had not savored good food in quite some time. Apart from Zhou Tao, there was another man present. This individual, clad in a sharp suit and possessing striking features, seemed out of place in the shabby setting. Liangqiu, what brings you here? Su Yu asked in a low voice. How dare you come here, Liangqiu? Su Yu clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Just as tensions mounted, Zhou Tao hurriedly stepped between them, saying, Brother Yu. Brother Qiu, let us discuss this calmly. Zhou Tao, did I not tell you to kick him out whenever he showed up? Su Yu replied coldly. Brother Yu, Brother Qiu only wants to help us. Zhou Tao interjected. After a brief pause, he continued, Look, Brother Qiu has brought us plenty of food, this sauerkraut beef and that barbecue. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on Zhou Tao's face. Particularly when he noticed Su Yu taking a few steps forward, he believed Su Yu had been persuaded. However, Su Yu merely tossed his coat onto the dilapidated hanger and coldly stated, Bring me the leftover buns. Huh? Zhou Tao was somewhat taken aback. I mean the buns from breakfast, Su Yu reiterated. Brother Yu, you shouldn't always be at odds with Brother Qiu. He has our best interests at heart. Despite his words, Zhou Tao's gaze averted Su Yu. Huh, Su Yu, you certainly have a flair for dramatics. Want to eat buns? Fine, Liangqiu sneered. With that, he sauntered into the kitchen and returned with a few cold buns, carelessly tossing them onto the table. These cold buns were hidden by Zhou Tao, who had intended for Su Yu to enjoy a proper meal. Witnessing Liangqiu's actions, Zhou Tao attempted to intervene, but Su Yu had already approached. Snatching a bun and taking a bite, he did not even glance at the delectable dishes laid out on the table. Brother Yu, come quickly and eat. We can't finish all this, Zhou Tao urged. Still, Su Yu remained silent, uttering not a single word. Eat or don't eat, it's a matter of respect. Liangqiu shouted. Chapter 23, The Commotion. Zhou Tao found himself in a difficult position. Liangqiu handed Zhou Tao a bottle of beer and opened one for himself. After taking a swig, a refreshing sensation spread through him, slightly calming the anger that had previously consumed him. Zhou Tao had no choice but to accompany Liangqiu in drinking and eating, his gaze continually drifting towards Su Yu. After a few bites, Zhou Tao took a bowl, scooped some tender, fragrant beef into it, and brought it to Su Yu. Brother Yu, this beef is incredibly delicious. You must try it. To his dismay, Su Yu merely swatted the bowl away, sending it crashing to the floor and scattering its contents everywhere. Witnessing this, Zhou Tao's eyes turned slightly red, and he finally bowed his head to clean up the mess. If you're not going to eat, then leave. Are you just going to be an eyesore here? Liangqiu skufa. Liangqiu, why do you have to speak to me like that? You would do well to remain silent. If you utter another word, I swear I'll deal with you. Su Yu coldly retorted. In that instant, the atmosphere grew noticeably tense. Just as Liangqiu was about to respond, Zhou Tao hurriedly interjected, Brother Yu, do you want something else to eat? Brother Qiu has always had our best interests at heart. Yet Su Yu did not even glance back, turning instead to fetch a kettle of water. Liangqiu continued to sneer, ignoring Su Yu. Soon, most of the food had been consumed. Liangqiu extracted a black bag from a nearby sack and declared, Here, this is for the younger brother's tuition. They should not waste their talents. Brother Qiu, you and I have enough money, Zhou Tao stated. Take it and stop arguing. Do you think collecting scrap can earn a fortune? Liangqiu retorted. Immediately, Zhou Tao's expression shifted. He noticed Su Yu's fists clenching tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Liangqiu. Brother Yu, Zhou Tao said. However, upon encountering Su Yu, he was promptly pushed away. Su Yu gazed at Liangqiu with an icy demeanor and remarked, What a scavenging. At least our earnings are clean, while your wealth is acquired through the sale of your body. What gives you the audacity to act superior? We are guiltless, yet I suspect you are haunted by nightmares each night, aren't you? No, you are too occupied attending to others to find rest, I presume. The dark aura between your brows suggests impending misfortune. As Su Yu's words resonated, Liangqiu's expression turned frigid, and he barked, Su Yu, shut your mouth. Who do you think you are? I have a stake in this household as well. I'm not allowed to be here. Furthermore, it was because of you that the boss ended up in prison. Were it not for his regard, I wouldn't even bother with you. Huh, Liangqiu, you still dare to speak? Su Yu's expression hardened. The boss is imprisoned not solely because of you being embroiled in a dispute with a client. As a public relations manager, You ought to avoid entangling yourself with married women. The incident was trivial, yet that woman's husband sought to assault Zhou Xiaolin, and you foolishly intervened. As a result, she lacked the courage to testify. The boss is incarcerated because of your actions. Li Yanqiu nearly roared. The mutual accusations ignited sparks in the air. I will take responsibility for the lives of our brothers. Once the boss is released, I will be the one to arrange everything. Li Yanqiu stated coldly. Suyu, you are merely a scavenger. Step aside. In that moment, he displayed no mercy. Yet, Suyu retaliated with a swift kick, sending plates flying from the table, placing his foot atop it with a stern expression. Upon the boss's release, I will also arrange his life. Your money is tainted. We have no need for it. Blast it. I've longed to eliminate you. In this world, wealth reigns supreme. And you dare to look down upon me? Li Yanqiu seized a bottle and smashed it upon the table, exclaiming, I wanted to take you down for ages, and I refuse to endure it any longer. With that, he kicked toward Suyu, who countered with a punch aimed at Li Yanqiu. Despite Li Yanqiu's position in public relations, he maintained physical fitness and practiced martial arts. After their fists clashed, both retreated simultaneously. Brother Qiu, brother Yu. Zhou Tao's expression shifted. Yet this time, both men forcefully pushed him aside, declaring, get lost. Since you caused the boss to be imprisoned, you no longer qualify to be our brother. Suyu spoke coldly. Blast it. I am merely a public relations manager, not a courtesan. Besides, it was you who directly led to the boss's imprisonment. And you still protect that old Zhou's granddaughter. Li Yanqiu retorted, I built this household in Haishur. I have a stake here as well. You, Suyu, are younger than I am. What right do you have to expel me? Once the boss arrives, I can buy him a house. Suyu scoffed. I can buy him a house as well. Huh, you, a mere scavenger, buying a house. Li Yanqiu snarled. Indeed, it is true. I can unearth antiques while scavenging, effortlessly turning them into a fortune exceeding 1,000,000. Do you believe you possess such capabilities? Suyu remarked coldly. You wear a facade of amiability, embracing others, and on occasion, perhaps even attending to their more intimate needs. Yet, how much do you truly earn from such endeavors? Li Yanqiu, incensed, retorted, damn it, you. A mere scavenger. Speak as if you are invincible. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will undoubtedly lose your way. With that, Li Yanqiu quickened his pace and launched a punch towards Suyu. Suyu, with an open palm, seized his fist, while Li Yanqiu raised his knee to strike. Their altercation swiftly escalated into a fierce confrontation. Observing the fray with mounting anxiety, Zhou Tao felt powerless to intervene. He could only make a phone call, exclaiming, Brother Yu. Brother Qiu, Li Tsuan wishes to speak with you. Li Tsuan was their younger brother. Upon hearing this, both Suyu and Li Yanqiu momentarily halted their actions. Li Tsuan, have you been studying diligently lately? Li Yanqiu inquired. If you find yourself short of funds, do not hesitate to inform Brother Qiu. He shall assist you. Your foremost priority should be to study earnestly and prepare for university. Additionally, relay to Zijian the importance of paying attention in class. The previously furious Li Yanqiu spoke to Li Tsuan with unexpected gentleness. When it was Suyu's turn, he too offered guidance. Do not accept money from outsiders. Should you encounter difficulties, come to Brother Yu, and I shall help you resolve them. After hanging up, Li Yanqiu's chest heaved with exertion. Yet he addressed Suyu, saying, Suyu, listen well. Out of respect for Li Tsuan and Zijian, I will not stoop to your level. Furthermore, I will assist you in finding Xiaowan. Remember, I hold a stake in this matter. Do not presume this is your territory. I will seek my own sister, and the compensation for your expulsion will be calculated in monetary terms. Suyu countered, do you think you're wealthy? You're merely a collector of refuse. Begone. The two continued their quarrel as more people gathered at the entrance. Eventually, both Li Yanqiu and Suyu fell silent. Brother Qiu, when did you arrive? A charming girl timidly inquired of Li Yanqiu. Upon seeing her, Li Yanqiu's expression hardened. Ah, you are well. Do you not feel a pang of guilt regarding the past? Upon hearing these words, the girl's complexion turned pale. Zhou Laotu sighed resignedly. Xiao Lin is also. However, Li Yanqiu disregarded Zhou Laotu's words, pushing through the crowd and exiting. Brother Yu, I apologize, Xiao Lin said with a bittersweet smile. Yet, exchanging glances with Zhou Laotu, Xiao Lin produced a black bag, handing it to Suyu. Brother Yu, this is the savings of my grandfather and me. We understand you are in need of funds recently, and we wish to assist you. Xiao Tao silence. Suyu commanded. I shall resolve the matter concerning the boss swiftly. But Xiao Lin interjected. Are you not aware of my capabilities? Suyu replied. As soon as he spoke, the old man Zhou and Xiao Lin were momentarily taken aback. Very well. Xiao Lin said, allow me to assist you in tidying up this place, it seems rather disheveled. Leave. We do not require your help. I can manage the cleaning myself. Zhou Tao interjected, positioning himself in front of Shaolin, his tone frosty. Shaolin nodded in acknowledgement. Yuga, your hand is injured. I have prepared some bandages and disinfectant for you. You must attend to it. After saying this, she supported the old man Zhou and departed from Su Yu's humble abode. In the enveloping darkness, the figures of the grandfather and grandson appeared particularly frail, as though a mere gust of wind could topple them. Chapter 24. The Unraveling of the Heart's Knot. Indeed, they were pitiable souls, Su Yu sighed. Those who are unfortunate must have their own reasons for such misfortune. Yuga, we need not pay him any mind, Zhou Tao remarked. He took a piece of paper and began to calculate, saying, Yuga, I have considered it. Our recycling station must continue its operation. Aunt Yu mentioned that to establish a recycling station, we must secure the proper permits. This time, we cannot afford to exploit the situation. If there is another opportunity, she will report us and seize the chance to expel us. At that moment, Zhou Tao earnestly calculated. The cost of the permits was 60,000 yuan. Earlier, Chioga had given 1,000, and I have saved a few thousand, while others have also contributed 10,000 as a loan. If we still fall short, we might seek further assistance from Chioga. I will not borrow from him. Su Yu retorted coldly. Li Yangqiu has lost his dignity in public relations. I refuse to accept his money. I will devise a solution regarding the finances. In that moment, Su Yu regained his previous imposing demeanor. By the way, did you receive anything today? Su Yu inquired. Indeed, Zhou Tao replied, guiding Su Yu to the vicinity of the items he had procured. Su Yu surveyed the gathered objects. They were merely a collection of trivial scraps, devoid of any precious antiques, which left him somewhat disheartened. Yet, he recognized that antiques do not simply materialize at will. Su Yu found himself in dire need of funds. 60,000 yuan for the permits, and another 800,000 for the jade seal he wished to acquire from Su Weiwa. Having only recently arrived in this world, he was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of poverty. Nevertheless, Su Yu remained confident that he could amass the necessary funds within 3 days. Help me bring the items inside, Su Yu instructed. All right, Zhou Tao replied. Together, they moved the items Su Yu had acquired that afternoon into the dwelling. Among them was the blue and white porcelain he had purchased, which he carefully arranged. The blue-silver grass he had acquired was pivotal for his physical well-being. Although Su Yu's knowledge and martial skills remained intact, his frail body posed a significant limitation. Once Zhou Tao retrieved the medicinal pot, Su Yu followed the formula to prepare the medicine, patiently waiting for it to brew. The individual with whom Su Yu had clashed earlier was named Li Yangqiu, one of his comrades. When the 6 brothers had arrived in Haishu, they were utterly impoverished and turned to the recycling business to scrape by. Subsequently, to support his family, Li Yangqiu took a job as a public relations officer in a bar. Every day, he warmly greets guests, offering a smile to each one. Though the patrons often look down upon him, they are nonetheless generous with their tips. As long as he can earn money, Li Yangqiu is content. His neighbor, Shaolin, a high school student, has captivated the hearts of many young men despite her tender age, possessing an enchanting beauty. Coming from a humble background, Shaolin has learned the value of hard work from a young age. Subsequently, she enlisted Li Yangqiu's help in securing a part-time job as a waitress at a bar. With her striking looks, she caught the attention of a client of Li Yangqiu's shortly after starting her job. This man, known for his penchant for hiring a companion, was immediately drawn to Shaolin, insisting that she join him for drinks. However, Shaolin vehemently resisted his advances. Li Yangqiu intervened to protect her, but was met with a slap from the client, Yang Ding, who was determined to have his way with Shaolin. Just then, Su Yu and a few friends arrived to find this altercation, prompting Su Yu to charge at Yang Ding and strike him. Yang Ding was accompanied by several henchmen who soon joined the fray, igniting a fierce brawl. Although Su Yu and his friends managed to subdue Yang Ding, they sustained significant injuries in the process. The consequences of this altercation proved dire, as Su Yu's impulsive actions escalated the situation dramatically. Yang Ding's connections were formidable, and his family's anger was palpable following the incident. Ultimately, it was the leader who assumed responsibility for the fallout, allowing Su Yu and his friends to escape further repercussions, albeit with serious injuries that left Su Yu in a weakened state. What disheartened the group was Shaolin's silence throughout the ordeal, as she refrained from corroborating their account against Yang Ding. They understood her fear. After all, she came from an ordinary family. Yet, they had stood up for her when it mattered most. They had incurred substantial costs and made efforts to ensure the leader was not mistreated in the aftermath of the fight, depleting their resources in the process. As a result, their resentment towards Shaolin grew. Following the incident, Su Yu blamed Li Yangqiu for bringing Shaolin to the bar, which led to such turmoil. In turn, Li Yangqiu chastised Su Yu for his recklessness, suggesting that a mere couple of hits could have been avoided had they retreated sooner. The brothers eventually parted ways. Li Yangqiu transitioned to a different bar, starting from the ground up and eventually becoming a minor leader, improving his circumstances somewhat. Reflecting on this, Su Yu's eyes reddened with emotion. What was Li Yangqiu after all? Did the leader, known for his fiery temperament, expect to cower in subservience? Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Zhou Tao sighed softly. Being younger and with two older brothers, he felt it inappropriate to interject. No further discussion. Come, let us drink this medicine together, Su Yu insisted. Zhou Tao's face was filled with confusion. Brother Yu, what medicine? I'm not even sick. This is a tonic for strengthening the body. Less chatter, just drink it. Su Yu replied. The blue silver grass was brewed into 2 bowls of medicine, one for him and one for Zhou Tao. Su Yu was aware that Zhou Tao had previously suffered from malnutrition. Coupled with the injuries sustained in recent years, his body had yet to fully recover. The efficacy of the blue silver grass was astonishing. Consuming the concoction would significantly bolster one's physical strength. Observing that Su Yu had already taken his medicine, Zhou Tao, not wishing to reject his brother's kindness, followed suit and drank his portion as well. After consuming the medicine, Zhou Tao felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. Surprised, he turned to Su Yu and inquired, Brother Yu, what kind of medicine is this? Just a good thing, Su Yu replied. Hurry and sleep. The effects will be even better if you do. Zhou Tao nodded. Su Yu soon lay down and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Su Yu awoke at 7. After a restful night, he felt considerably stronger. Such was the power of the blue silver grass. Zhou Tao was busy tidying up when he noticed Su Yu and remarked, Brother Yu, that medicine was truly effective. I feel as if I have boundless energy. That's wonderful, Su Yu said. Carry on with your tasks. I have some matters to attend to. Please hand me that vase. Here you go, Zhou Tao replied, passing the vase to Su Yu. Su Yu hurriedly exited the door. For time was of the essence in his quest for wealth. He desired the jade seal from Su Weihua, and the recycling station must continue its operations. However, his immediate destination was elsewhere. After his encounter with the fiery-tempered woman yesterday, he had retained one of her silver needles, inscribed with the name of the Rini Hall. Li family. The woman's identity was intriguing, and Su Yu sought her assistance in finding a place to appraise antiques and perhaps even craft another set of silver needles. Just as he was about to leave, Su Yu encountered Xiao Lin and the elderly Zhou. The elder was seated in a wheelchair, with Xiao Lin gently pushing him. Brother Yu, are you heading out? Xiao Lin softly inquired, her bright eyes brimming with affection, her rosy cheeks radiant like blossoms in spring. Su Yu nodded yes. I have a few matters to attend to. The path ahead was uneven, making it difficult for Xiao Lin to maneuver the wheelchair. Su Yu extended his hands and lifted the wheelchair with ease. We are troubling you again, little Yu, the elder said with a wry smile. I apologize for what happened that day. It's nothing, elder. What is past is past, Su Yu replied nonchalantly. Xiao Lin's gaze dimmed momentarily. She understood that Su Yu still held concern over the incident. Yet, she too had her own constraints. Had she spoken up at that moment, the outcome for her and her grandfather would have been tragic. Shaking her head, Xiao Lin dispelled her gloomy thoughts and focused on Su Yu. Reaching out, she gently said, Brother Yu, your collar is askew. As her hand brushed against his collar, she adjusted it and smiled. You are already quite handsome. This looks even better. Thank you. Su Yu murmured, I shall take my leave now. All right, Brother Yu. Please ride carefully. There are many vehicles on the road. Don't rush at the red lights. Wait for the green before proceeding. Su Yu nodded, acknowledging her words. All right, understood. You should head to school early as well, to facilitate taking care of her grandfather. Xiao Lin was attending university locally in Haishu. Xiao Lin assented with a slight nod. As soon as old Master Zhou was distracted, she opened her mouth, seemingly ready to speak, but hesitated and ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Su Yu, with keen perception, noticed the change in her expression. He gently inquired, What is troubling you? Is there something you cannot share with Brother Yu? Upon hearing Su Yu's words, a bittersweet smile graced Xiao Lin's face. Brother Yu, I think I saw Yang Ding at the school gate this morning. What? He has been discharged? Su Yu's gaze sharpened. Yang Ding had suffered grievously at their hands, nearly rendered incapacitated and confined to bed. The Yang family had been under scrutiny from many, preferring to avoid trouble. Otherwise, Su Yu and his companions would surely have faced dire consequences. Yet, Yang Ding was different. As the principal party involved, his emergence would undoubtedly herald retribution against them. Be cautious, and call me immediately if anything arises, Su Yu expressed his deep concern. Chapter 25, A Needle's Delivery. I understand. Feeling Su Yu's care, Shaolin nodded. Goodbye, brother Yu. As she waved at him, Su Yu returned the gesture with a nod. The events of the past were not her fault, after all. He set aside his lingering thoughts and made his way toward the Rennie Hall. Rennie Hall, situated in the heart of the old city, was quite distant from Su Yu's suburban locale. He pedaled for over an hour before arriving at Rennie Hall, which was renowned in Haishur and boasted a legacy of over a century. The founder, Li Jingtian, gained fame during the Republic era for his remarkable medical skills. Subsequently, he passed his knowledge to his son, Li Kaitai, who remained a revered doctor at Rennie Hall, now over 90 years old and a towering figure in Haishi's medical community. As long as Li Kaitai was present, the business at Rennie Hall would thrive. Having glanced at the inscriptions on the silver needle box, Su Yu decided to search for information about Rennie Hall online, piquing his curiosity. Nowadays, Li Kaitai seldom treated patients directly. That responsibility fell to his son, Li Shubiao, who had inherited some of his father's expertise and was quite renowned in Haishi's medical circles. At this moment, Su Yu stood at the entrance of Rennie Hall and observed a long queue forming before it. Unlike other practitioners who sought to enhance their reputations, the consultations at Rennie Hall were conducted with integrity. The doctors were skilled, and their prescriptions were devoid of impurities. The characters on the plaque of Rennie Hall were elegantly inscribed. Determined to enter, Su Yu was halted by a middle-aged woman within the hall, who stated, "If you come to Rennie Hall for treatment, you must follow the rules and queue up. I am not here for treatment. I need to see the esteemed Li Kaitai." Su Yu Zipli. The woman paused, momentarily taken aback, before a hint of a sardonic smile appeared on her lips. "What does a mere child like you wish to discuss with the elder? He is quite busy and has no time for you. Do you truly believe our elder has nothing to do? If you seek treatment, please line up. Otherwise, kindly leave. Are you truly going to deny me the opportunity to meet him?" Su Yu remarked coldly. "If he refuses to see me, he shall surely regret it." The middle-aged woman, upon hearing Su Yu's words, became even more frigid in demeanor. "Huh, how amusing you are. Our esteemed ancestor has nothing to lose by ignoring a mere boy like you. If you won't relay my message, I shall convey it myself," Su Yu replied. The gazes of those surrounding them fell curiously upon Su Yu's face. In the next moment, Su Yu produced a large loudspeaker from the front of his bicycle and began to shout. "Yesterday, I found a box of silver needles belonging to the Leaf family of Ren Medical Hall. If old Master Li does not emerge soon, I shall dispose of the needles into the trash." He continued, I once held my heart out to the bright moon, yet the moon shines upon the gutter." Su Yu's proclamation garnered the attention of many onlookers. The middle-aged woman's expression darkened further. "Boy, quiet down. This is a medical establishment. Do not disturb the peace here." Yet Su Yu paid her no heed. The woman's countenance grew even more unpleasant. "I suspect you are deliberately causing a scene. Few dare to disrupt our Ren Medical Hall. Be silent, or I shall have you removed." The audacity of the insolent youth was increasingly intolerable. "You think you can meet our esteemed ancestor?" Despite her harsh words, none believed there could be any connection between the venerable physician Li Kaitai and this young man. Li Kaitai was a luminary in the medical field, requiring appointments well in advance for consultations. At his age, he would not casually offer his assistance to anyone. Su Yu continued to shout with the loudspeaker. Unable to endure any longer, the middle-aged woman summoned several attendants, commanding, "Remove this troublemaker." The group swiftly approached Su Yu. However, he remained unfazed, even lighting a cigarette with an air of defiance. Observing his demeanor, the crowd grew angrier. "You audacious brat, daring to cause a ruckus here. If you truly possess the silver needles, hand them over. If not, be gone. We at Remedical Hall are far too busy to entertain a madman like you." Su Yu's gaze settled on the middle-aged woman, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Are you truly unwilling to inform Li Kaitai? If he does not appear, I shall dispose of the silver needles. Do not regret it then." Though Su Yu spoke earnestly, to others, it seemed more like a jest. This young man believed he could threaten the renowned Li Kaitai? "Boy, just for that remark, you deserve a beating," someone scoffed. "Are the youth of today so restless?" The middle-aged woman replied in a low voice, "Remove him." The attendants moved closer to Su Yu, poised for action. Yet Su Yu raised the wooden box in his hand. "Do you really wish to forego this item? Should I ask Li Kaitai if he desires it? If not, I shall toss it into the ditch." The ancient wooden box, inscribed with the words Leaf family of Ren Medical Hall, caused the group encircling Su Yu to pause in astonishment. The middle-aged woman appeared somewhat hesitant. At that moment, a voice exclaimed, "Goodness, is that not the family heirloom silver needle? How could it be in your possession?" A young figure dashed out from the clinic. Curiosity etched across his face as he scrutinized Su Yu. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze of a man, Su Yu shifted awkwardly. Upon the young man's arrival, The middle-aged woman immediately addressed him with respect, calling out, "Young master." "This truly is our ancestral silver needle," the young man remarked, looking at Suyu. "This item is typically in my sister's possession. Whenever I ask her to lend it to me, she refuses to let me see it. I never imagined she would entrust it to you. She has certainly kept her feelings well concealed." The young man continued, "I had never heard that she was considering romance. Who would have thought she was attracted to someone like you?" Observing Suyu's tattered attire, he could not help but feel a mixture of surprise and sympathy. Suyu's gaze shifted to the young man, noticing a jade Buddha pendant adorning his neck. It depicted Maitreya, beaming with a radiant smile. The craftsmanship was exquisite. Crafted from obsidian, known for its protective qualities. As the young man drew closer, Suyu took a few steps back, expressing his distaste. "Who are you?" "I am Li Xiaofeng, the younger brother of Li Wanqing," the young man replied. "By the way, this silver needle is our family's treasured heirloom, passed down for nearly a century. I cannot believe that woman would give it to you. There's a saying that a woman's intelligence diminishes when she is in love. I never believed it until now." Li Xiaofeng moved closer to Suyu, asking, "Brother-in-law, how did you manage to win my sister's heart? I always thought of her as an explosive personality, one that no man could withstand. Yet here you are, having captured her affections. Teach me your ways." As he spoke, Li Xiaofeng grasped Suyu's hand, his expression filled with earnestness. Suyu, feeling somewhat speechless, reminded himself of his purpose at the clinic, to return the silver needle and seek assistance from the fiery girl. Yet, before he had the chance to meet her, he had already been dubbed brother-in-law. "I'm not your brother-in-law," Suyu retorted, somewhat irritated. "Come now, brother-in-law, do not be shy. I know my sister does not act like a typical woman, but she is quite attractive," Li Xiaofeng countered. Witnessing the closeness between Li Xiaofeng and Suyu, the onlookers were taken aback. "I have no ties to you. Just moments ago, those fellows were trying to chase me away," Suyu stated nonchalantly. Li Xiaofeng's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on them, declaring, "This is my brother-in-law. From now on, whenever he is here, you all better be on your toes. He can come any time." "Yes, young master," several voices responded in unison. The middle-aged woman was visibly sweating. For some reason, ever since Li Xiaofeng's arrival, Suyu felt that the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. However, he chose not to dwell on it, and instead addressed Li Xiaofeng, saying, "Take me to see Li Kaitai, the elderly." "Well, my grandfather does not often meet with people," Li Xiaofeng replied. "Moreover, he is currently attending to a significant patient and cannot be disturbed. Perhaps we should wait for my sister to arrive? Would you like to spend the night with her?" Suyu turned to leave, uninterested in the suggestion. However, Li Xiaofeng hurriedly grasped Suyu's arm and said, "Brother-in-law, since you are here, do not leave. Allow me to show you inside." He guided Suyu into the premises. The expressions of the onlookers were filled with astonishment. They had little faith in Suyu's ability to gain entry, for he appeared far too youthful, resembling a charlatan. Yet now, he truly entered alongside the young master of Rennie Hall, Li Xiaofeng. Should we give it a try as well? Someone pondered within. Upon entering Rennie Hall, an ancient medical establishment with a legacy spanning over a century, Suyu found the expansive space adorned in a rustic style. As he traversed a long corridor, he beheld an artificial hill. Behind this hill stood a door, which, upon entering, led to a courtyard brimming with various medicinal herbs. To the right, a group of individuals gathered, all patients seeking treatment. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng pulled Suyu to the left, stating, "Grandfather is this way." Thus, Suyu followed Li Xiaofeng through the left door. Upon entering, they discovered a small courtyard furnished with exquisite tables and chairs. Near one table stood several individuals. While only two were seated, an elderly gentleman with white hair and a portly middle-aged man. At that moment, the elder was taking the pulse of the middle-aged man. The others stood respectfully at a distance, refraining from uttering a word. After entering, Li Xiaofeng and Suyu quietly stood by, well aware that their grandfather preferred not to be disturbed while attending to patients. Any interruption would surely result in a reprimand. Suyu remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the elder. Is this the Sanxian pulse diagnosis? Suyu mused with interest. Rennie Hall, with its storied heritage, indeed possessed its own merits. The elder, oblivious to all else, concluded his examination of the middle-aged man, saying, "Mr. Murong, the reason for your hemoptysis is due to gastric damage. I will employ my family's acupuncture techniques to treat you, combined with dietary therapy, and your stomach will gradually recover." "Thank you, elderly," the middle-aged man replied hastily. As his condition worsened, he had sought numerous renowned doctors, yet all had shaken their heads after examining him. This left the middle-aged man increasingly anxious. Chapter 26. Healing. It is worth noting that the middle-aged man was the head of a prominent family. At around 50 years of age, he was not yet ready to meet his demise. Hearing of elderly Kaitai's esteemed medical skills, he had expended significant resources to invite him for treatment. Once my grandfather cures him, I will introduce you, Li Xiaofeng whispered. If grandfather learns of your relationship with my sister, he will surely be delighted. You see, our family has been quite troubled due to my sister's romantic situation. Now that she finally has prospects, we can all breathe a sigh of relief. Observing Li Xiaofeng's demeanor, Suyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did he truly believe that Li Wanqing would remain unmarried? She was beautiful and exceptionally capable. Even if one possesses a less than amiable disposition, the allure of physical appearance can attract numerous suitors. It is evident that Li Wanqing herself harbors reservations about marrying hastily. Therefore, Suyu chose to disregard Li Xiaofeng and continued to observe Li Kaitai as he prepared his acupuncture needles. Li Kaitai stands as a towering figure in the medical realm of Haishu. Suyu was intrigued by Li Kaitai's techniques. How does one master a method that has been passed down through centuries? At that moment, Li Kaitai rose, and the middle-aged man's upper garment was removed. Li Kaitai produced a box of silver needles and commenced his acupuncture. Though his movements were deliberate rather than swift, his hands exhibited remarkable steadiness. When performing acupuncture, one must never waver. Hesitation could render the treatment ineffective. The seasoned elder deftly inserted the silver needles into the acupuncture points of the middle-aged man, eliciting a stimulating effect. Gradually, a wave of warmth began to circulate within the man's body, alleviating the coldness he had felt. After the treatment, a hint of color returned to the man's complexion. As time passed, Li Kaitai withdrew the silver needles, which had darkened significantly, indicating a substantial presence of toxins within the man's system. The exertion of the treatment took a toll on Li Kaitai as well. He gasped for breath, leaning heavily on the table. Li Xiaofeng hurried to support him, while Li Kaitai scrutinized the middle-aged man. The man opened his mouth, seemingly to speak, but before he could utter a word, he emitted a groan and coughed up blood. The spectators were taken aback, for it was well known that each of Li Kaitai's interventions typically resulted in a successful recovery. Yet, here was a man who, after Li Kaitai's treatment, was still expelling blood. How could this be? The man's wife, visibly distressed, exclaimed, Master Li, everyone says that coming to you will cure my husband's ailment. Li Kaitai sighed in response. The ancestral acupuncture techniques of the Li family are ill-suited for his condition. His body is far too frail. The wife stepped back in alarm, and the middle-aged man suddenly collapsed to his knees, pleading, Master Li, I beseech you to save me. I do not wish to die. I shall do my utmost, Li Kaitai replied. Nearby, Li Xiaofeng lamented, the elder has always succeeded in treating ailments. This is unprecedented. I fear today may tarnish his illustrious reputation. Perhaps it would be wiser to sell the silver needles and the clinic while his name still holds weight, thus allowing us to profit handsomely. Hearing Li Xiaofeng speak so earnestly, Suyu regarded him with skepticism. Is he serious? He pondered. What are you implying? Li Xiaofeng inquired. Curious. Is this clinic under your name? Suyu asked. Of course not. It bears my father's name. He is still over there treating others. Alas, he lacks the skill. If only he possessed the same prowess as my grandfather, the latter would not have to toil so hard. While others might express such sentiments without raising an eyebrow, Suyu found the words peculiar coming from Li Xiaofeng. You possess remarkable medical skills? Suyu queried. Certainly not, came the reply. Li Xiaofeng confidently declared. I am determined to become a man who relies on others. With a father lacking in prowess, I am left with no choice but to depend on my sister. Observing Li Xiaofeng's brazen admission, Suyu couldn't help but feel a measure of admiration. As Li Xiaofeng spoke, Li Kaitai's gaze shifted towards him. Under Li Kaitai's intense scrutiny, Li Xiaofeng felt a shiver run down his spine. Noticing Li Kaitai's penetrating gaze, Suyu was somewhat taken aback. Generally speaking, to execute acupuncture techniques, one must possess commendable physical capabilities. Given the old gentleman's robust demeanor, Suyu surmised that he had indeed undergone training. The centuries-old medical institution, whether it was the remarkable Li Wanqing from yesterday or the formidable Li Kaitai encountered today, exuded competence. Of course, Li Xiaofeng was an exception. After casting a disapproving glance at Li Xiaofeng, Li Kaitai chose to disregard him further, concentrating instead on how to assist the middle-aged man in need of treatment. Li Xiaofeng let out a sigh of relief and pulled Suyu aside. The atmosphere in the room had turned somewhat solemn. Just as Li Xiaofeng produced his mobile phone, a clear voice rang out. Xiaofeng, who are you calling? Sister, you finally arrived, Li Xiaofeng replied, turning his gaze towards the source of the voice. He beheld a charming girl clad in casual attire, her slightly parted lips resembling luscious red apples, tempting one to take a bite. Upon hearing the voice, Su Yu felt a jolt of awareness. This woman had a fiery temperament, and he needed to remain vigilant. What mischievous intentions do you harbor? Surely, you do not intend to persuade others to join you in wrongdoing? Li Wanqing scoffed. When will you focus your thoughts on medicine and martial arts? Your skills in both could be remarkable. Alas, you have unfortunately morphed into a wastrel. How could you be the sole male of the third generation of the Li family? Li Xiaofeng rolled his eyes in response. Sister, but you're here, aren't you? You work so hard, possess such talent, and excel so greatly. As your younger brother, isn't my sole duty to cling to my sister's coattails and await her benevolence? Get lost? Li Wanqing retorted brusquely. Sister, do not always tell me to go away. I have good news to share with you, Li Xiaofeng stated. A look of bewilderment crossed Li Wanqing's face. What good news do you have? Brother-in-law? Li Wanqing paused in surprise, her expression swiftly shifting as she directed her gaze towards Su Yu. At that moment, Su Yu found it impossible to avoid acknowledging Li Wanqing. He turned to her, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, It is I. You dare to show your face here? Li Wanqing's expression turned frosty. Sister, do not treat my brother-in-law so harshly. You know, it is not easy to find a man who loves you. You should temper your fiery temperament. Otherwise, if you frighten him away, it will be difficult for you to find another in the near future. In this life, discovering true love is a rare pursuit. With your explosive nature, most men cannot endure it. Given that my brother-in-law does not mind, you ought to cherish him dearly. Strive to be a gentlewoman. Li Wanqing's gaze shifted to Li Xiaofeng, a smirk playing on her lips. Is that so? Am I not sufficiently gentle? How would you possibly be gentle? You are a veritable dragon lady, Li Xiaofeng countered. Watching Li Xiaofeng's reckless bravado, Su Yu let out a sigh. In the next moment, Li Wanqing delivered a swift kick to Li Xiaofeng, sending him flying. Li Wanqing, you violent woman, do you intend to harm your brother? Li Xiaofeng cried out in anguish. Yet, Li Wanqing paid him no heed and turned her gaze towards Su Yu. Where are my belongings? She demanded. I can provide you with the silver needles, but in return, I require your assistance, Su Yu replied. I need to acquire some antiques. Help me find the right channels. Agreed, Li Wanqing answered. Su Yu handed her the box of silver needles, which she casually placed on a nearby stone table. I have no other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Su Yu remarked, noticing Li Wanqing approaching him. As she drew nearer, Su Yu felt an unsettling tension. Do not rush, Li Wanqing said. You have returned the silver needles, and I have accepted your terms. However, there is still a matter we need to discuss. What matter? Su Yu inquired. In the next instant, Li Wanqing struck out fiercely, aiming a punch at Su Yu. Fortunately, unlike Li Xiaofeng, Su Yu was not caught off guard. He dodged her attack and exclaimed, What are you doing? You humiliated me yesterday. Now that I see you, I wish to teach you a lesson. Stand still and allow me to strike you. Once I have vented my frustration, our grievances will be settled, she declared. Su Yu's expression hardened. Are you truly a fool? Such a request is absurd. You insolent wretch, repeat that, Li Wanqing retorted. Only a fool would agree to such conditions. I am busy and have no time to indulge you. With that, Su Yu made his way towards the exit, having already memorized the path upon entering. Encountering this wild and violent woman again, he deemed it wiser to depart. Having insulted me, do you believe you can simply walk away? Li Wanqing scufa, her knees coiling like a tiger poised to pounce. In the next instant, she lunged forward, striking at Su Yu with a powerful punch. Realizing her intent, Su Yu quickly evaded her blow. However, it was merely a feint. As he sidestepped, her elbow collided with his chest, but he managed to deflect it once more. Who could have anticipated that her knee would then strike at his abdomen? This woman was remarkably fierce. Initially, Su Yu had no desire to engage with her, but witnessing her decisive attack ignited a flicker of anger within him. Do not force my hand. You are not my match, he warned. To Li Wanqing, his caution sounded more like a provocation. Then prepare yourself. I shall bring you down. Yesterday, I was unable to retaliate, but today, I will let you experience my strength, she declared. With her fists clenched together, she unleashed a powerful strike. Yet, Su Yu observed her movements closely. His hands spread wide, meeting her fist directly. Before she could react, he grasped her hands firmly. Li Wanqing attempted to withdraw, only to discover that Su Yu's grip was as unyielding as a vice. Release me, she commanded. Apolit, Su Yu insi. Very well, Li Wanqing replied. Su Yu then loosened his hold. In that fleeting moment, Li Wanqing's foot had already kicked forward, striking Su Yu's abdomen once more. Su Yu's gaze sharpened. This woman was truly outrageous. Chapter 27. I can cure. However, to Su Yu, her movements appeared somewhat sluggish. He remained unfazed, promptly directing his palm towards her wrist. Instantly, Li Wanqing's fist was forcibly redirected by Su Yu, seizing the opportunity before Li Wanqing could react. Su Yu stepped forward, grasping her arms, and, with a slight exertion, pinned her against the wall. Their bodies were pressed closely together, resembling an intimate wall slam. Annoyed, Li Wanqing raised her knee, but Su Yu swiftly trapped her leg, preventing any further movement. Li Wanqing writhed incessantly, and with each twist, Su Yu could feel her softness more distinctly. The proximity brought forth a fragrant allure. Observing this, Li Xiaofeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, brother-in-law, your wall slam is truly impressive. If I possessed even a fraction of your skill, no woman would be beyond my reach. Get lost, Li Wanqing retorted. Li Xiaofeng, caught in her glare, hastily recoiled. He had experienced the terror of being at Li Wanqing's mercy. Release me, she commanded. You initiated the confrontation, Su Yu replied sharply. If you wish for me to let you go, you must first apologize. How dare you take advantage of me and still demand an apology? Li Wanqing scoffed. Su Yu shook his head, stating, I'm afraid I have no interest in women who are both ample and lacking in wit. Scoundrel! Li Wanqing attempted to strike again, but Su Yu held her firmly in place. On the sidelines, Li Xiaofeng was exhilarated. It was the first time he had witnessed Li Wanqing being subdued. Unless you apologize, you shall remain in this position, Su Yu said with a smile that held no mirth. After all, I have ample time to endure this. Scoundrel! Li Wanqing muttered under her breath. Yet, feeling Su Yu's grip tighten, she winced and gritted her teeth, saying, I'm sorry. You spoke too softly. I could not hear you, Su Yu replied. I'm sorry. Li Wanqing's voice rose slightly. Now, that's more like it. Su Yu nodded in satisfaction. Behave yourself in the future. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to teach you another lesson. With that, he released Li Wanqing. Scoundrel, I'll fight you, she shouted. In the midst of her words, she pulled out silver needles from her pocket. Studying traditional Chinese medicine had not only equipped her with healing skills, but also enabled her to apply them in combat. Previously, in a fit of anger, Li Wanqing had incapacitated a reckless young master with her needles. Noticing her movements, Li Xiaofeng's expression shifted. He hurriedly intervened, blocking Li Wanqing. Sister, what are you doing? Brother-in-law is just playing with you. If you act too rashly, you might end up alone. Besides, Grandpa is currently treating someone and hasn't tea finished yet. The situation is chaotic. Don't create more trouble for him. Because they were in the front half of the courtyard, Li Wanqing had not seen the predicament faced by Li Kaitai in the back half. Take me there, and you come with me. Li Wanqing pointed at Su Yu and spoke, recalling Su Yu's exceptional medical skills. Just yesterday, he had treated an elderly patient. If the patient were to remain unhealed, their family's reputation would suffer a significant blow. Thus, it became imperative for her to invite Su Yu to assist. He might even provide her grandfather with some valuable advice. Why should I go? You've already refused my request. Since you do not wish to see me, I shall take my leave, Su Yu replied, expressing his busyness. With that, he began to walk away. However, Li Wanqing, noticing his departure, stepped in front of him, her voice icy. Stop right there. You chose not to leave when I told you to, so now you shall not escape. Gazing at the fierce Li Wanqing, Su Yu smirked. Do you truly believe you can overpower me? The words halted Li Wanqing momentarily, for Su Yu spoke the truth. He was indeed pressed for time, needing to sell blue and white porcelain and acquire antiques. To him, earning money was of utmost importance. As he prepared to depart, a sigh emanated from the back of the courtyard. Belonging to Li Kaitai, I'm sorry, I've done my best. No, old divine doctor, you must save my husband, pleaded the middle-aged man's wife. Her voice filled with despair. So you paused mid-step. Li Wanqing seized his hand and led him towards the backyard. At that moment, the middle-aged man lay unconscious on a table, while his wife and children knelt beside him, pleading fervently. Li Kaitai wore a bitter smile. He wished to help, yet his efforts bore no fruit. Our Morone family lacks for nothing. Old divine doctor, whatever amount you desire, is yours if you can save my husband, implored the man's wife. Upon uttering these words, the elderly doctor appeared to age significantly in an instant. The sign of Rennie Hall had always been upheld by him. Apart from terminal illnesses, there were no ailments he could not cure. Yet this time, he felt that his own reputation had suffered a blow. Before coming here, they had prepared themselves mentally, as other renowned physicians had conveyed similar sentiments. They had merely come with hope, but the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The middle-aged man's wife, realizing that the old doctor was indeed at a loss, slowly rose from the ground. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Thank you, old divine doctor. She then turned her gaze towards her husband. Despite his many flaws, he had always cared for her deeply. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks unconsciously. "Mom, don't cry. Dad will be all right," comforted her two sons, who embraced her, although their own tears fell as they spoke. The atmosphere was heavy and silent, undisturbed by any external interruption. Perhaps due to the volume of their weeping, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the scene, his own eyes glistening with moisture. Yet, as he spoke, his wife and children wept even louder. Suyu then interjected, "I may be able to help you heal." Upon hearing his words, all eyes turned towards Suyu. As this is a young individual, even the venerable physician Li Kaitai finds himself at a loss. Thus, what confidence does Suyu possess? Immediately, a voice rang out coldly. "Young man, do not be so presumptuous. Do you truly believe your medical skills surpass those of the esteemed Li?" Another man interjected, "The Murong family may be affluent, but do not mistake us for fools." Yet, Suyu shook his head resolutely. "I assure you, I can indeed cure him. However, I require a consultation fee of 900,000. You may pay me after the ailment is resolved." Li Wanqing gritted her teeth and replied, "Do you comprehend the ramifications of your statement? I brought you here to seek advice, not to request your intervention. Should you fail in your treatment or complications arise, you will be held accountable." Although Li Wanqing recognized Suyu's commendable medical prowess, she did not believe him to be superior to her grandfather. "Rest assured, I am willing to sign a waiver. Should any issues arise during treatment, I will bear full responsibility. If I successfully cure Mr. Murong's illness, I shall require 900,000, Suyu asserted. Desperate for funds, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. That some could procure a jade seal or complete the paperwork for the recycling station. "I can lend you the money if you find yourself in need," Li Wanqing offered. "But are you aware that what you are doing is also a risk?" Despite her indifference towards Suyu, she did not wish to thrust him into peril. Suyu, however, shook his head, saying, "I am not taking a risk. I possess confidence. Please step aside. I must attend to the patient." Li Wanqing, however, stood firm before him. Observing the close exchange between Li Wanqing and Suyu, even Li Kaitai cast a curious glance. He was aware that his granddaughter, with her striking appearance and exceptional abilities, had but one flaw, her fiery temperament. Previously, during a matchmaking attempt, she had left her suitor hospitalized. Since that incident, suitors in their circle had grown wary of her. This troubled Li Kaitai greatly. After all, his granddaughter was not getting any younger, and he had been blessed with children later in life, making both his granddaughter and grandson treasures of the family. Now, witnessing Li Wanqing's intimate interaction with Suyu, a flicker of solace emerged amidst his previously suppressed emotions. Although Suyu appeared to be struggling in life, if his granddaughter found joy in his company, that sufficed. Suyu gently pushed past Li Wanqing, who huffed in response, choosing to ignore him. In the next moment, he approached Mr. Murong's family with earnestness, stating, "Mr. Murong, I possess the ability to heal your ailment." Mr. Murong looked up, a bitter smile etched upon his face. "Young man, do not meddle. I appreciate your good intentions. Please lend me the silver needles," Suyu requested of Li Wanqing. Though reluctant, she ultimately handed them over. Receiving the needles, Suyu turned his attention to Mr. Murong's wife. "Madam, you have been suffering from daily headaches and severe insomnia. This is due to the excess dampness within your body. I can assist in alleviating this condition." Mr. Murong's wife, taken aback by his assertion, inquired, "Will you truly help me?" Suyu nodded, and in the next moment, the silver needle in his hand pierced towards Mr. Murong's wife. Upon witnessing Suyu's sudden action, the onlookers were caught off guard and could not intervene in time. Mr. Murong's two sons were particularly incensed. However, Li Kaitai shouted, "Do not hinder him. If I'm not mistaken, this is the 5 elements needle technique. Such a technique has long been lost to time. How is it that a young man is able to wield it?" Hearing Li Kaitai's words, Mr. Murong's sons refrained from making any rash movements. Meanwhile, Mr. Murong's wife felt a surge of energy beneath Suyu's silver needle. Initially lethargic, she found herself invigorated after just a few needles from Suyu. How could this be? She gazed at Suyu in astonishment. "I have alleviated the dampness within you. May I now proceed to treat Mr. Murong?" Suyu inquired. Mr. Murong's wife hesitated momentarily. Yet, Li Kaitai strode forward and asked Suyu, "Young man, from whence did you acquire your needle technique?" Chapter 28, The True Divine Doctor. "Passed down through my family." Suyu replied nonchalantly. "Was that set of techniques indeed the 5 elements needle technique?" Li Kaitai remarked. "It is said that this technique has been lost to history. Just yesterday, I heard Wanqing mention encountering a young master of traditional Chinese medicine on her journey. Little did I expect to meet him today." As Li Kaitai expressed his heartfelt admiration, The crowd's expressions shifted subtly. It is worth noting that Li Kaitai is a towering figure in the medical field, and the fact that he held such esteem for this young man's abilities, especially in swiftly diagnosing and treating Mrs. Murong's ailment, spoke volumes of Su Yu's prowess. Mr. Murong's gaze flickered, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged. A young man in the courtyard fixed his eyes on Su Yu's face, then quickly cast a glance at Li Wanqing beside him. He was a disciple of Li Wanqing's father, Li Shubiao, and had harbored feelings for her for quite some time. Yet, every time he confessed to her, he was met with rejection. Now, seeing the apparent closeness between Li Wanqing and Su Yu stirred a sense of unease within him. Hearing Su Yu claim he could help treat Mr. Murong, he couldn't help but scoff internally. Mrs. Murong's condition was merely minor, easily remedied, but Mr. Murong's affliction was severe. Even Master Li Kaitai was at a loss. So how could this young man possibly succeed? With that thought, the young man exclaimed disdainfully, "Nonsense! Are you attempting to harm Mr. Murong? I will not allow this." Su Yu turned his gaze toward the young man and asked, "And who might you be?" "I am Yang Xiao, a disciple of the esteemed Dr. Li Kaitai," the young man replied. Su Yu, with a look of disdain, responded, "Even Master Li supports me. What relevance does a disciple like you have here? You might as well stand aside and draw circles. I have no time to waste with you. If you disturb my treatment, it could hinder the healing process." With those words, Yang Xiao felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. He had intended to retort further, but Li Kaitai interjected sharply, "Yang Xiao, cease your foolishness. Young friend, are you aware of the significance of this matter? Even if one possesses the legendary needle techniques, once a vow is made, failure to heal a patient incurs corresponding legal responsibilities." Su Yu nodded, acknowledging that the ailment was a chronic gastric issue that had led to the deterioration of the entire body, necessitating an internal reconstruction. "I shall employ my acupuncture techniques, and I would be grateful if Old Li could assist in preparing the necessary medicinal herbs." "Certainly," Li Kaitai responded. "Please write down the herbs, and my Rennie Hall will make every effort to procure them." Su Yu approached the table, and Li Kaitai summoned someone to fetch pen and paper. Su Yu began to list the herbs he required. Upon completion, he handed the list to Li Kaitai. Most of the herbs were accounted for, yet one principal herb caused Li Kaitai to furrow his brow. "I have encountered this blue silvergrass in ancient texts and have sought it before, but I have never been able to locate it. Moreover, blue silvergrass is the key ingredient. Without it, the illness cannot be cured. No matter how extraordinary the prescription, it will not mend the ailment." Li Kaitai expressed his regret at this point. Yang Xiao, eager to seize the opportunity to discredit Su Yu, interjected, "I truly believed you were a remarkable physician. You intentionally mentioned the need for herbs, yet the principal herb is utterly unattainable. Such behavior not only inflates your own ego, but also places the burden on us at Rennie Hall. I've encountered many jesters like you." Yang Xiao's remarks instantly drew the attention of many, including Li Wanqing. Yang Xiao grew increasingly arrogant. "What is the matter? Not a word in response? Have I struck a nerve? If you have even a shred of shame, you should promptly apologize." At this, Li Wanqing stepped forward, exclaiming, "Yang Xiao, silence yourself." Su Yu turned his gaze toward Yang Xiao, his eyes radiating a coldness that caused Yang Xiao to retreat several paces. "You think I'm giving you face? If you have the capability, step forward." Su Yu replied, "If you lose, you shall kneel before me. Should you lose, you will kneel and apologize," Yang Xiao retorted. At Yang Xiao's words, Li Kaitai shouted angrily, "Nonsense!" Yet Su Yu smiled and waved his hand. "Old divine Dr. Li, since this fellow desires a slap to the face, I shall indulge his request." With that, Su Yu produced a small segment of withered grass. This withered grass elicited a derisive laugh from Yang Xiao. "What do you intend to do with that? Throw in the trash?" "Silence!" Li Kaitai admonished sharply, hastening to Su Yu's side, his expression one of astonishment. "Is that blue silvergrass?" Su Yu was somewhat surprised by Li Kaitai's recognition of the herb. Indeed, this medical maestro possessed remarkable insight. "I happen to have blue silvergrass, Old Li. Please have your staff prepare the herbs. Then boil 2.5 bowls of water down to 1 bowl. After I administer the acupuncture, I will have Mr. Murong consume it," Su Yu instructed. "Very well." Li Kaitai nodded. Having given his orders, Su Yu approached Mr. Murong. At this moment, Mr. Murong's health was exceedingly frail. Yet as he listened to the conversation between Su Yu and Li Kaitai, a glimmer of hope arose within him. "Divine physician, I am deeply grateful to you, Mr. Murong earnestly addressed Su Yu. "For the remuneration received, one must alleviate the calamities of others." Su Yu replied confidently, "I shall restore your health." Yang Xiao's expression subtly shifted. Even his master had faith in Su Yu. Could it be that this young man truly possessed the ability to effect change? Yang Xiu's emotions were decidedly complex, particularly after Su Yu had cast a scornful glance in his direction prior to this moment. Though he yearned to unleash his frustration, he restrained himself. He resolved that even if he sought to trouble Su Yu, it would be prudent to wait until Su Yu failed to cure Mr. Murong. In such a case, when he derided Su Yu, others would join him, and Mr. Murong's family would certainly make Su Yu pay dearly. At that moment, Yang Xiu could seize the opportunity to elevate his own status. He was curious to see if Li Wanqing would still hold any affection for Su Yu, the supposed failure. As his thought crossed his mind, a hint of excitement flickered across Yang Xiu's face. Following Su Yu's instructions, Mr. Murong reclined. Su Yu steadied his breath, retrieved silver needles, and after disinfecting them with alcohol, commenced the treatment. The moment he grasped the silver needle, a palpable shift in his aura occurred. Those present observed Su Yu intently, refraining from making any loud sounds for fear of disturbing him. Soon, Su Yu arranged the silver needles upon a white cloth, then selected one and deftly inserted it into Mr. Murong's acupuncture point. Following the first needle, Mr. Murong immediately felt a significant improvement in his condition. Su Yu continued, delivering a sequence of 13 needles without pause, his movements exhibiting a flowing elegance. Witnessing Su Yu's technique, Li Kaitai's expression grew increasingly grave, while Li Wanqing's face was a portrait of astonishment. Having witnessed Su Yu's acupuncture skills the previous day, she had not anticipated that he had yet to fully exert himself. His mastery today surpassed that of yesterday. He must have begun learning this art at a young age, she pondered, yet how could he have fallen into such disrepair? Yang Xiu's countenance darkened. Su Yu's proficiency with the needles far outstripped his own. He was genuinely concerned that Su Yu might indeed cure Mr. Murong. Nearby, Li Xiaofeng nudged Li Wanqing, who shot him an irked glance. What is it? She inquired. Sister, I believe your judgment of character is quite astute. Your husband is truly handsome, Li Xiaofeng remarked. Look at that Yang Xiu. He pales in comparison to your husband. Once your husband cures Mr. Murong, it will restore the reputation of Arni Hall. In that case, if you do not offer yourself in gratitude, it would be quite unreasonable. Listening to Li Xiaofeng's words, Li Wanqing wore a smile that was both amused and enigmatic. Is that so? She replied. Under her gaze, Li Xiaofeng felt an inexplicable chill. Driven by a desire for self-preservation, he said, I was merely joking. However, before he could finish, Li Wanqing seized his ear. It seems you have forgotten your place due to my leniency. Please, sister, spare me, Li Xiaofeng implored. So you continued his treatment, employing a series of 13 needles, which was quite a considerable strain on his body. After completing the acupuncture, a sheen of cold sweat emerged on Su Yu's forehead. However, the onlookers noted that Mr. Murong's complexion had regained some color. Now we await the herbal decoction, Su Yu remarked. Very well, Li Kaitai approached Su Yu and inquired. My young friend, I have never witnessed your needle technique before. Who is your master? Typically reticent, Li Kaitai found himself with much to say at this moment. A self-created technique, Su Yu elucidated. Acupuncture is remarkably effective in unblocking meridians and rejuvenating the body. One needle invigorates the flow, while the second restores vitality. Everyone present observed Li Kaitai, seated beside Su Yu, listening intently to his discourse, their expressions complex. Su Yu was remarkably young, yet commanded the respect of this esteemed physician. It seemed that perhaps Su Yu could indeed heal Mr. Murong. The crowd awaited, while Yang Xiu gritted his teeth, contemplating a discreet exit. Yet, after taking a few steps, Yang Xiu heard Su Yu's voice. Oh, what do you think you're off to? Are you attempting to flee? Impossible. I hold you in no regard, Yang Xiu scoffed. I merely need to visit the restroom. I shall return to witness your apology. You need to use the restroom? Then I shall accompany you, Su Yu said. It's the perfect opportunity to keep an eye on you. I'm no longer interested, Yang Xiu retorted with a cold snort. His words were resolute, yet inwardly, he felt apprehensive, especially under Su Yu's scrutinizing smile, which compelled him to lower his gaze. Su Yu, uninterested in Yang Xiu's bravado, continued his discourse with Li Kaitai. After their conversation, Li Kaitai was pleasantly surprised by Su Yu's extensive knowledge. Such erudition is rare in the youth of today, he mused. Thank you for your kind words. Esteemed elder, Su Yu replied modestly. As an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Li Kaitai found ample topics to discuss with Su Yu, thoroughly enjoying their exchange. Witnessing this interaction, Li Xiaofeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, my brother-in-law is truly impressive. Speak another word, and I shall silence you, Li Wanqing admonished. though her gaze towards Su Yu brimmed with curiosity. She had never seen her grandfather so animated in conversation with another. This indirectly attested to Su Yu's profound knowledge. What manner of person is he? Li Wanqing pondered, intrigued by the stark contrast between his tattered appearance and his remarkable intellect. At that moment, the herbal concoction prepared from Su Yu's prescription was presented. Mr. Murong, you may drink the herbal decoction now. Once consumed, your health will be restored, Su Yu announced. Indeed, Mr. Murong nodded. Following Su Yu's acupuncture, his admiration for the young man had only grown. After gulping down the herbal brew, all eyes turned towards Mr. Murong. After all, Mr. Murong's health is a testament to whether Su Yu truly possesses divine medical skills. The most anxious individual among them is Yang Xiao, who hopes that Mr. Murong's condition has not improved. Only then can he emerge to slap Su Yu in the face. At that point, not only will his image in Li Wanqing's eyes rise significantly, but Su Yu's reputation will also plummet in her regard. Li Wanqing harbors some concern for Su Yu. After all, he has signed a contract. Should he fail to heal Mr. Murong, there will be consequences. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Yu remains remarkably composed. Regarding Mr. Murong's ailment, employing the 13-needle technique combined with a medicinal concoction primarily featuring blue silvergrass should pose no difficulties in achieving a cure. After consuming the medicine, all eyes are fixed on Mr. Murong. Shortly thereafter, he leans forward and expels a mouthful of fresh blood. The expressions of both the Murong family and the other attendees shift dramatically. Only Yang Xiao's face beams with delight as he perceives Su Yu's actions as self-destructive. He leaps forth, shouting at Su Yu, "You bastard! I told you long ago that you were just posturing. How dare you be so arrogant at such a young age? Your very presence irks me. Mr. Murong's condition is dire. Even my master claimed it was beyond treatment. Yet you recklessly offered him hope. Now you've caused Mr. Murong to vomit blood. You must intend to bring about his demise. You will pay for this." After unleashing this torrent of words, Yang Xiao feels an exhilarating release of pent-up frustration. Since the moment he encountered Su Yu, he has felt stifled, and now he finally has the opportunity to vent his grievances. "What are you looking at? I'm talking about you," Yang Xiao bellows. However, before he can continue, Li Kaitai interjects, "Fool, look closely. Is Mr. Murong truly in danger?" Having immersed himself in traditional Chinese medicine for many years, Li Kaitai is well aware of Mr. Murong's condition. Upon closer inspection, Yang Xiao realizes that although Mr. Murong has indeed coughed up blood, the blood on the ground is merely stagnant. After expelling the congealed blood, Mr. Murong feels significantly lighter, his complexion regaining color and vitality. As Yang Xiao berates Su Yu, Mr. Murong's demeanor cools considerably before he retorts, "What nonsense are you spouting? Su Yu is a genuine miracle worker. He has cured my ailment, and I have already regained my health. By insulting Su Yu, you insult my savior and wish for my demise. You yourself stated that if you lost, you would kneel and bow to Su Yu. Now fulfill your promise." Mr. Murong's gaze towards Yang Xiao is filled with icy resolve. "No, it's not like that. Yang Xiao wished to explain, he stutters. But his attempts at clarification fall on deaf ears. "I don't wish to hear your nonsense. If you do not bow and apologize, I will ensure you disappear from the medical community," Mr. Murong declares coldly. In that moment, Yang Xiao is thrown into a panic, understanding that Mr. Murong indeed possesses the capability to carry out his threat. He cast a glance around, and both Li Kaitai and Li Wanqing regarded his actions with disdain, choosing to ignore him. If this continued, Yang Xiao would surely meet his demise. He turned his gaze towards Su Yu, and despite the reluctance in his eyes, he immediately knelt before him. "I am sorry." Yang Xiao hastily bowed his head in respect. Yet, Su Yu did not spare him a glance, instead directing his attention to Mr. Murong. "Mr. Murong, is your health restored?" "Yes, thank you, Divine Dr. Su. Were it not for your intervention, I fear I would have already crossed into the realm of the dead," Mr. Murong replied. "You are indeed my savior. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall fulfill your requests without fail." The expressions of many present shifted subtly, for they were well aware of Mr. Murong's distinguished status. To receive a promise from him was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. "No need. You still owe me for the medical expenses. It is only fitting that I treat you. We are even," Su Yu stated. Upon hearing his words, the crowd was taken aback. What a splendid opportunity this was. Yet, Su Yu seemed to squander it. Did he not realize that Mr. Murong's promise outweighed the mere 900,000? The moment Mr. Murong spoke, the value surpassed that sum. Even Mr. Murong was momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. "Divine Dr. Su, you are rather straightforward. I shall prepare a check for you. Mr. Murong wrote a check for 1 million and handed it to Suyu. However, Suyu replied, that is too much. I only require 900,000 as stipulated in the contract. Suyu's candor left Mr. Murong in amused disbelief. Yet, he grew increasingly fond of Suyu's honesty. Very well. After adjusting the amount, Mr. Murong presented the revised check to Suyu, who was examining it when Mr. Murong added, Divine Dr. Su, my life is worth far more than 900,000. Therefore, should you ever need my assistance, feel free to ask. Here, take my business card. It contains my personal number. Many envied Suyu, for those who received Mr. Murong's personal number were individuals of great importance to him. Suyu was destined for remarkable heights. He accepted the card, but casually tucked it into his pocket. Witnesses to this exchange felt a slight twitch at the corners of their mouths. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Suyu announced. Very well. Divine Dr. Su, please take care, Mr. Murong replied. As for Yang Xiao, he remained on his knees, ignored by all. Suyu approached Li Wanqing, finding her still in a daze. He extended his hand, pulling her away. Li Kaitai had much he wished to discuss with Suyu. Yet upon seeing Suyu and Li Wanqing depart together, a smile crept onto his lips. Others also desired to engage Suyu further, as they too had granddaughters. However, Li Kaitai interjected, let the younger generation converse. We shall not intrude. Agreed, the crowd responded. In truth, they all internally scoffed. Li Kaitai understood that the relationship between Li Wanqing and Suyu was anything but ordinary. This is a classic case of proximity breeding opportunity. However, Suyu and Li Wanqing have distanced themselves. They find themselves at a loss. With that headstrong girl Li Wanqing, it is hard to believe Suyu would have any affection for her. Let go of me, Li Wanqing said, shaking off Suyu's hand, her voice tinged with caution. What do you intend to do? All right, Li Wanqing nodded, surprised by his ability to amass 90,000 so swiftly. Suyu sighed. Such a meager sum pales in comparison to my grander schemes. Are you pretending? Li Wanqing shot Suyu a skeptical glance. I couldn't possibly achieve that on my own. Suyu shook his head. We are not the same. Upon hearing this, Li Wanqing scoffed. Why does your statement come across as so infuriating? I merely speak the truth. Suyu retorted, piercing her heart with his words. I require your assistance. Go on, Li Wanqing replied. You're not thinking of collecting antiques, are you? I'll take you there. There is another matter. Suyu continued. I wish to initiate the procedures for a recycling station under my brother's name. I have his information. Li Wanqing was genuinely taken aback. You're dressed so shabbily, you can't possibly want to collect scrap, right? With your medical skills, you've surely reaped some rewards. How long would it take to collect scrap? Pausing, she earnestly advised, Suyu, think of yourself and your family. You must change your profession. Do you think blue silvergrass is mere fodder? Suyu replied with irritation. It is precisely because I possess blue silvergrass that I can heal. Moreover, my profession is that of an appraiser. I have a greater interest in antiques. While I may possess some talent in medicine and martial arts, my true aptitude lies in appraisal. Upon hearing this, Li Wanqing clenched her teeth. Suyu, am I being too lenient with you? You seem to be getting a bit carried away. As before, Suyu swiftly grasped her fist. Could you refrain from being so violent? He said, I just want to hit you. What is it to you? Li Wanqing launched another attack. Suyu seized her hand, lifting her off the ground. Despite her vigorous struggles, she was suspended against his shoulder. In a playful manner, Suyu smacked her on the backside. The sharp sound and delightful sensation made his heart flutter. Yet, Li Wanqing's face flushed crimson, like an enraged tiger, as she exclaimed, You scoundrel! I will kill you. Really? Suyu replied, delivering another playful smack. The crisp sound echoed through the air, and Li Wanqing's voice grew increasingly frantic. Stop! I admit my wrongs, she pleaded, her tone tinged with desperation. I will help you with the recycling station as procedures. I'll assist you in finding antiques. Please, don't hit me again. In this moment, the domineering queen transformed into a pitiable little kitten. Chapter 30, The Wang Wali Chair. Observing Li Wanqing's woeful appearance, Suyu finally ceased his activities. He set Li Wanqing down and said, Let us depart. You just wait. Today's events will not go unpunished, she retorted lightly, yet proceeded ahead. From behind, Suyu found Li Wanqing quite attractive. Thank you, he expressed. Li Wanqing cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Having agreed to assist Suyu, she was determined to fulfill her promise. Suyu had also resurrected Mr. Murong and salvaged the reputation of the Rennie Hall. Thus, Li Wanqing felt an even greater obligation to aid him, as she did not wish to owe him a favor. This time, Li Wanqing led Suyu to seek out an individual from the Environmental Protection Bureau. The procedures for the waste collection station required specific documentation. Previously, Suyu's waste collection station was chaotic and disordered. He intended to rectify it, but needed someone to facilitate the process. Rest assured, with me intervening, you need not worry, Li Wanqing assured him. Looking at Suyu, she felt a twinge of exasperation. Being a doctor is wonderful. Why resort to collecting scrap? I do it for Taobao. My true identity is that of an antique appraisal expert, Suyu replied earnestly. Li Wanqing rolled her eyes at him, too weary to respond further. After they completed the relevant paperwork at the staff member's residence, Suyu also assured that he would rectify the waste collection station. Subsequently, the staff member promised to find time to observe the site. In truth, Li Wanqing's involvement had already ensured significant progress. Upon exiting, Suyu gazed at Li Wanqing with gratitude for the first time. Thank you. No need for thanks. This is merely repaying a favor, she replied. Although your temperament leaves much to be desired, often resorting to violence, you possess a good heart. Li Wanqing sighed. There is no need to elaborate on unnecessary matters. Let us go. I will take you to find antiques. My grandfather has a friend who frequently deals in antiques. I know where to find the best treasures, she stated. Wonderful, that sounds splendid, Suyu exclaimed. Once he purchases the Jade Seal, he would find himself financially constrained. Suyu must prepare for the future, as there are many upcoming expenditures. He certainly did not wish for their leader to emerge only to find them living in a dilapidated wooden shack. The summer in Haishur was exceptionally hot and dry. Both Suyu and Li Wanqing were drenched in sweat. After speaking, Li Wanqing irresponsibly abandoned Suyu. However, he paid little heed to it and began to wander about. After scavenging for so long, Suyu and Zhou Tao's tools consisted merely of a few old bicycles. At that moment, Suyu was pushing one of the bicycles. No one would suspect that he was a person with nearly $1 million in assets. He moved about with the bicycle, having secured the blue and white porcelain in a box at the front. Behind the seat was a large basket, ready to collect old items, discarded furniture, old appliances, and more. Suyu walked along, surrounded by numerous individuals engaged in collecting old items. Some were familiar faces who frequented this area, hence they were readily accepted by the vendors. As a newcomer, Suyu attracted little attention. Suddenly, a door ahead swung open, revealing a man who glanced in his direction. He beckoned Suyu over, saying, "Brother, come here for a moment. Do you have something to sell to me?" Suyu inquired. "Indeed, I do," replied the middle-aged man. "I possess a considerable amount of old furniture. Can you believe those scavengers wouldn't even take it? These are heirlooms of my family. We were once dignitaries, and surely the items passed down could not be lacking in value." Despite his words, Suyu remained skeptical, well aware that individuals like this man were abundant. His claims seemed merely a tactic to secure a higher price for the goods. "Lead me inside to take a look," Suyu requested. "Of course, follow me," the man responded. As Suyu followed him into the interior, he noticed an array of old appliances. Yet the man had no intention of selling them. Instead, he continued to guide Suyu deeper into the premises. Soon, they arrived at a collection of furniture. The pieces were quite worn, and some even damaged. "Behold, these are all fine heirlooms. How could they possibly be rejected?" The middle-aged man expressed his frustration. "Young brother, I know you have discerning taste. You will surely appreciate them." "Certainly," he added, feeling a sense of relief, as he had been anxious that Suyu would refuse the items. As long as Suyu was willing to take the furniture, he would sell it at any price. Suyu scanned the assortment with a discerning eye, noting that most were made of ordinary materials, with some pieces incomplete. However, amidst the furniture, he discovered a chair. He casually touched several pieces, feigning interest, before his hand brushed against the chair. At this moment, he knew he could not examine it too closely. The number of antique enthusiasts was on the rise, and even villagers had become quite astute. If they noticed him scrutinizing a piece, they would likely raise the price on the spot. As Suyu's hand glided over the chair, elation filled his heart. A mere touch revealed that it was crafted from rosewood, a material of considerable worth. This chair alone could fetch several thousand. After selecting a few smaller items, he declared as he prepared to leave, "I will take these small pieces for now. When I return next time, I will bring a larger vehicle to transport the remaining furniture." "All right, my friend, I await your return," the middle-aged man replied with a smile. Despite his cheerful demeanor, he understood that these were still unsightly items. If even Suyu showed no interest, he would have no choice but to dispose of them. What a fortunate encounter, thought the middle-aged man. Suyu discovered some items and continued his journey through the village. In this area, there were numerous scavengers, all in search of discarded treasures. These individuals had established an unwritten agreement to monopolize the collection of old goods, which often contained valuable items. They had turned a blind eye when Su Yu purchased furniture from a middle-aged man, expecting him to leave afterward. However, Su Yu had other intentions and sought to venture deeper into the village. Such audacity could not be tolerated, so they approached him menacingly, pushing his bicycle. Su Yu remained oblivious to their approach until they encircled him. "What do you want?" he asked coldly. "Listen here, kid. We have exclusive rights to this place. All the scraps are ours to collect. You have not sought our permission to be here, so be on your way immediately. If you linger, don't blame us for being unfriendly. There will be no favorable outcome for anyone who dares to oppose us. Forget about those pieces of furniture. Turn back now." The group, brimming with hostility, advanced toward him. Yet, Su Yu is not someone easily intimidated. "What if I insist on collecting here? The road is open for all to traverse. You need to eat, and so do I. By what right do you impede my progress? Step aside at once." With a fierce shout, he startled them, causing the men to instinctively retreat several paces, their faces flushed with a mix of shame and anger. How could they, an intimidating group, be intimidated by mere youth? Regaining their composure, they moved towards Su Yu once more, but he was prepared to teach them a lesson. They masqueraded as collectors of scrap, but had no grounds to prevent him from gathering here. Meanwhile, Li Wanqing strolled with her close friend. Yet her thoughts were persistently drawn to the image of a seemingly ordinary young man pushing a dilapidated bicycle. Her friend, sensing something was amiss, inquired, "Wanqing, what's wrong? You seem off today." "It's nothing. Perhaps I woke up too early," Li Wanqing replied. Unbeknownst to her, she was unconsciously heading toward the direction where she had parted ways with Su Yu. "That one do," she declared upon noticing the scene unfolding before her. "That person is clearly being bullied. I want to stand by while those thugs act like this in front of me." Without hesitation, she made her way towards Su Yu, her friend trailing behind, fully aware of Li Wanqing's determination. When she set her mind to something, nothing could deter her. "Listen here, you lot. Ganging up on one person is utterly disgraceful. You'd best stop this instant," Li Wanqing commanded. The men paused, and Su Yu turned to look at her, equally surprised. What an extraordinary coincidence. Two beautiful women approached, prompting a man to taunt, "Ladies, do you intend to rescue this fellow? It would be quite easy for you to persuade us to spare him. All you need to do is entertain us for a while, and we shall release him." He smirked, clearly amused by the boldness of one of the women. Hearing these words, Su Yu's lips twitched slightly. He understood that these men were in for a misfortune. Chapter 31. Old Li's wood carving. "Do you wish to play with me?" Li Wanqing replied with a cold laugh. "Very well." With that, she strode towards a group of men collecting scrap. "Li Wanqing, I can handle this myself," Su Yu interjected. "They've already provoked me, even without you. I intend to teach them a lesson." "It appears you two are acquainted," one of the men remarked. "However, my dear, if you defend this fellow, I dare say he will soon show his cowardice. Perhaps you should ignore him and come with us." Li Wanqing's response was a sharp command. "Leave. Since you are so audacious, it seems necessary for us to teach you a lesson." They advanced towards her. As Li Wanqing's expression hardened, she charged at them. The men wore lewd grins, anticipating their moment of conquest. Witnessing their reckless bravado, Su Yu shook his head. In the next moment, he watched in astonishment as the men fell to the ground, overwhelmed by Li Wanqing's swift strikes. "You trash! Dare you lay a hand on me?" she barked. "Get lost!" The men, now rendered speechless, hastily retreated towards their rickshaws, pedaling away in fear of incurring further wrath from Li Wanqing. "Are you all right?" she inquired, turning her gaze to Su Yu. "I'm fine," he replied. "Truth be told, I could have handled it without your help. Was I worried you might be too weak?" Li Wanqing replied nonchalantly. "Perhaps just a tad stronger than you," Su Yu retorted. "But I must be on my way." Li Wanqing's eyes fell upon the assortment of furniture in Su Yu's basket, and she expressed her surprise. "Why did you purchase these? You can't seriously be collecting scrap, can you?" Su Yu sighed, shaking his head. "If your perspective is so limited, it makes communication quite difficult." "Step aside," she huffed. "Then I shall take my leave," Su Yu responded. Li Wanqing was taken aback as Su Yu actually began to pedal away. "Wanqing, who is that?" her friend inquired. Curiosity etched on her face. "Just a scrap collector," Li Wanqing replied, pulling her friend along. "Come, let us see what he intends to do." Her friend, intrigued, observed Li Wanqing's unusual enthusiasm for a man. Su Yu made his way to the shanty town, where he encountered a stout man with dark skin and old spectacles, also in search of discarded items. At this moment, a smile adorned the face of the old man. "Lao Lu, you seem to be in good spirits. Have you stumbled upon a treasure?" Su Yu inquired. "Xiao Yu, you've arrived," Lao Lu replied with a grin. "Take a look at this." During Lao Lu's difficult times, Su Yu had provided him with food and a bit of money, which had helped him through his hardships. Thus, their relationship was quite amicable. Upon hearing Lao Lu's words, Suyu turned his gaze towards him. In Lao Lu's hands was a wooden carving. The sculpture depicted a bodhisattva, with both hands clasped in prayer, and the vermilion on its forehead was strikingly prominent. The carving was remarkably lifelike. At the base, intricate spiral patterns adorned the piece. As Suyu took the carving, a smooth sensation enveloped his palm. Inscribed at the bottom were the words, "From the Qing era, a tribute to Lady Zhou." The Qing Emperor was a ruler of the Qing Dynasty, and this inscription indicated that it was a gift of congratulation, given the exquisite craftsmanship of the carving. Its value was undoubtedly considerable. Suyu chuckled. "No wonder you're in such a good mood. It appears you've received something splendid." "Indeed," Lao Lu replied with a smile. "I found it in a heap of garbage just now. At the recycling station, someone offered me 500. Then why didn't you sell it?" Suyu asked. "Of course not. I'm not foolish," Lao Lu grinned, revealing his blackened teeth. "The guy offered 500, but he usually profits in a rather unscrupulous manner. I told him I wanted 5,000. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to accept. Otherwise, I would have sold it to him." Listening to Lao Lu's tale, Suyu laughed. "Haha, it seems, Lao Lu, you are indeed quite fortunate." "What do you mean?" Lao Lu asked, somewhat puzzled. "This wooden carving hails from the Qing Dynasty and is a congratulatory gift from someone of notable status," Suyu explained. "Although it shows signs of age, selling it for 5,000 would be a loss." Lao Lu gasped. "Is it truly worth more than 5,000? I thought it would only be worth a few hundred." "Xiaoyu, I can't thank you enough. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 500. However, Suyu shook his head, saying, "Lao Lu, I cannot take advantage of you. Moreover, this bodhisattva carving signifies a connection between you and it, crafted from centuries-old rosewood, combined with the skill of the artisan. Its value remains high, even with some where due to age. Carrying it with you each day will bestow you with peace. If you truly wish to sell it, I would offer you 25,000. At that moment, Lao Lu stumbled in astonishment. "Is it really worth 25,000? To think, I toil every month collecting scraps, barely making a couple of thousand. What I mentioned is the purchasing price from an antique store. The craftsmanship of this carving is exquisite, with flowing lines. If I were to restore it and resell it, it would undoubtedly fetch a much higher price," Suyu asserted. Lao Lu was genuinely taken aback. Lacking knowledge in this realm, Suyu's words opened a new world for him. He said nothing further. Instead, he tightened his grip on the carving and placed it into his pocket. Now, he held a wooden sculpture worth tens of thousands, and he struggled to remain calm. "Not yet. I need to gather some old items," Suyu remarked. "Let me assist you," Lao Lu offered, helping Suyu push his dilapidated bicycle. As Suyu ventured into the shanty town, Li Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly, wondering if he truly had the knack for finding valuable treasures. The shanty town was bustling with vendors, and Suyu halted before one stall adorned with numerous antiquated calligraphy books. He crouched down to examine them. "These calligraphy books are my grandfather's collection," the stall owner explained. "Now that he has passed away, I intend to sell them. Do you see anything you like?" "All right, let me take a look," Suyu replied. Li Wanqing approached, observing Suyu sifting through the books, her brow knitting tighter. "Suyu, frankly speaking, if you have this time, you'd be better off studying medicine. This is a waste of time. Why are you here again?" Suyu retorted with irritation. "I'll leave as soon as I finish my shopping." "It seems you don't wish to see me?" Li Wanqing replied coldly. Seeing the storm brewing within her, Suyu waved his hand dismissively. "I'll just buy a few things and be on my way." "Make it quick," Li Wanqing huffed. Suyu selected several calligraphy books and purchased them. Shortly thereafter, Lao Lu and Suyu gathered their belongings, and Suyu waved to Li Wanqing. "All right, I'm leaving now." With that, he turned without a trace of nostalgia. Li Wanqing clenched her fists, wishing she could pin Suyu to the ground. Meanwhile, her friend looked at Suyu with curiosity, asking, "Wanqing, who is this guy? I don't think I've ever seen him before. You seem rather close." "Just an illusion. I'm not close to that guy at all," Li Wanqing hastily replied. Yet, the more she insisted, the more her friend sensed something amiss between Li Wanqing and Suyu. Not long after Suyu left, he was intercepted by a middle-aged man. Many visitors to the shanty town were antique enthusiasts. Although the residents knew little about antiques, they were eager to sell their old items. The rosewood on Suyu's bicycle caught the attention of one such man. "Is there something you need?" Suyu inquired. "That chair of yours is quite nice. I'd like to buy it," the middle-aged man stated. "Let us hear your price first," Suyu replied. 500 yuan. I'll take all your chairs," the man declared. "The price I've offered is very fair. These chairs are quite worn, and if sold as scrapwood, they fetch only a few yuan. I'm buying them because my grandfather loved old things, and I wish to burn them in his memory." The man spoke with grave sincerity. However, Su Yu smirked derisively. Since you lack sincerity, I have no intention of selling. I'm being truthful, the middle-aged man insisted. Su Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Don't presume you're the only one who understands, treating others as fools. Do not speak of the rosewood chair. For even an ordinary mahogany chair here costs several hundred yuan. As for that rosewood chair, you are well aware of its price. The middle-aged man's expression subtly shifted, and he soon offered a wry smile to Su Yu, saying, I was indeed presumptuous. I did not expect this young brother to be quite the connoisseur. Fortunately, it seems I merely stumbled upon a fortunate find, Su Yu replied, and together with old Lu, they departed. Not far away, Li Wanqing and her friend observed this scene, and her friend, somewhat surprised, remarked, Wanqing, your friend possesses quite an eye for value. Initially, I thought he was merely a scavenger, but now it appears one should not judge by appearances. I find him rather intriguing. He isn't your boyfriend, is he? Li Wanqing hurriedly waved her hand. Not at all. We are merely acquaintances. Is that so? In that case, I find myself quite interested in him. I shall engage him in conversation. You wouldn't mind, would you? Her friend inquired. Lu Qiong, you cannot possibly have taken a liking to him, can you? You seem so mismatched, Li Wanqing replied. I actually think the two of you complement each other quite well, Lu Qiong said earnestly. Get lost, Li Wanqing retorted, fully aware that she was being teased by her friend. Chapter 32. Porcelain for healing. Originally, Su Yu intended to sell blue and white porcelain, yet before he could do so, he stumbled upon a new treasure and found himself with nearly 1 million yuan. To others, this was nearly inconceivable. Su Yu brought in several chairs and also retrieved the calligraphy. Throughout the entire process, he hummed a cheerful tune, overwhelmed with joy. The calligraphy scroll was unfurled upon a dilapidated table, and Su Yu illuminated it with his phone's flashlight, examining it closely. While in the shanty town, he had hesitated to scrutinize it in earnest. However, upon his first glance at these scrolls, he instantly perceived that they were crafted by renowned masters. He needed a moment to delve deeper into their details. There were no signatures on the scrolls, yet the handwriting struck Su Yu as oddly familiar. He meticulously analyzed the structure of the characters. Ouyang Xiao, when writing, ensured that each character was perfectly aligned. His writing emphasized a sense of balance. Furthermore, the scroll contained references to the Su family and phrases like toasting and revelry. Undoubtedly, this calligraphy was penned by Ouyang Xiao. After careful observation, Su Yu's excitement only grew. Ouyang Xiao's calligraphy is undoubtedly valuable. Today's outing has proven to be remarkably fruitful. As Su Yu stowed away the scroll, he heard a voice. Brother Yu, it has been a long time since I last heard you sing. What brings you such joy? Upon seeing Zhou Tao enter, Su Yu smiled and replied, Today, I unearthed a plethora of treasures. Look here, this is Ouyang Xiao's calligraphy, and these are rosewood chairs. Though Zhou Tao may not have understood, he recognized that anything capable of bringing Su Yu joy must indeed be remarkable. Brother Yu, you are truly impressive, Zhou Tao said with a grin. And let me share another piece of good news. Su Yu continued, the paperwork for the recycling station is underway and should be finalized in the next couple of days. I have already earned the money. Just before heading out, they had been quite worried, yet now Su Yu reassured Zhou Tao that everything was resolved. Zhou Tao firmly believed in Su Yu's exceptional capabilities. You truly are remarkable, Zhou Tao remarked. Now, stop standing there foolishly. I have a more pressing matter to attend to, Su Yu stated. Come over here. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Zhou Tao approached him. Today, I visited Rini Tang, and during my conversation with the esteemed Li Kaitai, I learned of a folk remedy that is remarkably effective in treating your hidden ailment. Su Yu explained. What? Brother Yu, you actually know the medical sage of Rini Tang? Zhou Tao's face was a canvas of astonishment. It was merely a fortunate encounter. Su Yu replied. He gazed earnestly at Zhou Tao. Tao, I owe you an apology for the troubles I've caused you, which have left your health in a fragile state. I had several methods to cure you, but the medicinal herbs were elusive. However, the remedy provided by Li Lao has a proven track record of success. Therefore, let us give it a try. Zhou Tao responded, Brother Yu, whatever you choose to do, I will support you. I may not be well read, but your kindness towards me has always been unwavering. I would willingly risk my life for you. Forget about that incident from a few years ago. We are brothers after all. As he spoke, a radiant smile illuminated Zhou Tao's face. Among their circle, Su Yu had always treated him the best. Zhou Tao's sentiments were simple. Those who showed him kindness deserve his utmost loyalty. Su Yu patted Zhou Tao on the shoulder and produced the exquisite blue and white porcelain from earlier. Brother Yu, how does treating an ailment relate to this porcelain? Zhou Tao inquired. It has everything to do with it. This remedy involves using porcelain for healing. I will shatter this porcelain and apply the shards to your body. High-quality porcelain inherently possesses health-nurturing properties. Coupled with my acupuncture techniques and several treatments, your illness will surely be alleviated, Su Yu explained. However, Zhou Tao's expression shifted. He shook his head and responded, Brother Yu, this is merely a folk remedy. Do not place such faith in it. The value of this porcelain is exorbitant. It would be a tremendous waste to smash it for my treatment. My health is not in dire straits. After all these years, I believe I can manage without intervention. Yet Su Yu reproached him. In my eyes, no matter how precious an object may be, it pales in comparison to your well-being. You're my brother. I would exhaust every resource to ensure your recovery. Tears welled in Zhou Tao's eyes as he said, Brother Yu, your kindness overwhelms me. But we must consider our leader's return. Do we not vow to provide him a better life? This blue and white porcelain must be worth a fortune. Perhaps we should sell it and purchase a nicer home. I have always dreamed of having a house where all of us brothers could live together. Hearing Zhou Tao's words, Su Yu, clutching the porcelain, felt moisture gather in his own eyes. Zhou Tao's aspiration was genuinely simple, to live a life of uncomplicated happiness as a family. Su Yu shook his head, striving to suppress his emotions. Do you still doubt your brother Yu's capabilities? By the time our leader returns, I assure you, I will have acquired a splendid residence. I am far superior to Li Yangqiu, whose demeanor is rather effeminate. Indeed, Zhou Tao nodded incessantly, yet tears continued to cascade down his cheeks. Su Yu enveloped Zhou Tao in a heartfelt embrace, urging, My dear brother, heed my words. By nurturing your health, we shall be able to prosper even more. All right. Zhou Tao grit his teeth and replied. Now, recline and remove your upper garment, Su Yu instructed. Zhou Tao complied. The porcelain shards must be pressed firmly against the skin to unleash their utmost efficacy. Su Yu had ground the medicinal herbs purchased from Rinnie Hall into fragments. Then, with a decisive motion, he smashed the exquisite blue and white porcelain onto the ground with a resounding crash. This porcelain was of considerable worth, valued at no less than 80,000. Yet Su Yu showed no sign of remorse as he shattered it. As he stated, no material possession could rival Zhou Tao's significance. After sterilizing the silver needles with alcohol, Su Yu commenced the acupuncture process. The silver needles pierced Zhou Tao's skin, stimulating the flow of blood within him. Due to a blockage in his circulation, Zhou Tao's movements were somewhat sluggish, and the injuries he sustained often caused bouts of dizziness. Yet, as Su Yu inserted the needles, a warm current surged through Zhou Tao's body, eliciting a soft sigh of comfort. His pallid complexion began to regain its color. After 10 minutes, Su Yu removed the needles. Now it's time for the porcelain shards. Remember, remain still and endure for 1 hour, he instructed. Understood. Zhou Tao nodded in agreement. Su Yu applied the medicinal powder to the porcelain shards and positioned them atop the acupuncture points. The coolness of the shards pressed against Zhou Tao's skin facilitated the infusion of the powder into his body. With nothing else to occupy his time, Zhou Tao engaged Su Yu in conversation. Brother Yu, I believe you are truly remarkable. Our lives will only improve from here. Together, we shall expand the scrap recycling station. That Aunt Yu looks down on us, does she not? One day, we will acquire this land and center packing. After purchasing the land, we can construct a factory and collect rent. With the rental income, we could buy more land and continue to build factories, generating more rental revenue. Eventually, we shall live comfortably without the need for labor. Moreover, you fellows are not young anymore. It's about time to consider marriage. As for me, I'm still young. I can wait a few years. As he spoke, Zhou Tao drifted into slumber, a sweet smile gracing his face, clearly lost in pleasant dreams. When the time came, Su Yu removed the porcelain shards and tucked Zhou Tao under a blanket before lying down himself, swiftly succumbing to sleep. In their dreams, the brothers envisioned a prosperous life, where Su Yu even encountered Wang Manwu, whom he had met only once since his rebirth, alongside the fierce girl Yuan Qing and the tenderly captivating Zhou Xiaolin, whose gaze was filled with profound affection. Before their dreams could fully unfold, they were awakened by the patter of rain. The dilapidated wooden cabin had a leaky roof, and given the heavy downpour, the central area of the room was no longer a suitable place to sleep. Move the bed to the corner and continue sleeping. I will step out for a moment, Su Yu said. Brother Yu, Zhou Tao called out. Without Su Yu needing to say more, Zhou Tao understood that Su Yu was undoubtedly heading towards Grandpa Zhou's house. Though Zhou Tao harbored a dislike for Zhou Xiaolin, he recognized the misfortune of the elderly pair and did not deter Su Yu from going. Grandpa Zhou's residence was in even worse condition than Su Yu's when it rained. It felt as though a towering column of water was pouring into the house. The rain was torrential, and the road became increasingly muddy, making every step a challenge for Suyu. In certain areas, drainage was poor, leading to the accumulation of rainwater that resembled a pond. Suyu waded through the water, which rose to his waist, yet his gaze remained resolute as he advanced slowly. Upon arriving at Grandpa Zhou's home, he found the old man seated in a wheelchair, sheltered beneath the eaves. A slender figure was busy scooping water out of the house with a ladle. Despite her relentless efforts, the pace at which she removed the water was slower than that of the rainwater flooding in. Her clothes were thoroughly soaked, accentuating her graceful form. But Suyu had no time to admire such details and quicken his pace. Hearing the splashing of water, the girl turned, her damp hair clinging to her face. It was too dark for her to see clearly. She attempted to call out, "Brother, you." Suyu responded, drawing closer and finally catching sight of the girl, as radiant as a lotus emerging from the water. A flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. Upon seeing Suyu, the girl finally exhaled in relief and resumed her task of bailing out water. However, Suyu grasped her arm and said, "This is futile. Go fetch some planks. I will help elevate the house and the threshold. Otherwise, if the rain continues to pour in, you will be left homeless." Zhou Xiaolin managed a bitter smile. "Brother, you. We do not have any spare wood. Don't you usually prepare extra?" Suyu chided. "Even if you disregard your own well-being, you must think of Grandpa Zhou." Zhou Xiaolin felt a sting in her eyes as she watched Suyu's retreating figure. Was he angry? Chapter 33. The Stone Lion. Gritting her teeth, she continued to bail out water. After a brief moment, hurried footsteps resounded. Zhou Xiaolin turned to see Suyu rushing back, carrying several planks, a hammer, and nails. "So, brother, you had gone to fetch supplies." Zhou Xiaolin sighed in relief, her spirits inexplicably lifting. "Hand me a chair. I will climb up to fix the roof." Suyu instructed. "All right," Zhou Xiaolin replied hurriedly. Despite the harsh conditions, Suyu's presence filled her with a profound sense of security. She dashed inside to retrieve a chair. Suyu placed a chair on the ground and stepped onto it. His agility was commendable, and the wooden roof was manageable. With a firm grip, he pressed against the roof and leapt up effortlessly. The rain intensified, and Suyu stood atop the roof, the relentless downpour washing over him. His clothes were completely drenched. At that moment, even standing was somewhat challenging for Suyu. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and gradually made his way towards the leaking spot. Zhou Xiaolin watched Suyu's laborious progress on the rooftop, her eyes glistening with emotion. Finally, Suyu crouched down, retrieving planks and tools, and began to hammer away. In the midst of the tempest, his movements slowed considerably. Braving the wind and rain, Suyu ultimately completed the repairs. The roof no longer leaked. Descending from the rooftop, he used the remaining wood to raise the threshold. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaolin had already held up an umbrella for him. "Thank you, Yugo," she murmured softly. "It's nothing. Let's get Grandpa Zhou inside to rest," Suyu replied. "All right," Xiaolin nodded. Grandpa Zhou, already frail, felt discomfort after all the commotion. With the threshold elevated, maneuvering Grandpa Zhou inside became significantly more challenging, and Xiaolin alone could not manage it. Fortunately, Suyu, a strong young man, lifted Grandpa Zhou's chair with ease. "We've troubled you again, Xiaoyu," Grandpa Zhou remarked with a wry smile. "It's no trouble at all, Grandpa Zhou. I'm merely lending a helping hand," Suyu reassured him. "Now, let me take you to rest." "Good," Grandpa Zhou replied, feeling weary. His age and poor health made him exceedingly tired after the earlier deluge. But Xiaolin had attentively ensured he remained sheltered from the rain. Once Suyu settled him in his room, laid him on the bed, and covered him with a blanket, Grandpa Zhou quickly fell into a deep slumber. Suyu stepped out of the small cabin, where Xiaolin awaited him, a box of chocolates in her hands. Upon seeing Suyu emerge, she offered him the chocolates, but he inquired with a serious expression, "Where did you get these?" "I earned them from my part-time job." "Brother, you. I often trouble you and have nothing to offer in return. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation," Xiaolin replied softly. Suyu shook his head. "You should sell this box instead. It's not easy for you to make money. Don't waste it." "How could it be a waste? It's for you, brother, you," Xiaolin insisted. Suyu remained silent and turned to leave. However, Xiaolin rushed up to him and embraced him tightly. The sudden embrace momentarily halted Suyu's movements. The girl clung to him, fearful that if she let go, he would slip away. Their clothing, soaked by the rain, brought their skin into close contact, and Suyu could detect a delicate fragrance emanating from Xiaolin. "Yugo," she whispered, akin to a lover's tender murmurs. Suyu's heart raced. At that moment, Xiaolin's feelings were unmistakably clear. She cherished him deeply, her affection burning brightly. Yet, Suyu knew that he could not reciprocate her feelings. In the past, this girl embodied the most beautiful dreams within his heart. Even amidst the monotony of life, the tedium of work, and the struggles of existence, each encounter with Shaolin would fill him with a renewed sense of hope. However, following that unfortunate incident, when the boss was incarcerated and he had a falling out with Liang Qiu, he became ensnared by a heavy heart. At this juncture, being with Shaolin seemed impossible. He could not reconcile his own turmoil without betraying his brotherhood. Watching Suyu depart, tears welled in Shaolin's eyes. Zhou Tao had already tidied up some belongings, and Suyu lent a hand in the process. It was only after the clock struck 7 that he finally stepped outside. Suyu was on his way to Hao Ranxian to meet Su Weihua before heading to the auction. Earlier, he had delivered the jade seal to the auction house. Thus, he needed to accompany Su Weihua to participate in the bidding. Naturally, Su Weihua had also extended an invitation to Professor Su Kai, and even the esteemed Yang Lao from Inyage was set to attend. Riding his worn-out bicycle, Suyu set forth towards Hao Ranxian. The auction commenced at 10:30, leaving him with ample time. The rain continued to pour, and the streets were nearly deserted. By the riverside, an excavator was diligently dredging the riverbed, removing the accumulated silt. If the silt were to remain, it could easily lead to flooding, obstructing the roads. As he passed by, Suyu noticed a colossal stone lion standing by the riverbank, its surface caked with mud after enduring the elements for so long. Upon seeing this stone lion, Suyu was struck by a wave of emotions. He dismounted his bicycle and began to explore its surface. "What are you doing here?" A man with an umbrella shouted at Suyu from beside the excavator. 300 yuan, no less. And you'll need to find a vehicle to haul it, the man asserted. Suyu nodded. All right. He promptly counted out 300 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the man. The man swiftly accepted the money, stowing it away in his pocket, and thereafter, he ignored Suyu. The imposing stone lion remained unmoved, seemingly unfazed by its surroundings. Suyu resumed his ride towards Hao Ranxian. Su Weihua had been waiting at Hao Ranxian for quite some time. After Suyu's encounter with the stone lion, his clothes were now stained with mud, presenting a rather disheveled appearance, which surprised Su Weihua upon his arrival. Su Weihua retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and began to wipe the dirt from Suyu's attire. "It's nothing." Suyu waved his hand dismissively. "Shall we go?" "Yes." Su Weihua nodded in agreement. Professor Su Kai soon joined them, and upon seeing Suyu's appearance, he couldn't help but express his surprise. "My young friend, you're quite unique." "Professor Su, you flatter me. Please go ahead, I'll ride my bicycle." "It's not far," Suyu replied. He was fully aware of how dirty his clothes were, and he was concerned about soiling the interior of the vehicle. Furthermore, the auction was of a smaller scale, taking place within a pawn shop not far from Hao Ranxian. "It's all right, let's share a ride," Su Kai suggested. "I'll just ride my bicycle," Suyu replied earnestly. "Very well, we shall wait for you there," Su Kai agreed. After they boarded the vehicle, Suyu proceeded on his bicycle. Upon Su Kai and Su Weihua's arrival, they signed in first. Due to the overwhelming crowd outside, it was more convenient to remain indoors. Su Weihua also sent a message to Suyu, asking him to call once he arrived. As Suyu was on his bicycle, he took approximately 5 minutes longer than Su Weihua and the others. Upon arrival, he intended to call Su Weihua after entering. However, as he approached the entrance, a security guard blocked his way. "What do you think you're doing?" one guard coldly inquired. "I intend to enter," Suyu replied. "Huh, do you think just anyone can waltz in here? You might want to take a good look in the mirror first. Your presence would only tarnish this place," the guard sneered. "Either leave on your own, or we will force you out." These two guards were particularly brazen. "And what if I refuse to leave?" Suyu retorted coldly. "I could easily summon someone to come out. Suit yourself. What can a mere scrap collector like you possibly muster?" The guard's face was filled with disdain. Suyu promptly dialed Su Weihua's number. Upon receiving Suyu's call, Su Weihua rushed over immediately. Upon seeing Suyu, he greeted him warmly. "Master, you've arrived. These 2-1-T let me through." Suyu glanced at the guards. Su Weihua, now fuming, shouted at them, "What is this attitude? I'm here to deliver items for auction, and Master Su is my invited expert. Are you really trying to obstruct him? Should I escalate this to your manager? I would relish seeing you packing your bags." Hearing Su Weihua's words, the guards remained unperturbed. They recognized Su Weihua and were aware of his lack of influence. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Su, the owner of the Imperial Seal? How much do you plan to sell it for? I hear no gem experts have been able to authenticate its authenticity yet. Are you aiming to set a record for the lowest auction price here?" one guard remarked. Su Weihua trembled with rage and was about to advance. But Suyu was quicker. While the guards were still laughing, a sudden gust of wind swept in. Their expressions changed as they hurried to dodge. But they were too late. Su Yu had already delivered a slap to each of them. His strikes were merciless, sending both guards stumbling back several steps, with clear red handprints adorning their faces. Observers who had yet to enter the auction gasped at the scene. It looked painful indeed. Who gave you the audacity to belittle us? Su Yu stated coldly. The two guards, under Su Yu's icy gaze, felt an inexplicable chill. However, the pain radiating from their faces transformed their expressions into one of ferocity. You brat, today is your doom. The two security guards roared as they advanced towards Su Yu, their demeanor resembling that of predators ready to rend him apart. Chapter 34, The Pocket Watch. Is this how your auction house treats its guests? Su Yu remarked with a cool detachment. Su Weihua's countenance was equally frigid. Do you intend to bully the patrons? Are you too capable of bearing the consequences? If you ruin the auction, do you think merely being dismissed will suffice? One of the guards gritted his teeth and retorted, Bastard, do not think you can intimidate me. Today I will fight back. Su Weihua, you certainly overestimate yourself, the guard scoffed. You possess a counterfeit jade seal. And do you truly believe our auction house would care about you? Inviting this lad over is merely a farce. Where do you see him resembling a treasure appraisal master? The guard's words garnered considerable agreement among the onlookers, for Su Yu was indeed unremarkable in appearance. If a master were so easily recognizable, would you still be working as a security guard? Su Weihua retorted with a sneer. Su Weihua's remarks flushed the guards' faces crimson with indignation. Infuriated, they prepared to lash out at Su Weihua and Su Yu. As they approached, Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing their intent to inflict harm. At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted from behind the guards. What do you two ruffians think you are doing? Cease this immediately. Upon hearing the voice, the two guards hastily halted their actions, their previous arrogance dissipating, replaced by ingratiating smiles. Manager, what brings you here? Look at this fellow, dressed so raggedly. He clearly appears to be a beggar. Su Weihua here intends to bring him inside. Isn't that detrimental to our auction house's image? In response, the manager delivered a sharp slap to the guard's head, admonishing, Impact? Nonsense. Everyone who comes here is our guest, and you ought to treat them accordingly. Apologize to these two gentlemen at once. Mr. Su, and this esteemed gentleman, I sincerely apologize for the trouble these two knaves have caused you, the manager said. The guards, taken aback, lowered their heads in shame. Their faces burned with embarrassment, wishing to retaliate against Su Yu immediately. However, with the manager present, they dared not act. Of course. Please come in, the manager said warmly, ushering Su Weihua and Su Yu inside. Once the crowd thinned out, a puzzled guard inquired of the manager, that fellow appears rather unimpressive. Why did you allow him entry? You two fools, today is the day of our auction. We have countless guests passing through. While they may not seem remarkable, your attitude can tarnish our auction house's reputation and jeopardize future collaborations. Thus, I expect you to exercise restraint today. Otherwise, I shall terminate your employment, the manager declared sternly. Feeling the chill in the manager's tone, the two guards involuntarily shuddered. Yes, they promptly nodded. Su Yu and Su Weihua paid no attention to them, while Su Kai engaged in conversation with others. Thus, Su Yu and Su Weihua began to wander about. In the auction house, the atmosphere was rather casual, with attendees meandering freely. Although the auction had yet to commence, there were already several items displayed at the counter. Su Yu found himself quite intrigued by the merchandise. Since his rebirth, he had been fervently searching for antiques, and he hoped to unearth some treasures within the auction house. At the counter where he stood, several pocket watches were displayed. These timepieces, crafted by both modern and contemporary masters, were each of considerable value, with some even adorned with diamonds. The auction house had acquired these pocket watches, now showcased for sale. Su Weihua, somewhat perplexed, inquired Master Su. Are you interested in these watches? Why not take a look? There's nothing else to occupy our time, Su Yu replied with a smile. All right, Su Weihua nodded. Up until now, no one had acknowledged his jade seal. Su Yu was his only lifeline, which made him particularly attentive to Su Yu. The majority of the pocket watches boasted exquisite designs, appearing truly remarkable. Yet, nestled in a corner, one particular watch stood out, its style antiquated, the surface peeling away, rendering it quite unsightly. It lay quietly in the auction house's counter, untouched for an unknown duration. After observing it for a while, Su Yu turned to the attendant and said, Miss, could you please retrieve this pocket watch for me? I would like to examine it. In ordinary circumstances, others might disregard someone like Su Yu. However, the young female attendant displayed a commendable attitude. She cast a disdainful glance at the manager, who was not far off, as he frequently harassed her, favoring wealthy patrons. Thus, she relished in defying him. Some of her colleagues even tugged at her, urging her to ignore Su Yu. From any perspective, he appeared to be a pauper. Nevertheless, the attendant followed Su Yu's request and opened the cabinet. A name tag hung from her neck, reading Yilan. As Yilan conversed with Su Yu, the manager glanced in their direction, raising an eyebrow. His meaning was unmistakable. He signaled her to disregard Su Yu. However, Yilan despised the manager. Thus, the more he instructed her, the more she felt compelled to comply with Su Yu's wishes. With a sweet smile illuminating her face, she gently asked, "Sir, is it this pocket watch?" "No, it's the one beside it." Su Yu indicated towards the tattered timepiece. "Huh?" Upon seeing the watch, Yilan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. "Very well, sir." She retrieved the watch, and Su Yu began to scrutinize it closely. Observing the manager's frown from a distance sent a wave of satisfaction through Yilan. As long as the manager was displeased, she felt a sense of triumph. Initially, Yilan assumed Su Yu was merely perusing. Yet, as she glanced at him, she noted his intense focus on the pocket watch, leaving her puzzled by his earnestness. However, she did not pay much attention. She did not believe that Su Yu would purchase the pocket watch. Yet, as these thoughts crossed her mind, she heard Su Yu inquire. "Hello, may I ask how much this watch costs? Are you certain you want this pocket watch?" She asked again. The watch appeared quite damaged, and any rational person would refrain from buying it, as it held virtually no collectible value. "Indeed," Su Yu nodded. "This pocket watch is rather useless. A master once remarked that it holds no collectible worth." Yilan stated, "The other pocket watches here are valued at over 100,000 and have potential for appreciation. Although this one is priced at 10,000, I believe it is merely a trap for the gullible." Upon hearing this, Yilan hastily added, "I apologize. I did not mean you." Many surrounding them had already taken notice of the scene and erupted into laughter. Su Yu, however, remained unfazed and replied calmly, "Since this pocket watch lacks value, might you offer me a discount?" Although the watch was of little utility, its age was considerable, and its material was still of decent quality. "I should inquire with our manager," Yilan responded. Upon hearing this, the manager approached. Observing Su Yu, whose clothing was still muddied, he scoffed, "Sir, while this pocket watch is rather worn, it is not something everyone can afford. Is this the attitude your auction house has towards its clients? How can you ascertain whether I can afford it? I merely wish to know how much of a discount you can provide. Look at this watch. The surface is worn, and the hands do not even move. If I do not purchase it, I doubt anyone else will. How about 5,000? I will buy it. If you're not interested, then so be it." Su Yu said coldly. Listening to Su Yu, some sighed, people these days truly believe everything is an antique. If this pocket watch had any real value, it would have been sold long ago. Why wait until now? This pauper must be truly desperate to get rich." The onlookers murmured amongst themselves. Su Yu scoffed, "Sometimes, when one lacks vision, it is best not to make judgments." "Huh, I would like to see what tricks you can pull off," someone sneered. The manager, overhearing the crowd's disparagement of Su Yu, grew concerned. If Su Yu heeded their words and refrained from purchasing the pocket watch, it would be unfortunate. The watch had languished in the display case for several years, and the acquisition cost was merely around 1,000. Selling it for 5,000 would still be worthwhile. "Our boss has mandated that we do not sell for less than 10,000, the manager lamented. His intent was clear. He hoped Su Yu would raise his offer. Yet, upon hearing this, Su Yu turned to leave without hesitation. "If that is the case, then I shall not buy it." "Sir, I have not finished speaking," the manager interjected, positioning himself in front of Su Yu. "However, seeing how much you truly desire this pocket watch, I have decided to accept your price. 5,000, a direct transaction. If you agree, I will take the responsibility of selling you this pocket watch." Despite the manager's outward display of distress, he was inwardly elated. After all, he had managed to sell such a trivial item at several times its worth. Su Yu nodded in agreement. "Very well, let's proceed with the card payment." Yilan, noticing the scornful glint in the manager's gaze directed at Su Yu, felt a surge of displeasure. She turned to Su Yu, saying, "Sir, could you reconsider? This item truly lacks any real value. Who can say for certain?" The manager's demeanor grew cold. "Yilan, are you questioning this gentleman's judgment? If he desires it, you should promptly present the pocket watch to him. Were we to hire you for mere amusement?" As the transaction neared completion, Yilan's interference only fueled the manager's ire. He reprimanded her sharply. Yilan merely curled her lip, dismissing him. "Thank you. However, I have considerable faith in this pocket watch," Su Yu replied calmly. With that, Yilan ceased her objections. Su Yu produced a stack of cash from his pocket, featuring denominations of 100, 10, and 5. Yilan counted for quite some time, while the manager's disdain deepened. He regarded Su Yu as a mere bumpkin. Nevertheless, The thought of profiting from this bumpkin uplifted his spirits. A nearby attendant assisted Yilin in organizing the loose change, completing the transaction. A contract soon lay before Su Yu, who affixed his signature and received the pocket watch. Upon seeing it, Su Yu felt a wave of nostalgia. It was a reunion he had long awaited. Yet, the smile that graced his face only intensified the scorn directed at him by onlookers. Chapter 35. The value of the pocket watch previously. You brought shards of porcelain to my shop to sell. I recognize you. You're nothing more than a scavenger. What a shame it is to share the same auction space with someone like you. It disgusts me to even think of it. Su Yu turned to find the little mustachioed man from Anya Pavilion. The man looked at Su Yu with utter disdain. What are you staring at? Someone like you should be rummaging through trash, not embarrassing yourself here. To appreciate antiques, one must possess not only a discerning eye, but also a commendable character. Only those of virtuous character can truly engage in the art of appraisal, Su Yu asserted. And yet, you, lacking both integrity and ability, have no right to criticize me. That day, when I sold you the fiery red porcelain shards, you attempted to deceive me, only to be exposed and humiliated, which led to your petty retaliation. In your Anya Pavilion, there is nothing of worth that could entice me. Compared to Professor Su, you are nothing but refuse. Given the disparagement directed at him, Su Yu felt no obligation to show the man any courtesy, letting his words fly like cannon fire. The little mustachioed man's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "You little bumpkin, don't you feel any shame in speaking so?" Yet, he added, "You were merely fortunate to acquire a few pieces of fiery red porcelain." His face was a mask of derision. "You probably have never even had the opportunity to touch something like a pocket watch. 5,000 yuan is indeed a significant sum for you. Acquiring this piece, you're likely to suffer considerable losses. The pitiable rustic, while adorning this pocket watch, must remember to adjust both the hour and minute hands each time he checks the time. Otherwise, others will surely see through the facade." This statement from the mustachioed man elicited hearty laughter from many present. Before the auction formally commenced, witnessing such a farce was rather enjoyable. Su Weiwa stepped forward, coldly addressing the mustachioed man. "What do you understand? Master Su is the most erudite individual I have encountered. Even the esteemed Yang from Lineage cannot compare." "Ah, Mr. Su, it seems you have been bewitched by him, entranced by his charm," the mustachioed man scoffed. "True masters possess unique traits, yet none would present themselves as a scavenger. A master must maintain their dignity. Is my attire truly disgraceful?" Su Yu retorted with a sardonic laugh. "I am merely concealing my talents." "Ha! You possess the thickest skin I have ever seen," the mustachioed man replied coldly. "Do you not realize that even Chu Tianqing holds no regard for your pocket watch?" "Chu Tianqing? Who is that?" Su Yu inquired, somewhat perplexed. The crowd erupted in laughter once again at this revelation. "You dare claim to be a connoisseur of treasures while not even knowing Chu Tianqing?" the mustachioed man mocked. Beside them, Su Weiwa interjected, "Master Su, Chu Tianqing is the most renowned watchmaker in Haishu. He has crafted many classic pocket watches and can often restore even those from ancient times. Do you understand, rustic?" The mustachioed man sneered. "If even a master watchmaker cannot discern its worth, what can you possibly uncover?" Su Yu pondered for a moment. "Chu Tianqing? Haishu? I recall a watchmaker from the Qing Dynasty named Chu Yunfei. Their craft was passed down through generations. To think this skill has persisted until now is indeed remarkable." He mused. However, the mustachioed man scoffed. "You do not even recognize Master Chu Tianqing, yet you pretend to know something? And Chu Yunfei from the Qing Dynasty? Surely you are fabricating this individual." Su Yu chuckled derisively, his gaze toward the mustachioed man filled with disdain. The mustachioed man, feeling irked by Su Yu's look, retorted, "What is this attitude? What is true? The identity of Chu Yunfei," a man interjected, "is indeed that of a watchmaker from the Qing Dynasty. His lineage has been comprised of watchmakers for 3 generations. It is no small feat to have maintained such a legacy for centuries." The mustachioed man, absorbing the crowd's reaction, appeared bewildered. Having just mocked Su Yu, he now found the mention of Chu Yunfei to hold some truth. This realization caused a flush of anger to rise to his cheeks. Yet, he continued to scoff, "Even if you know of Chu Yunfei, you must recognize that Chu Tianqing hails from a prestigious lineage of watchmakers. His discerning eye surely surpasses yours. A pocket watch disregarded by Chu Tianqing is of no value, regardless of your esteem for it. Only someone like you, a scavenger, would mistake trash for treasure." The little man grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. "You cheeky brat. If you possess the skill, then repair the pocket watch. If you can demonstrate its true worth, then do so. If not, you must admit you are nothing but a country bumpkin." Previously, he had clashed with Su Yu in the Anya Pavilion, and now, before such a large audience, he felt humiliated by Su Yu's retort. He yearned for Su Yu to lose face entirely. Even an expert in antiques would not necessarily be adept at restoring them. Moreover, the intricacies of horology are vast. Without a profound understanding, a hasty attempt at repair could lead to the watch's utter disintegration. The little man was resolute in his belief that Su Yu could not possibly succeed in such a task. This would allow him to unleash a barrage of mockery upon Su Yu. However, Su Yu did not adhere to the anticipated script. Fixing his gaze upon the little man, he spoke with an icy demeanor. If I can prove that this pocket watch possesses significant value and successfully restore it, will you then circle the auction house on your knees? For some inexplicable reason, upon meeting Su Yu's gaze, the little man felt a twinge of unease. His anger intensified. After years of dealing in antiques, and having become the manager of Anya Pavilion, how could he allow a mere young scavenger to intimidate him in front of so many witnesses? If you lose, not only must you circle the room, but you will also kneel and bow to me. Su Weiwa watched Su Yu with concern, while Yilan hesitated. She held a favorable impression of Su Yu and did not wish to see him engage in such a reckless endeavor. The onlookers, unfazed by the potential escalation, observed with mocking expressions. What's wrong? Have you lost your voice? You were so boastful just now, and now you're silent. Are you truly that cowardly? A scavenger is still a scavenger. Spending a few thousand on a pocket watch has clearly gone to your head. In response to the little man's derision, Su Yu's expression hardened. It's no wonder the business at Anya Pavilion has always been lackluster. To be frank, with a manager like you, Anya Pavilion is destined to be a joke. Your narrow vision and lack of magnanimity are evident. If I were the owner, I would certainly dismiss you. Old Yang's eyes flashed with irritation. I would like to speak, but your incessant chatter makes it difficult for me to interrupt. So you replied, now, I allow you to speak not out of fear, but as an opportunity for you to express yourself. Your arrogance will only make the sting of my rebuttal all the more painful. Remember, you represent Anya Pavilion. Take a good look. We are not of the same caliber. Soon, I shall demonstrate to everyone just how blind you and the others at Anya Pavilion truly are to the value of this pocket watch. It is a genuine treasure. With that, Su Yu produced the pocket watch and turned to Yilan, asking, do you have any restoration tools? Yes, she replied. All eyes were drawn to him. Curiosity piqued. Could this seemingly unremarkable Su Yu truly possess the ability to restore the pocket watch? I am eager to see what tricks you can pull off. The little man scoffed. The little mustached man crossed his arms and coldly remarked. Su Yu paid him no heed. Accepting the clock repair tools handed to him by Yilan, Su Yu gently uttered a word of gratitude. Thank you. He then commenced his repair work. With a diminutive screwdriver in hand, he lightly tapped and twisted it. 5,000 is a substantial sum for you, Su Weihua expressed. Concern etched on his face as he glanced at Su Yu, who appeared to be in a precarious position. However, once Su Yu opened the clock's cover, he deftly turned a small screw and began to manipulate the hands of the watch. His face began to radiate excitement. This fellow was indeed a novice. He had prepared himself to slap Su Yu's face. Who would have thought that Su Yu would invert the pocket watch, open its cover, and extract a transparent membrane, tapping it against the watch a few times? Such actions were utterly perplexing. Yet, soon enough, everyone witnessed the hands of the watch spring to life. Is it truly fixed? Yilan exclaimed, astonished. The little mustached man was equally taken aback. He soon sneered. Even if the pocket watch is repaired, it does not guarantee its value will be high. This is far from over. Why are you in such a hurry to make a spectacle of yourself? Su Yu replied, do not rush. Opportunities will arise. Su Yu spoke with an air of confidence, as if stating an undeniable truth. The little mustached man's breath caught. He found Su Yu to be quite infuriating. I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve, he scoffed. In the next moment, Su Yu turned to Yilan and asked, beautiful lady, could you boil me a pot of water? Of course, Yilan replied, her curiosity about Su Yu intensifying. From Su Yu's confident demeanor, it seemed he might genuinely be able to prove the worth of the pocket watch, and she felt a sense of anticipation. She was not alone in this feeling. Others shared her eagerness. This atmosphere weighed heavily on the little mustache man. You insolent brat, he barked. If you lack the ability, just admit it. Is it amusing to deliberately waste time here? Apologize now, and I shall be magnanimous and not hold it against you. If this continues, you will be utterly humiliated. Despite his intention to offer Su Yu an escape, the little mustached man was indeed frightened. The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became. Stopping Su Yu now would provide him with a way out. Yet, Su Yu looked at him with a mocking expression. Is it too late to regret now? Chapter 36, The Arrogant Manager. Suyu calmly declared, since you are so confident in yourself, let us resolve this later. Our wager will certainly hold. And in front of so many witnesses, even if you wish to renege, I shall not grant you that opportunity. In truth, the little mustached man felt somewhat intimidated. However, with so many people present, he could not easily concede. If he did, he would become a laughingstock in his circle. Heh, since you wish to seek your own misery, I shall grant you this chance. I await the scene of your kneeling before me in submission. However, it is evident to all that the little man with the mustache is merely a facade of bravado. Qilin has already brought over the kettle, addressing Suyu, sir. The water has been boiled. Very well, Suyu nodded. He picked up a small basin resting to the side and said with a hint of nonchalance, now, we shall witness a miracle. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding spectacle, afraid to blink lest they miss this extraordinary moment. The little mustached man's emotions shifted in tandem with Suyu's actions. Deep down, he wished for Suyu's failure, as I would spare him the embarrassment. Yet Suyu proved him wrong. Placing the pocket watch into the small basin, Suyu poured in the steaming water. The watch, once tattered and worn, began to shed its rust under the warmth. Witnessing this, many gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. In no time, the iron corrosion vanished entirely. The watch's original form was concealed by a layer of rust applied by an expert, along with a thin partition added within its inner workings. Suyu then turned his gaze towards the little man, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I wonder if Chu Tianqing has meticulously examined this pocket watch. If not, it is unsurprising that he found nothing. However, should he have scrutinized it closely and still discovered nothing, then this so-called master of timepieces is nothing but a charlatan. His words bore weight, as he had already demonstrated his prowess to the onlookers. The little man's complexion shifted noticeably. How do you possess the knowledge to restore this pocket watch? Particularly, how does hot water restore it to its former glory? Sukai also looked at Suyu in confusion, for he had not discerned this crucial detail. Suyu lifted the watch from the hot water and dried it off, revealing its true visage. The craftsmanship was astonishing, and the intricate mechanics within were exceedingly complex. A minor error in the restoration process could lead to grave consequences. Yet Suyu had succeeded. I have some understanding of timepieces, and upon seeing this watch, I sensed something amiss, Suyu explained. Thus, I requested Miss Yi to retrieve it. After careful observation, my suspicions were confirmed. Consequently, I employed hot water to rejuvenate it. Throughout his discourse, Suyu exuded confidence. Sukai regarded him with admiration. Most young individuals today are often self-absorbed, unwilling to take the time to learn. Yet, Suyu maintained his composure, demonstrating profound knowledge. Seizing the opportunity, while Suyu was distracted, the little man intended to slip away unnoticed. Remaining here would render him powerless, and he would surely become a target for Suyu's scrutiny. Should he be caught within the auction house, his embarrassment would be insurmountable. I fear that it will be difficult to maintain my presence in this circle from now on. Little Mustache believed that Suyu paid him no heed. However, after taking just a few steps, a mocking voice echoed behind him. Where do you think you're going? I suddenly recalled a pressing matter and must take my leave, replied Little Mustache. Huh, do you consider my earlier words mere nonsense? Suyu retorted with a cold laugh. Is everything spoken in Anya Pavilion to be dismissed as such? With each step forward, Suyu's aura intensified significantly. Meanwhile, beads of cold sweat formed on Little Mustache's forehead, leaving him in a quandary of whether to advance or retreat. At that moment, Elder Yang of Anya Pavilion spoke gravely. Since a promise has been made, it must be fulfilled. Elder Yang, Little Mustache interjected, eager to speak. If you cannot uphold even this minor commitment, do you wish for Anya Pavilion to become the laughingstock of the antique community? Elder Yang's voice was chilling. A glance from him caused Little Mustache to shudder involuntarily, too intimidated to retort in the presence of Elder Yang. Turning towards Suyu, despite the resentment bubbling within him, Little Mustache gritted his teeth and knelt down. I am sorry. Go ahead and crawl. I am curious to see how you manage it, Suyu remarked with a smile. The eyes of the onlookers were also fixed upon Little Mustache's face. If you are a man, do it swiftly. What are you hesitating for? After being ridiculed by the crowd, Little Mustache's face flushed crimson. However, without crawling around, he would not be permitted to leave today. Some individuals even took out their phones to capture the moment. Suyu disregarded this insignificant character and stowed away the pocket watch. At that moment, a voice emerged from the side. It was the manager of the auction house. Is there something you wish to discuss? Suyu inquired, puzzled. This pocket watch belongs to our auction house. As you have yet to exit, the transaction is incomplete, the the manager stated blandly. We shall refund your payment and provide you with a bit for restoration. This pocket watch is ours. With just a cursory glance, the manager recognized the watch's considerable value. After all, Suyu was merely a young man without significant connections. Even if he possessed some skills, the manager felt confident in controlling him. Before everyone here, I ask you, do you still have any shame? Upon hearing Suyu's question, the manager's expression darkened instantly. He barked at Suyu. You, filthy little brat, have no right to be in our auction house. We never sent you an invitation. In that case, your purchases here are invalid. Security, come here immediately and throw this kid out. Driven by greed and the belief that Suyu was inconsequential, the manager shouted at him. Several security guards rushed over, including the two who had been stationed at the entrance. Their gazes towards Suyu were filled with malice. They had previously been slapped by him and had also been reprimanded by the manager due to him. Now, finally presented with a chance for revenge. All their pent-up anger was directed at Suyu. The manager sneered at Suyu and said, You little rascal, hurry up and hand over the watch. Huh, you should return the pocket watch to us first, Suyu replied. The few security guards who held a grudge against Suyu stepped closer, their expressions growing menacing. You little brat, I don't care about anything else. I'll teach you a lesson first, one guard snarled, his demeanor turning fierce. Indeed, I've disliked you since the moment you walked in. You're just a country bumpkin trying to act like a tycoon here. Another guard shouted. Their fists flew towards Suyu, eager to bring him down to the ground. Do as you please. However, old man, you'd best refrain from digging your own grave. The manager chuckled coldly, exuding arrogance. Yet, in Suyu's eyes, the guard's movements revealed too many flaws. Too weak, Suyu declared, retaliating with a punch. The guards, infuriated by Suyu's audacity to strike back, realized the disparity in their abilities the moment they engaged him. Before the manager's smile could fade, one guard was sent tumbling to the ground at his feet. Suyu's fists continued to rain down upon the remaining guards. After consuming the blue-silver grass, Suyu felt revitalized, making it effortless to deal with these guards. The once arrogant guards now acutely sensed the gap in strength as they faced Suyu. Within minutes, they lay defeated on the ground. Suyu stepped on one guard, looking mockingly at the manager. Now, can we have a proper conversation? He asked. What exactly do you want? The manager replied coldly. Did I not mention it earlier? It seems your brain isn't functioning well, Suyu retorted with a sneer. Return the jade seal belonging to old Master Su to us. According to the contract, the deposit is yours, and the jade seal is ours. Do you intend to breach the contract? If you do, it won't just be your problem. The auction house will face trouble too. Can you still make decisions for this auction house? Suyu's tone dripped with disdain. The manager yearned to counter Suyu, but knew he lacked the logical and legal high ground. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Other guests were watching. Once you infringe upon everyone's rights, prepare for your auction house's downfall, one person coldly remarked. Suddenly, becoming the target of everyone's ire, the auction house manager felt a twinge of panic. Chapter 37, The Low-Key Tycoon. Old Su, and everyone else, I'm not disregarding the rules. It's these two who are deliberately causing trouble here. If I easily agree to them, then anyone will dare to disrupt our auction house in the future. The manager gritted his teeth. Especially this little punk. We don't want to do business with him. However, for the sake of everyone present, I won't make things difficult for them today. Especially since old Master Su has it tough, flaunting a fake jade seal to swindle people. No wonder he has such a close relationship with this brat. Casting a scornful glance at Su Weihua, the manager sneered. Now, bring out the pledge slip. Su Weihua gritted his teeth and declared very well. Regardless of his reluctance, he must endure it. After all, he needed to finalize the agreement with the manager. Su Weihua produced a document from his pocket. It was the contract he had previously signed with the auction house. Suyu took the contract and placed it firmly on the manager's desk, saying coldly, Now, please return the imperial seal to us. Upon hearing the manager's words, Suyu's expression shifted slightly. He examined the contract and confirmed its contents were indeed as stated. Su Weihua slapped his forehead and smiled wryly. Master Su, I apologize. I was solely focused on selling the imperial seal, and the auction house seemed like an excellent platform. I did not consider the implications thoroughly. At that moment, Su Weihua's intention was merely to engage a master appraiser to authenticate the seal and elevate its value. He had overlooked other considerations. Not to worry. Since it's come to this, we shall simply bid for it, Su Yu remarked. He felt an affinity for the imperial seal, believing that acquiring it would bring him significant advantages. Thus, Su Yu was resolute in his pursuit of the seal. I understand your desire to assist me, but I cannot allow you to become embroiled in this, Su Yu countered, shaking his head. No worries. I am determined to secure this imperial seal. Seeing Su Yu's bravado, the manager couldn't help but let out a derisive chuckle. Huh, you truly have a thick skin, boy. Even while boasting, your face remains unflushed. Very well. I shall auction this imperial seal as you wish. Surprised by the manager's acquiescence, Su Yu was nonetheless aware that the situation would not be straightforward. Without anyone to authenticate the seal's legitimacy, it would undoubtedly fail to fetch a high price. If that were the case, securing the seal would indeed become quite simple for Su Yu. The manager glanced at Su Yu, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You wish to play a game with me? Very well. I shall indulge you, he thought to himself. The imperial seal was presented. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, yet no one participated in the auction. The starting price was set at 100,000, with each increment not to fall below 10,000, the manager announced. 100,000, Su Yu stated. 500,000, he declared as soon as he finished speaking. A man immediately called out. 600,000, Su Yu responded once more. He cast a glance at the man who had just spoken. The individual was exchanging glances with the manager, clearly a pawn in the manager's scheme. It was evident that the manager intended to disrupt the proceedings. He doubted Su Yu could afford a substantial bid, and the higher Su Yu raised his offer, the more they would escalate the price. Thus, if Su Yu wished to obtain the seal, it would come at an exorbitant cost. Should Su Yu fail to meet his bid with the requisite funds, the manager could seize the opportunity to make things difficult for him. Moreover, if Su Yu's bid was significantly high, the manager would stand to gain a considerable commission. No matter how one looked at it, he was the ultimate victor. What kind of underhanded tactics are these? Protested another bidder alongside Su Yu. I have the means to bid this way. Is there something wrong with that? I can easily afford over $1 million. If you reach 3 million, I shall withdraw. The man then cast a mocking glance at Su Yu. Do you possess such funds? The disdain in the man's gaze was conspicuously evident, eliciting a derisive snicker from the manager. Since both Su Yu and Su Weihua had offended him, it was likely that Su Weihua's jade seal would remain in their auction house for an extended period, or perhaps it would simply go unsold. With the manager's cunning, neither Su Weihua nor Su Yu could contend with him. Su Weihua's face was etched with indignation. Damn it, you scoundrels are just bullying me. I will report you to the Consumer Association. Suit yourself. We are merely adhering to the terms of our agreement, the manager replied dismissively. Every industry has its own rules. If everyone behaved as you do, how could our auction house possibly function? Although Su Weihua recognized the manager's unreasonable antics, there was an unsettling logic to his absurdity. Trembling with rage, Su Weihua found himself at a loss for words. 3 million? Su Yu inquired. Are you certain that if I bid 3 million, you want to raise the price again? Of course, the man replied. If you bid 3 million and someone else counters with a higher offer, I will no longer sell it. But once you declare your price, you must possess the requisite funds, the manager coldly stated. Should you dare to disrupt our auction with reckless bidding, do not expect me to treat you kindly. Su Yu's expression remained impassive as he declared, 3 million. Deal. The manager promptly responded, let us commence with the payment. He extended his hand, looking down at Su Yu with an air of superiority. I don't have it. Su Yu replied nonchalantly. Ah, you insolent brat. I warned you against making reckless bids. Such folly comes at a steep price, the manager retorted icily. I may not have it on hand, but I can acquire it with a single phone call, Su Yu asserted. The manager scoffed. You think you can just make a phone call and have the money? Wake up, kid. You're nothing more than a scavenger. Ignoring the taunt, Su Yu contemplated whom to call. Li Wanqing came to mind. Given her affluent background, borrowing money from her should be feasible. However, Su Yu disliked incurring favors. He thought of Mr. Murong instead. Having previously saved Mr. Murong's life, and knowing he was financially secure, Su Yu resolved to ask him for a loan. Su Yu retrieved his phone and dialed Mr. Murong's number. On the other end, a hearty laugh resonated. Divine Doctor, what can I do for you? Mr. Murong, could you lend me 230,000? I am in urgent need of funds, and I assure you I can repay you in 2 days, Su Yu requested. Since the esteemed little Divine Doctor has asked, provide me your card number, and I shall arrange for the transfer immediately. Furthermore, you saved my life. My existence is worth far more than 200,000, Mr. Murong replied. This sum is merely my gratitude towards you, Divine Dr. Su. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to reach out. Su Yu shook his head. Mr. Murong, I have already accepted your consultation fee. Thus, this amount is a loan, which I shall return to you in 2 days along with my thanks in person. Divine Dr. Su, there is no need for such formality, Mr. Murong chuckled wryly. Let us keep matters distinct. Su Yu remarked, if I were to rely on Mr. Murong for everything due to that incident, I believe I would come to despise myself. The character of Dr. Su is commendable. Though I am considerably older than you, I have firmly decided to befriend you. Mr. Murong's cheerful laughter resonated through the phone, undoubtedly appreciating Su Yu's disposition. Very well, it is indeed my privilege, Su Yu replied. Moments after hanging up, Su Yu received a text notification of the transfer. While he remained momentarily stunned, the manager cast a glance at him, a slight smirk curling his lips. So, how is it, you little rascal? Have you gathered enough funds? If not, I shall have no choice but to expel you. Starting today, you will be blacklisted from our auction house, and we shall take legal action against you for disrupting our auction. Su Yu lifted his gaze to meet the manager's eyes. The manager instinctively recoiled under Su Yu's steady stare. I must say, you truly are quite cowardly, Su Yu scoffed. With your kind of character, how dare you boast before me? I wonder who granted you such audacity. The funds have been transferred. Now, let us proceed with the transaction. Hand over the jade seal. The manager, visibly shaken by Su Yu's imposing presence, clenched his teeth and replied, let us swipe the card first. How do I know you RT putting on a show? I am not as mundane as you, Su Yu retorted dismissively as he walked toward Yilon. Miss Yi, would you kindly assist me with the POS machine for the transfer? Of course, Yilon responded softly, her cheeks flushed. Upon first encountering Su Yu in his tattered attire, she had assumed he was lacking in wealth. Now, he had transformed into a figure of affluence. As he stood so close, she found herself increasingly hesitant to meet his gaze. With the POS machine in hand, Yilon took the bank card and facilitated the transfer. Su Yu's newfound wealth altered Yilan's demeanor in his presence, igniting a spark of jealousy within the manager. The transfer has been successfully completed, Mr. Su. Please keep your bank card safe, Yilon said softly. Thank you, Miss Yi, Su Yu replied. There's no need for thanks, she murmured, lowering her gaze. Turning back to the manager, Su Yu coldly declared, I have completed the payment. You should now release the jade seal, correct? Furthermore, you're only entitled to collect the handling fee. The remainder must be returned to Mr. Su. You wouldn't want to play tricks, would you? You've already tried once. Do you wish to continue down that path? If this persists, the auction house will inevitably face your downfall. With each word Su Yu uttered, the manager's expression grew increasingly grim. The jade seal is yours. Is it not merely a counterfeit? What are you so arrogant about? The manager scoffed. Once the money reaches us, it will follow the proper procedures. Mr. Su will have to wait a few days to receive his funds. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the manager signaled for someone to bring the jade seal and hand it to Su Yu. All right, you have your item. You may leave now, he sneered. However, Su Yu coldly replied, you have crossed me today, and I shall remember you. In this auction house, individuals like you will inevitably lead to its downfall. With that, Su Yu turned to leave, while Mr. Su hurried to follow. Chapter 38, Greetings, Brother-in-Law. Many cast furious glares at the manager, whose actions today had crossed the line. The female attendants, in particular, displayed glances tinged with resentment. Despite Su Yu's unremarkable attire, his handsome features and wealth rendered him a stark contrast to the manager, who seemed to dwell in the depths of mediocrity. Regrettably, the attendants had previously looked down upon Su Yu, neglecting him when he sought their assistance, harboring disdain in their hearts. Only Yilon had approached him to engage in conversation. Some regarded Yilon with envy as they witnessed Su Yu being dismissed by the manager, igniting her irritation. However, she was acutely aware of the manager's unreasonable and shameless nature, leaving her powerless. As Su Yu and Su Weihua prepared to exit, a voice resonated from the entrance. Indeed, the turnout today is quite impressive. It seems our auction house's event has been rather successful. Following this, a young man approached. Upon seeing him, the security personnel immediately lowered their heads, respectfully greetings, young masterly. The manager, who had just been brazenly confrontational towards Su Yu, now stood before the young man, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Young masterly, what brings you here? I can handle this matter myself. It would be a rare occasion not to partake in such a grand event at the auction house, the young man replied with a smile. Upon recognizing the young man as Li Xiaofeng, whom he had encountered the previous day, Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated this auction house's connection to Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng, seemingly aware of Su Yu's gaze, was also momentarily stunned. The manager, standing beside Li Xiaofeng, misinterpreted the young master's interest in Su Yu. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to one of hostility as he stepped forward, bellowing at Su Yu. What are you still doing here? Shouldn't you leave at once? Don't you see young Master Li is present? Your filthy appearance is spoiling his mood. Nevertheless, Su Yu remained unmoved. The manager then barked at the security personnel. Why are you still standing there? Get this guy out of here. Yet, before he could finish his command, a foot connected with his body, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Who dares to strike me?" the manager yelled, but as he raised his head, he met the icy gaze of young Master Li. His earlier arrogance evaporated, leaving him looking particularly pitiful. Young Master Li observing the manager's humiliation. Both guests and staff felt a sense of satisfaction. "Huh, what gave you the audacity to lay a hand on him? Do you even know who he is?" Li Xiaofeng said coldly. "Young Master Li, this fellow clearly does not appear to be a wealthy individual," the manager protested. "He is my brother-in-law." "How dare you lay a hand on my brother-in-law?" Li Xiaofeng seethed with fury. Su Yu, upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's words, could only respond with bemusement. Who, indeed, was his brother-in-law? The manager was utterly astonished. Had he truly offended Li Xiao's brother-in-law? The situation was far from over, as yet another middle-aged man approached. Upon seeing Su Yu, the man immediately adopted a respectful demeanor and said, "Master, I have searched for you for quite some time. I never expected to find you here. Had I known, I would have rushed over at once." Everyone recognized this middle-aged man. He was Su Yuqing, the proprietor of the treasure pavilion in the antique market. Su Yuqing was a significant figure in the antique circles of Haishur. Originally, Su Yu was perceived as an inconspicuous character by the crowd. However, with the arrival of Li Xiaofeng and Su Yuqing, both of whom treated Su Yu with utmost respect, the onlookers were left in a state of shock. "Who would have thought that you are indeed Li Xiao's brother-in-law? There has been much misunderstanding regarding prior events. Please do not take them to heart," Su Yuqing expressed sincerely, leaving the crowd feeling as though they were witnessing a cinematic spectacle. It is worth noting that Su Yuqing typically exuded arrogance in front of others. Yet, his demeanor was exceptionally cordial towards Su Yu, indicating the latter's extraordinary status. Consequently, the crowd became increasingly attentive to Su Yu. "Is it true that you own the auction house?" Su Yu inquired. "Li Xiao, your brother-in-law is a master of appraisal," Su Yuqing replied. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. "My goodness, brother-in-law, your medical skills are remarkable and you excel in appraisals as well. Are you leaving anyone else any room to breathe?" Su Yu merely rolled his eyes in response. "We usually refrain from involvement and rarely visit. Today's presence is solely due to the auction." Su Yuqing smiled and suggested, "Master Su, why don't we share a cup of tea?" However, Su Yu coolly replied, "The tea at your auction house is beyond my means. As a mere scavenger, I might tarnish your tables and chairs." He cast a frosty glance at the manager, whose body trembled under the weight of the two bosses' icy stares. "Who gave you the audacity to show disrespect to Master Su?" Su Yuqing's voice was chilling. "I have warned you before. Your demeanor towards others must improve. Some individuals may present themselves modestly, yet they possess significant prowess. Now, tell me, what exactly did you do to Master Su?" Despite Su Yuqing's calm tone, the manager felt a shiver run down his spine. Before the manager could respond, Su Weihua interjected. Regarding the manager's despicable conduct, Su Weihua painted a vivid picture. This only intensified the coldness in Li Xiaofeng and Su Yuqing's gazes directed at the manager. Moreover, Su Weihua disclosed the incident involving Su Yu purchasing a pocket watch. "If everyone in the antique circle behaved as you have, would chaos not ensue? It seems we granted you too much authority, leading you to become conceited, believing yourself to be the owner of the auction house, thinking yourself invincible, with no one daring to provoke you. Regardless of who one may be within this circle, one must adhere to its established rules." Su Yuqing's expression was one of complete indifference as he addressed Yang Ergu, stating, "I initially believed you to be a person of significance. However, I am now compelled to acknowledge my misjudgment. If you are allowed to remain at our auction house, its inevitable demise will be merely a matter of time. Please, Mr. Su Li Xiao, I recognize my mistakes," the manager implored desperately. This position, with an annual salary of 200,000 and additional income, afforded him a comfortable life. Once, he had exuded arrogance. Yet today, he found himself on the verge of disgrace due to a ragged young man. "No," he shook his head, kneeling before Su Yu. "Master Su, I realize my errors. I beg you, show me mercy." He repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. "Mr. Su, Xiaofeng, I leave the remaining matters in your capable hands." Li Xiaofeng responded promptly. "Brother-in-law, do not worry. You may take a seat while we handle the rest." Su Yuqing then addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, we were entirely unaware of Yang Ergu's actions today. However, we acknowledge our failure in personnel selection and extend our sincerest apologies. Henceforth, we shall reduce the transaction fees by 10% as a gesture of goodwill from our auction house." Moreover, Su Yuqing cast a glance at the kneeling manager, declaring, "Yang Ergu is nothing but a disgrace. We must cleanse our ranks. Therefore, we shall terminate Yang Ergu and the two security guards who colluded with him." Guards, remove these 3 from the premises. Return tomorrow at this time to settle their remaining wages. Su Yuqing's tone was frigid. These individuals were truly testing his limits. Had he and Li Xiaofeng not arrived in time, the auction house's reputation would have suffered irreparable damage. Upon hearing Su Yuqing's words, both the manager and the 2 security guards pleaded fervently, yet Su Yuqing remained unmoved, merely gesturing dismissively. The remaining security personnel, perceiving that the situation did not concern them, breathed a sigh of relief. In the presence of Mr. Su and Li Xiao, they felt compelled to exhibit exemplary behavior. They promptly approached, and the former team leader, along with the other guards, seized the manager and escorted him away, leaving him utterly defenseless. As security moved towards him, the manager growled, "Do you dare?" He had often reprimanded the guards, and his voice still carried weight. Several guards took a step back, but soon realized that Yang Ergu was now a nonentity. In front of their superiors, they were determined to seize this opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty. "How dare you confront us? You have long bullied the staff and mistreated clients. We have grown weary of your tyranny. I have longed to teach you a lesson," one guard exclaimed as they restrained the manager. Despite his frantic struggles, he lacked the strength to free himself from their grasp. Li Xiaofeng and Su Yuqing turned their attention to Su Yu, understanding that Yang Ergu had offended him, leaving Su with a lingering sense of indignation. Given the circumstances, they acquiesced to the actions of the security guards, allowing them to deliver a severe lesson to Yang Ergu in front of Su Yu. Initially, Yang Ergu protested vocally, yet the guards showed no mercy. Before long, he was left bruised and battered. Having lived a life of luxury, Yang Ergu had never endured such humiliation. After only a few minutes of reprimand, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Standing beside Su Yu, Yilan cast a curious glance his way. Each time she thought she understood this man, he unveiled an even more formidable side. Watching the manager being reprimanded, she exhaled in relief. Finally, she would no longer be harassed. However, upon hearing Li Xiaofeng refer to Su Yu as brother-in-law, her heart sank. Was it the case that the exhilarating feelings she had yet to experience were already coming to an end? "Brother-in-law, what do you think?" Li Xiaofeng inquired, taking a seat beside Su Yu with a smile. "Get rid of him. His presence irks me," Su Yu replied. "Understood." Li Xiaofeng nodded, turning to the guards and instructing, "Did you hear my brother-in-law's words?" "Affirmative." The guards swiftly lifted the unconscious manager and hurled him out the door. With a resounding thud, the manager was flung outside, where he let out a pain scream. As the crowd around him grew, his anger and humiliation mounted, directing a venomous glare towards Su Yu. Yet, remaining in the vicinity would only invite further reprimand from Su Yu. Inside the auction house, Li Xiaofeng looked at Su Yu with curiosity. "Brother-in-law, how is the pocket watch you just acquired? May I see it? And what about the Jade seal?" Although Li Xiaofeng hailed from a family of physicians, he possessed a keen interest in antiquities. Su Yuqing also expressed curiosity. "Master Su's endeavors must be extraordinary. I recognized your prowess when you assisted Miss Wang with her appraisal." "Miss Wang?" Li Xiaofeng glanced at Su Yu, chuckling, "Don't worry, brother-in-law. I want to mention it to my sister." For reasons unknown, Su Yu found Li Xiaofeng's grin somewhat lecherous. "Whether you tell her or not matters little. Nothing ever transpired between us," Su Yu retorted. "The Jade seal is collateral at your auction house. Yet, upon the expiration of the collateral agreement, your establishment refused to accept the penalty and insisted on auctioning the seal." Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Su Yuqing's expression shifted slightly. "That detestable Yang Ergu. Our auction house adheres strictly to the rules, but Yang Ergu constantly acts recklessly. His actions could very well jeopardize our establishment. Master Su, I apologize. I merely serve as a figurehead and entrusted Yang Ergu with management. It seems I misjudged him. I will return your 3 million immediately and compensate you threefold according to the contract." Li Xiaofeng chimed in, "Brother-in-law, please overlook the matter. As for Yang Ergu, we shall ensure he faces dire consequences." The favorable attitude of Su Yuqing and Li Xiaofeng towards Su Yu surprised the onlookers, for both held remarkable backgrounds. Su Yu appeared rather unremarkable, yet this very inconspicuousness rendered him extraordinary. "You are not privy to the details, so let us leave matters as they are," Su Yu remarked, directing his gaze towards Su Weihua. "Rest assured, old Su, I shall attend to the matter of the Jade seal promptly." "Thank you, Master Su." Su Weihua expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Lacking any support, he had clung to Su Yu from the very beginning, firmly believing that his ancestral Jade seal was indeed the authentic Kangxi imperial seal. "Indeed," Yilan affirmed. Earlier, she had made a favorable impression on Su Yu, who remarked to Su Yuqing and Li Xiaofeng, Missy exhibits a commendable attitude towards guests. A simple statement, yet caught the attention of Su Yuqing and Li Xiaofeng. Before long, Yilan approached with a tray covered by cloth. She spoke softly, "Mr. Su, the jade seal you seek lies within." "Thank you," Su Yu replied. Upon hearing his praise, a rosy hue blossomed on Yilan's cheeks, rendering her exceedingly charming. Su Yuqing, astute as he was, recognized Su Yu's favorable disposition towards Yilan. Given Su Yu's inclination to elevate her status, Su Yuqing was more than willing to facilitate her ascent. With a smile, he addressed her, "Miss Yi, your diligence at the auction house has not gone unnoticed. Even a master has commended you. As you are aware, we are in need of a manager at our establishment. Would you consider accepting the position?" The shock on Yilan's face was palpable. She had only been with the auction house for half a year, and it was a significant establishment in Haishi's antique scene. Logically, she was merely a minor figure, hardly suited for such a pivotal role. That Su Yuqing, a prominent figure in the antique community, would consider her was solely due to Su Yu's influence. "Thank you, President Su," Yilan replied with a bow. Her gaze towards Su Yu now fraught with complexity. Nevertheless, after assisting her, Su Yu did not dwell on the matter. Respect begets respect. He simply extended a helping hand when the opportunity arose. At this moment, his attention shifted to the jade seal. "Old Su, this is your jade seal," Su Yu said softly. Su Weihua's eyes brimmed with tears. This treasured heirloom had been dismissed by many esteemed appraisers, yet only Su Yu stood by him. His heart swelled with gratitude towards Su Yu. After receiving the jade seal, he clutched it tightly. After a considerable pause, he released it and presented it once more to Su Yu, earnestly asking, "Master Su, can you ascertain the authenticity of this jade seal?" "Certainly," Su Yu replied, and the eyes of those around him turned towards the jade seal. Even Su Yuqing and Li Xiaofeng's faces displayed astonished expressions. "Brother-in-law, is this truly the jade seal?" Li Xiaofeng inquired, recalling that several appraisers had previously declared it a forgery. A knowledgeable voice interjected, "Looking at this jade seal, the carvings are remarkably grand and the patterns fluid. It is notably smaller than the average jade seal, with inscriptions in standard script." Su Yu held his mobile phone and illuminated the jade seal, causing the intricate patterns upon it to become even more pronounced. A golden line stretched from the front of the seal to its rear, remarkably clear. Upon seeing this jade seal, some furrowed their brows, expressing skepticism. "I still believe this seal to be a counterfeit. Its size differs from other seals belonging to Emperor Kangxi." "Is that so?" Su Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. "If this were a fake seal, do you truly think the craftsmanship would be so exquisite?" "Of course," replied the skeptic. "There are many skilled artisans in the countryside, some of whom can indeed create superb works of art." But Su Yu shook his head. "This seal is made from Hatian jade, which is exceedingly precious and beyond the reach of ordinary craftsmen. Moreover, forging a jade seal is a capital offense, especially during the reign of Emperor Kangxi. No artisan would dare to do so." As he waved a flashlight, the seal's luster became increasingly enchanting. "Thank you, Mr. Su. You have preserved it admirably," Su Yu remarked. "Having entrusted the seal to you, Master Su, I feel greatly reassured." Su Weihua said, "Master, please take good care of it." "Rest assured, I shall," Su Yu replied. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofeng and Su Yuqing listened attentively to Su Yu's narrative. Even Professor Su Kai remained silent, wary of disturbing him. Surveying the surroundings, Su Yu smiled and said, "Before we authenticate the jade seal, allow me to introduce Mr. Su Weihua, whose ancestors included the esteemed Qing official Su Yuanfang from the Kangxi era. I am fortunate to have crossed paths with Mr. Su at the auction house, where I happened to rescue him, thus gaining the opportunity to behold this seal." Mr. Su Yuanfang was known for his loyalty and candor. Emperor Kangxi held him in high regard. Whenever the emperor faced indecision, he would consult Mr. Su's opinion as Mr. Su was known for his integrity and refusal to engage in favoritism. Furthermore, Mr. Su was an authority on artifact appraisal during the Kangxi period, often responsible for the authentication of relics from that time. Some expressed confusion, but this seal is considerably smaller than typical jade seals. Others inquired, "The craftsmanship of this seal is remarkable, yet we find ourselves unable to ascertain its authenticity." Subsequently, Mr. Su Yuanfang rose to the rank of Grand Minister before retiring to his homeland. Emperor Kangxi entrusted him with a token, not the publicly acknowledged imperial jade seal, but rather a private seal used for confidential decrees. The Su family has safeguarded this seal through generations. Even subsequent emperors, Yongzheng and Qianlong, treated the Su family with utmost respect rather than imposing hardship upon them, Su Yu noted. As Su Yu recounted this history, Su Weihua stood tall with pride as a scion of the Su family. Emperor Kangxi was notoriously suspicious of his officials. Thus few maintained their integrity throughout his reign. Su Yu stated, yet the respect and trust bestowed upon Mr. Su Yuanfang by Emperor Kangxi attests to his incorruptibility. Listening to Su Yu's words, the crowd's expressions shifted. Realizing if it were indeed a private seal, its value would surpass that of the publicly recognized seals. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the group. Indeed, Su Yu spoke, his gaze directed towards Su Weihua. Old Su, the value of this jade seal is exceedingly high. Thus, the price I previously mentioned was quite low. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope you will sell it to me. I am willing to purchase your jade seal for 30 million, but I would require some time to arrange the funds. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Su Weihua shook his head. Master Su, had it not been for you, I would have sold this jade seal as a counterfeit. In my moment of distress, you offered to assist me with a generous price of 800,000. I have already committed to selling it to you at that price, and we must uphold our integrity in this circle. The elder's words left Su Yu momentarily taken aback. He then shook his head. 800,000 merely settles your debts. But what about your future? Let us do this. I shall provide you with the 3 million I mentioned earlier, for this jade seal holds great significance for me. I will repay the remainder gradually. From the outset, Su Weihua held Su Yu in high regard, and naturally, Su Yu reciprocated that respect. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, tears welled in Su Weihua's eyes. Having lived for more than half a century, he had never felt so moved. Very well, Su Weihua replied. Witnessing Su Weihua's agreement to sell the jade seal to Su Yu, the onlookers felt a tinge of regret. Some hesitated due to the price, while others who could afford it refrained from competing, knowing Su Weihua had already consented to Su Yu. Even if they attempted to contend with Su Yu, they knew they would fall short. Brother-in-law, you're incredible. If my grandfather and father knew how remarkable you are, they would undoubtedly support your relationship with my sister. Li Xiaofeng exclaimed. Now, you have truly become my brother-in-law. Go away, Su Yu replied curtly. I'm quite busy. I can assist you with anything, Li Xiaofeng said with a smile. However, Su Yu chose to ignore him. The transaction between Su Yu and Su Weihua took place at the auction house. Chapter 40. The Ouyang Father and Daughter. With Su Yu and Su Weihua having set a positive precedent, the small auction at the house commenced. Originally, this auction was overseen by manager Yang Ergu, but after his dismissal, the responsibility fell to the newly appointed manager, Yilan. Although lacking experience, Yilan diligently endeavored to manage everything effectively. Su Yu and Su Weihua chose to remain, while Li Xiaofeng and Su Yuqing accompanied them. As Su Yu was the most significant figure to them, halfway through the auction, an unexpected arrival occurred. Leading the way was the battered Yang Ergu, followed by a middle-aged man and a young woman. Upon seeing these two individuals, the others' expressions shifted, and they hastily made way. Mr. Ouyang, they're the ones who expelled me. Yang Ergu's eyes brimmed with resentment. You are the most prominent shareholder of this auction house, yet Mr. Su and young Master Li did not seek your approval. I am your subordinate, yet they removed me for that scavenger. I refuse to accept this. His tone was laden with bitterness as he spoke. Upon the arrival of the two individuals, even Su Yuqing and Li Xiaofeng exhibited a subtle change in expression. Mr. Ouyang, what brings you here? Su Yuqing inquired with a grave demeanor. Mr. Su, you dismissed me without a word of notice. Mr. Ouyang replied nonchalantly. If I hadn't come, I fear no one would dare to follow me in the future. Hearing Mr. Ouyang's words, Su Yuqing forced a wry smile and remarked, Mr. Ouyang, you cannot fathom the extent of Yang Ergu's outrageousness. I did not concern myself with his actions. However, your behavior exhibits a lack of respect towards me, Mr. Ouyang stated solemnly. In the realm of antiques and high-sure, few would dare to disregard my face. Mr. Su, you've gone too far. Beside Mr. Ouyang stood a charming young lady, his daughter, Ouyang Yun. With an icy tone, she interjected. I also heard from Manager Yang that someone auctioned a piece of jade seal at our auction house. And it was a genuine article? Ouyang Yun's gaze shifted towards Su Yu, who maintained an expression of calmness. Miss Ouyang, that jade seal was taken by this fellow. Yang Ergu pointed at Su Yu, his resentment towards Su having reached its pinnacle due to previous humiliations. With Yang Ergu's accusation, the two women from the Ouyang family turned their attention to Su Yu. The jade seal is in your possession? Ouyang Yun asked coldly. Although the woman was quite beautiful, her perpetually frosty demeanor made it seem as though someone owed her a significant debt. Upon seeing her for the first time, Su Yu felt no fondness for her. He spoke these words without modulating his volume, causing them to resonate distinctly. Almost all gazes fell upon Su Yu, laden with pity. Ouyang Yun's face flushed crimson. Never had anyone dared to address her in such a manner. Do you know who you are speaking to? Ouyang Yun retorted icily. I do not know, nor do I wish to, Su Yu replied. I am quite busy. Since I am not welcomed here, I shall take my leave. However, Ouyang Yun waved her hand. Just behind them trailed several individuals, Ouyang's bodyguards. These bodyguards obstructed Su Yu's path, stating coolly, Miss has not permitted you to leave, so you shall not. Huh? What do you think you are? How dare you block my way? Su Yu responded coldly. As the tension between the two parties escalated, Su Yuqing hurriedly positioned himself in the middle, urging, Master Su, Miss Ouyang, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for haste. Take them inside. Ouyang Yun ordered icily. The bodyguard stood firm before Su Yu and Su Weihua, while Li Xiaofeng appeared somewhat disconcerted. Ouyang Yun, do you comprehend what you are doing? Li Xiaofeng, it would be wise for you to refrain from meddling. Ouyang Yun replied coldly. That would only invite trouble upon yourself. Huh? Do you know whom you are provoking? It is my brother-in-law, Li Xiaofeng said frostily. If you proceed thus, my sister will come looking for you. Ouyang Yun momentarily faltered, her expression growing even colder. What does that woman, Li Wanqing, amount to? I am not intimidated by her. With that, her gaze shifted to Su Yu. Hurry and follow me. Are you a police officer? Su Yu in Guit? No, she replied. Ouyang Yun was somewhat perplexed. Why do you ask this? Why do you want to take me away? Su Yu stepped back a few paces, his expression solemn. Do you intend to harbor ill intentions towards me? The wary gaze he cast upon Ouyang Yun left her feeling exasperated. If I do not permit you to leave, you shall have no opportunity to do so. Ouyang Yun spoke in a low voice. You must be Su Yu, correct? Today, you caused quite a ruckus at our auction house. Your audacity is remarkable. Should we decide to have all your peers blacklist you with a mere word, you would find no chance to engage with antiques again. However, if you were to show some sincerity by selling us the Jade Seal, we could assist you with any future matters. Ouyang Yun spoke with an air of superiority. Assist me with my problems? Su Yu scoffed at her words. What makes you think you possess the capability to help me? The greatest issue at hand is you. Your presence here unsettles me. Why not leave at once? Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere around them abruptly chilled. Ouyang Yun gritted her teeth, wishing to slap Su Yu. Do you understand the gravity of your offense against me? Even if you wish to appease me now, it is far too late, she said coldly. Is that so? I had no intention of seeking your favor. Furthermore, the Jade Seal shall never be entrusted to you, for you are unworthy of it, Su Yu declared. At this, Ouyang Yun regarded him with a glare. Had her gaze possessed lethal force, Su Yu would have already perished. Yet, Su Yu met her stare unflinchingly. Ouyang Yun had intended to intimidate him. Having been in a position of power for so long, others typically recoiled under her gaze. However, facing Su Yu, she felt a heaviness in her chest, retreating a few steps and gasping for breath. As a goddess, she was usually exalted, with everyone adoring her like a constellation surrounding the moon. Never had anyone so brazenly humiliated her as Su Yu had. Su Yu, is this your attitude? Ouyang Yun chuckled coldly. I had hoped to reason with you, but it seems you're beyond reason now. Her tone was icily detached. Does that not prove that your auction house lacks principles? As these words left her lips, Ouyang Yun's complexion paled slightly. Witnessing the conflict between Ouyang Yun and Su Yu, Yang Ergu anxiously interjected, Miss Ouyang, I warned you long ago that this fellow is no good. Do not hesitate to let the bodyguards deal with him. Ouyang Yun, already seething with anger, found Yang Ergu's continued presence infuriating. In a fit of rage, she struck him across the face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving a vivid red mark upon Yang Ergu's cheek. In disbelief, he clutched his face and looked at Ouyang Yun. Miss Ouyang, why did you hit me? It is you who has tarnished the reputation of our auction house. We are here to restore its honor. Be silent. Ouyang Yun retorted coldly. As soon as the words were spoken, Ouyang Yun's aura erupted dramatically, silencing Yang Ergu immediately. Mr. Su Yu, you harbor a misunderstanding towards our auction house. Yang Ergu represents solely himself, not our establishment. We shall expel him as well, Ouyang Yun asserted. Did not Mr. Su and Li Xiaofeng also advocate for you previously? Furthermore, how can you be so certain that the Jade Seal in your possession is authentic? What if it is a counterfeit? Previously, Yang Ergu offered you 3 million. Now, we are willing to pay 4 million to acquire the seal, which reflects our sincerity. However, Su Yu shook his head, responding, Miss Ouyang, you should not take many things for granted. A smirk played at the corners of Su Yu's mouth, increasingly evident. Anyone who poses such a question clearly lacks understanding of a Jade Seal. But that is to be expected. There are only a handful of individuals in this world who can discern the authenticity of a jade seal. Who are they? Ouyang Yun inquired, her curiosity piqued. Certainly not you, Su Yu retorted. Hearing this answer, Ouyang Yun felt as though she might vomit from frustration. I have refrained from making things difficult for you out of respect for Su Yuqing and Li Xiaofeng. However, those lacking strength have no right to be arrogant before me. We intend to purchase your jade seal, and you must sell it to us. Name your price. Ouyang Tian's tone was filled with dominance. Yet Su Yu merely laughed coldly. I dare say you're not in a position to demand anything from me. Is that so? Ouyang Tian replied, icily. Before he could finish his sentence, someone entered through the doorway, a voice booming. I am quite curious to see who dares to trouble Dr. Su. My goodness, it is Mr. Morong. Someone exclaimed. Mr. Morong was even more formidable than Mr. Ouyang. Heavens, what background does this young man possess? Initially, everyone perceived Su Yu as a mere minor figure, but it became evident that his connections were far more intricate than they had imagined. I have arrived, Dr. Su, Mr. Morong said with a smile. I was delayed by traffic. Not at all. Su Yu replied cheerfully, Mr. Morong, your timing is impeccable. Mr. Morong and Su Yu engaged in light-hearted banter, disregarding the others present. This scene left everyone momentarily dazed. Even Ouyang Tian began to doubt his previous judgments. Chapter 41. You are not worthy. However, as he sensed the chill emanating from Mr. Morong, he instinctively took a step back. Ouyang Tian, how dare you bully my savior? Mr. Morong stated coldly. Today, you must apologize to him. Otherwise, we will not let this matter rest. Mr. Morong held great regard for the life-saving debt he owed Su Yu. Upon hearing Mr. Morong's words, Ouyang Tian appeared somewhat taken aback. Mr. Morong, this is a misunderstanding. I was merely discussing a transaction with Mr. Su. Huh, I see no indication of that. Mr. Morong replied frostily. Ouyang Tian, you are threatening Dr. Su. If you do not apologize, you shall not leave here today. Mr. Morong, do not overstep your bounds. Ouyang Yun spoke in a low voice. My father may tolerate you, but that does not mean the Ouyang family fears you. Is it worth offending our family over such a young man? Your actions are rather unwise. Mr. Morong, with a smile that was neither genuine nor false, replied. Your father would not dare to speak to me in such a manner, yet your audacity is quite remarkable. Furthermore, anyone who dares to bully Physician Su is essentially challenging me. I, Morong Chuan, shall not extend any courtesy to you. At that moment, Mr. Morong exuded an overwhelming dominance. Ouyang Tian, are you certain you will not apologize to Mr. Su? If that is the case, I shall commence targeting the interests of your Ouyang family. His words pierced through the hearts of Ouyang Tian and Ouyang Yun like a chilling wind. The Morong family's influence was formidable, should Mr. Morong truly set his sights on the Ouyang family. The repercussions would be devastating. Faced with such a predicament, Ouyang Tian, despite his gritted teeth and prolonged contemplation, felt compelled to advance. Ouyang Yun grasped his hand, stepping forward herself instead. I apologize, Mr. Su. We have been quite presumptuous. Please do not hold it against us. Ouyang Yun said, You see, your arrival has disrupted everyone's auction. Despite being surrounded by admirers, Ouyang Yun's beauty went unnoticed by Su Yu, who remained indifferent. Even Li Xiaofeng gave Su Yu a thumbs up. Ouyang Yun was indeed a formidable woman, and Su Yu felt the weight of her pressure. The fact that Su Yu could compel Ouyang Yun to lower her head was a significant boon for him. We also wish to partake in the auction. I would like to purchase the jade seal you possess, Mr. Su, Ouyang Yun stated, striving to maintain her composure, even though she felt an overwhelming urge to strike Su Yu upon their first meeting. Su Yu ignored her. May I at least have a look at the jade seal? Ouyang Yun settled for a lesser request. Su Yu shook his head. You lack the fate to possess it. Acquiring it would bring you no benefit. To Ouyang Yun, this felt like an affront, and she replied sternly, Su Yu, do not overstep your bounds. Am I being excessive? Su Yu countered, You may be unaware, but your father is fully cognizant. Since his rise to fortune, he has committed numerous transgressions. Even his later charitable deeds cannot atone for the sins of the past. Your journey has been fraught with obstacles. Had it not been for your father's protection, you might have faced ruin long ago. Yet, his misfortunes are already considerable. And now he has absorbed yours. He is indeed beset by calamity, and you are merely a burden. The Ouyang family's endeavors will gradually decline. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Ouyang Yun could no longer contain her fury. She shouted at Su Yu, You scoundrel, are you cursing our family? My father is in excellent health, and our family business is flourishing. My management practices are impeccable. Today marks our first meeting, and you possess no understanding of our family, yet you speak so recklessly. which could have legal ramifications. After her outburst, Su Yu calmly replied, I merely speak the truth. A person's fortune can be discerned at a glance. Much like the appraisal of treasures. I am not merely an appraiser of treasures. I'm also a healer. With a single glance, I can discern the afflictions plaguing both you and your father. As he spoke, Su Yu turned his gaze towards Ouyang Tian. Must you still conceal the truth from your daughter? Ouyang Tian opened his mouth, poised to speak, yet no words emerged. What is it that my father is hiding from me? Ouyang Yun demanded fiercely. Your father has but a few months left to live, Su Yu stated matter-of-factly. This proclamation struck Ouyang Yun's heart like a devastating blow. No, it cannot be. You are speaking nonsense. She protested vehemently. However, before she could finish her sentence, Ouyang Tian let out a muffled groan and unexpectedly coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Father! Ouyang Yun rushed to him, her cries echoing with desperation. Observing Ouyang Yun kneeling beside her father, Su Yu shook his head and prepared to leave the auction house. Please, save my father. Ouyang Yun's voice had grown significantly weaker, tears still glistening in her eyes. Yet, Su Yu merely shook his head. He is ensnared by misfortune, his illness beyond cure. I cannot save him. With that, Su Yu departed from the auction house. To save a life demands immense effort, and given Ouyang Tian's condition, Su Yu felt no confidence in his ability to assist. Even if he were to extend Ouyang Tian's life, it would come at the cost of Su Yu's own vitality. Upon witnessing Su Yu's exit from the auction house, Su Weihua hurriedly followed. Su Yuqing and Li Xiaofeng, recognizing Ouyang Tian's plight, hastily arranged for medical assistance. Meanwhile, Mr. Murong did not linger and followed suit. Mr. Murong, I am grateful for the loan of over 2 million. Just give me a little time, and I shall repay you, Su Yu stated earnestly, holding this kindness close to his heart. However, Mr. Murong smiled and shook his head. Dr. Su, you are being overly courteous. His expression was one of sincerity. Su Yu had saved his life, allowing him to appreciate the value of existence and its beauty. Thus, Su Yu's well-being was of utmost importance to Mr. Murong. Mr. Murong, I have already accepted your remuneration. Therefore, you owe me nothing. It is I who am indebted to you, Su Yu declared. When it comes to borrowing, repayment is essential. Rest assured, with my capabilities, I shall return the money swiftly. Do you not trust in my abilities? Upon hearing this, Mr. Murong chuckled. Indeed, with your remarkable talents, what could possibly challenge you? Dr. Su, do visit my home sometime. Just give me a call, and I will arrange for someone to pick you up. Very well, Su Yu replied with a smile. Thus, Su Yu bid farewell to Mr. Murong, who climbed into his Bugatti Veyron and departed. Only Su Yu and Su Weihua remained. Old Su, what are your plans moving forward? Su Yu inquired. Perhaps liberated from the burdens that had long troubled him, Su Weihua appeared considerably more cheerful. Well, I might not be able to offer a high salary, so please do not take offense, Su Yu jested. As long as you provide food and shelter, I am content. Su Weihua replied. That is certainly not an issue, Su Yu nodded. After exchanging a few more words, Su Weihua took his leave. Having resolved the procedural matters, Su Yu then turned his attention to the consolidation of the waste recycling station. Although the blue and white porcelain he sold to Su Kai was somewhat worn, it fetched an impressive price of 100,000. Su Yu allocated this sum towards the establishment of the recycling station, which served as a testament to Zhou Tao's aspirations. As Zhou Tao had expressed, having begun collecting waste from a young age, he was at a loss as to what else he should pursue. Given this, Su Yu was determined to establish the recycling station and expand Zhou Tao's business. The majority of individuals associated with the station were engaged in waste collection, albeit on a modest scale that barely sustained them. Su Yu resolved to unite them. Standing amidst the crowd, he addressed them. I have gathered you here today to propose that you all join our recycling station. Our team is already on the ground, and once construction is complete, we shall commence operations. Zhou Tao will be the owner of the station, and each month, we will provide a fixed salary. The base salary will be 2,000 yuan, with higher commissions based on the volume of waste collected, thus increasing your overall income. Su Yu's words left Zhou Tao momentarily stunned. Brother Yu, I am concerned about managing such a large recycling station. Do not worry, Su Yu reassured him. You have been in this line of work for many years. I have complete faith in your abilities. Just take a deep breath and proceed. I will support the initial funding. He then turned to their neighbors. Are you all interested? One person hesitantly replied, we are barely getting by. If you truly intend to hire us, we would be willing. However, employing so many may place significant pressure on you. Indeed, if the cash flow falters, your lives could become even more challenging, another added. In response to their concerns, Su Yu smiled, rest assured. My willingness to undertake this venture signifies that there are no financial issues. Moreover, the initial investment is aimed at ensuring greater profits in the future. Having lived here together for so many years, do you still doubt me? The crowd exchanged glances and collectively nodded. Very well. We shall proceed. Then let us celebrate today. Xiao Tao, go buy some barbecued food and beer. Tonight, we shall revel until we are inebriated, Su Yu declared. All right, Zhou Tao replied, feeling a surge of excitement. In his heart, Brother Yu was invincible. Establishing such a substantial recycling station was a step towards realizing his own dreams, as he aspired to improve the lives of those around him. While Zhou Tao went to procure the supplies, the others gathered around Su Yu to converse. Not far away, a figure clad in white gazed at Su Yu, who was surrounded by the crowd, her face radiating with pride. Brother Yu, I always knew you were remarkable. Yet, she did not approach him, feeling unworthy of his brilliance. As she smiled, the joy transformed into bitterness, tears brimming in her eyes. She felt powerless to change her circumstances, as she had to consider her grandfather's safety. The clamor outside seemed utterly disconnected from her. Chapter 42. The Feng Shui Spirit Beast. As Su Yu conversed with the crowd, he appeared to notice a fleeting white figure. Yet, when he turned his gaze in that direction, the figure vanished. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, the inquiries from those around him soon enveloped him once more. After a while, Zhou Tao arrived, riding his tricycle, laden with several bags of barbecue and 2 crates of beer. The group set up 2 tables in the middle of the road and took their seats. Su Yu smiled and said, let's all eat together. Here's to our future endeavors. Noticing Zhou Tao still in a daze, Su Yu chided, what are you still standing there for? As the boss, I assent at your duty to rally your staff? All right, Brother Yu, I'm on it, Zhou Tao replied, scratching his head in a somewhat endearing manner. He raised his beer and declared, dear friends and fellow villagers, the success of our recycling station depends on our collective efforts. As long as there is food on my table, none of you shall go hungry. Cheers. With that, Zhou Tao downed an entire can of beer. Cheers to that. The villagers responded with laughter. Everyone feasted and drank, reveling in the joy of the moment. I've always believed that Su Yu and Zhou Tao would achieve great things. Someone remarked. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Su Yu, what do you think of my daughter? She has quite the affection for you. When Aunt Yu arrived at the dilapidated wooden shack, she was taken aback. The gathering was clearly a celebration, with Su Yu seated at the head of the table. How dare you feast so lavishly while refusing to raise my rent? Are you not aware that prices are rising daily? Aunt Yu scolded, her voice commanding silence. What a coincidence, Aunt Yu. Would you care to join us for a meal? Su Yu offered. No, I refuse to dine with you paupers. Aunt Yu retorted, her eyes wide. Su Yu, you will pay an additional half of your rent each month. Aunt Yu owned a significant amount of land, which had been quite inexpensive years ago. At the time, no one was interested in renting from her. When Su Yu and his brothers sought accommodation, Aunt Yu was delighted to oblige. Thus, she constructed the rickety wooden shack and rented it to them at a low price. Fearing Su Yu might eventually decide against renting, she hastily signed an 8-year lease. However, as land prices soared, the rent for her other properties increased significantly, while this particular plot remained at its original rate. Even the smallest morsel is still meat. Aunt Yu was unwilling to let Su Yu take advantage of her, so each time she encountered him, she insisted on raising the rent, especially now that she saw him and his friends feasting so well. With so many indulging in barbecue and beer, the cost must have approached 1,000 yuan. If only that money could be directed toward her rent increase. Contemplating this, her gaze towards Su Yu was rife with displeasure. Huh? We signed an 8-year contract, Aunt Yu. We must adhere to the terms of our agreement. Our contract holds legal weight. Su Yu remarked with a faint smile. If you unilaterally raise the rent, I can take legal action against you. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Aunt Yu's expression shifted. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, Su Yu, you scoundrel, others have raised their rents several times over. I'm merely increasing mine by nearly half, and you refuse to comply. Su Yu sighed and responded, Aunt Yu, this situation teaches us the importance of having a long-term perspective, especially in investments. Otherwise, one may find themselves regretting their decisions. His half-jesting remarks only served to infuriate Aunt Yu further. You ungrateful wretch. Years ago, I took you in, and now you treat me this way? She chastised vehemently. Umph. In 2 years, I shall see what you have to say then. By that time, I will personally witness your downfall. No, perhaps you will be ousted even sooner. My inability to manage you does not imply that others cannot. With that, Aunt Yu turned and mounted her electric bicycle. Ah, Aunt Yu, aren't you going to stay for a bite? We ordered quite a bit, Zhou Tao said with a smile. Well, since you insist, I shall take a few morsels. Aunt Yu replied as she dismounted her bike, retrieving some skewers and a bottle of beer. After finishing her drink, she prepared to leave. Suyu chuckled. Aunt Yu? What if I were to report you for drunk driving right now? How do you think it would unfold? Aunt Yu's expression changed, sensing that Suyu, the rascal, had trapped her. At that moment, Suyu extended his hand with a grin. Aunt Yu, no need to be alarmed. I was merely jesting. Look at how frightened you are. Do you still wish to raise the rent? Aunt Yu was so perturbed that she felt like spitting blood. She regretted her impulsive decision to indulge in Suyu's beer. However, at this juncture, her safety rested in Suyu's hands. Of course not. Shall you? I was only joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? Aunt Yu laughed. It must be said that when Aunt Yu smiled, her face was lined with wrinkles, resembling a withered flower. Witnessing her sycophantic grin made the onlookers feel nauseated, though they managed to endure it. I knew you wouldn't be so money-minded, Aunt Yu. Suyu remarked. Would you care for more? No, thank you, Aunt Yu hurriedly replied. Having already been outwitted by Suyu once, she was wary of falling for his tricks again. As she hopped onto her electric bicycle and sped away, laughter erupted among the group. Shall you? That was clever of you, someone praised, giving a thumbs up. Fortunately, no matter how much Aunt Yu may flail about, I can still keep her in check. Suyu chuckled. Observing Suyu's confidence, Zhou Tao felt a growing admiration for him. No matter the circumstances, Brother Yu always seemed unfazed. Only Suyu and Zhou Tao remained near the recycling station. Brother Yu, what do you intend to do with that stone lion? Zhou Tao inquired, somewhat puzzled. In front of the scrap collection station stood a grand stone lion, its massive form marred by various imperfections, with some areas of the stone even chipped away. Gazing upon the lion, Zhou Tao felt little affection for it. However, Suyu smiled and remarked, this stone lion is no ordinary statue. It is crafted from granite, typically used as a feng shui guardian to stabilize energy. Since you are about to reopen your scrap station, I seized the opportunity to acquire this auspicious beast, spending several hundred on it. While it may not be aesthetically pleasing in other settings, the aesthetic demands for a scrap collection station are rather lenient. It is, in fact, perfectly suited for this location. Zhou Tao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what benefits does this stone lion provide? It attracts wealth, Suyu responded with a grin. With its station here, your business will flourish, especially since this lion has been submerged in water for many years, absorbing the rich energies of that environment. Its money-attracting effect will be even more potent. All right, Zhou Tao nodded, reassured by Suyu's words. The two brothers spent a little more time together before parting ways. The following morning, the construction crew arrived to commence the demolition and reconstruction. The renovation of the scrap station was a modest endeavor, expected to take about 10 days. Suyu's aim remained to unearth some old treasures. Although Mr. Murong was indifferent to the 230,000, Suyu felt a strong sense of obligation to repay the debt. He was a man of principles. Nevertheless, 230,000 was a substantial amount, and Suyu was racking his brain to find ways to earn money. While scavenging for antiques could be a lucrative avenue, not all old items held significant value. By the end of the day, Suyu had made little progress. Then, a familiar white figure emerged, Zhou Xiaolin. Brother Suyu, may I assist you in moving things? She said softly, noticing the abundance of items. There's no need. I can manage all of this, Suyu replied. Please, don't be so formal. Let me handle the remaining items, Xiaolin insisted with a smile, picking up the leftover belongings and following Suyu closely. Brother Suyu, you truly are remarkable. I heard that the scrap station is reopening and that all the paperwork has been completed, Xiaolin remarked cheerfully. Indeed, Suyu nodded. Would you like to take a part-time job at the station? However, Xiaolin shook her head. No, thank you. In truth, she was aware of the significant emotional distance Zhou Tao harbored towards her, as he was the one managing the station. All right, Suyu responded, not pressing the matter further, as he too was not particularly keen on Xiaolin working at the scrap station. Once Xiaolin helped move the items to the entrance of Suyu's home, she paused upon seeing Zhou Tao step outside. He immediately recognized her presence. What brings her here? He furrowed his brow slightly. Xiao Tao, while Xiaolin may have made mistakes, there is no need to always hold it against her, Suyu advised. She has her own struggles. Though reluctant, Zhou Tao nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Yu, I understand. Be diligent in your work. When the boss returns, we will take care of him, Suyu remarked. That scoundrel Liangxiu is not worth our attention. He is not faring as well as we are. All right, Zhou Tao nodded in agreement. Though their lives remained challenging, they now glimpsed a glimmer of hope. In a short span, Brother Yu had accomplished numerous tasks. Thus, they were optimistic about providing a better life for the boss. Let us take a shower and change our clothes. Then we shall confront that rascal Liangxiu. Today, I intend to demonstrate that his material conditions do not surpass ours, Suyu declared, asserting that it was more fitting for the boss to be with them. Brother Yu, Gu doesn't harbor ill intentions, Zhou Tao interjected. He wished to avoid conflict between the two brothers. However, Su Yu shook his head and replied, I bear no malice. I merely wish for him to see reality. One day, I will compel him to admit his wrongs and back down before me. Zhou Tao could discern the simmering anger in Su Yu's tone, yet he could only respond with a wry smile, contemplating how to mediate between the two brothers even as he prepared for a shower. Chapter 43, The Enchanting Bar. For some, true life is only just beginning. The bar's lights began to glow, welcoming all who revel in the nightlife. The Enchanting Bar is a well-known establishment in Haishur. As the neon lights flickered to life, Li Yangqiu, clad in a suit with impeccably styled hair, warmly greeted each guest. He had become a junior public relations manager at the bar. Although he had not yet risen to prominence, his earnings had significantly improved, which bolstered his confidence in inviting the boss to live with him. As guests arrived, Li Yangqiu greeted them with a smile. Brother Hu, I have reserved a private booth for you. Yes, I have also arranged for your lovely companion. For every patron, he maintained a facade of cheerfulness. Those who frequented the bar were often lonely, seeking to unburden their pent-up frustrations and fill the void within. When Su Yu and Zhou Tao entered the Enchanting Bar, Su Yu immediately spotted Li Yangqiu, who wore a sycophantic grin. Xiao Tao, one may lack wealth, but one must never lack backbone, Su Yu admonished, pointing at Li Yangqiu. For the sake of a mere pittance, he cannot even stand tall. Is this a man worthy of being our brother? Let us go and have some fun at his expense. With that, Su Yu strode forward, and Zhou Tao, concerned about potential trouble, hastened to follow. At that moment, Li Yangqiu was busy attending to guests. When he noticed more patrons approaching, his face lit up with a smile, and he moved to greet them. However, he froze upon recognizing the two individuals before him, Su Yu and Zhou Tao. Although he often smiled at others, that smile lacked sincerity. He could feign cheerfulness in front of anyone, but he was reluctant to smile in Su Yu's presence. After conflict with Su Yu, he constantly exhibited a sense of superiority in front of Su, unwilling to display any semblance of embarrassment. We're your guests here to enjoy some drinks. Are you not welcoming us? Su Yu remarked with a smirk. If you do not welcome us, we may have to lodge a complaint with the boss. Upon hearing Su's words, Li Yangqiu clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap Su. Yet, he restrained himself, knowing that should Su choose to complain, it could jeopardize his job. What do you truly want? Li Yangqiu spoke in a low voice. Bring us 2 cocktails. We wish to drink, Su Yu instructed, requesting a booth. Fine, Li Yangqiu replied through gritted teeth. Su Yu, accompanied by Zhou Tao, settled into the booth. Zhou Tao, with a wry smile, said to Su Yu, Brother Yu, this doesn't seem right. If we jeopardize Brother Qiu's job, he'll be furious. It's all right. I'm merely here to speak with him. Su Yu reassured. Zhou Tao felt considerably more at ease, as he regarded Su Yu as quite reliable. Before long, Li Yangqiu personally brought over 2 cocktails. He sat down and spoke to Su Yu in a low, serious tone. Su Yu, what exactly do you intend to do? I am here to discuss an important matter. Su Yu deeply. Our recycling station has completed its paperwork and will be opening in a few days. Moreover, I have other lucrative ventures lined up. When the boss is released, he should join us. You know the boss is a person of great integrity. I do not wish for him to emerge and find himself selling smiles alongside you. Su Yu articulated his position with conviction. Upon hearing Su's words, Li Yangqiu's expression darkened. He leaned on the table, speaking with intensity. You bastard, what gives you the right to make such decisions? I've already told you that the boss went to prison because of you. To prevent you from further harming him, I cannot allow the boss to live alongside you. In that ramshackle place you reside in, do you expect the boss to move there? What would he think if you were to see Zhou Xiaolin again? Su Yu, you must not be so selfish. In the face of Li Yangqiu's accusations, Su Yu remained calm. What occurs between the boss and me is our own affair. We can provide a better life for the boss. We will not be confined to that small wooden house forever. I have vowed to purchase a home for the boss, and I will fulfill that promise. Li Yangqiu scoffed, so you do not speak so lightly. Do you possess the funds for that? Even if your recycling station is operational, you have no right to act arrogant in my presence. Just seeing you irks me. Once you finish your drinks, you should leave. These 2 drinks are on me. However, Su Yu shook his head. There's no need. He produced an envelope and slapped it on the table. You previously gave me 10,000. I'm now offering you 20,000. Take it. Damn it. Su Yu, are you looking down on me? Li Yangqiu nearly roared. Yet, Zhou Tao quickly stood up to mediate, saying, Brother Qiu, do not overthink it. Brother Yu is merely acting out of goodwill. Our lives have markedly improved. We have also sent living expenses to Tachikawa and his family. Brother Yu, Brother Qiu, when the elder brother emerges, let him choose with whom he wishes to reside. Or perhaps we could live together once more, just as we did in the past. Do you remember our fishing outings? Back then, I was just a child, and you both would guide me, filling me with joy when we caught fish. Yet, the greatest delight stemmed from the camaraderie shared with my brothers. Listening to Zhou Tao's words, Su Yu and Li Yangxiu fell silent. Li Yangxiu rose, turning his back to Su Yu, and said, "After finishing your drink, make yourself scarce." "Huh, I possess ample wealth, and I shall remain here for the whole night. What can you do about it?" Su Yu replied coolly. Witnessing Li Yangxiu's discomfort brought him a sense of satisfaction. Li Yangxiu snorted in disdain and walked away. Lingering beside, Su Yu would only invite further unease. "Brother Yu, when will you and Brother Qiu reconcile?" Zhou Tao sighed. "He must come to me and apologize," Su Yu stated. Zhou Tao, upon hearing this, sighed deeply with a sense of melancholy. The two continued to nibble on peanuts and fruits, sipping cocktails as time slipped by, and the bar grew increasingly crowded. Young men and women swayed in the dance floor, transforming their daytime misfortunes into exuberant shouts. A group of alluringly dressed women entered, igniting the imagination of onlookers. Su Yu observed the smile plastered on Li Yangxiu's face as he greeted one guest after another, leaving a bitter taste in his heart. Despite their constant banter, Su Yu genuinely cared for Li Yangxiu, wishing he would not become desensitized to life as challenges. Nonetheless, he remained silent, continuing to sip his drink. "Young Master Lin, you've arrived? Are you looking for Xiao Qing? Very well, I shall arrange that for you," Li Yangxiu remarked. Shortly after, he summoned a girl into the private room to accompany young Master Lin. Another middle-aged man arrived, and Li Yangxiu greeted him. "Mr. Lu, welcome. May I inquire which lady you seek today?" "I want Xiao Qing," Mr. Lu stated flatly. Li Yangxiu hesitated. "Mr. Lu, Xiao Qing has already been selected by someone else. Perhaps you might consider another?" "I want her. Surely, you can manage this minor request?" Mr. Lu's expression hardened as he regarded Li Yangxiu. With a bitter smile, Li Yangxiu suggested, "Please wait a moment. I shall consult over there." "You scoundrel," Mr. Lu scoffed. "Bring me to her at once. I must have Xiao Qing today." Li Yangxiu's face reflected his dilemma, yet Mr. Lu had already begun to stride away. Realizing this, Li Yangxiu quickly positioned himself in front of Mr. Lu. "Do you dare to impede me?" Mr. Lu, furious, swung his hand towards Li Yangxiu's face. Instinctively, Li Yangxiu dodged. "You audacious fool. You even avoided that?" Mr. Lu's expression grew colder. "Someone teach this brat a lesson," he commanded. Li Yangxiu wore a rueful smile as the manager rushed over in an attempt to intervene. "However, Mr. Lu scolded, if you don't let Xiao Qing come to me today, I will smash your bar." Neither Lin Xiao nor Mr. Lu were individuals to be trifled with. Li Yangxiu attempted to reason with him, but Mr. Lu had already slapped him across the face, bellowing, "Get lost." Zhou Tao's face flushed crimson, ready to retaliate. But Su Yu restrained him, saying, "Wait for me, I'll be right back." With that, Su Yu walked towards Li Yangxiu. Mr. Lu still wanted to command his men to continue assaulting Li Yangxiu. Working in a bar means encountering all sorts of people, a reality Li Yangxiu had long since grown accustomed to. The next moment, he saw Su Yu approaching, and his expression shifted. He was well aware of Su Yu's temperament. The last incident had escalated due to Su Yu's fiery nature. As he moved towards Su Yu, before he could reach him, Su Yu had already delivered a swift kick to Mr. Lu, knocking the arrogant man to the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock. "Who do you think you are? Acting all high and mighty, it disgusts me," Su Yu declared. "If you keep putting on airs, I'll confront you every time I see you." Zhou Tao gazed at the figure in the crowd with admiration, his face beaming with respect. Xu Yi, as he was fondly called, exuded an undeniable charisma, even in conflict. Meanwhile, Mr. Lu's subordinates rushed towards Su Yu. Li Yangxiu wished to assist, but Su Yu had already charged ahead. Having traversed through time, Su Yu was remarkably agile, and those few men were no match for him. Their movements appeared sluggish in his eyes. He dispatched them effortlessly, standing tall and proud. Turning to Li Yangxiu, Su Yu let out a cold snort. "How dare you strike me? I'll make your life a living hell." Mr. Lu yelled as he scrambled to his feet, fury etched across his face. Chapter 44. The Circular Square Whole Money. But just after he finished shouting, he found a foot rapidly enlarging in his vision. A sharp pain surged through his body, and he screamed in agony. "I have always despised being threatened," Su Yu stated coldly. "Now tell me, do you submit? Did you think your pathetic lackeys could intimidate me? If you refuse to yield, I can make you." Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the previously boastful Mr. Lu immediately shrank back. "Brother, I was just joking with you. How could I dare to trouble you? I must be asking for a beating." Observing the obsequious grin on Mr. Lu's face, Su Yu disdainfully removed his foot. You're the only kind of person in this bar. It's truly tiresome. All right, I'm coming, Zhou Tao interjected, visibly excited by Su Yu's impressive display earlier. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Yu and Zhou Tao confidently departed. As they walked away, Li Yanqiu's expression was complex. He looked at Mr. Liu with a hint of disdain and chose to distance himself from him. Who knows if this eccentric individual will once again unleash his grievances upon him upon their next encounter. The following afternoon, Su Yu made his way to Haoranxian. Upon arrival, Su Yu discovered that Su Kai was absent. He had intended to discuss several matters with Su Kai. However, the staff informed him that Su Kai had gone to the provincial capital for a meeting. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in Haoranxian remained vibrant, with numerous patrons present. Some had attended an auction, thereby recognizing Su Yu, a figure of considerable repute. Upon seeing him, they were visibly excited and eagerly sought his insights. Although those present possessed knowledge of antiques, they felt their understanding paled in comparison to Su Yu's expertise. Seizing the rare opportunity to consult with him, they were determined to engage. Initially, Su Yu had planned to request Su Kai's assistance in selling a few items. However, in his absence, he decided to wait. The bustling environment of Haoranxian was thriving, with a lucrative business in antiques. The profits from such ventures are substantial, and Su Kai, a retired university professor with a keen interest in antiques, had previously amassed considerable savings and connections. Consequently, his antique shop attracted numerous patrons, and its growing reputation brought in many more visitors. Within just half an hour of Su Yu's arrival, two individuals came to collect their purchases. One had acquired a limited edition set of stamps, whose rarity stemmed from its limited production and subsequent loss over the years. The value of these stamps was considerable, and Su Kai's ability to procure them for a client was a stroke of fortune. When Su Lao intervened, the stamps were secured. Indeed, Haoranxian was formidable. The second customer sought the Firestone red porcelain pieces that Su Yu had previously sold to Su Kai. This client possessed a porcelain item, making the acquisition of these pieces particularly significant for him. The third pair of patrons, an elderly man and a younger companion, presented a set of round coins with square holes. This collection comprised 12 coins, showing signs of age and a hint of rust. I apologize, esteemed sirs. I am unable to discern the authenticity of these round coins, Chen Jiyun admitted, recognizing the limitations of his expertise despite his considerable experience at his age. Su Kai had never withheld knowledge from Chen Jiyun, who had developed the ability to authenticate various antiques himself. However, given the antiquity of this particular set of coins, Chen Jiyun hesitated to make any determinations. These have been passed down in our family. My grandfather claimed they were bestowed upon our ancestors by Qin Shi. Had our family not fallen into decline, we would never part with such a treasure, the elder remarked with a hint of displeasure. In response, Chen Jiyun could only offer a wry smile and an apology. He was acutely aware of the value of such antiques, and thus refrained from handling them casually. Their exchange, however, drew the attention of others within Haoranxian. Let me take a look, an elderly gentleman stated. We possess considerable knowledge of antiques among us. We can discern their authenticity. A complete set of round coins bestowed by the Qin Emperor holds immense value. The difficulty of finding genuine items over the years is truly staggering. In the world, there exist no more than 8 complete sets of 12 round coins with square holes. Thus, it is astonishing that such seemingly unremarkable figures, an old man and youth, could possess coins of such immense value. The old gentleman promptly retrieved magnifying glasses and calipers to scrutinize this set of square-holed coins. Generally, a complete set of round coins measures 38 millimeters in diameter. However, the coins before them each measured 48 millimeters, considerably larger than any they had encountered. This set exuded an ancient charm, adorned with simple textures that suggested authenticity. Yet, one coin bore scratches, and their varying sizes incited frustration in the old man and the youth. The elder scoffed, asserting, "These are undoubtedly genuine. Do you truly understand?" "I do not, but do you?" replied another elder dismissively. Before the young man could retort, he was restrained by the elder, who recognized that further discussion would be futile, especially in unfamiliar territory where they could easily be at a disadvantage. After their departure, the onlookers began to converse animatedly. "I have never heard of such large round coins," one remarked. "While the textures resemble authenticity, those scratches are a glaring flaw." "Indeed, if it were not for those scratches, I would be inclined to believe," another mused. As the chatter continued, the crowd's attention shifted to Su Yu, with an elder smilingly inquiring, "Master Su, what is your perspective?" As has been stated, the marks on the coins were made with a wire brush. "They are clearly counterfeit," Su Yu replied with a smile. The crowd erupted in delight, as their opinions aligned with that of Master Su. Thus, the discussion unfolded for quite some time. Upon encountering Su Yu, Su Kai's face radiated joy. Master Su, what brings you here? Please, just call me Su Yu. I find the title master a bit uncomfortable, Su Yu chuckled. I still recall your impressive demeanor at the auction house. Young friend, when I mention you to others at Howard Pavilion, is indeed a source of pride, Su Kai remarked with a smile. Su Yu responded, today, I sought you out, Su Lao, in hopes that you might assist me in selling a few items. Approaching the belongings he had recently moved, Su Yu unveiled the burlap covering to reveal their true nature. This is a pearwood chair, and it is at least several hundred years old. Su Kai gasped. What a remarkable treasure. Moreover, this is a pocket watch you unearthed at the auction, a masterpiece by the clockmaker Chu Yunfei, and this is a Hatian jade pendant. Despite Su Kai's extensive experience with valuable items, his astonishment was palpable upon seeing what Su Yu presented. Such treasures were indeed rare, even for him. Su Lao, I would appreciate your assistance in selling these items. The fees will be as per the customary arrangement, Su Yu stated. Very well. I will take a look and inform my friends, Su Kai replied. I would love to purchase these items, but alas, I lack the funds. Su Lao chuckled. Su Yu added, please take your time. I shall step out for a meal. After finishing his words, Su Yu left Howard Pavilion. Since stepping outside, he had not yet eaten. As he walked out, he encountered two figures squatting nearby. They were the elderly man and the young boy who had previously sold the round. Square-holed coins. The pair appeared somewhat disheveled. Uncle, why do they all claim that this set of square-holed coins was fake? The young boy said, clearly reluctant. Be quiet. The old man scolded. With so many people around, if someone hears you, it will have a very negative impact on us. After being reprimanded, the young man felt a flicker of displeasure, but suppressed it, whispering to the elder, Uncle, we have spent all our money. If we cannot sell this set of coins, what shall we do? And what about my sister's school fees? Should we force her to drop out? All right, the young man replied. After walking a few paces, they spotted Su Yu, who was busy purchasing hot dry noodles. The enticing aroma of the noodles made them swallow their saliva involuntarily. The elder intended to leave, but the young man stood still, knowing they had not eaten for 2 days. Ah Feng nodded and was about to walk away when Su Yu, having just finished buying his noodles, turned around. Consequently, Ah Feng collided with Su Yu, causing the noodles to fall to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Ah Feng's expression changed. The elder hurried over to Su Yu and said, Sir, I apologize. The child does not know better. Please do not hold it against him. The noodles had splattered onto Su Yu's clothes, staining them. Seeing this, the elder rummaged through his bag for a towel to help Su Yu clean up. However, after searching, he found no tissues. In the midst of his movements, one of the coins from their set slipped from his pocket and landed at Su Yu's feet. At that moment, Su Yu crouched down and picked up the coin, casually remarking, a round, square-holed copper coin? Indeed. Young man, do you understand this? The elder asked. Taken aback. Why did you clean it so harshly? You even scratched the coin. Su Yu scolded. Do you realize this is a waste? We thought it was a bit dirty, so we brushed it lightly. We did not clean the others, the elder quickly explained, pulling out the remaining coins. Young man, look. Do you want these? We can sell them to you. Are you certain you want to sell? Su Yu inquired. Yes. We came out specifically to sell the copper coins, the elder affirmed. Su Yu rubbed his stomach and said, I'm hungry. You just knocked over my noodles. Let us go eat something and discuss further. Hearing Su Yu's words, the elder hesitated. I'll treat you, Su Yu said with a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing this, the young man hurriedly followed Su Yu, and the elder had no choice but to accompany them back to the noodle shop. Boss, 3 bowls of hot dry noodles, please, Su Yu said. Coming right up, the boss replied, promptly getting to work. The aromatic hot dry noodles were enough to whet anyone's appetite, especially for the young man who had not eaten for 2 days. Upon seeing the dish, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks and devoured the noodles with gusto. As he savored the meal, Su Yu inquired, will you be able to see when you go up the mountain tonight? With a flashlight? The young man responded, however, Uncle's health isn't what it used to be. It's becoming increasingly difficult. Although the conversation seemed ordinary, the old man's breath hitched. Indeed, that must be quite challenging. Su Yu remarked with a smile as he noticed the young man finishing his meal. Go ask the boss for a few more bowls. Sure, the young man replied. Hurrying off. At that moment, Su Yu turned his gaze toward the elder and said softly, It's not easy to venture into the cemetery at night when no one is around, is it? These days, your line of work is becoming more difficult. Despite your age, your perception remains sharp, and you always maintain a sense of vigilance when in my presence. That is a habit forged over many years. Your audacity to steal from the dead for money is quite remarkable. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the elder's expression hardened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "What exactly do you want?" He watched Su Yu warily, ready to flee at any moment. "Take it easy. Enjoy your noodles. Aren't you hungry?" Su Yu replied nonchalantly, "Sir, I am the one primarily responsible for this situation. Ah Chang is innocent. Please spare him. I would kneel before you," the elder pleaded, making a motion to bow down. But Su Yu extended his hand, quickly supporting the elder. "You are a senior. If you kneel before me, it would shorten my life. Let the child attend university." The elder said with a bitter smile, "I don't know any other ways to earn money, so this is the only path I can take. If I can earn a little more now, my child will graduate, and then we can rest easy knowing they have a future. I am delighted to see your child succeed, but I cannot be a burden to them. I will do whatever you ask, but do not let this affect the child. If anything happens to them, I will hold you accountable." At this point, the elder's expression turned fierce. So you took a deep breath and said to the elder, "Once you finish eating, wait for me at the corner of the alley by the Lu Huang rice noodle shop. I will be there shortly." He then placed 200 yuan bills on the table and stood up to leave the noodle shop. "Brother, where are you going?" the young man asked with a smile. "I have a matter to attend to," Su Yu replied as he exited the establishment. Upon seeing Su Yu, Su Kai excitedly said, "Su Yu, where are you headed?" "My friend has arrived and is waiting for you," he continued. "He is very interested in the rosewood chair and pocket watch you brought." Su Kai then gestured towards the elder, standing nearby. "This is my colleague, Zhang Jiannong. He happened to accompany me to the conference, and after hearing about the good things, he came along. Despite his age, his expertise in appraising treasures is remarkable. Please, introduce him to the items you have," Su Kai suggested. Hearing Su Kai's words, Su Yu nodded with a smile. Certainly, though Su Yu donned a new outfit. The remnants of his frequent forays into the realm of scrap materials lent his attire a somewhat tattered appearance. Additionally, Zhang Jiannong was a connoisseur of antiques. It is customary for ordinary collectors to feel a surge of excitement in the presence of such masters. Su Yu, however, appeared unfazed, as if Zhang Jiannong were merely an apprentice in his eyes, perhaps due to his own considerable abilities, or perhaps because of a complete lack of understanding of antiques. Yet, given the exquisite treasures Su Yu had acquired, it was implausible to think he lacked knowledge in this domain. "Greetings, young friend Su Yu," Zhang Jiannong remarked, extending his hand, having encountered many in his lifetime. "Hello, Elder Zhang," Su Yu replied, reciprocating the handshake. Throughout the interaction, Su Yu maintained an air of nonchalance, exuding the demeanor of a master himself, while Zhang Jiannong seemed the junior. "Elder Zhang, let's examine the items," Su Yu proposed, leading them towards the rosewood chair and pocket watch. He handed the pocket watch to Zhang Jiannong, who began to scrutinize it meticulously. The craftsmanship of the watch was exquisite, and the intricate patterns on its back were breathtaking. As he observed the piece, Zhang Jiannong remarked, "This must be a creation of Master Chu Yunfei. Am I correct?" Su Yu, somewhat surprised, looked at Zhang Jiannong. "Elder Zhang, you are familiar with Chu Yunfei?" "Indeed. I once visited Master Chu Tianqing's residence and beheld a masterpiece by Chu Yunfei," Zhang Jiannong replied. Upon hearing that, Su Yu recognized the watch immediately when its pearl was obscured and subsequently restored it to its original condition. Zhang Jiannong expressed admiration. The watch, having been well preserved, retained its beauty after restoration, with a value exceeding 300,000. In response to Zhang Jiannong's praise, Su Yu smiled modestly. "Elder Zhang, you flatter me. Now, let's turn our attention to the rosewood chair." "Very well," Zhang Jiannong nodded, directing his gaze towards the chair. While Su Kai had a broad interest in various antiques, Zhang Jiannong's expertise lay particularly in specific types. As Su Yu concluded his statement, Zhang Jiannong's attention shifted to the rosewood chair. Under the illumination, the chair's luster was captivating. Upon seeing it, Zhang Jiannong's expression subtly changed, and he approached the chair with purposeful strides. Su Kai was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Jiannong's reaction. However, observing Zhang Jiannong's hands exploring the surface of the rosewood bench and the spark of excitement in his eyes, even Su Kai couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. What a true antique enthusiast. Despite his jest, Su Kai held a deep respect for Zhang Jiannong. It was clear that such passion could only stem from a profound love for the subject matter, a fervor Su Kai himself lacked, as he found it challenging to settle down and focus. As Zhang Jiannong examined the rosewood chair, he exclaimed in wonder, "I never expected to encounter such a perfect specimen of rosewood today. If only there were a complete set. The value of a single chair pales in comparison." Following this, Zhang Jiannong's gaze turned to Su Yu, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Young friend Su Yu, do you possess any other treasures?" "Not at the moment," Su Yu replied. Su Yu declared, I have no intention of selling that jade seal. As for the other treasures, I shall seek them out. Zhang Jiannong gazed at Su Yu with a hint of surprise and inquired, "By the way, where did you acquire these items?" "From collecting waste," Su Yu replied. It turns out that scavenging can indeed lead to wealth. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, both Su Kai and Zhang Jiannong rolled their eyes in unison, thinking to themselves that Su Yu is merely posturing. However, after Su Yu spoke, he glanced at the time and addressed Su Kai. "Old Su, did you not mention you would help me contact the buyers? It is getting late. Will they still come?" "They will. They already confirmed earlier," Su Kai responded. "I was so engrossed in our conversation that I forgot to prompt them." "Come, have a seat," Su Kai insisted, pulling Su Yu down onto a chair. Su Yu was somewhat taken aback by the old professor's warmth, yet he held great trust in Su Kai's ability to handle matters. Su Kai continued making phone calls, and once he finished, he instructed Chun Jiun to bring a cup of coffee. "They will arrive shortly. I am quite pleased to host a significant event at my harem pavilion." Hearing Su Kai's words, a subtle smile graced Su Yu's lips. The buyers began to arrive in succession. The first couple to enter was an elderly duo, familiar with Su Kai, who greeted him with cheerful smiles. Upon entering, their eyes were drawn to the pocket watch and the rosewood chair, clearly intrigued. This evening's banquet was organized by this very couple, with the old gentleman serving as the vice president of the Provincial Cultural Relics Association. "What a splendid rosewood chair. I truly admire it," the old gentleman remarked. "This is Mr. Su Yu, the owner of the chair," Su Kai introduced. "Young friend, I am very interested in that rosewood chair. Why not sell it to me?" The old gentleman proposed. "My name is Wang Tianxiang, and I am with the Cultural Relics Association." Upon hearing Wang Tianxiang's proposal, Su Kai interjected, "Old Wang, you cannot do that. I have arranged a small auction for my young friend Su Yu and invited several individuals. There are only 2 exceptional items. If you purchase the rosewood chair, what will happen to the upcoming auction?" Wang Tianxiang snorted in response, "Old Su, you're being rather unfair. If such fine items are available, you should have informed me directly to purchase instead of notifying others." He scoffed. "Do you think good artifacts are easily found? I cannot speak for others, but for young Su Yu, it seems quite effortless." Su Kai remarked, "He has already discovered several treasures by now. Everyone refers to him as a master." Wang Tianxiang, who understood Su Kai well, had never witnessed such high praise for a young individual from him. He cast a surprised glance at Su Yu, who maintained a serene smile under Wang Tianxiang's scrutiny. This composure only added to Su Yu's enigmatic allure in Wang Tianxiang's eyes. Chapter 46. The Contest. No wonder he can unearth such fine items. This young man is truly remarkable, Wang Tianxiang mused with a smile. Regardless of who else arrives, I am determined to acquire that chair. As the words fell, a voice interjected. "Old Wang, you should not be so absolute. Our Anya Pavilion is determined to acquire it." Upon hearing the voice, Su Yu lifted his gaze and beheld a familiar figure, none other than the previous manager of Anya Pavilion, the man with the small mustache. Su Yu's expression turned icy. Behind the mustached man stood the elder Yang, a representative of Anya Pavilion. These two had previously sought to take advantage of Su Yu, and he harbored an aversion towards them. Catching Su Yu's gaze, the mustached man's eyes brimmed with malice, while Yang offered a faint smile, believing that wealth entitled one to possess whatever one desired. He regarded Su Yu with indifference. After nodding at Su Yu, he turned his attention to the pocket watch, which piqued his interest. He had long sought an opportunity to purchase the watch from Su Yu. However, before he could voice his intentions, Su Yu had already initiated its auction. Should he acquire this pocket watch, he was confident that he could sell it for over $1 million. After all, the value of antiques is not solely determined by their intrinsic worth, but also hinges on effective marketing and presentation. Thus, Yang shifted his focus to the pocket watch. Su Kai stood nearby, introducing Yang's status. Yang was not the owner of Anya Pavilion, but rather a master whom the owner had engaged at great expense to oversee operations. In Anya Pavilion, Yang's words carried more weight than those of the proprietor. As wealth burgeoned, people sought various investment avenues, and antiques emerged as a prime method for appreciation. Recognizing one's own limited knowledge of antiques necessitated the hiring of a master. Each antique appraisal expert operates under conditions of scarcity, which naturally elevates Yang's position within Anya Pavilion. Meanwhile, the mustache man cast a provocative glance at Su Yu before inspecting the surroundings of Howren Pavilion. This Howren Pavilion is rather unimpressive, far inferior to our Anya Pavilion. He mused inwardly. Su Yu lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, remaining silent. After examining the pocket watch, Yang addressed Su Yu. "Young man, this pocket watch is quite remarkable. Sell it to me for 200,000. I can pay you immediately. Even if you participate in the auction later, it will be challenging to secure a higher bid. Nevertheless, after finishing his proposition, Su Yu continued to quietly smoke, disregarding him entirely. Yang understood that Su Yu was dissatisfied with the offer. Young man, I come with sincerity. Yang insisted. Su Yu replied coolly. If that were true, such an offer would hardly reflect genuine intent. Elder Zhang mentioned that this watch is valued at over 300,000. Selling it to others at that price is acceptable, but to you, it is not. Anya Pavilion has consistently sought to deceive me, so if I were to sell to you, it would have to be at a higher price. Un faze by younges autorità de manor. Su Yu spoke resolutely. Wang Tianxiang looked at Su Yu in surprise and gave him a thumbs up. This young man is character. As Elder Yang's demeanor grew cold, he admonished. Young man, do you not fear the repercussions of disregarding my authority in front of so many witnesses? Are you not concerned that I could have you ostracized within our circle? Apologetically, Su Yu replied. I regret to inform you that you lack the clout to effectuate such a threat. If you choose not to purchase, kindly exit. I offer 500,000, announced Elder Yang, resolutely claiming the pocket watch. Beside him, Wang Tianxiang interjected, I too desire this pocket watch. I bid 600,000. 700,000. Elder Yang continued to assert. Wang Tianxiang furrowed his brow slightly. The market value of such a pocket watch hovered between 6 and 700,000. An excessive bid would be imprudent. After Elder Yang's declaration, he cast a self-satisfied glance toward Wang Tianxiang, convinced that the watch would soon be his. With the watch in his possession, he envisioned packaging and marketing it for an overseas sale, easily fetching over 1,500,000. With no further bids, he gazed haughtily at Su Yu, believing the pocket watch was already his. However, Su Yu did not acknowledge him. Instead, he directed his gaze toward Wang Tianxiang. Elder Wang, this pocket watch is yours. The room fell silent, astonished. In typical transactions, one would opt for the higher bidder, yet Su Yu defied convention. Why do you not sell to me, given my superior offer? Elder Yang's expression darkened. Because I find you disagreeable, Su Yu replied coolly. It is perplexing that someone of your age fails to grasp such a simple principle. Your emotional intelligence is remarkably low. As Elder Yang felt the disdain in Su Yu's eyes, he retorted vehemently, Su Yu, you are disregarding the rules. I shall sell to whomever I please. Your opinion is irrelevant, Su Yu stated nonchalantly. He then turned to Wang Tianxiang. Elder Wang, are you not interested in this pocket watch? Indeed I am. Wang Tianxiang replied eagerly. The timepiece crafted by master clockmaker Chu Yunfei had long been coveted by him, far surpassing the skills of Chu Tianxing. Previously, Wang Tianxiang had glimpsed a pocket watch made by Chu Yunfei at Chu Tianxing's residence, but it was treated as a family heirloom. And even Wang Tianxiang had been denied a proper viewing. The pocket watch before him now was considerably superior. As he accepted the watch, Wang Tianxiang felt as if he were in a dream, yet the sensation was remarkably vivid. Many onlookers within the auction house regarded him with envy. Following Su Yu's prior revelations, they had all become acquainted with the esteemed figure of Chu Yunfei. A pocket watch of his making was indeed a treasure beyond measure. Thank you, Wang Tianxiang said, tucking the watch away, his spirits inexplicably lifted. Su Yu's lips curled slightly. There was something endearing about Elder Wang. Upon concluding the transaction, both Wang Tianxiang and Su Yu affixed their signatures to the pre-prepared contract. Upon witnessing Su Yu's elegant calligraphy, Wang Tianxiang exclaimed, Is that the Lu style? This is my first encounter with someone whose handwriting is so exquisite. I have always admired Lu Gong, Su Yu replied modestly. In the eyes of the onlookers, Su Yu radiated an aura of increasing mystery. The auction continues, and the next item up for bid is a rosewood chair. This is the main event, and many attendees have their sights set on it. Xiao Huzi's gaze falls upon the rosewood chair as he inquires, How much for this rosewood chair? Although it is indeed crafted from rosewood, the quality of the wood is rather inferior. Furthermore, the chair bears several scratches, and even restoration would incur a significant expense. Old Yang remarked, There are varying grades of rosewood. This chair can fetch no more than 600,000. My offer is quite reasonable. Had I not needed to buy for someone else, I wouldn't be interested in this rosewood chair at all. Please consider it. After suffering a loss earlier, Old Yang now harbors a degree of resentment towards Su Yu. Thus, he intentionally undercuts the price, seeking to gain an advantage. Upon hearing Old Yang's words, Su Yu's expression grew cold. If you deem it so poor, then do not take it. I never intended to sell it to you in the first place. Now, leave my presence. Su Yu spoke without an ounce of mercy. He had found Old Yang, who leveraged his seniority, to be utterly detestable from the very beginning. What did you say? Old Yang's demeanor hardened. As the chief appraiser at Lineage Pavilion, He is a respected elder in the antiquities circle, and no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. We can negotiate the price, but why must you resort to insults? Apologize immediately. Moreover, I am prepared to offer 200,000 for your rosewood chair. You must sell it to me. At that moment, so you could only scoff, fool. Beside them, Su Kai and Wang Tianqi frowned slightly, with Su Kai letting out a cold snort. Old Yang, you're going too far. I am merely teaching him a lesson. Old Yang replied nonchalantly. There are countless individuals in this world whom he cannot afford to offend. Even if he wishes not to sell today, he must. I am purchasing it from Mr. Wang, who happens to need one. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Su Kai and the others shifted subtly. There are very few prominent families surnamed Wang in Haishu, and there is only one. Old Yang aimed to use Mr. Wang's name to intimidate the others. Noticing their discomfort, Su Yu realized the significance of Mr. Wang. He did not wish to put Su Kai and the others in a difficult position. So he picked up the chair and declared, I won't sell this chair anymore. Stop. Do you think you can simply walk away? Old Yang scoffed, waving his hand, and his men moved to block Su Yu's path. You little brat, even if you possess something valuable, you are merely a scavenger. Will you have to contend with us? If you refuse to sell me the chair, I will ensure you spend the rest of your life in a hospital bed. In that moment, Old Yang's facade was torn away, revealing a menacing demeanor. His subordinates advanced step by step towards Su Yu. You think you can compare yourself to Old Yang? Were you? They taunted. Hand over the rosewood chair peacefully, or else I will deal with you. As the men approached Su Yu, their faces were filled with mockery. Su Kai admonished sharply, Yang, and do not go too far. Su Kai, are you truly intent on opposing President Wang? Yang Lao sneered with amusement. However, Su Yu shook his head and replied, Thank you, old Su, for standing up for me. But I shall handle this matter on my own. His gaze turned towards Yang Lao. An expression of derision etched upon his face. Ah, so you covet that rosewood chair merely to wag your tail for your so-called President Wang? How pitiable. You still consider yourself a person of significance. It appears you're nothing more than a dog for the Wang family. No one has ever threatened me into doing anything, especially not a mere pawn like you. I choose to sell based on my mood. To whom I sell is also at my discretion. You dare to threaten me? Not only shall I refuse to sell, but I shall also destroy it. Is it merely a chair? What is so remarkable about it? With that, Su Yu raised the rosewood chair in his hand and brought it crashing down. Amidst the astonished expressions of the onlookers, the chair shattered into pieces. This was a chair worth over $1 million. Su Yu smashed it without hesitation. Even Wang Tianxiang and Su Kai gasped in shock at Su Yu's audacity. Su Yu then turned to Yang Lao, a mocking smile on his lips. Now that the item is destroyed, you have no chance to play the dog anymore. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Now I shall take my leave. Do you believe you can stop me? Hearing the mockery in Su Yu's words, Yang Lao's face contorted with rage. You insolent wretch, how dare you belittle me? I shall ruin you. Yang Lao bellowed. His subordinates, sensing Yang Lao's genuine anger, advanced towards Su Yu. Indeed, he should be dealt with. A man with a goatee shouted, pointing at Su Yu. As these men approached, Su Yu's eyes turned cold. Wait! A clear voice rang out, halting the movements of everyone present. Chapter 47. Discontent. The crowd turned their gaze towards the entrance, where they beheld a graceful girl standing at the door. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she resembled a celestial being. Upon seeing her, Yang Lao's expression shifted slightly. Young Mississippi. The figure struck a familiar chord within him. The girl paused for a moment, then uncertainly called out, Su Yu? Upon recognizing him, her eyes brightened. I've been searching for you ever since we parted. It's as if you vanished without a trace. I could not find you anywhere. It is truly wonderful to see you again. I have been looking for you for so long. The girl was visibly excited, her hands animated as if unsure of how to express herself. Nevertheless, the sparkle in her eyes conveyed her joy. Initially, Su Yu had maintained a cold demeanor, but upon seeing the girl, his icy gaze softened considerably. For the girl before him was Wang Manwu. In this new life, she was the first person Su Yu encountered. The girl was not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. Though their time together had been brief, Su Yu held a profound impression of her. Upon encountering the girl once more, Su Yu's spirits were considerably lifted. However, Elder Yang believed it was imperative to prevent the relationship between Wang Manwu and Su Yu from deepening. Given Wang Manwu's prestigious background, Su Yu, a mere impoverished lad, was wholly unworthy of her. Moreover, Su Yu had persistently sought to provoke him, and Elder Yang was unwilling to allow Su Yu any reprieve. Miss Wang, I recently showed President Wang a fine rosewood chair, which I intended to purchase as a gift for him. Yet, this scoundrel shattered the chair, displaying utter disrespect for President Wang, and even spoke ill of him. My dear miss, this fellow is of lowly status. It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from him. Elder Yang approached Wang Manwu, delivering a litany of grievances. Initially, Wang Manwu had been enveloped in the joy of reuniting with Su Yu, but upon hearing Elder Yang's voice, she furrowed her brow slightly. Su Yu's previously uplifted smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a frigid demeanor. "So, you are indeed the daughter of President Wang," he remarked, his eyes betraying a chilling intensity. "Miss Wang, kindly instruct your dog to cease its barking, as it is quite disruptive to the peace." With that, Su Yu turned away from Wang Manwu, exiting the Hao Ran pavilion without a backward glance. How utterly outrageous! "Stop him!" Elder Yang, incensed by Su Yu's retort, commanded his subordinates to pursue him. However, Wang Manwu intervened, exclaiming, "Halt!" "But Miss," Elder Yang began, only to be cut off. "I will not allow you to harm him. He is my friend," Wang Manwu declared vehemently. Typically gentle, she was incensed by Elder Yang's actions. Hearing her words, Su Yu paused momentarily before resolutely continuing to exit the pavilion. When Wang Manwu turned back after addressing Elder Yang, she found Su Yu had already vanished from sight, leaving her pallid with disappointment. After finally seeing Su Yu, she had never anticipated such an outcome. Elder Yang remained silent, sensing that the relationship between Wang Manwu and Su Yu was far from ordinary. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. While Su Kai and others nearby recounted the events that had transpired, Wang Manwu's chest heaved with fury. "A few days ago, I purchased a rosewood chair of rather poor quality. Do you have any idea how much I spent? 120,000. And yet, you dared to demand it for a mere 10,000? Furthermore, when Su Yu refused to sell, you sought to have him beaten, and you had the audacity to invoke the Wang family name. Who gave you the audacity to confront my friend?" Despite her typically amiable nature, Wang Manwu's words sent a chill through Elder Yang. "Miss, I observed that the quality of that rosewood chair was subpar. Moreover, I suspect Su Yu is a fraud. Look at his tattered clothing. Such a person is unworthy of being your friend. I advise you to sever ties with him. He and you inhabit entirely different worlds." Yet, Wang Manwu scoffed. "Do you truly believe your appraisal skills are exceptional? Over the years, I have visited your Anya pavilion and found little of merit. With the unwavering support of the Wang family, both financial resources and connections are abundant. If one were truly capable, they would have transformed Lineage into the largest antique shop in the city long ago. Yet, over the years, aside from resting on past laurels and putting on airs, what have you achieved? Jinbao Pavilion and Heirangshuan were established after Lineage, yet they have surpassed you." Wang Manwu coldly remarked, "I have no interest in your character or the management of Lineage. However, today you have bullied my friend, causing me to be disliked by Su Yu. This matter is far from over." Feeling the icy glare of Wang Manwu, Elder Yang's face betrayed a hint of panic. "Miss, I did not intend to offend. I merely wanted to assist Mr. Wang in securing a chair sooner. Master Su has not yet departed. I will go and apologize immediately." But Wang Manwu interjected with a disdainful snort. "You stand right there. Since you have already offended him, what use is an apology? If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? You were once a dog of the Wang family, but now you lack even the qualifications to be a dog. I will instruct my father to withdraw funding from Lineage. This is the price you pay for provoking him." Upon hearing these words, the once arrogant Elder Yang appeared to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground. While kneeling, he slapped himself, pleading, "Miss, I have contributed to the Wang family in some capacity. Even if I have no merit, I have put in effort. Please, do not expel me from the Wang family. If you do, I will be finished. I am at fault. I am less than human, a mere beast. My conflict with Master Su was entirely instigated by this scoundrel." With that, Elder Yang struck the young man with a mustache. Initially, the mustached man felt relieved, thinking the situation did not concern him. However, when Elder Yang hit him, he felt a surge of indignation. Moreover, Elder Yang did not hold back in his assault. It was not merely a slap or two, but rather an attempt to beat him mercilessly. How could the mustached man endure such treatment? He immediately retaliated against Elder Yang. Watching the two men, Wang Manwu perceived them as mere clowns. She had no desire to intervene and swiftly exited Heirangshuan. Yet, at that moment, she could no longer see Su Yu's figure. "Good." Wang Manwu sighed in relief. She was genuinely afraid that Su Yu would once again pass her by. Her gaze fell upon the shattered rosewood chair, which Su Yu had smashed into pieces. Wang Manwu could sense the fury that Su Yu had felt at that moment, and her expression softened considerably. "Very well, Miss Wang," Su Kai remarked. The onlookers regarded the scene with mixed emotions. Wang Manwu, the esteemed daughter of the Wang family, was somehow entangled with a character as inconspicuous as Suyu? This revelation prompted everyone to reassess Suyu, as anyone closely associated with the daughter of the Wang family could not be underestimated. However, Suyu was oblivious to the unfolding drama and sought out the elderly man and the young one. The elder was known as Uncle Chiu, while the young man was named Tisu. They waited at the entrance of the Lu Huang rice noodle shop for Suyu. Upon seeing Suyu approach, the two sighed with relief. "Come with me to the bank ATM. I will withdraw money for you. 200,000 fixed price. Will you sell?" Suyu inquired. Initially, they had been brimming with confidence, having brought a set of round-hold coins, only to be told by others that they were counterfeit. At that moment, all their confidence vanished. Yet, the high price Suyu offered brought joy to their faces. "Brother, is what you said true?" Qiu Shu asked Suyu, somewhat astonished. "Of course, we will sell," Qiu Shu replied, grasping Suyu's hand. "Let's go right away." Selling this set of round-hold coins would allow him to improve his family's living conditions and provide a better educational environment for his niece. "Then let us proceed," Suyu said. After withdrawing 200,000 at the ATM, Suyu handed it to Qiu Shu and received a complete set of 12 round-hold coins in return. After obtaining the money, Suyu parted ways with Qiu Shu. As he passed by the scrap collection station, Suyu noticed that the previous station had been dismantled, and workers had erected a simple framework. Upon seeing Suyu enter, Zhou Tao greeted him with a smile, saying, "Brother Yu, I received many items today. Come see if any are valuable." Ever since witnessing Suyu profit from antiquities, Zhou Tao eagerly showed him every collection of old items, fearing that he might overlook something precious. Noticing the eager look in Zhou Tao's eyes, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, I shall take a look." He began to examine the old items Zhou Tao had acquired. In truth, discovering genuine antiques is no easy feat. Not all old items qualify as antiques. Only those of significant cultural value can be deemed as such. Nonetheless, Zhou Tao had amassed quite a collection. Among these items, Suyu spotted a Yixing teapot. Although a bit worn, he could feel the smoothness of the teapot's body as he caressed it. He scrutinized it closely. While Suyu examined the teapot, Zhou Tao refrained from interrupting, knowing that the process of appraisal required intense focus. After a considerable while, Suyu finally set down the teapot. Zhou Tao looked at him eagerly and softly inquired, "Suyu, how about this teapot? It is a product from the Qing Dynasty, Qing, a fine piece. Valued at no less than 50,000, Suyu replied with a smile. "Really? That's fantastic," Zhou Tao exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. "Indeed, treasure hunting is the right path. Brother Yu, when we collect scrap, we might also stumble upon some good finds. At that time, we can all live well. When the boss is released, we can buy him a big house." Observing the smile on Zhou Tao's face, Suyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chapter 48, Yang Ding has returned. Regarding Zhou Tao's aspirations, Suyu felt that achieving them would not be an easy task. He currently had some money in his account, but he still needed to sustain the operations of the scrap station. Furthermore, in High City, where every inch is precious, the difficulty of purchasing a house with his current funds was undoubtedly substantial. Yet Suyu had never contemplated surrender. For him, the paramount concern ahead was to amass wealth, to ensure that those around him could lead prosperous lives. This dream was undeniably beautiful, and he was resolute in his efforts. "All right," Zhou Tao remarked with a smile. After tidying up, he settled down to continue conversing with Suyu. "Brother Yu, it seems you have transformed into a different person lately," Zhou Tao whispered. "You were impressive before, but now you have surpassed even that. Do you recall me sharing my dreams with you? They truly felt like distant aspirations. However, with you by my side, Brother Yu, I sense that my dreams are becoming increasingly attainable. Once the boss is released, we must ensure he sees us in a new light." Listening to Zhou Tao, Suyu smiled and said, "I will go take a shower. Please wait for a moment." "Sure," Zhou Tao nodded. "I will check on the recycling station." "All right," Suyu replied, and as he headed for the shower, Zhou Tao left the house. This departure left Suyu somewhat puzzled, but he did not dwell on it and soon drifted into slumber. In the midst of his rest, Suyu was stirred by the sound of hurried footsteps at the door. He sat up, his face reflecting a hint of confusion, and walked to the entrance. In the darkness, he saw Zhou Xiaolin rushing toward him, her complexion pale and breathless. Suyu approached her, slightly furrowing his brow. "What is it?" he asked. Suyu's expression changed dramatically. Yang Ding was not merely a nightmare for Zhou Xiaolin, but for their entire brotherhood. "Brother Yu, it's bad," Zhou Xiaolin said anxiously. "What happened to Xiao Tao?" Suyu grasped Zhou Xiaolin's hand urgently. Despite her timid nature, Zhou Xiaolin gritted her teeth and declared, "Previously, I caused you trouble, but this time I will not shrink back. If Yang Ding is coming for me, then so be it. Brother Yu, please take care of Grandpa. Su Yu tapped her lightly on the head and scoffed. What do you intend to bear the burden with? Do you think Yang Ding will let us off so easily? His vengeance is not solely directed at you, but at us all. Some things cannot be avoided. Come, we shall confront this together. Damn it, how dare he touch my brother? This time, I will ensure he is utterly incapacitated. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Su Yu's eyes. He strode purposefully toward the recycling station, with Zhou Xiaolin trailing closely behind. Although fear lingered in her heart, her gaze remained steadfast as she followed Su Yu. Years prior, Su Yu and his brothers had left Yang Ding battered and bruised, with Su Yu rendering one of his feet useless. However, this confrontation had led to their own disbandment. Su Yu fell into conflict with Li Yangxiu, Zhou Tao's health deteriorated, and their leader, Wang Wei, ended up imprisoned. Over the years, Su Yu had remained vigilant against Yang Ding's potential retribution, but after such a lengthy silence, it had seemed the Yang family had ceased their hostilities. Little did he expect that Yang Ding would choose this moment to strike back. In the past, to safeguard Zhou Xiaolin, a group of brothers confronted Yang Ding and his entourage, delivering a severe beating that incapacitated him. The enmity between the two factions was thus established, and now was time to resolve it. Su Yu hastened toward the scene, anxious for Zhou Tao's safety. Meanwhile, at the scrapyard, Zhou Tao lay on the ground, struggling futilely with his arms and legs, overwhelmed by the sheer number of adversaries. Huh, Zhou Tao, you truly are useless, Yang Ding scoffed. I've come to confront you. Zhou Tao spat defiantly. Yang Ding, back then we could put you down, and we can do it again now. You're nothing but a cripple. What are you boasting about? When my brother Yu arrives, you won't escape unscathed. And my brother Qiu, my leader. Yang Ding's face darkened, haunted by memories of the past. He had attempted to force himself on Zhou Xiaolin, only to be thwarted by her protectors. His subsequent attempts to retaliate were met with resistance. For someone of his privileged background, admitting defeat was not an option. Yet, here he was, intimidated by Su Yu and his companions. Despite their smaller numbers, they fought desperately, as they had nothing to lose. Yang Ding, accustomed to the brawling lifestyle, found himself outmatched. His lackeys were mere thugs, not assassins. In a moment of fury, Su Yu had rendered Yang Ding powerless, leading to the ensuing complications. Nevertheless, the Yang family refrained from further confrontation with Su Yu's group, fearing their reckless tenacity. Huh, that was before I was prepared. Now, I am ready, Yang Ding declared, delivering a vicious kick to Zhou Tao, cursing, this time, I come to issue you a decree. With that, he struck fiercely, causing Zhou Tao excruciating pain in his arm, the sound of bones cracking echoing sharply. Destroy this scrapyard, Yang Ding commanded. Yes. His subordinates responded. No, Zhou Tao protested, struggling to intervene, but Yang Ding kicked him down again. With two men pinning Zhou Tao, Yang Ding loomed over him, sneering. You little wretch, your true calamity is only just beginning. I will ensure your torment is thorough. You who once forced me to live in misery will find your way to hell. Yang Ding's tone was laced with arrogance as he gestured to his followers. The scrapyard, barely a structure, was soon reduced to rubble under their assault. Yang Ding playfully slapped Zhou Tao's face, a smirk on his lips. Tell your friends to wait. My revenge has commenced. With that, Yang Ding turned and departed, leaving Zhou Tao discarded on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He had believed his dreams were within reach, that he could bring happiness to those around him. Yet, Yang Ding's destruction of the scrap yard obliterated all hope he harbored. Su Yu and Zhou Xiaolin hurriedly made their way towards the recycling station. As they approached, Su Yu spotted Zhou Tao lying on the ground. Xiao Tao, are you all right? Su Yu rushed over and inquired anxiously. After helping Zhou Tao to his feet, he noticed blood at the corner of Zhou Tao's mouth and tears welling in his eyes. What happened? Su Yu asked softly. Brother Yu, our recycling station has been destroyed, Zhou Tao said, pointing towards the station, his eyes brimming with tears. Various broken items lay scattered across the ground, mingled with traces of blood. Embracing Zhou Tao, Su Yu reassured him, it's all right. We can rebuild it with a bit more money. Brother Yu, that guy said he would kill us. What should we do? Zhou Tao clutched Su Yu's hand, his body trembling slightly. Happiness had once seemed within reach, but with Yang Ding's emergence, he felt engulfed by despair. The power of the Yang family was formidable, and in comparison, they felt utterly weak. Don't worry, I'm here, Su Yu replied. That Yang Ding ran off quickly just now. Otherwise, I would have made him pay dearly. However, leaving him be will undoubtedly complicate our future. We must retaliate and resolve this matter swiftly. Zhou Tao held on to Su Yu's hand and said, Brother Yu, The guy has learned martial arts. He is much stronger than before. Shouldn't we leave this place and find somewhere to hide? He wouldn't be able to find us then. The earlier scene had genuinely frightened him. Zhou Tao was just an ordinary citizen and wished to avoid reliving past horrors. Moreover, this time, Yang Ding seemed even more deranged. Don't think too much. I will help you recover, Su Yu assured him. Leave Yang Ding to me. With that, Su Yu helped Zhou Tao stand up. Zhou Xiaolin also assisted in gathering some of Zhou Tao's belongings. She too had not yet escaped the shadow of Yang Ding. Brother Yu, if there's anything I can do to help, please let me know, Zhou Xiaolin said. All right, Su Yu nodded, beginning to treat Zhou Tao. After a previous visit to the Rini Hall, Li Kaidai had gifted Su Yu a box of silver needles, which he now used to treat Zhou Tao's injuries. Zhou Tao bore several wounds, but fortunately, he had previously strengthened his body with blue silvergrass. Coupled with Su Yu's exceptional medical skills, Zhou Tao soon felt a wave of warmth enveloping him. He moved his arm and discovered that the pain had vanished. Brother Yu, you are truly amazing. How did you do that? Zhou Tao asked, astonished. It's merely a fundamental technique, Su Yu replied. Now, you're all dirty. Go take a shower. Okay, Zhou Tao nodded. After a moment, he turned to Su Yu again. Brother Yu, do you think we can truly defeat the Yang family? Do you doubt my abilities? Su Yu smiled lightly. I believe in you, Brother Yu. Whatever you ask of me, even if it costs my life, I am willing, Zhou Tao declared. Fool! You are one of my most important people. How could I ever harm you? Su Yu reassured him. Su Yu lightly tapped his head and said, Hurry up and take a shower. Once Zhou Tao stepped in the bathroom, Su Yu's gaze turned icy. He would not spare anyone who dared to harm his brother. He dialed a number, and the person on the other end remained silent. Xiao Tao has been beaten. Yang Ding has emerged, Su Yu stated. What? The voice on the line gasped. Is Xiao Tao all right? He's fine, Su Yu replied, but you should be cautious too. Without waiting for Li Yanxiu to respond, Su Yu hung up the phone. Chapter 49. Brother shared a drink the following morning. Su Yu opened his room door and stepped outside. Just a few steps out, he beheld a graceful figure. It was Zhou Xiaolin. She approached Su Yu, offering him a steamed bun and soy milk. Brother Yu, have some breakfast. Thank you, Su Yu replied. Due to Zhou Xiaolin's proximity, he could catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance, which uplifted his spirits. Although she was dressed in simple casual attire, she still radiated a captivating charm. Thank you, Su Yu murmured softly, choosing not to say more. He took a bite of the bun and sipped the soy milk. As he enjoyed the meal she had prepared, a smile graced Zhou Xiaolin's lips. She relished this feeling. However, Su Yu felt a bit peculiar. Once, he had shared a close bond with girls, but after the incident with Yang Ding, Zhou Xiaolin had refrained from coming forward to testify for their safety. Much of the discord among the brothers stemmed from Zhou Xiaolin. Since then, a rift had grown between them. In truth, Su Yu understood that he could not blame Zhou Xiaolin. She was merely a victim. Faced with a formidable adversary like Yang Ding, how could she not feel fear? She had come dangerously close to being assaulted by him. Later, when their leader, Wang Wei, was imprisoned, Zhou Xiaolin and her grandfather knelt before them, begging for forgiveness. Su Yu had sent them away, and from that moment, his relationship with Zhou Xiaolin had grown distant. Zhou Tao and Li Yanxiu harbored a strong dislike for her as well. Nonetheless, Zhou Xiaolin had persistently sought to make amends and openly expressed her affection for Su Yu. Zhou Xiaolin's eyes met Su Yu's, and upon noticing his gaze, a blush crept across her face, enhancing her charm. Brother Yu, Zhou Tao is all right, isn't he? She asked softly. He's fine, Su Yu assured her, but you should head to school now. Today, we will confront Yang Ding. He won't bother you. Yet, Zhou Xiaolin sensed an inexplicable dread in Su Yu's calm tone. She grasped his hand and pleaded, Brother Yu, let me accompany you. I'm sorry for what happened before. I didn't intend for it to unfold this way. The Yang family threatened me, saying my grandfather would die if I showed myself. I was terrified of them, especially of what they could do to my grandfather. But I deeply regret it now. Grant me another chance to choose. I shall certainly find a place for my grandfather to settle, and together we will confront whatever lies ahead. I loathe myself. I apologize, Yuga. As she spoke, tears streamed down Zhou Xiaolin's cheeks. Gazing at the weeping girl before him, Su Yu felt a pang of compassion. He understood that Zhou Xiaolin was not to blame. She too was a victim of circumstance, crushed beneath the weight of societal oppression. Su Yu reached out, gently ruffling Zhou Xiaolin's hair, and softly reassured her, it's all right. The past is behind us. Yuga, you all care, and I know I've erred, Zhou Xiaolin said, lifting her tear-filled eyes to him. Thus, I do not wish for you to face this alone. I want to stand by your side, no matter what transpires. However, Su Yu shook his head and replied, you cannot involve yourself in this matter. Hurry and return to school. Yet, Zhou Xiaolin continued to trail closely behind him. Nearby their residence lay a refuse dump, where sanitation workers disposed of garbage each morning. An elderly man was often seen waiting near the site, ready to scavenge as soon as the refuse was dumped. At that moment, Su Yu and Zhou Xiaolin were taking a stroll, and Su Yu felt the need to persuade her. The old man rummaged through the trash and soon emerged with a peculiar black object. Curious, he examined it closely. Su Yu, who had been conversing with Zhou Xiaolin, found his attention drawn to the enigmatic item. He quickly approached the old man, startling him into a wary stance. "Give that to me," Su Yu demanded. The old man clutched the object tighter, revealing a set of decayed, darkened teeth as he grinned. "You give me money. 100, and it's yours." "Very well," Su Yu replied, producing 100 yuan. The old man accepted the money and promptly handed over the object before hastily departing. Though there was much refuse around, none held the same value as that 100 yuan. After all, what if Su Yu regretted his decision and sought a refund? Watching the old man scurry away, Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhou Xiaolin approached, her gaze fixed on the black object in Su Yu's hand, puzzled. "What is this, Yuga?" she inquired. "This is antelope horn. It possesses significant health benefits," Su Yu explained, feeling fortunate for his unexpected find. "Yet, in this state, it may be rendered useless," Zhou Xiaolin remarked. Su Yu shook his head. To purchase this at a herbal store would cost no less than 1,000 yuan per gram. "What?" Zhou Xiaolin gasped in disbelief. Su Yu examined the antelope horn closely. Despite its darkened appearance, the intricate patterns remained discernible. With a discerning glance, he noted the depth of the horn's texture. Generally speaking, the deeper the texture of the antelope horn, the higher its value. A faint smile appeared on Su Yu's face. With this precious item, Su Yu could prepare a nourishing soup to rejuvenate both himself and Zhou Tao, as their constitutions were rather frail. If they could utilize such a fine ingredient, combined with Su Yu's medicinal formulas, their health would soon improve. Su Yu busied himself, while Zhou Xiaolin handled negotiations at the recycling station. The previous efforts had proven futile, and the ensuing tasks would need to commence anew. Su Yu made a trip to the pharmacy to gather the necessary herbs. It was then that Zhou Tao and Li Yangxiu awoke, still slightly dizzy from the previous night's indulgence. However, the aroma of a savory broth wafted through the air, leading them to discover Su Yu simmering a soup. The rich fragrance of medicinal herbs irresistibly drew their gaze towards the pot. "Brother Yu, what are you cooking?" Zhou Tao inquired. "Of course, it's a nourishing soup," Su Yu replied, urging them to tidy up for a meal. "This culinary skill seems rather mediocre," Li Yangxiu remarked with a slight frown. "Then perhaps you should refrain from eating. I haven't prepared any for you," Su Yu responded nonchalantly, beckoning Zhou Tao. "Come over and have some soup." Zhou Tao approached, and the two began to enjoy the broth. Observing their joyful interaction, a smirk tugged at the corners of Li Yangqiu's mouth. He attempted to be a bit haughty in front of Su Yu, yet the latter showed no regard for his pride. "Save some for me," Li Yangqiu huffed, though he acknowledged the soup's ordinary nature. "I must taste it for critique." "Not a chance," Su Yu replied. As Li Yangqiu attempted to reach for the soup, Su Yu swiftly intercepted him, just as he was about to touch the broth. Su Yu deftly pulled him back and executed a flawless shoulder throw, bringing him down. "Damn it, Su Yu, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Li Yangqiu shouted at him. "Do you want some soup?" Su Yu asked with a teasing smile. "Then sweeten my ears with a compliment. If you can make me happy, I might just share." "Get lost," Li Yangqiu retorted, as the two appeared ready to engage in another brawl. Seemingly natural adversaries, Zhou Tao quickly filled a new bowl of soup and placed it between them, saying, "Brother Yu, don't bully Brother Qiu. This soup is for you." Turning to Li Yangqiu, he added, "Here you go." Li Yangqiu accepted the bowl, a hint of pride on his face. "Little Tao is the best to me. Be cautious, or you might suffer a nosebleed. You can't force nourishment on an unfit body." Su Yu warned. "Shut up," Li Yangqiu retorted, somewhat irked. As they enjoyed their meal, Zhou Xiaolin arrived, addressing Su Yu, "Brother Yu, there's something at the construction site that requires your attention." "Understood," Su Yu replied. Upon her arrival, both Li Yangqiu and Zhou Tao's expressions turned icy, their gazes diverting away as they snorted in unison. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Zhou Xiaolin lowered her head and said to Su Yu, "Brother Yu, I must take my leave now." Zhou Xiaolin responded softly before departing from Su Yu's home. Li Yangqiu curled his lips in disdain. "Why do you treat her so well? If it weren't for her, would we brothers have fallen to such a plight?" "It was not intentional. Life is difficult for everyone," Su Yu replied. "All right, let us rest for a while before we confront that fellow. I have sent someone to gather information about him. Only by gaining a deeper understanding of Yang Ding's current situation can we ensure a decisive victory over them." Zhou Tao and Li Yangqiu nodded earnestly. After all, Yang Ding's background was far more formidable than theirs. If they were not cautious, this time they could very well face utter ruin. The three began to prepare weapons. Knowing that if they were to engage in battle, they needed to be equipped. Otherwise, they would be left vulnerable upon reaching Yang Ding's territory. Outside the dilapidated little house, a figure walked steadily. Even though he had been away for years, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity and warmth. The closer he approached the worn-down abode, the more joy surged within him, for he was about to reunite with his brothers. Standing at the door, he gently knocked. Inside, the others who were tidying up paused in their actions. "Suyu, who is it?" "Li Yanqiu Inkidat." "It should be a neighbor," Suyu replied. "I'll go and see." He moved to the door and opened it. "Hello," Suyu greeted. However, his words faltered midway, caught in his throat as he struggled to articulate further. Before him stood a man with a rugged beard, a scar across his face, and an air of valiance about him. Beneath his bald head, his eyes shone brightly with spirit. Upon hearing the man's voice, Suyu was momentarily stunned. Then he opened his arms and embraced the figure tightly. His breath quickened, and tears streamed down his cheeks unbidden. The man was none other than their leader, Wang Wei. Wang Wei placed a hand on Suyu's back, offering comfort. In that instant, images of their leader before his imprisonment flooded Suyu's mind. Wang Wei wielding a knife, exuding an aura of invincibility. Even with numerous subordinates of Yang Ding present, they trembled in fear before Wang Wei's formidable presence, drenched in blood, resembling a god of slaughter. As Wang Wei approached them, his foes scattered in panic. Observing Wang Wei, Suyu noted his tattered clothing and the blisters on his hands and feet. He understood that Wang Wei had endured great hardship during his time in prison. "Brother Wei, let us go inside," Suyu suggested. "All right," Wang Wei nodded. In the next moment, Zhou Tao and Li Yangqiu rushed to the door. Upon seeing Wang Wei, both were overcome with tears. "We missed you so much," Zhou Tao expressed. The four brothers embraced each other tightly. Wang Wei, as their leader, had always borne the weight of their struggles and endured immense suffering for their sake. "Quickly, prepare something to eat. I'm starving." "All right," Suyu replied with a smile. Suyu commenced preparing the meal, while Zhou Tao and Li Yangqiu engaged in conversation with Wang Wei. Truly, Brother Wei is remarkable, even within the confines of prison. "He remains exceptional," Zhou Tao remarked, giving a thumbs up. Wang Wei looked at Zhou Tao with surprise. "Xiao Tao, it's been years since we last met, and you've become quite the eloquent speaker." Suyu interjected, "Speaking of which, Brother Wei, you ought to have informed us. It must have taken you quite some time to arrive." "I didn't wish to disrupt your endeavors," Wang Wei replied. "However, the changes in Haishur over the years have been quite significant. I nearly lost my way." Indeed, the three of them responded in unison. Soon, Suyu completed the meal and brought out the leftover beer from the previous day, and the brothers began to indulge in food and drink. Wang Wei, who had entered prison just over 20, was now 25. Life in prison had etched a wrinkle upon his forehead. The years had certainly not been as easy as he had portrayed. "Brother Wei, eat more. The dishes prepared by Brother you are delectable," Zhou Tao urged, serving him food. The three brothers tacitly avoided mentioning Yang Ding. According to their plan, they intended to resolve the troubles posed by Yang Ding before bringing Wang Wei home from prison. After all, he had several months left to serve. Yet, as fate would have it, Wang Wei was released earlier than expected. Years ago, it was Wang Wei who took the fall for them. Seeing him just out of confinement, they unanimously wished to prevent him from returning to prison. Hence, they maintained a solemn silence. "Brother Wei, come, let us raise our glasses," Suyu said as he joined them, smiling. The atmosphere felt just as it did in the past. As they savored the meal and drank, Wang Wei remarked, "This food is truly delicious. I have endured some dreadful meals these past few years. By the way, what have you all been up to lately?" Wang Wei inquired. "Li Yanqiu Ruplia. I've started working at a different bar." "Brother Wei, we've opened a recycling station. You must have seen the large shed when you arrived. We are currently renovating it. It will be ready in a fortnight," Suyu explained. "When it's up and running, you and Xiao Tao will manage the recycling station together. Collecting old appliances, phones, and electric bikes can yield a profit. I'll venture out to gather old items. Perhaps I might stumble upon an antique or two. In due time, we could each buy a grand house in Haishur." Listening to Suyu, Wang Wei patted his shoulder. "Good lad. You're doing well for yourself now. Is it as comfortable to be your own boss as it is to wear a smile in a bar?" Wang Wei shot him a playful glare, raising his glass. "No thanks. We three shall drink together." Indeed, Suyu cast a proud glance at Li Yangqiu. Observing this, Li Yangqiu scoffed, somewhat displeased by Suyu's self-satisfaction. Suyu turned to Wang Wei, his expression grave. "Brother Wei, you once told me to lead our brothers to live well. I have succeeded. I am striving to ensure their lives improve." As he spoke, tears welled up once more in Suyu's eyes. Even Wang Wei, a hardened man, felt his eyes moisten. Good brothers. He once again embraced Su Yu tightly. Thus, the brothers consumed all the food and drank every last drop of beer. Wang Wei took a shower and soon fell into a deep slumber. Noticing the fatigue etched on Wang Wei's face, the three silently agreed to refrain from speaking, quietly closing the door behind them. This time, they could not allow Wei Ge to be involved again. He had already sacrificed enough for them, Li Yangqiu remarked. Indeed, Zhou Tao nodded in agreement. I won't say a word. Xiao Tao, starting tomorrow, you will take Wei Ge to work with you, diverting his attention, Su Yu proposed. Understood, Zhou Tao replied. You go. Qiu Ge, be careful. Rest assured, brother. You doubt my capabilities? Sui u zet ponde lai di. Though the words were spoken with ease, the three understood the gravity of the situation. The background of Yang Ding was indeed terrifying. They lived on the fringes of society, while Yang Ding harbored a deep-seated vendetta against them. This challenge would not be easily surmountable. Chapter 51, Confrontation. The three brothers whispered their concerns, cautious not to disturb Wang Wei. Xiao Tao, once everything is packed away, ensure Wei Ge supervises the construction site. We cannot allow the workers to cut corners, so you instructed. Agreed, Zhou Tao replied, though he had already made up his mind. He would not be a coward. This crisis was a collective burden, and he refused to let their leader, Wei Ge, be embroiled in it. However, as the one privy to the truth, he could not simply watch his two brothers face this peril while he hid away. Yet, he kept these thoughts to himself. In truth, seeing Wang Wei appear so aged weighed heavily on their hearts. We will overcome this challenge together, Su Yu declared. Since his rebirth, Su Yu had merged with the consciousness of a modern Su Yu. He yearned to protect those around him, to shield them from harm. Wang Wei represented his greatest regret. He could not allow history to repeat itself. Moreover, Li Yangqiu, Zhou Tao, and Zhou Xiaolin must remain unscathed. He even needed to find his sister. A few years prior, had it not been for his incapacitation of Yang Ding, matters would not have escalated so dramatically. In critical moments, his brothers had stood resolutely before him, creating a sanctuary in his time of need. Without their support, he would have faced a dire fate. Yet years had passed, and Su Yu was no longer the same person he once was. After his rebirth, his abilities had grown immensely. He no longer needed his brothers to shield him from the storms. He aspired to create even greater miracles. Let's check on our leader, Su Yu suggested. Indeed, the other two nodded in agreement. Upon entering the room, they found Wang Wei sleeping soundly. A pang of sadness struck them, for they knew this was the first time in a long while that he had rested so peacefully. Leader, please rest well, Su Yu murmured, bowing his head. The other two also inclined their heads in respect. Then, Su Yu placed a reassuring hand on Zhou Tao's shoulder and said, Xiao Tao, I entrust him to you. Understood. Zhou Tao replied solemnly. Su Yu and Li Yangqiu departed from their residence, determined to resolve the troubles posed by Yang Ding. Perhaps Wang Wei was truly exhausted. When he awoke, it was already afternoon. Where are Xiao Yu and Ichiao? Wang Wei inquired of Zhou Tao. Brother Wei, they have gone out to collect old items. You wouldn't believe it. Brother Yu has become quite adept at this, Zhou Tao replied with a smile. He even managed to acquire a few antiques. I see. Xiao Yu has indeed made a name for himself. Wang Wei grinned widely. I knew I had not misjudged him. In reality, Su Yu and Li Yangqiu were scouting the area. To eliminate Yang Ding, a hasty approach would not suffice. Thus, they aimed to track one of Yang Ding's confidants, a fellow known by the moniker Yellow Hair. This individual had a penchant for drinking at the Longfeng de Peidang every afternoon. With an understanding of Yellow Hair's habits, their next steps were clear. Su Yu and Li Yangqiu settled down at Longfeng de Peidang, indulging in seafood and beverages. They chose a prime spot near the entrance, allowing them to observe all incoming patrons. What if that scoundrel doesn't show up? Li Yangqiu pondered. He will. Our actions are exceedingly discreet. He could not possibly be aware. Su Yu replied calmly, patience is key. If you lack even a modicum of it, you may depart. I shall handle this. All right, I was merely jesting. Why so agitated? Su Yu remarked, stay composed. He will arrive shortly. Just as Li Yangqiu was about to respond, Su Yu whispered, he is here. At that moment, Li Yangqiu looked up to see a man with yellow hair entering, accompanied by several lackeys. They were brazen, immediately displacing a group at a central table to seize their seats. The owner of the establishment stood before them, submissively smiling. Hello, brother Yellow Hair. What would you like to eat today? Lobster, abalone. Yellow Hair ordered several varieties of expensive seafood, adding, and bring me a case of beer. Of course, the owner replied with a forced smile, though internally he cursed under his breath. Yellow Hair was notorious for never paying. He always insisted on keeping a tab. But the owner knew he would never see a cent helpless. The owner soon departed. Let us eat first. We'll deal with him later, Su Yu suggested. All right. Li Yangxiu took a sip of his drink. Yang Ding loomed as a nightmare in their lives. Only by eliminating this threat could they hope for peace. After indulging for over an hour, Yellow Hair and his entourage finally decided to leave. Su Yu and Li Yangxiu rose, trailing behind them discreetly. However, Yellow Hair and his companions remained oblivious to their presence as they approached their vehicle. Su Yu and Li Yangxiu charged forward, launching an assault on Yellow Hair's lackeys. The three henchmen, caught off guard, were quickly subdued. As Yellow Hair realized the danger, he attempted to flee. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, Su Yu seized him, tripping him to the ground. Where do you think you're going? Su Yu coldly inquired. Who are you? I caution you against recklessness. I am affiliated with young Master Yang. The expression on the yellow-haired man's face was one of sheer astonishment, completely devoid of the calm demeanor he had previously exhibited. Should you lay a hand on me, young Master Yang will not let you off easily. Huh, what significance does that fellow Yang Ding hold? Su Yu's countenance was marked by disdain. Li Yangxiu, meanwhile, pressed down hard on the yellow-haired man's hand. Instantly, the yellow-haired man was engulfed by an intense pain. Provide us with a clear account of Yang Ding's whereabouts. Otherwise, I shall render you incapacitated. Li Yangxiu's eyes glimmered with a hint of red, and beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, for he sensed that Li Yangxiu was genuinely intent on harming him. I will speak, I will speak, the yellow-haired man hastily exclaimed, fearing that if he delayed, Li Yangxiu would indeed incapacitate him. Based on the yellow-haired man's revelations, Su Yu and Li Yangxiu discerned Yang Ding's whereabouts. He disclosed that in the evenings, while Yang Ding remained in his villa, there would be 2 or 3 bodyguards present. He also provided Su Yu and Li Yangxiu with a location. Su Yu swiftly rendered the yellow-haired man unconscious and subsequently bound him. My hatred for Yang Ding is no less than yours. Although I've spent years in bars, I have consistently trained my body. My skills surpass yours by far. If I do not personally deal with Yang Ding, I shall feel quite unsatisfied, Su Yu said with irritation. I was only jesting with you. Let us proceed. Should there be a next time, I shall seek to spar with you, Li Yangxiu replied, somewhat irked. Su Yu, however, chose to ignore him. The two hailed a cab and made their way to Yang Ding's residence. At that moment, Yang Ding lingered in the villa, where his vendetta had only just begun. All those who had wronged him in the past were about to meet their doom. He aimed to demonstrate that crossing him would result in a fate worse than death. As he toyed with a deck of cards, a smirk crept across his lips. The amusement was about to commence. The villa was eerily quiet. Yang Ding sat on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Behind him, a young woman was gently massaging his shoulders. Outside the villa, several bodyguards patrolled, ensuring that no one approached. When the woman moved to stand before him, Yang Ding pulled her into an embrace and kissed her soft lips. Rather than resisting, the woman wrapped her arms around him. The man before her was a millionaire, and being with him could elevate her status significantly. Thus, she eagerly entwined herself with Yang Ding. At that very moment, Su Yu and Li Yangxiu alighted from their vehicle. Upon gazing at the villa, Li Yangxiu cursed, "Damn it! This scoundrel has committed so many vile acts, yet lives so luxuriously. The heavens are truly unjust. We shall, in due time, surpass him in wealth. However, for now, let us proceed to incapacitate him. His mere presence irks me greatly." Su Yu remarked, "How many people are inside? You distract them while I infiltrate. This task is more suited for you. My intention is solely to deliver a beating to that scoundrel Yang Ding." Li Yangxiu expressed his displeasure. Su Yu rolled his eyes. "Then let us go together. Remember to follow closely and refrain from acting recklessly. Otherwise, if we are discovered, I shall abandon you without hesitation. Rest assured, my skills far surpass yours," Li Yangxiu remarked. Su Yu, indifferent to his words, proceeded forward. He set down a loudspeaker, a remnant from his previous scavenging endeavors. This loudspeaker was also remote-controlled. Shortly thereafter, they distanced themselves from the device and concealed themselves on the opposite side. Su Yu pressed the button on the loudspeaker, and a sudden sound erupted, capturing the attention of several bodyguards present. The guards moved towards the source of the noise, their focus diverted. Seizing this moment, Su Yu and Li Yangxiu stealthily advanced towards the villa. The windows were left ajar, allowing them to leap inside. Meanwhile, the bodyguards approached the loudspeaker only to discover it was merely a device. "Damn it, where did this loudspeaker come from?" One of the guards cursed. "Could it be a diversion? We must commence a search immediately," suggested another guard. They began to search the perimeter, while Su Yu and Li Yangxiu had already infiltrated the villa. Although they were unaware of Yang Ding's specific location, methodically searching room by room would surely yield results. Working in tandem, they could provide mutual support should danger arise. The villa boasted numerous rooms, thus locating Yang Ding proved to be a formidable challenge. Inside one of the rooms, Yang Ding had already pushed the woman away. His gaze fell upon the surveillance feed, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Damn it, I hadn't even sought you out, yet here you come. Very well, let's play a little game, Yang Ding said as he retrieved his phone and made a call. He then leisurely took a shower, donned his attire, and settled onto the couch, awaiting the arrival of his prey. Chapter 52. Su Yu's tactics. Li Yangxiu and Su Yu continued their search. Don't you find this villa somewhat peculiar? Su Yu inquired. Under normal circumstances, there would be surveillance within the villa. While there are bodyguards at the entrance, they showed no reaction upon our entry. You are overthinking it. Yang Ding is not the type to constantly monitor the surveillance, Li Yangxiu replied. Thus, the time before he reacts is our opportunity. With that, Li Yangxiu resumed his search. Su Yu, feeling somewhat exasperated, followed closely behind him, thinking that Li Yangxiu was overly confident. Upon reaching the third floor, they opened a door and found Yang Ding. Huh, there you are. Hiding here, you brat, Li Yangxiu scoffed. So you've come. Indeed, you've come to your doom. Yang Ding's demeanor remained calm. It has been a while since we last met. I've been thinking of ways to eliminate you daily. I had intended to wait a few more days. But you have delivered yourselves to me. Now, I shall thoroughly enjoy your demise. I eagerly anticipate the sight of you pleading for mercy at my feet. Su Yu retorted coldly, Yang Ding, dream on. Today, I will ensure your end. If it weren't for you, my brothers and I would not have faced such tragic fates. You have always been our lingering torment. At long last, I find myself capable of unraveling the knots within my heart. Yang Ding wore a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Indeed, I've always been the one to bully others. My sole instance of defeat has been at your hands. I find it difficult to endure without annihilating you. He rose to his feet. Previously, Yang Ding had sustained a severe injury to one of his legs, leaving him to walk with a noticeable limp. Moreover, a prominent scar marred his face, inflicted by Wang Wei, rendering Yang Ding's visage all the more sinister. Su Yu and Li Yangxiu, wishing to avoid unnecessary banter, prepared to charge at Yang Ding. However, several individuals surged through the doorway, and more emerged from behind Yang Ding's sofa, encircling Su Yu and his companions. Did you think that by entering, we would remain oblivious? Yang Ding scoffed. I am acutely aware of your every move. Furthermore, having issued a warning to that brat Zhou Tao, I have remained vigilant against you. You have arrived sooner than I anticipated. Yet, that merely accelerates my desire to render you powerless. In my eyes, you were trash then, and you remain so now. With a pause, Yang Ding's face twisted into a grotesque grimace. No one can thwart me. Not Zhou Tao, not Wang Wei, and certainly not that wretched woman, Zhou Xiaolin. I will not spare any of you. Rest assured, your demise will not come swiftly. After incapacitating you, I intend to toy with Zhou Xiaolin before your very eyes. The heavier your hearts grow, the more pleasure I shall derive. Upon witnessing the crowd, the expressions of Li Yangxiu and Su Yu shifted noticeably. They had assumed that by taking the initiative, they could incapacitate Yang Ding. Little did they know, Yang Ding had laid a trap, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Su Yu lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Yang Ding, whose gaze was filled with murderous intent, his fists clenched tightly. Standing beside Yang Ding were 2 or 3 muscular figures, alert and sharp-eyed like hawks, each capable of unleashing tremendous force at a moment's notice. Upon sighting these individuals, Su Yu's expression hardened as he turned to Li Yangxiu. You handle the others. These few are mine. Are you certain you can manage? Li Yangxiu queried, recognizing the formidable nature of their opponents. One of them had previously bested Li Yangxiu in combat. A man must not admit defeat, Su Yu declared, striding towards the group. Seeing this, Li Yangxiu wasted no time and charged towards the others. He needed to eliminate these foes to assist Su Yu. Yang Ding, I once brought you down. I can do so again, Su Yu sneered. At that moment, Yang Ding's face was twisted with malice. Su Yu, do you comprehend? I have awaited this day for years. If it were not for you, I would not have been reduced to a cripple. At last, I can exact my vengeance. As he spoke, Yang Ding gestured with his hand. His subordinates immediately lunged towards Su Yu and Li Yangxiu. Yang Ding remained seated, yet the tremors in his hands betrayed his composure. Over the years, Li Yangxiu had diligently trained in martial arts. He was determined not to find himself in the same predicament as a few years ago, where he was overpowered by Yang Ding's subordinates. Now, as he confronted the advancing adversaries, he unleashed a powerful punch that felled one of them. When another attempted to close in, Li Yangxiu executed a flawless shoulder throw. The battle was fierce. Yang Ding initially believed his men would swiftly subdue the two before him. However, After witnessing the combat prowess of Su Yu and Li Yangxiu, he was taken aback. A chill crept into his heart. If he could not overcome Su Yu and Li Yangxiu, the impending vengeance from them would leave him in despair. Huh, Su Yu, Li Yangxiu, you two scoundrels had better cease your actions. Otherwise, that brat Wang Wei will meet his demise. Do you think after offending me and spending years in prison, I would allow him to live peacefully? If your brotherhood is genuine, then sacrifice yourselves for Wang Wei. Originally, Yang Ding sought to instill fear in Su Yu and Li Yangxiu. However, upon uttering those words, he inadvertently provoked them, their expressions twisting into fierce determination. Both fixed their gaze upon Yang Ding, with Su Yu bellowing, "What have you done to Brother Wei?" Li Yangxiu added, "Seize this scoundrel and make him reveal the truth. If anything happens to Brother Wei, we will kill him." In that moment, the cold glint in their eyes instinctively compelled Yang Ding to retreat several steps. He observed Su Yu and Li Yangxiu fighting with increasing ferocity, and a pang of regret washed over him. "Incapacitate them quickly," he shouted in urgency. His subordinates hurriedly surrounded Li Yangxiu, while Su Yu was similarly encircled by several skilled fighters. Inside the villa, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Chapter 53. The heart's not with that. Wang Wei stepped outside, dragging Zhou Tao along with him. "Zhou Tao, if you dare to conceal my words, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Under Wang Wei's intense gaze, Zhou Tao involuntarily shivered. "Understood," Zhou Tao replied, mounting his tricycle and heading towards the location indicated by Su Yu and Li Yangxiu. Meanwhile, Su Yu was enduring the assaults of multiple formidable men. He was struck again, yet managed to wrest the iron rod from one of his attackers, swinging it fiercely back at him. "You worthless scum, come at me." Su Yi Uzhou. In that moment, bloodied and fierce, he resembled a vengeful deity. Those who met his gaze instinctively recoiled several steps, only to feel a sense of shame for being intimidated by a younger man. Thus, they charged at him once more. Yang Ding initially maintained his composure, but as he witnessed Su Yu and Li Yangxiu, despite being drenched in blood, persist in their battle, an inexplicable chill surged within him. "Quickly incapacitate them," Yang Ding yelled. His men were desperately striving to take down Su Yu and his companion. Indeed, Su Yu bore serious wounds, yet while he endured the blows from others, when he struck back, his opponents could not withstand his might. Soon, Su Yu and Li Yangxiu came together. "Damn it, I've always despised you. Who would have thought I would have to fight alongside you in such a dire situation?" Li Yangxiu exclaimed. "Do you think I wanted to be with you?" Su Yu retorted, "I've been playing the fool for others in the bar every day. That's called enduring humiliation and bearing the burden, biding your time." "You understand nothing," Li Yangxiu scolded. "After this, if we both survive, I will surely give you a good beating. You probably lack the ability to do so." Su Yu sneered. Yang Ding's subordinates, upon seeing Su Yu and Li Yangxiu laughing together, grew increasingly furious, perceiving their camaraderie as a slight against them. "You two bastards, go die," one shouted, swinging an iron rod. A muscular man also brandished his club menacingly at Su Yu. "Let us go." Su Yu and Li Yangxiu exchanged a glance and shouted in unison. Although there were many, Su Yu's singular focus was to subdue Yang Ding. He was unaware of what Yang Ding had done to Wei Gu, but he would not allow anyone to harm him. When Su Yu targeted an individual, escape was not an option. Yang Ding, witnessing Su Yu approach, wore a particularly sinister expression. "Get rid of him, quickly," he shouted. Yang Ding's subordinates surged forward, attempting to apprehend Su Yu. However, Su Yu hurled one of them aside, causing him to collide with others, momentarily halting their advance. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu charged toward Yang Ding. "Stop! Damn it! If anything happens to young Master Yang, I will make you pay," they bellowed at Su Yu. Yet, their threats fell on deaf ears as Su Yu reached Yang Ding, who, in horror, turned to flee. But it was too late. Su Yu's hand clamped down on Yang Ding's shoulder, lifting him effortlessly. "Please, Su Yu, let me go," Yang Ding cried out. "Huh, Yang Ding, weren't you quite formidable when you threatened me? Are you still trying to act tough now? This time, I won't let you escape," Su Yu scolded. Several years prior, Yang Ding had acted unjustly, causing a rift among their brothers, and now he sought to destroy them further. Su Yu's quarrel with Li Yangxiu and his inability to forgive Zhou Xiaolin were all due to Yang Ding. He represented the knot in Su Yu's heart. If Yang Ding's matter could be resolved satisfactorily, then the barriers between Su Yu, Li Yangxiu, and Zhou Xiaolin would dissolve. Chapter 54. Li Wanqing's affection. "I believe you owe me a favor, which could be quite beneficial for you in the future," Li Wanqing remarked. "By the way, you always act aloof, as if someone owes you millions. If you wish to repay me, just give me a smile." Her request left Su Yu momentarily taken aback. All right. So you took a deep breath. Though Li Wanqing's demand was rather impertinent, he still managed to muster a smile. As he endeavored to muster a smile, he was met with the sight of Li Wanqing doubled over in laughter. Instantly, Su Yu's expression turned frosty. What are you doing? He inquired. Nothing. I just find your smiling face utterly unappealing, Li Wanqing replied amidst her laughter. Su Yu remained silent. As she continued to chuckle, Li Wanqing noticed that Su Yu had closed his eyes. What's wrong? Are you angry? She asked. Su Yu continued to maintain his silence. Consequently, Li Wanqing extended her hand, playfully probing in front of him. With a huff, she exclaimed, I was merely joking with you. Is it really necessary to react this way? Oof. I'll go fetch you something to eat. Muttering to herself, Li Wanqing exited the hospital room, leaving Su Yu with a torrent of emotions. He felt profoundly indebted to Li Wanqing for her kindness, and he resolved to repay her in due time. Moreover, his friends had narrowly escaped with their lives, which brought him a sense of relief. As his mind eased, the fatigue in his body swiftly enveloped him, and he soon drifted into slumber. Hey, scavenger. Hurry up and eat. Li Wanqing's voice echoed as she entered the room. However, upon her arrival, she found Su Yu's steady breathing indicating he was fast asleep. Choosing not to disturb him, she placed the food on the table. Observing Su Yu in slumber, Li Wanqing smiled, remarking, he looks rather adorable when he sleeps. After lingering in the room for a while, she departed. Su Yu slept soundly until nightfall. When he awoke again, Li Wanqing was already in the room, and the air was fragrant with the aroma of medicinal herbs. You're awake, she announced. I prepared some soup for you. It's perfect timing for you to have it now. The soup, made with a century-old ginseng and Hisho Wu, was presented to Su Yu. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he said, Thank you, but I can manage on my own. He was unaccustomed to intimate contact with the opposite sex. However, just as he reached for the bowl, Li Wanqing swatted his hand away. Your movements are so clumsy. Let me feed you, she chided. What is the matter? Are you still shy at this age? Or is it that my beauty is overwhelming for you? Faced with Li Wanqing's assertiveness, Su Yu had no choice but to comply. While most girls are gentle, Li Wanqing was decidedly different. As Su Yu ate slowly, she remarked, You're so slow. It's like you're a woman. When he hastened, she quipped, Why are you eating so fast? Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Su Yu found himself at a loss for words in response to her unreasonable nature. I've had enough, he declared. What? A few words from me, and you're done? I put a lot of effort into making this, Li Wanqing insisted. You must finish it. Thus, under Li Wanqing's relentless persuasion, Su Yu finished the soup. Afterward, he felt the urge to use the restroom. Yet, with his hands and feet encased in plaster, movement proved cumbersome. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face. At that moment, Li Wanqing promptly pulled Su Yu to his feet and guided him toward the restroom. You have been unconscious for 2 days now. A man should be magnanimous. Release my hand. Do not be anxious. Be natural. Li Wanqing's assertiveness left Su Yu somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, Su Yu could also sense Li Wanqing's tenderness towards him. Even he, upon witnessing the numerous efforts Li Wanqing had made on his behalf and understanding her medical knowledge, realized she was an innocent young woman. His heart swelled with emotion. At that moment, Su Yu comprehended Li Wanqing's affections. All right, remove your clothes. I will assist you in cleansing your body, Li Wanqing stated. No need. I can tend to myself later, Su Yu replied. However, Li Wanqing disregarded his words, firmly prying his hands and feet apart before stripping him of his clothing. Su Yu bore several wounds, but his physique was robust. Upon seeing his muscular chest, Li Wanqing's breath grew heavier. She began to wipe his body, her hands gliding over him, causing her heart to race. In the next moment, she leaned closer, seemingly poised to kiss his cheek. Su Yu sensed her approach, his body stiffening involuntarily. Unsure whether to reject or accept, he closed his eyes, ready to surrender to her intentions. Sister, is brother-in-law feeling better? A voice called from outside the room, followed by the entrance of Li Xiaofeng. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Li Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically. He had caught sight of his sister forcefully removing Su Yu's clothing. Knowing his sister's fiery temperament, he quickly covered his eyes and exclaimed, I saw nothing. Sister, brother-in-law, please continue. With that, Li Xiaofeng fled in haste. Chapter 55, The Night Pearl. At this moment, Su Yu had arrived at the ward where Li Wanqing intended to take him. He moved lightly, encountering the unconscious Wang Wei and Li Yanqiu. Both bore severe injuries, their bodies wrapped in bandages and their faces swollen. Zhou Tao sat quietly beside them, vigilantly watching over them. Upon Su Yu's entrance, Zhou Tao quickly rose. Brother Yu, Zhou Tao whispered. How are they? Su Yu inquired. They are out of immediate danger, Zhou Tao replied, his eyes reddening. Brother Yu, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being so ineffectual. The investigation team has been mobilized. Brother Yu, I will bear any consequences. I am clumsy and have done little for my brothers. This is all I can do. Hearing Zhou Tao's words, Su Yu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and replied with feigned annoyance, You are a brother. Is it not our duty to care for you? Moreover, what the investigation team's mobilization? We have committed no wrongdoing. We did not personally kill Yongding. We shall not bear this blame. If possible, I hope you can release your hatred towards Shaolin, for she has vanished, and Zhou Dage has perished. Zhou Tao's expression changed slightly. What? Despite his resentment towards Shaolin stemming from past events, he was taken aback. If it were not for Xiaolin, the brothers would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Upon learning of Xiaolin's predicament, Zhou Tao gritted his teeth and inquired, Who did this? Where shall we search for Xiaolin? It is highly likely that it was someone who was with Yongding at the time. We cannot rely on others. We must conduct our own investigation. Remember, we may investigate, but do not act impulsively, Zhou Tao advised. Understood, Zhou Tao nodded. Despite the facade he put on, how could he truly harbor any hatred for the little sister and the old man next door? You take care of the eldest and the second. I need to step out for a bit, Su Yu declared. Where are you going, brother Yu? Zhou Tao asked with concern. They're searching for us outside. The more they search, the more I feel compelled to go out, Su Yu replied. If I remain cooped up here, it would only make me appear guilty. Furthermore, I must find a way to break this impasse. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves trapped in a dire situation with an even graver fate awaiting us. Rest assured, I will handle this. Await my good news, Su Yu assured him, exuding confidence in the face of adversity. Seeing the smile on Su Yu's face, Zhou Tao nodded heavily in agreement. Upon exiting the hospital room, Su Yu encountered Li Wanqing. Where are you headed? She inquired. I'm going to seize an opportunity, Su Yu replied, to resolve this situation through antiquities. To find an antiquity significant enough to alter our circumstances, it must be at least a national treasure, Li Wanqing remarked. Do you think you can find one easily now? Su Yu smiled gently and responded. With effort, there is always hope. It is better than waiting passively, is it not? Indeed. Su Yu, you are becoming increasingly extraordinary. Li Wanqing smiled. Come, I shall accompany you. Very well, Su Yu nodded in agreement. Outside the Rini Hall, Lin Muqiu awaited with her team. Damn Li Wanqing. Does she truly believe herself invincible? Lin Muqiu scoffed. Let us see if she can protect Su Yu for a lifetime. I shall wait here for that boy to emerge and then take him away. Understood, team leader Lin. Her subordinates acknowledged promptly. Soon, they spotted Su Yu exiting. Lin Muqiu was about to command her team to spring into action when she noticed Li Wanqing following him. How dare she? This is intolerable, Lin Muqiu snorted. She wished to avoid an encounter with Li Wanqing, whom she considered a madwoman. Let's follow them. At the right moment, you will find a way to distract Li Wanqing while I seize Su Yu, Lin Muqiu instructed. Understood. Her subordinates replied once more. At that moment, Su Yu entered Li Wanqing's vehicle, their destination still the villages. The valuable items in the antique market had largely been picked over, yet there remained the possibility of discovering some treasures in those villages. Over the years, antique dealers had ventured into the villages, but not everyone possessed keen discernment. Li Wanqing had a greater understanding of Haishur than Su Yu. This time, they were heading to Datong village, located on the outskirts of Haishur, where the chances of finding antiquities were quite high. There are numerous old items, and now more people have begun to frequent Taobao. The villagers have indeed hidden away quite a collection of treasures. Li Wanqing remarked, therefore, once you find something appealing, do not rush. Instead, engage in leisurely conversation. Rest assured, in this regard, I am an expert, Su Yu replied casually. All right, I acknowledge your prowess, Li Wanqing retorted with a playful roll of her eyes. When Su Yu's gaze met hers, he perceived that Li Wanqing had gained a bit more allure than before. However, he chose not to linger on her and redirected his attention elsewhere. Noticing Su Yu's gaze, a subtle smile of satisfaction crept across Li Wanqing's lips. It seemed her efforts were yielding some progress. As Li Wanqing drove into Datong village, she found a suitable spot to park before walking in alongside Su Yu. The current Datong village was a far cry from its former self. Both sides of the village were lined with an array of stalls brimming with various antiquities. Hey, handsome and beautiful folks, come take a look. I have antiques from the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, truly valuable items. If you decide to purchase, I can offer you a discount, called out a matronly vendor. Su Yu cast a glance at her wares. While they were indeed old, none held any real value. Let's check out other stalls, he suggested. Along the way, the villagers exhibited an unexpected warmth. Su Yu turned to Li Wanqing, surprised. Didn't you tell me the villagers were quite simple-hearted? Indeed, this is quite unexpected, Li Wanqing replied, a touch of embarrassment in her voice. When I visited before, they behaved like this. Who would have thought the times have changed? No worries. I can still unearth some fine treasures, Suyu reassured her. As they walked, Suyu surveyed his surroundings until he halted before a particular stall. Li Wanqing cast a puzzled glance at him, as she did not discern anything of value at first sight. However, she refrained from interrupting him, curious to see how he would make his discovery. At that moment, Suyu's attention was drawn to an unassuming stone. Though it appeared rather ordinary, he sensed that this bead was exceptionally remarkable. What is the price for this tiger's eye bead? Suyu inquired. They say it attracts wealth, though the design is somewhat antiquated, the vendor replied. Suyu deliberately asked about other items to capture the vendor's attention. Young man, you clearly don't understand. The older a tiger's eye bead is, the more it has absorbed the wealth of its previous owner. Wearing it will only enhance your fortune, the vendor explained. Then please tell me your price, Suyu requested. 200 yuan for a string, the vendor stated. Suyu's expression darkened. Sir, you lack sincerity. Even if brand new, it would only be worth 100 yuan a string. But mine is of superior quality, the vendor persisted. Suyu clenched his teeth and replied. How about this? I will buy 2 strings for 300 yuan. If that works for you, I will proceed with the purchase. If not, I shall take my leave. I would be at a loss with that offer. The vendor hesitated. Consequently, Suyu took Li Wanqing's hand and turned to leave. Seeing Suyu's decisiveness, the vendor hurriedly blocked his path. Young man, why the rush? I am merely contemplating. Forget it. Today, I unexpectedly encountered a group of young couples, so I shall sell at a loss. Suyu rolled his eyes, thinking who would believe him. He promptly paid, and the seller joyfully accepted the money. In truth, this tiger's eye gemstone had been in his possession for quite some time, and he was grateful to sell it. Young man, do take a look around to see if there's anything else that piques your interest. If you find something you like, I can offer it to you at a discount, the vendor suggested. Suyu began to search around, and soon his hand fell upon an inconspicuous bead. What is this? He inquired. I'm not sure. I took it out from my grandfather's collection at home, the vendor replied. If you purchase any other items, I'll throw in this bead for free. All right. Suyu responded, selecting several items from a stall. Seeing Suyu spend several hundred yuan, the vendor was delighted and packaged the items, including the bead. Thank you, boss. Suyu said. You're welcome, replied the vendor. As Suyu left with his purchases, a hint of joy flickered on his face. Li Wanqing, puzzled, remarked. You bought so many things, but their value seems rather low. That bead you received is quite useless. Hearing her words, Suyu shook his head. Miss, you have yet to see the whole picture. This is a luminous pearl. It employs a gypsum preservation method, a technique known to few. Antique collectors often overlook it, and experts seldom visit this area. Thus, I have stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Once the gypsum covering the pearl is removed through a special method, its worth is immeasurable. Li Wanqing's mouth fell open in disbelief. Really? You discovered that with just a few glances? How much is this luminous pearl worth? Without exaggeration, it should be valued at least in the millions, Suyu replied, regarding it as a fortunate acquisition. To his surprise, Li Wanqing continued to gaze at him. What is it? Suyu asked. You are quite peculiar. Clearly, you can earn so much from antiques, yet you still collect such trifles. Is this a special interest of yours? Li Wanqing inquired. Not at all. I simply lacked the opportunity before. Perhaps you're my lucky charm, Suyu responded. Is that so? A hint of joy appeared on Li Wanqing's face. You believe me, despite the high value of this luminous pearl? Indeed, Suyu nodded. You are trustworthy. Moreover, this luminous pearl is our lifeline. I know many have set their sights on our group, and I require protection. The luminous pearl will attract considerable attention. When the time comes, I can entrust it to the right person, ensuring our safety. Therefore, I am entrusting the lives of my brothers to you. After this matter is resolved, I will certainly reward you handsomely. Seeing Suyu's earnest demeanor, Li Wanqing scoffed lightly. Who cares for your reward? However, rest assured, I will handle this matter well. With a smile gracing her face, even the usually domineering girl appeared exceptionally gentle and charming at that moment. Chapter 56. Amplifying Reputation. After acquiring the luminous pearl, Suyu initially intended to seek out other treasures. However, he found nothing particularly appealing in Datong village. It was time to pay a visit to Howren Pavilion, Suyu declared. Very well, Li Wanqing responded, fully comprehending Suyu's intentions as she nodded in agreement. Observing Suyu and Li Wanqing departing once more, Lin Muchio could not help but mutter, what are those two up to? They lured me here only to leave? Despite her complaints, Lin Muchio nonetheless followed them in her car. At that moment, inside Howren Pavilion, Su Kai was engaged in appraising artifact for others. In retirement, this pursuit had become both his joy and pastime, allowing him to encounter a myriad of antiquities. However, ever since he had witnessed Su Yu's treasures, the antiquities he had encountered lately failed to ignite his enthusiasm. Compared to Su Yu's items, they seemed utterly mundane. "Good afternoon, Professor Su," Su Yu greeted as he entered. "Ah, my young friend Su Yu, you have arrived. I wonder what fine treasures you have brought this time?" Su Kai inquired with curiosity. The onlookers turned their attention to Su Yu, aware of Professor Su Kai's esteemed status in the antique market of Haishur. The crowd regarded him as a venerable elder, and it was surprising to see such deference directed toward the young man. "Indeed, I have some intriguing items. I would like to borrow a few tools from you." "Professor Su," Su Yu replied. "Certainly. Right this way," Su Kai responded. Each time Su Yu produced an item, it was a feast for his eyes. "I require sandpaper, aged vinegar, a magnifying glass, and a spotlight," Su Yu listed. Immediately, Su Kai instructed Qing Dynasty, "Fetch all the items requested by our young friend Su." "Understood," Qing Dynasty affirmed. Then, before the watchful eyes of the assembly, Su Yu revealed an unassuming bead. Upon seeing it, the crowd was taken aback, for from any angle, the bead appeared far from being a precious antiquity. They regarded Su Yu with expressions of disbelief, murmuring among themselves. "Why does Professor Su hold this individual in such high esteem? He hardly seems like a master," one remarked. "Perhaps he is nothing more than a swindler," another speculated. "It is quite possible. Let us see what tricks he has up his sleeve. If he can indeed persuade us, that would be his skill. But I fear he may be lacking." They expressed their disdain towards Su Yu. Yet, Su Yu remained composed. "There is no need for such extensive discussion. My abilities surpass yours. Of that you can be assured," he stated confidently. "Now, open your eyes wide and behold the treasures I have brought forth." "You should not be so conceited, young man. I am eager to see how you will spin your tale," one individual taunted. "Indeed, do not presume that Professor Su's support grants you the right to be so arrogant. What are you even worth to boast before us?" Their words dripped with scorn towards Su Yu. "Silence. You do not comprehend the talents of our young friend Su," another interjected. "You are all utterly devoid of talent." Yet proficient in mockery, Su Kai scoffed. "Silence, everyone. Let us see what surprises our esteemed friend Su Yu has brought us." As the proprietor of Howren Pavilion, a mere word from Su Kai commanded immediate silence. The crowd, brimming with indignation, cast resentful glances at Su Yu. This insipid lad was the cause of their reprimand from the elder Su. Qing Dynasty fetched the tools, and Su Yu poured a generous basin of aged vinegar, submerging the inconspicuous beads within. After a thorough cleansing, he produced sandpaper and began to rub the beads with meticulous care. Observing Su Yu's deft movements, many perceived a certain professionalism, while others regarded him with derision, convinced that no matter his efforts, he would achieve nothing of worth. Li Wanqing, however, found Su Yu's actions strikingly impressive. "What are you all bickering about? If you persist, I shall not be so courteous," she admonished. Under Li Wanqing's frosty gaze, an inexplicable chill enveloped the crowd, prompting them to instinctively retreat a few paces, silencing their taunts. Su Yu continued to polish the beads, which remained submerged in the basin. "Turn off the lights," he instructed. Jiun promptly extinguished the lights, Su Kai commanded. Observing this, some of the group scoffed, deeming it mere theatrics. Yet, Li Wanqing's gaze remained fixed on Su Yu, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Was she about to witness the miracle he was poised to create? Qing Dynasty swiftly turned off the lights, enveloping Howren Pavilion in darkness. Only Su Yu illuminated the scene as he retrieved the bead from the basin, as if cradling a son. All eyes turned to his outstretched palm, captivated by the dazzling radiance of the bead. "What is this?" Someone gasped. "A luminous pearl," another exclaimed. The realization dawned upon them. Luminous pearls are priceless treasures. The unremarkable bead had transformed into an extraordinary gem. How could this be? Those who had mocked Su Yu now wore expressions of disbelief. Su Yu returned the luminous pearl to the basin, plunging the surroundings into darkness once more. Qing Dynasty flicked the lights back on. Even Su Kai's gaze was now directed at Su Yu. "Master Su Yu, how did you uncover this luminous pearl?" he inquired. "By sheer happenstance," Su Yu replied calmly. In times of turmoil, many families conceal their treasures, adopting methods to transform their invaluable possessions into seemingly mundane objects. Should a robbery occur, these treasures would go unnoticed. Despite Su Yu's simplicity in explanation, it was universally acknowledged how arduous it was to unearth such a luminous pearl. "Master Su Yu is indeed well-versed," Su Kai praised, feeling somewhat hesitant to refer to him as a friend, for this young man surpassed him in prowess by leaps and bounds. "You flatter me," Elder Su replied modestly. Among those present were numerous enthusiasts of antiquities, many of whom were affluent. Such treasures as luminous pearls are truly serendipitous finds. Upon witnessing Su Yu's personal restoration of a luminous pearl, their gazes ignited with fervor. Master Su Yu, would you be willing to sell me the luminous pearl? Name your price, declared a corpulent middle-aged man, adorned with a hefty gold chain around his neck, unmistakably a man of wealth. Please, Master Su Yu. To sell the luminous pearl to someone lacking in appreciation would indeed be a travesty. Another interjected hastily, blocking Su Yu's path. Why not sell it to me? If you agree, I assure you a most satisfactory price. As you know, I'm the proprietor of the most prestigious private club in the city. I shall grant you an exclusive membership card in return. Others also crowded around Su Yu, their eagerness palpable in the air. Yet, Su Yu merely shook his head. I have no intention of selling the luminous pearl. I plan to donate it to the National Museum. However, the specifics must be discussed with the museum's representatives. The crowd erupted in astonishment upon hearing Su Yu's announcement. Master Su, that pearl is worth millions. Are you truly prepared to part with it without regret? Su Yu resolutely replied, I certainly will not regret it. My talents are limited to antiquities. Being able to contribute to my country in this manner is an honor. At these words, admiration filled the eyes of those present. Su Kai, moved, remarked, people often say that those of us who indulge in antiquities are lost in triviality. In truth, we possess our own integrity within this circle. Master Su Yu is our exemplar. I, Su Kai, shall also donate a piece of blue and white porcelain. I too wish to contribute something. Many chimed in, inspired by Su Yu's noble gesture. Throughout it all, Su Yu maintained his composure, while Li Wanqing gazed at him in astonishment, fully aware of his underlying intentions. Initially, she believed Su Yu's aspirations would face considerable challenges. However, he had successfully made his possession of the luminous pearl known and was poised to gain significant acclaim for his impending donation to the National Museum. Even the act of donating antiquities to the nation had transformed into a trend. Li Wanqing gave Su Yu a thumbs up, while he smiled modestly in response. The luminous pearl remained in Li Wanqing's possession, as Su Yu felt the negotiations with the National Museum should be handled by her. Amidst the turmoil, Su Yu's objective was straightforward, to safeguard himself and his companions. He would not allow himself to be manipulated into becoming a victim. Announcing his intent to donate the luminous pearl was merely the initial step. Upon exiting Howren Pavilion, Su Yu felt the air had grown considerably fresher. I shall count on you moving forward, Wanqing, he remarked. No need for that. One must confront what lies ahead. There are those who are trailing us. And the sooner you amplify the influence, the more formidable the identities of those who seek you will be, thus enhancing my chances of rescue, Su Yu stated. Understood. Li Wanqing nodded as she drove away. As Li Wanqing drove away alone, Su Yu was left walking, and Lin Muchio felt a sense of confusion. She had not entered Heirangshuan, so she was unaware of the events that had transpired. Nonetheless, Lin Muchio recognized that this was an opportune moment to capture Su Yu. She should have apprehended him long ago, but that impulsive girl, Li Wanqing, had hindered her efforts. Hurry up, I must seize that rascal Su Yu, Lin Muchio commanded. Understood. Her subordinates promptly replied. At that moment, Su Yu stood at the bus station, seemingly about to board a bus. Suddenly, a hand grasped his shoulder. It was Lin Muchio. Su Yu instinctively pulled away, but Lin Muchio, having run too swiftly, lost her balance and fell to the ground. In the next instant, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Are you all right, Team Leader Lin? Su Yu inquired. At that moment, Su Yu felt as though he was holding a bundle of fragrant softness, a delightful sensation that sent his blood surging. Lin Muchio pushed Su Yu's hand away and coldly remarked, You audacious brat, how dare you take liberties with me? You shall pay dearly for this. Upon hearing her words, Su Yu immediately released her grip. Without support, Lin Muchio tumbled to the ground with a thud. Su Yu, I will make you pay, Lin Muchio shouted at him, her face a mask of fury. Su Yu, however, remained composed. You were the one who made me let go. Can you blame me for that? Rascal. Once she regained her footing, Lin Muchio threw a punch at Su Yu, but he deftly dodged her attack, seizing her wrist instead. Team Leader Lin, do not act recklessly, or I shall report you, he warned. Lin Muchio's chest heaved with anger as she spoke in a low voice. Su Yu, do not think that Li Wanqing can protect you. Since your involvement with Yang Ding has come to light, there is no escape for you, especially in my grasp. You will find no one to rescue you. Do not attempt to argue or endanger your comrades. Come with us quietly. Su Yu raised his gaze to meet Lin Muchio's eyes. Noticing the calmness in his expression, Lin Muchio's brow furrowed slightly. What is it? I, Su Yu, have nothing to feel guilty about. If you wish to go, I shall accompany you. However, Team Leader Lin, you will soon release me, Su Yu proclaimed. Huh, you're overly optimistic, Lin Muchio scoffed. Once you are in my custody, I will ensure you confess. So many have been injured, and some have even died. You and your brothers cannot escape your culpability. Stop. Where do you think you're going? Lin Muchio barked at Su Yu. In her fury, she nearly struck him, but her subordinates restrained her. Thus, Lin Muchio took Su Yu away. Su Yu sent Li Wanqing his location and then obediently handed his phone to Lin Muchio. You have been pursuing me relentlessly. What is your true intention? Have you been hired to target me? Lin Muchio, feeling exasperated, could only respond, you are speaking nonsense. Even if someone targets you, your innocence remains questionable. Furthermore, I am aware of your connection with Li Wanqing, but she cannot save you. You are a parasite of society. And until the situation clarifies, I must restrain your movements. Yet, Su Yu shook his head. It is impossible. You cannot confine me. Then let us see if that is the case, Lin Muchio snorted coldly. This made her genuinely desire to teach Su Yu a lesson. With that, Su Yu closed his eyes. Witnessing his blatant disregard, Lin Muchio's anger erupted. She swiftly threw a punch at Su Yu, intent on imparting a lesson to this audacious individual. However, at the moment her fist was about to connect, Su Yu opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. His hand reached out, seizing Lin Muchio's fist, and he yanked it forward with force. Lin Muchio gasped as her body collided with Su Yu's. In haste, she swung her other fist to block his counterattack. In an instant, Su Yu grasped her other hand as well. Subsequently, Lin Muchio found her chest pressed against Su Yu's, and he felt a softness against him, while her face flushed crimson. Release me at once, Lin Muchio exclaimed indignantly. You sought to harm me. Su Yu replied coldly, you must apologize, otherwise, we shall remain in this stalemate. Moreover, do not summon your subordinates. Otherwise, I may impart a lesson you will not soon forget. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Lin Muchio gritted her teeth. Fortunately, she had sent her subordinates away, preventing anyone from witnessing her current predicament. I'm sorry, she uttered softly, adhering to the principle that a wise person does not suffer losses in front of others. Have you not eaten? Su Yu scoffed. If you lack sincerity, do not blame me for being impolite. I apologize, Lin Muchio said, her eyes slightly reddened, gritting her teeth at Su Yu. She realized her moment of carelessness had led to her being subdued by him. Currently, it was wiser to feign weakness, allowing her to later summon her companions to teach Su Yu a lesson. Just as she pondered this, Su Yu suddenly released her grip, causing Lin Muchio to fall to the ground once more. Su Yu, I will kill you, Lin Muchio shouted. I have already let you go. Do you wish to persist in your nonsense? Are you unaware of your own weight? Su Yu retorted with a scoff. Lin Muchio's anger surged again. She was about to charge out and summon her subordinates when, unexpectedly, the outer door opened first, and her subordinates entered. You have arrived just in time. Lin Muchio addressed them. Team leader, someone is requesting Su Yu. One of her subordinates informed her, noting that the newcomers appeared unremarkable. Ah, it seems Su Yu's companions have arrived. I suspected as much. With his arrogance, he must have someone backing him. Lin Muchio snorted coldly. Since that is the case, let's ensnare them all. Lin Muchio personally approached the door and opened it. A man and a woman, both around 40 years of age, dressed in suits and bearing serious expressions, stepped inside. We are here to meet Mr. Su Yu, said the middle-aged man. What is your relationship with Su Yu? Are you here to conspire against him? I assure you, your nefarious plans shall not succeed. What schemes does Su Yu have? Why did you wish to harm Yongding? Lin Muchio interjected, blocking the man's path. The man rolled his eyes. Lin, your theatrics are excessive. We are staff from a national museum, here to bail Mr. Su out. What? Lin Muchio exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. Sir, impersonating National Museum personnel is a crime. The man produced his credentials, and after Lin Muchio examined them, her expression turned even more perplexed. What business do you have with Su Yu? He is implicated in a murder case. Impossible, the man replied. Mr. Su contributed a luminous pearl to the nation today. A man of such noble character could never commit murder. We have thoroughly investigated the case you are examining. Yongding was the one who sought trouble with Mr. Su and even attempted to kill him. They acted in self-defense. Moreover, there is no evidence suggesting that Mr. Su killed Yongding. The circumstances surrounding his death are different. The Investigation Bureau has ordered you, Lin, to clarify this matter and not to target Mr. Su. Listening to the man's serious words, Lin Muchio felt a wave of frustration wash over her. I am not targeting Su Yu. He is indeed the primary suspect, she asserted. We will reach a conclusion after a thorough investigation. For now, we must take Mr. Su away. Even the investigation team has no authority to restrict his freedom. To our nation, he is a hero and a source of pride, the man stated. As he spoke, both he and his female counterpart bowed to Su Yu. Mr. Su, we apologize for the distress you have endured. Auntie, uncle, please come here, Su Yu said. I previously informed Lin that I did not kill Yang Ding. Yet she has never believed me. Your presence restores my faith in justice. He added, if there is anything I can assist with regarding the investigation, I will cooperate willingly. Lin Muchio, suppressing her fury, felt a tremor run through her. For some reason, in Su Yu's narrative, she seemed to be cast as the villain. All right, Mr. Su. It is evident you are a young hero. Rest assured, we will take you with us, and you will also be subjected to an interview, the middle-aged man said. Lin will no longer trouble you. Thank you, Su Yu replied. Lin Muchio gritted her teeth. Gentlemen, even if you intend to take Su Yu, you must wait for authorization. As her words fell, her phone rang, her work phone. Lin Muchio answered the call, and upon concluding, her expression darkened. Can we leave now? The middle-aged man inquired. Please. Go ahead, Lin Muchio said curtly. It's your choice. Su Yu said, I hope that team leader Lin can apprehend the true culprit, rather than fixating on me. With that, Su Yu departed. Inside the room, Lin Muchio slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. This scoundrel is truly infuriating. A middle-aged man remarked, Mr. Su. Team leader Lin tends to act impulsively. I apologize for the distress you have endured. The Night Pearl is of immeasurable value. What made you think to entrust it to the state? I was raised in Huaxia and have always wished to contribute my share to our nation. Su Yu replied earnestly. The Night Pearl is indeed a national treasure. Whether it remains in my possession or falls into the hands of another, it would be a waste. Only within the National Museum can it truly showcase its splendor, allowing more people to appreciate it. It is my honor to contribute to my country. After Su Yu finished speaking, both the middle-aged man and woman applauded. We have arranged an interview for Mr. Su. We kindly ask you to join us this evening. After a good night's rest, we will conduct our interview, they proposed. However, Su Yu shook his head and said, in truth, I do not wish for this matter to become widely known. I'm already grateful for your assistance in freeing me from Lin Muchio's clutches. As for the donation, discretion is best. I will take care of it myself. In the future, should I come across suitable items, I will still deliver them to the National Museum. Farewell. With that, Su Yu exited the vehicle and walked across the street. There are truly few young people like him nowadays, the middle-aged man remarked with a sigh. Indeed. Therefore, I cannot believe he would commit murder. Yang Ding is a notorious villain and must have been manipulated by others, the middle-aged woman added. Chapter 58. The arrogant fat man. The reason Su Yu walked across the street was that Li Wanqing was there. At that moment, he approached the front of the car, opened the door, and stepped inside. Thank you, Su Yu said earnestly to Li Wanqing. If it were not for your assistance, the representatives from the Huaxia National Museum would not have arrived so swiftly. It was but a small effort. I have long harbored disdain for Lin Muchio. Now I can seize this opportunity to vex her, Li Wanqing replied. Upon hearing her words, Su Yu nodded appreciatively, having fought hard for a glimmer of hope. Su Yu cherished this opportunity deeply. Upon arriving at Rennie Hall, Su Yu exited the vehicle. Zhou Tao was still attending to Wang Wei and Li Yanqiu. At that moment, Su Yu entered, and the esteemed physician Li Kaitai was still diagnosing Wang Wei and Li Yanqiu. Old doctor, I cannot thank you enough this time, Su Yu said sincerely. Li Kaitai shot a disapproving glance at Li Wanqing. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards this girl. Young friend Su, should you take my precious Wanqing for granted, do not expect me to treat you kindly. Before he could finish, Li Wanqing pulled Li Kaitai away. Su Yu's gaze then fell upon Wang Wei and Li Yanqiu. Both possessed excellent physical health, and with the exceptional skills of the esteemed physician Li Kaitai, they had both regained consciousness. After Su Yu conducted the diagnoses for them, he remarked, Big brother, second brother, your health has significantly improved. Next, I shall assist you with acupuncture. With my treatment, your recovery will accelerate. Indeed, Wang Wei responded with a smile. Third brother is truly becoming more capable by the day. Li Yanqiu, taken aback, gazed at Su Yu and inquired, What did you just call me? Second brother, Su Yu replied. You have always been the second among us brothers. Third brother, I have awaited this day for far too long. It felt rather odd when you used to call me by my name, Li Yanqiu scoffed. Not at all. I find it more comfortable that way, Su Yu countered. However, he chose to disregard Li Yanqiu's banter and proceeded to treat Wang Wei. The silver needles pierced Wang Wei's acupoints, stimulating his bodily functions. Wang Wei felt a revitalizing surge as his health steadily restored. Xiao Yu, having you at home truly brings a sense of reassurance, Wang Wei expressed. You flatter me, Big brother, Suyu chuckled. I have yet to complete the treatment. Li Yanqiu huffed in response. At that moment, Suyu rolled his eyes and said, Rest assured, I won't neglect you. Witnessing Suyu and Li Yanqiu's usual playful banter, Wang Wei and Zhou Tao couldn't help but laugh. Once Suyu had also treated Li Yanqiu, Wang Wei's demeanor turned serious. Xiao Yu, we owe our salvation this time to Miss Li. We must repay this kindness. I am aware. This is a debt I have incurred, and I shall repay it. Sui u apfim. At that, Li Yanqiu clapped Suyu on the shoulder, exclaiming, Repay? We shall repay together as brothers. Just then, Li Wanqing, who had sent her grandfather away, entered the room. Upon witnessing the conversation among the four brothers, she became furious. She had aided Suyu because of her affection for him. Li Wanqing was known for her passionate nature. Yet the brothers spoke of their gratitude in such weighty terms that she found it intolerable. Consequently, she strode in and pointed at them, scolding, Repay what? Do you think you can repay me? If not for Suyu, would I have helped you? Stop pretending to be the embodiment of brotherly loyalty. None of you owe me anything. I help you out of my own volition because I like Suyu. I will definitely marry him, and I intend to ensure that you all live well, as that is the life he desires. With that, Li Wanqing left in a flurry. Her bold actions left the brothers speechless. Even Suyu was somewhat taken aback. Good brother, this girl is remarkable. You must seize the opportunity, Wang Wei advised Suyu. Indeed, if a woman is willing to go to such lengths for me, I would gladly lay down my life, Li Yanqiu remarked. Zhou Tao's eyes glistened with tears as he said, Brother Yu, Sister Wanqing is truly wonderful to you. Li Wanqing's medical assistance had cost over 10 million. I am fully aware of her kindness, and I will surely repay this debt, Suyu stated earnestly. Xiao Tao, the elder brother and the second brother have entrusted you with their care. I must step out for a brief matter. Upon witnessing Suyu exit the ward, Zhou Tao wished to inquire, but was halted by Wang Wei. It's best that he contemplates this matter on his own, Wang Wei remarked. As Suyu left the Rini Hall, a weightier burden settled upon his heart. His debts of gratitude were mounting. Nevertheless, Suyu was resolute in repaying those who had shown him kindness. Having heard that the esteemed elderly Kaitai's health was deteriorating, Suyu sought to procure a jade Buddha as a gift for him. This time, Suyu did not reach out to Li Wanqing, fully aware of her affections towards him. However, at this juncture, Suyu's life remained unsettled, and he did not wish to burden her. He stood alone at the entrance, awaiting a taxi. When a vehicle approached, he opened the door and entered. Yet, upon taking his seat, he was met with a familiar visage, Lin Muqiu. What brings you here? Suyu inquired sternly, preparing to exit the car. Where are you headed? I can accompany you. Lin Muqiu replied. Despite the presence of the National Museum's personnel ensuring your safety, I still regard you as the prime suspect. Until you absolve yourself of this suspicion, you cannot leave Haishur. Hearing Lin Muqiu's words, Suyu let out a cold snort. If you wish to play the role of a chauffeur, be my guest. Just take me to Daxican. I have some items to procure. Have you taken to daydreaming? You dabbling in antiques? Lin Muqiu's face was laced with disdain. Forgive me, but that luminous pearl I possess was indeed unearthed by me. Should you possess the ability, why not donate a pearl to the nation? Suyu retorted. I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve, Lin Muqiu scoffed. Although she was reluctant to part ways with Suyu, she suspected that his visit to Daxican harbored ulterior motives, prompting her to accompany him. This way, she will be the first to know should anything arise. With someone willing to act as a free driver, Suyu welcomed the arrangement. Thus, aboard Lin Muqiu's vehicle, they set off for Daxican. Upon arrival, Suyu did not wait for Lin Muqiu and walked away. She hastily parked the car and followed suit. Are you trying to shake me off? Lin Muqiu huffed. Team leader Lin, while I am aware of my considerable charm, I find your constant presence somewhat disconcerting, Suyu replied nonchalantly. Pray tell, what is it about me that captivates you? Shall I consider a career change? At Suyu's words, Lin Muqiu's expression hardened. Leave. Suyu chose to ignore her. Yet she persistently lingered by his side. Excuse me, how much for this jade Buddha? Suyu inquired, having spotted one of satisfactory quality. The vendor was a young girl from the Dai ethnic group, who responded, Big brother, this jade Buddha is priced at 8,000. 8,000? That seems rather steep. Suyu remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. This jade Buddha is a fine piece, meticulously crafted by a master, the girl endeavored to explain. However, a portly individual at the stall interjected, Xiao Hong, why waste your breath explaining to a pauper? Look at this fellow. It's evident he cannot afford anything. Engaging in conversation with such a person is merely a waste of time. It would be better to send him on his way sooner rather than later. However, dear brother, this gentleman does not appear to be inherently malevolent, remarked the young girl. He is impoverished, yet still wishes to purchase items here. I find that quite distasteful. The rotund man scoffed. In the next moment, he turned his gaze to Lin Muccio, his face adorned with a broad smile. Beautiful lady, is there anything you wish to purchase? I can recommend a few items and even offer you a discount. His disdain for Su Yu was merely a facade to impress Lin Muccio, for he had just witnessed Su Yu conversing with her. Lin Muccio was undeniably a stunning beauty, whereas Su Yu appeared to be nothing more than a pauper. The rotund man's heart brimmed with discontent. Not interested, Lin Muccio replied dismissively. Su Yu's gaze shifted towards the rotund man, his expression growing frosty. What did you just say? I said, if you lack the funds, you ought to leave. You impoverished fool. I have no desire to waste my breath explaining things to someone who clearly cannot afford them. The rotund man retorted coldly. Apologize to me immediately. Su Yu stated icily. Under Su Yu's intense stare, the rotund man inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. However, he deemed it humiliating to apologize in front of Su Yu. With a haughty snort, he replied, No, and what will you do about it? No sooner had he spoken than Su Yu extended his hand, seizing the rotund man's fingers and forcefully twisting them downward. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the rotund man let out a pained cry. Lin Muccio, standing nearby, did not intervene. Even she felt the rotund man deserve a lesson. The rotund man attempted to retaliate with a punch aimed at Su Yu's abdomen. But Su Yu deftly pointed his finger at the rotund man's stomach. Instantly, the rotund man lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Su Yu placed a foot upon him and coldly inquired, Will you apologize? You had better release me. Do you know who protects me? If you lay a hand on me, you will surely regret it, the rotund man shouted. Witnessing his continued bravado, Su Yu pressed down forcefully with his foot. The rotund man felt as if his insides had been jostled, and he quickly pleaded, Brother, I implore you to let me go. I was merely being insolent. Please, do not hold it against me. The rotund man's plea for mercy was a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Surrounding onlookers cast scornful glances at him. I thought this rotund man was formidable. It turns out he's quite the joke, someone mocked. Just look at how unattractive he is. He is truly a laughingstock. I wish I could capture a photograph of this moment. The rotund man's face flushed crimson, yet he could not retaliate. Su Yu kicked him aside, sternly commanding, Leave. Chapter 59, The Rotund Man and the Dog. Su Yu, being a physician himself, held a keen interest in these medicinal herbs. After accruing a debt of gratitude to Li Kaitai and Li Wanqing, Su Yu felt an even stronger inclination to assist them. The Rini Hall, being a medical establishment, would surely appreciate these herbs. With this thought in mind, Su Yu approached the proprietor, smiling as he inquired, How much do you sell this tiger bone wine for? A bottle costs 3,000 yuan. The proprietor remarked, Young man, the tiger bone wine I offer is of genuine quality. Once you indulge, I assure you will feel invigorated, and your wife will surely find you even more appealing. His words elicited hearty laughter from those present, while Lin Muccio's face flushed with embarrassment, longing to chastise the owner. However, Su Yu coolly interjected, Even without the tiger bone wine, I remain spirited. After all, hasn't the fairer sex been captivated by me? With a provocative glance at Lin Muccio, Su Yu's confidence was palpable. Lin Muccio clenched her fists, itching to retaliate, yet she ultimately restrained herself. You are indeed fortunate. The proprietor chuckled. I have placed these wines here to sell. Are you interested, young man? I can offer you a discount. I'll take all 6 bottles for a total of 16,000, and I also wish to purchase some herbs. If that is agreeable, I shall proceed with the purchase. Su Yu declared. Very well. Choose your herbs, and I shall extend a discount on them as well. The owner responded, elated to encounter such a valuable customer. Su Yu's substantial purchase drew the attention of other patrons. Owner, if we buy, will there be a discount? Someone inquired. Everyone receives a discount. Today marks my first day setting up shop, so I am offering an 8% reduction. The goods I sell are authentic. Feel free to inspect them. The proprietor replied with a smile. Others began to select items as well. Su Yu was the first to choose herbs, swiftly gathering the better selections. Observing his adeptness, Lin Muccio expressed curiosity. You are knowledgeable about herbs? I possess a wealth of knowledge. Unlike you, Su Yu retorted, his words piercing. Taking a deep breath, Lin Muccio once again suppressed her irritation. Once the proprietor had packaged the items, he handed them to Su Yu, who then passed them to Lin Muccio. Puzzled, she asked, Why are you giving these to me? Aren't you supposed to keep an eye on me? Since you are intent on watching me, I will entrust you with my purchases. With the items in your possession, my escape is unlikely, Su Yu explained. Infuriated yet begrudgingly acknowledging the logic in his words, Lin Muccio accepted the items. Su Yu resumed his perusal of the stall, seeking the ancient Buddha rather than merely acquiring a few herbs. Seething with frustration, Lin Muchio followed closely behind. Since she seemed determined to oppose him, Suyu decided to ruffle her feathers. After wandering for a considerable time without finding anything of worth, he recalled that his previous luck in discovering treasures was due not only to his keen eye, but also to fortune. With another half-circle of the stall, yet unexplored, he aimed to continue his search. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed, approaching swiftly. It was the rotund man who had fled earlier. "Brat, this time I shall see where you run," he bellowed, leading a large dog that glared menacingly at Suyu. The commotion drew the attention of the crowd, all eyes now fixated on the unfolding drama. Lin Muchio was feeling quite vexed by Suyu's antics, fully aware of the tension between him and the rotund figure. She hastily distanced herself from Suyu, eager to witness his embarrassment. However, Suyu's gaze shifted towards the hefty individual, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "What is the matter? After reprimanding you just now, do you now seek a dog to defend your honor? Is this the extent of your prowess?" The large dog bared its teeth menacingly, a fearsome sight that would compel anyone to retreat. Yet, Suyu remained unfazed, his expression dripping with derision. The fat man, hearing Suyu's words, could feel his anger intensifying. "You little brat, enjoy your bravado while you can. Soon, you'll be calling me daddy here. Are you feverish or merely daydreaming?" Suyu inquired, shaking his head. "Get lost. I'll unleash my dog to bite you, letting you truly experience what it means to be in a dire predicament." The fat man bellowed. Suyu, however, merely shook his head again. "That dog won't bite me. If you set it loose, I think it's more likely to turn on you." Despite the fearsome dog before him, Suyu maintained his composure, which only served to infuriate the fat man further. "I'll go bite him now," the fat man shouted. "This scoundrel dares to look down on you." As the command left his lips, the large dog named Al charged towards Suyu. Given its size, if it truly unleashed its ferocity, Suyu could very well be injured. Even Lin Muchio's expression shifted, as she urged Suyu to flee. Yet, he remained still, calmly observing the approaching dog, silver needles appearing in his hand. "Are you stunned?" the fat man sneered. "With trash like you dare to threaten me? I'll tell you, this dog has been vaccinated. So if it bites someone to death, it's merely an accident. I'll just have to compensate a little." Suyu replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? In that case, let it bite you." The fat man erupted in laughter. "My Al only listens to me, so don't get your hopes up. I'll pounce on him." The large dog indeed obeyed the fat man's command, almost upon Suyu when he seized the moment to thrust the silver needle forward. The dog yelped in pain, momentarily bewildered as it struggled to regain its composure. "What have you done to my Al?" the fat man roared. The medicinal substance had a hallucinogenic effect, and after being struck by the needle, Al was drawn towards the fat man instead. The dog now bared its teeth, presenting an intimidating front. "Al, stop!" the fat man shouted, but Al continued to charge toward him, prompting the fat man to flee in a panic. He felt that if he didn't run, his fate would be sealed. What followed was a ludicrous spectacle. Moments ago, the fat man was threatening Suyu, and now he was being pursued by the very dog he had unleashed. It was nothing short of a farce. The onlookers observed with great interest. "Al, have you forgotten who usually feeds you? Al, don't come over here. You think am I superior? I swear, you wretched dog, if you continue like this, I'll have no choice but to retaliate." Soon, the rotund man's clothing was shredded by Al's relentless biting, leaving him covered in wounds. Witnessing this spectacle, Suyu shook his head, a smirk gracing his features. Lin Muchio gazed at Suyu in sheer astonishment. Just moments ago, he had merely administered an injection to the large dog, and it had gone berserk. Instinctively, she took a step back from Suyu, fearing that he might administer a similar injection to her, causing her to spiral into panic like the dog had. The others paid little attention to their exchange. Their focus was predominantly on the rotund man, who had become a source of immense amusement. He had monopolized all the laughter, and even now, many were recording the event on their phones, captivated by such a comical scene, a rare gem in their lives. Sharing moments like these had become a cherished quality of this new era. Shortly thereafter, the video began circulating across forums, Weibo, and social media, becoming the talk of the town. Ignoring the struggling rotund man, Suyu turned away, resuming his search for the Jade Buddha. Lin Muchio followed closely, increasingly realizing the depth of Suyu's character. Was the death of Yang Ding truly part of a scheme? After enduring Al's torment for a considerable time, the rotund man finally fainted. Even today, renowned streamers were discussing the video, eager to ride the wave of its popularity. Suyu had arrived at another vendor's stall, where he paused. Although he had yet to spot the Jade Buddha, he did find an ancient Jade Guanyin, which appeared to lack significant value. It lay quietly on the stall, overshadowed by shinier jade pieces that attracted the crowd's attention. Suyu approached the vendor, inquiring, "How much for this guanine?" "You seem quite sincere, young man. I'll let it go for 30,000. "This is a treasured family heirloom," the vendor replied. "A family heirloom, you say? Are you so willing to part with it?" Suyu countered. Chapter 60. The Son-in-Law's Prowess. If one were too accommodating, the buyer would always risk being deceived. Seeing the unwavering determination in Suyu's eyes, the vendor quickly grasped Suyu's hand, exclaiming, "Brother, there's a connection between you and this jade guanine. I'll sell it to you for 5,000. With that, he wrapped the jade guanine for Suyu. Suyu promptly completed the transaction. Lin Muchio, wide-eyed, was filled with astonishment. As Suyu and the vendor concluded their dealings and moved on, Lin Muchio's voice broke the silence. "How did you manage that? Someone like you, who appears to possess no knowledge of antiques, could easily be deceived. But I am not." Suyu, having spoken, turned and walked away. Lin Muchio found this person exceedingly infuriating. However, Suyu did not wait for her and instead walked towards the car. Once Lin Muchio was inside the vehicle, Suyu addressed her. "Please drive me to Rennie Hall. Thank you. Do not go too far." Lin Muchio exclaimed with a hint of indignation. "Did you not always wish to remain by my side? If you desire to leave, you are welcome to do so at any time," Suyu replied. Lin Muchio fell silent, realizing that this predicament was of her own making. Shortly thereafter, she drove Suyu to Rennie Hall. Suyu carried a large box filled with medicinal wine and herbs as he entered the establishment. At that moment, Li Kaitan was absent from Rennie Hall, having attended a meeting. The person in charge was Li Wangqing's father, Li Shubiao. Given the close relationship between Li Wangqing and Suyu, Li Shubiao treated Suyu with considerable kindness. "Uncle, these are for you," Suyu said, presenting a collection of tiger whip wine. Li Shubiao's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the wine. "I have no need for these. These tiger whips are of the finest quality and could be sold at Rennie Hall to aid patients," Suyu explained. "How much do I owe you?" Li Shubiao inquired. Suyu shook his head. "Uncle, you have helped me immensely. How could I possibly accept payment? This is but a token of my appreciation. Furthermore, I wish to visit my brothers. I have matters to discuss with them. How are they faring?" Li Shubiao smiled. "Their physical condition is excellent, so they are recovering rapidly. They are currently resting in their wards and have expressed a desire to see you." A smile crept upon Suyu's lips. "Those rascals are never at ease. Very well. I shall go see them now." After bidding farewell to Li Shubiao, Suyu headed towards the wards, with Lin Muchio following closely behind. "I wonder where the third one is now." Holding on alone, clinging to his pride, Li Yangqiu grumbled. "With that frail physique of his, can he truly withstand Li Wangqing's onslaught? Even if he wishes to pledge himself, that should be my prerogative." Upon hearing Li Yangqiu's words, Wang Wei laughed and scolded. "Enough. With your foolishness, who would be interested in you? Li Wangqing has eyes only for the third one. You might as well stand aside." "Brother Qiu, I too believe you are not quite suitable," Zhou Tao chuckled. Li Yangqiu snorted. "I am far more handsome than him." "That is merely your illusion." A voice came from behind Li Yangqiu. Instantly, several pairs of eyes turned towards the entrance. "Indeed, I just went out to buy a few things," Suyu said with a smile. "Soon, we brothers will wait for our recovery and then embark on a grand venture." As the brothers conversed, Lin Muchio entered. Immediately, Li Yangqiu felt a blow to his ego. "Is this also your confidant?" "No." Both Suyu and Lin Muchio replied in unison. Lin Muchio shot Suyu a fierce glare and added, "You all better not engage in any mischief, or I shall have no choice but to apprehend you." "And who might you be?" Zhou Tao asked, slightly furrowing his brow. "She is Lin Muchio from the investigation team, a persistent shadow." Suyu remarked with a hint of annoyance, "If any of you are interested, please take her away." Consequently, the three of them shook their heads in unison. The members of the investigation team had no interest at all. Observing their disdainful expressions, Lin Muchio felt a surge of anger. "You lot must have committed some misdeeds. Otherwise, why would you fear me so?" "Not all. I am aware of my allure, but I truly have no interest in you," Suyu replied coolly. "Miss Lin Muchio, please maintain your dignity." Upon hearing these words, Wang Wei and the others exchanged astonished glances towards Lin Muchio. Infuriated, she clenched her fists and swung at Suyu, who deftly caught her wrist, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "Do you wish to resort to violence? Get lost." Lin Muchio pushed Suyu's hand away and turned to leave. Noticing the brothers staring at him, he inquired, "What is it?" "Turns out you are quite the provocateur of the fierce tigress," Wang Wei remarked with admiration. Suyu's expression darkened. The business at Rennie Hall was thriving, but today, a gatekeeper like Lin Muchio had frightened away numerous customers. She sneered. I wonder why the esteemed team leader Lin is here at my Rennie Hall instead of attending to other matters. Do you perhaps have an ailment? You are the one with an ailment. I am here to keep an eye on the suspect, Lin Muchio huffed. Oh, still clinging to my Suyu, are you? How thick-skinned can you be? My little Yu has already told you he is not fond of you. Li Wanqing interjected with a cold snort. Li Wanqing, are you out of your mind? Suyu is a suspect. Do you think you can always protect him? You should make him cooperate with my investigation. That is the right course of action, Lin Muchio replied with rising irritation. However, Li Wanqing stood tall and proud. I will protect him. And what can you do about it? Lin Muchio realized that reasoning with Li Wanqing was futile. Suit yourself. She left that remark hanging as she turned to walk away. Li Wanqing was unfazed. She pivoted around only to meet Su Yu's gaze. Though she remained as fiery as ever, her image in Su Yu's eyes had improved considerably. Thank you, Su Yu said earnestly. You have already expressed your gratitude to me countless times. I'm growing tired of it, Li Wanqing retorted. Very well. Then let me say something else, Su Yu replied. Wait a moment. Li Wanqing grasped Su Yu's hand, leading him to a quieter spot. This place is more secluded. Whatever we say here, no one will overhear. You may speak freely. I am prepared, Li Wanqing stated. In this rare moment, the typically fiery woman appeared somewhat bashful. Su Yu hesitated for a moment before asking, I previously entrusted you with finding information about Jade Qilin. Do you have any updates? Upon hearing Su Yu's inquiry, the rosy hue on Li Wanqing's face faded, and the warmth in her eyes turned frigid. Damn it, I've been running around for you, risking my life. And you can't even utter a word of concern. Did you come to me just to talk about other women? Li Wanqing's voice was laced with indignation. Do you even have conscience? Upon hearing her words, Su Yu nodded, acknowledging her sentiment. I understand, but there's no need for explanations. I can't be bothered. As Li Wanqing turned to leave, Su Yu grasped her shoulder firmly. Are you really going to shout at me? Her demeanor turned cold. Su Yu remained composed. I merely inquired about her whereabouts. I had prepared a small gift for you, but since it seems unwelcome, I might as well give it to Lin Muchio. As he spoke, Su Yu retrieved a jade statue of Guanyin from his bag. Upon seeing the shabby jade figure, Li Wanqing scoffed. Is this the best you can offer me? Certainly not. What I intended for you is far more exquisite, Su Yu replied. Though the jade Guanyin appeared ordinary, he ignited a lighter, setting it ablaze. In truth, while Li Wanqing verbally dismissed it, she secretly cherished the gift from Su Yu. No matter the object, as long as it bore Su Yu's intention, it held significance for her. She admired him and, in turn, appreciated his offerings. Stop this at once, Li Wanqing shouted, disregarding the flame's heat as she attempted to snatch the jade from him. However, Su Yu blocked her hand, firmly advising, calm down. This is not the entirety of Guanyin. At his words, she paused, understanding Su Yu's expertise in appraising treasures. She watched closely, intrigued by his actions. Typically, one would consider various cleaning methods to authenticate jade, but no one would think to burn it. Su Yu, however, always thought outside the box, his skills far surpassing those of others. As the flames consumed the outer layer, Su Yu scraped away the jade to reveal a delicate, translucent figure within. To Li Wanqing's astonishment, it was indeed a Guanyin, with a red string in hand. Su Yu threaded the figure and presented it to her. This is for you. Please help me wear it. Li Wanqing spoke softly, turning her head away. Though Su Yu had never performed such an act, the beauty before him compelled him to comply. He extended his hand, gently placing the jade around her neck. In that moment, his fingers inadvertently brushed against her skin, cool and smooth, reminiscent of mutton fat, with a delightful elasticity. This simple contact sent ripples through Su Yu's heart. Su Yu, is this your token of affection for me? A gentle smile graced Li Wanqing's face, making her exceptionally charming. I truly like it. No, I simply wish to express my gratitude, Su Yu replied, rolling his eyes. Don't overthink it. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Allow me to share with you what I know in broad strokes. Jade Qilin was taken away, and she was last seen near the Matian River. If you were to call me sister, I could swiftly assist you in locating her, Li Wanqing remarked. However, they were compelled to encounter the fiery-tempered Li Wanqing daily. Su Yu found this quite bothersome, yet under his continued treatment, the group of brothers had made significant recovery. Therefore, they hastily departed from the hospital, for they felt quite intimidated in the presence of Li Wanqing. Given the remoteness of their residence, they opted to pay extra to hire a taxi, thus setting off towards home. Upon nearing their abode, they observed that the construction of the recycling station was nearing completion. Originally a modest project, progress had been remarkably swift. Nearby stood a row of small bungalows, assigned by Su Yu as accommodations for the staff. Although these quarters were quite basic, They felt like paradise to those who had been residing in dilapidated wooden shacks. One of these bungalows was reserved for Zhou Xiaolin and Old Zhou. However, with Old Zhou deceased and Zhou Xiaolin taken away, the situation had changed drastically. The individual responsible for Zhou Xiaolin's abduction was Yang Ding's brother-in-law, a man undoubtedly possessing significant influence. Otherwise, his audacity would be unfathomable. Nonetheless, this vendetta must be avenged. That scoundrel deserves his fate. Su Yu recognized the necessity of delving deeper into the matter. He was determined to rescue Zhou Xiaolin at any cost. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu sought to calm himself. Neighbors had begun to emerge to welcome them. No need for that. You brothers should go eat. We have food at home. Nevertheless, Su Yu and his companions insisted on inviting the elderly neighbors to their new home. The ambience of the new residence was distinctly different. With Su Yu and Li Yangxiu at the helm in the kitchen, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, creating a wonderful atmosphere. As they dined, laughter and conversation filled the space. By the way, Xiao Yu, what are your plans for that stone lion? The workers were asking about it yesterday, inquired an elderly neighbor. No worries, I will clarify things with them tomorrow, Su Yu replied with a smile. That stone lion was indeed the auspicious guardian of the recycling station, and Su Yu intended to find an ideal spot for its placement. An adjacent little boy, and Lin, approached the doorway with a bowl in hand, having taken an extra chicken leg and several pieces of meat. He whispered, "Sister, you shouldn't eat instant noodles anymore. My father used to say that eating too much will make you foolish. I have rice and meat here for you." Upon hearing Lin's words, Lin Muchio, who was consuming instant noodles, froze momentarily. She had endured such hardship to keep an eye on Su Yu, and finally, having waited for a moment when Li Wanxing was absent, she could not afford to miss this chance. Eating instant noodles was something she could still manage. "Thank you, little brother, but I'm currently on a diet, so I shall pass." Lin Muchio smiled. "You enjoy it yourself." However, Lin pointed at her and said, "You're lying. I just saw you almost drooling. I shall speak with Brother Su Yu at once." Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Muchio hastily grasped Lin's arm, saying, "Little brother, be good. Sister will give you some candy." If Su Yu were to discover her current state of destitution, he would undoubtedly mock her. Furthermore, the food was undeniably tempting. Lin Muchio was genuinely perplexed as to how that fellow, Su Yu, could conjure such delectable dishes. She handed Lin a piece of candy while accepting his bowl in return. "Thank you, little brother," Lin Muchio remarked. "Sister is good," and Lin patted Lin Muchio's head. At that moment, Lin Muchio felt a whirlwind of emotions, wondering if she had been reduced to a child in the eyes of this little one. With this thought, her resentment towards Su Yu deepened. Inside the house, as everyone enjoyed their meal, a commotion erupted from the direction of the recycling station. A figure dashed in swiftly, exclaiming, "Not good. Aunt Yu has come to shut down the recycling station." "What?" Upon hearing this, the smiles of the gathered individuals vanished instantly. The recycling station was Su Yu's first venture for Zhou Tao and served as a crucial lifeline for the neighbors' improved livelihoods. How could anyone dare to dismantle it? Su Yu immediately gathered his companions and set off towards the recycling station. Soon, they encountered Aunt Yu and her entourage. "Captain Liang, it's him." Aunt Yu pointed at Su Yu, addressing the middle-aged man beside her. The man's gaze fell upon Su Yu, and he coldly inquired, "Are you the person in charge?" "Yes," Su Yu replied nonchalantly. They had clearly come prepared for trouble, as evidenced by the documents in hand. Su Yu's eyes narrowed at Aunt Yu, who regarded him with derision. He then studied Captain Liang, a balding man with a typical Mediterranean hairstyle, adorned with a Rolex watch worth no less than 100,000. Feeling Su Yu's scrutinizing gaze, Captain Liang became increasingly perturbed. At that moment, Zhou Tao hurried forward with a smile, stating, "Captain Liang, here are proof of permits. Our construction is entirely legal." As Captain Liang examined the documents Zhou Tao presented, his expression darkened further. He realized that the recycling station indeed had no violations. However, having made his earlier statement, he could not afford to retract it now. "The paperwork is in order, but this plot of land is not within the building plan. It must be demolished," Captain Liang declared. "We will discuss the permits with Captain Liang again tomorrow," Zhou Tao quickly responded. Acutely aware that this Captain Liang was merely seeking a bribe, Aunt Yu grew anxious and nudged Captain Liang. He shook his head, stating, "I'm following the procedures. You may come to discuss permits, but the recycling station must still be dismantled." Captain Liang held the demolition notice in his hand. After Captain Liang spoke, Su Yu had remained silent, his face stern. Unable to contain himself any longer, he snatched the demolition notice from Captain Liang and tore it apart, exclaiming, "Demolish? You must be joking." This recycling station is entirely legitimate. You lack the authority to dismantle it. The scrap collection station shall remain intact. What can you possibly do to me? If you wish to pursue legal action, I shall oblige." With that, Su Yu's gaze turned icy. "However, should you dare to demolish it, I shall ensure your downfall." Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Wang Wei and Li Yanqiu approached. "Just as I've recovered, trouble arises again," Wang Wei remarked, "but these nuisances can be dealt with swiftly. Indeed, ever since this fellow appeared, he has been a source of great irritation. Leave this to me, and I shall handle it," Li Yanqiu added. The exchange between Su Yu and his companions left Captain Liang both astonished and furious. "What do you intend to do?" Captain Liang bellowed. He then turned to his subordinates. "Why are you all just standing there? Get to work and demolish this place. These ignorant villagers dare to shout in my presence. Soon, they shall learn that I am not someone to be trifled with." The expressions of Su Yu and his companions grew colder, as a confrontation seemed imminent. At that moment, a voice rang out. "What are you doing? Cease this at once." Lin Muqiu stepped through the crowd. Even Su Yu paused upon hearing her words. Upon seeing Lin Muqiu, Captain Liang's eyes sparkled with interest. Good heavens! He had never encountered a woman so enchanting. His breath quickened. "You look remarkably familiar. Aren't you from the esteemed Bihai Lan Tian or Jinbi Huanghai? What brings you here?" Captain Liang said with a smirk. Although Lin Muqiu was unaware of the significance of Bihai Lan Tian or Jinbi Huanghai, the lecherous glint in Captain Liang's eyes made her realize those were not reputable places. In a frosty tone, she inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Captain Liang, and this territory falls under my jurisdiction," he replied with a grin. "My dear, I have some personal matters to discuss with you. Would you care to join me? The compensation is quite generous." "Captain Liang, that watch of yours must not have been inexpensive," Lin Muqiu retorted. "Indeed, beautiful lady, you possess a keen eye. This watch is worth 15,000, Captain Liang chuckled, extending his hand toward Lin Muqiu. "Tonight, we shall have a delightful conversation." His subordinates looked on with envy. Yet, a hint of mockery flickered at the corner of Su Yu's mouth. He was acutely aware that this Lin group leader was not to be underestimated. In the next moment, a cry of anguish from Captain Liang echoed through the air. Lin Muqiu had seized his hand and, with a sudden force, brought him to his knees in a most undignified manner. Chapter 62. Not simple. In response to the approaching threats, Lin Muqiu coldly commanded leave. "I offered you a chance to hear sweet words, yet you refused to listen. Do not blame us for being impolite," they charged at Lin Muqiu. Su Yu positioned himself protectively in front of her. "These scoundrels cannot harm me," Lin Muqiu stated calmly. "I understand," Su Yu replied evenly, "but I might want to place a woman in harm's way. Allow me to handle this." "Begone. These worthless individuals have provoked my ire," Lin Muqiu declared. Captain Liang and his subordinates were filled with indignation towards Lin Muqiu and Su Yu. "Take action," Captain Liang shouted. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, a vehicle approached, and a voice rang out, "Halt." Upon hearing the command, everyone's gaze shifted, and they were met with the sight of the village chief. Following him was another vehicle from which emerged a venerable stranger. The old man exuded an imposing presence that deterred any direct gaze upon his formidable aura. From the opposite side of the vehicle, another elder alighted. Upon spotting Su Yu, he exclaimed, "Young friend Su Yu, I have finally located you. It has taken considerable effort to find you. Has Elder Su sought me for something?" Su Yu inquired, bemused. "It is not I who seeks you, but Elder Zhang." Su Kai replied with a smile, introducing Zhang as the curator of the provincial museum. "He has come to discuss an important matter with you." Elder Zhang nodded at Su Yu, his countenance radiating warmth and friendliness. Upon hearing Su Kai's introduction, the bystanders were taken aback, for they were accustomed to a life at society's margins, and now they found themselves in the presence of the museum curator and a distinguished professor from Haisha University, a renowned expert in antiques. Even the village chief exhibited extraordinary deference towards them. Captain Liang, who had previously been brash, now fell silent, his expression grave as he cast a surprised glance at Su Yu. While others felt the tension, Su Yu remained tranquil, shaking hands with the curator without a hint of trepidation at his esteemed status. The curator acknowledged Su Yu's composure with an approving nod. "Master Su, the curator wishes to consult you regarding certain matters," Su Kai stated. Even a figure of Su Kai's stature displayed utmost courtesy in Su Yu's presence. Captain Liang's countenance shifted subtly. Lin Muqiu, sensing the elder's arrival, decided to stand aside quietly, no longer feeling the need to assert herself. "I wonder what matter the curator wishes to discuss with me?" Su Yu Guidit Nun Tialen. "I am aware that Master Su possesses considerable knowledge regarding antiques. I wish to inquire about the Hetian Jade Buddha. I have heard that you previously discovered a Hetian Jade Buddha, along with the private jade seal of Emperor Kanshi. The curator elaborated. Previously, Master Su had generously donated a luminous pearl to the National Museum, an act of great significance. Yet, Master Su is also one of us from the East Province. Even though Captain Liang had been brash, his demeanor shifted upon realizing Elder Zhang's identity. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Mr. Su Yu, I never intended to cause you any trouble. It was Aunt Yu who urged me to do so. Captain Liang stammered. She told me to find a way to drive you away. I was unaware of the situation and fell for her fabrications. Now, please do not take this matter to heart. Faced with the impending crisis, Captain Liang hastily betrayed Aunt Yu. Disregarding their identities, they might just be actors summoned by Su Yu. After all, Su Yu is merely a scrap collector. Captain Liang's forehead glistened with perspiration as the village chief scolded. You wretched woman, this mess is entirely of your making. I've long suspected that Xiao Yu is no ordinary person. It is indeed your privilege that he chose to reside with you. Yet you dare to cast him out? Furthermore, the recycling station is his labor of love, and you wish to dismantle it? You must apologize to Xiao Yu immediately, as well as compensate for their losses. At that moment, the village chief was eager to present himself favorably before Su Yu. Aunt Yu's expression shifted subtly, and she seemed poised to speak. Captain Liang, concerned that she might utter something inappropriate, struck her with a resounding slap. The impact left a vivid red mark on her cheek before she could fully comprehend what had happened. For Aunt Yu, this was utterly intolerable. What on earth are you doing? She bellowed. I simply cannot abide your attitude towards Mr. Su Yu. Apologize at once. Captain Liang retorted. Huh, after taking my money, you now dare to turn against me? This incident does not affect me significantly. Yet you, having pocketed so much, cannot escape the consequences. Aunt Yu divulged all that she knew. However, before Captain Liang could retaliate against her, he was halted by Lin Muchio. I have substantial doubts regarding the source of your funds. You must now submit to my interrogation, Lin Muchio declared sternly. Wretched woman, we have no connection. Why do you persist in questioning me? Captain Liang shot back. Lin Muchio raised her knee and drove it into Captain Liang's abdomen, causing him to double over, clutching his stomach and half kneeling on the ground. No, this watch is a counterfeit. I merely wanted to save face, Captain Liang stammered. Su Yu chuckled derisively. That watch is authentic. You just claimed it was worth over 100,000. Zhang Lao's gaze sharpened as Lin Muchio completely subdued Captain Liang. No matter how much he howled, it proved futile. Originally, Aunt Yu intended to trouble Su Yu, but now she realized she was merely complicating her own life. Aunt Yu, it is time for us to have a serious discussion, Su Yu remarked coolly. You signed the contract yourself. Do you now wish to renege? Do you think this is your personal fiefdom? I understand my mistake, Aunt Yu replied. Rest assured, Master Su Yu, I shall ensure justice is served, Zhang Lao interjected. However, I am pressed for time, and I implore your assistance. I am aware of your exceptional appraisal skills. How about this? I will enlist your expertise in identifying valuable antiques among the items we have acquired. I will resolve the issues concerning the recycling station. If it were anyone else, they would likely be ecstatic to receive such a promise from Zhang Lao. Yet, Su Yu remained composed. No need. I can manage on my own. I prefer not to owe anyone a favor. Aunt Yu, there are no issues with my acquisition station's paperwork. Do you wish to undermine me? You are far from succeeding. This time, in light of our years of acquaintance, I shall refrain from stooping to your level. Should there be a next time, I will ensure that you cannot rent out your land. My previous lack of contention with you was merely due to my indifference. Aunt Yu, flushed with anger from Su Yu's remarks, gritted her teeth and turned away. Su Yu then looked towards Su Kai and Elder Zhang. Well, my problem has been resolved. Gentlemen, we are in the midst of a meal. Would you care to join us? Observing Su Yu's composed demeanor, Lin Muchio felt a measure of surprise. Su Yu truly exuded charisma. This only intensified Lin Muchio's suspicion, as such a capable and decisive individual could very well have been involved in Yang Ding's demise. Elder Zhang clapped his hands and laughed. Well done, indeed, a heroic youth. I must confess, I have been rather presumptuous. I wish to invite Master Su to appraise our treasures. The cost of such an appraisal is undoubtedly substantial. Moreover, Zhang Binghua, owe Master Su a personal favor. You shall no longer face difficulties regarding the acquisition station's procedures. As Elder Zhang's words echoed in the air, all eyes turned towards Su Yu, who had now become the focal point of attention. Very well, Su Yu replied, in consideration of Elder Su's standing and your sincerity. Elder Zhang, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. They dared not breathe in the presence of a figure like Elder Zhang. Yet Su Yu's demeanor toward him was strikingly indifferent. "Then I must trouble you, Master Su," Elder Zhang said, his face beaming with a smile. The contrast between the venerable elder and the proud young man inadvertently elevated Su Yu's stature. Furthermore, the appraisal would attract media coverage, significantly enhancing his public profile. Elder Zhang, undeterred, continued to persuade Su Yu. Su Yu shook his head, stating, "My decision is firm." Observing this, Elder Zhang sighed softly and shifted the topic. "Very well, Master Su. Might you take me to view your collection?" Elder Zhang inquired. "Certainly, though my collection is rather modest at the moment," Su Yu replied. "No matter. Let us take a look," Elder Zhang responded, his curiosity about Su Yu's collection piqued. The admiration for Su Yu among the crowd grew, particularly given the esteem with which even the provincial museum's curator regarded him. As they approached Su Yu's residence, Elder Zhang began to examine the items. Recently, Su Yu had acquired several antiques that he had not yet had the opportunity to sell. "Is this a blue and white plate?" Elder Zhang mused, marveling at its perfection. "And this is a small stool made of rosewood." Though these were merely a few simple pieces, to Zhang Binghua, they felt like treasures of immeasurable worth. At that moment, Su Kai approached Su Yu and, seizing an opportunity when others were not paying attention, discreetly handed him a check. "What is this?" Su Yu asked, puzzled. Upon seeing the name Wang Manwu on the check, he momentarily lost his composure. Did she provide this? Su Yu's brow furrowed slightly. What old Yang had done was merely a personal decision, and Miss Wang was unaware of it. After all, one cannot impose restrictions on an individual when employing them. However, since old Yang had erred, Miss Wang had already terminated the collaboration with Anya Pavilion. She had been seeking you, expressing her desire to purchase that rosewood chair and wishing to meet you. Su Kai earnestly conveyed this to Su Yu. In truth, Miss Wang is truly a commendable young woman. Master Su Yu, you must cherish her. A fleeting image of her grace crossed Su Yu's mind, yet disappointment lingered within him. The money Wang Manwu offered was but charity, and Su Yu, possessing a sense of pride, abhorred the notion of charity. Within the room, old Zhang gazed at Su Yu's treasured possessions and remarked with a smile, "Master Su Yu, I have a fondness for all these items. Would you consider selling them all to me?" "Very well," Su Yu replied. "The rosewood stool is priced at 800,000, and the amber beads at 200,000, totaling 2 million. What do you think?" Zhang Binghua responded, "In truth, the price I offer is quite fair, even exceeding market value." "Old Zhang, you are offering too much," Su Yu asserted. "Master Su Yu, discovering treasures requires considerable effort. It is worthwhile for me to acquire them at this price," old Zhang chuckled. "Thank you," Su Yu acknowledged. "Not a problem," Su Yu nodded. After conversing with Su Yu for a while, old Zhang's spirit soared. Throughout his life, old Zhang had engaged with antiques. Any topic related to them could keep him conversing endlessly. Su Kai also joined in their exchange, and the three enjoyed a lively discussion. However, Lin Muchio, who had entered, felt as though she were deciphering an inscrutable text. She looked up and encountered Su Yu's teasing gaze. Clenching her fist, she resolved that this scoundrel deserved a lesson. Just as she was lost in thought, she noticed old Zhang staggering. In the next moment, he coughed up blood and collapsed onto the floor. "I will call for an ambulance," Lin Muchio declared, understanding the significance of the provincial museum director. Any mishap could lead to grave consequences. She made a call, but Su Yu approached old Zhang instead. "What are you doing? Stop it immediately. Such matters are best left to a doctor," Lin Muchio insisted. "If you mishandle old Zhang and something goes awry, you will bear legal responsibility." Yet, Su Yu paid her no heed, squatting beside old Zhang and placing his hand on his pulse. "Master Su Yu, is everything all right?" Su Kai inquired, his voice tinged with concern. "All is well. I understand medicine. I will stabilize old Zhang's condition," Su Yu replied calmly. Lin Muchio spoke sternly. "Su Yu, do you think you know everything? I acknowledge your prowess in antiques, but you are still young. It is commendable that you have immersed yourself in this field. Do you truly believe you can also excel in medicine? Now behave yourself. Otherwise, I shall teach you a lesson." Upon hearing Lin Muchio's words, Su Yu's expression turned icy. "I sincerely apologize, but I assure you my medical skills are quite commendable, so there is no need for concern on that front. I am fully capable of healing Elder Zhang. What you must do now is simply stand by, gazing at me with admiration, and chant 666 in reverence," Su Yu declared. Lin Muchio clenched her fists once more, while Zhou Tao, who had just entered, gasped in astonishment. To him, Brother Yu was indeed formidable, daring to confront even the fierce Lin Muchio. In truth, after Su Yu finished speaking, he paid no heed to Lin Muchio and commenced treating Elder Zhang. The recent bout of coughing up blood stemmed from damage to Elder Zhang's lungs. Individuals like him, who frequently embarked on field investigations, often visited sites known for ancient artifacts, such as tombs, basements, and wholesale markets. The environments in these locations were less than ideal, with the air often tainted. Over the years, Elder Zhang's health had indeed suffered as a result. Xiao Tao, please fetch me the silver needles, Su Yu instructed. Of course, Zhou Tao promptly replied. Meanwhile, Lin Muchio gritted her teeth and warned, Su Yu, do you realize you are playing with fire? Acupuncture is a skill reserved for masters of traditional Chinese medicine. I advise you to cease this immediately. Silence. Su Yu retorted, do not disturb my treatment. Simply observe in silence. In that moment, the aura Su Yu exuded even intimidated Lin Muchio. Zhou Tao returned with the silver needles, and after sterilizing them with alcohol, Su Yu began the acupuncture treatment on Elder Zhang. As the first needle pierced Elder Zhang's acupoint, it stimulated his body, awakening a latent potential that initiated the healing process. Following that, Su Yu deftly inserted another needle. It must be said that Su Yu's acupuncture possessed a certain fluid beauty. Lin Muchio had prepared herself to intervene should anything go awry with Su Yu's treatment, but it appeared that his medical expertise was indeed impressive. Ignoring Lin Muchio's intentions, Su Yu continued to treat Elder Zhang. Nonetheless, the severity of Elder Zhang's condition was quite significant. Even Su Yu experienced considerable exhaustion while administering the treatment. For acupuncture requires immense energy. As another silver needle appeared in his hand, Su Yu deftly inserted it into Elder Zhang's body. Upon the needle's entry, Elder Zhang let out a muffled groan and coughed up blood. Curse it! I have told you repeatedly not to treat if you lack understanding, Lin Muchio scolded. She attempted to approach, but Su Yu commanded, do not come any closer. Su Yu pressed on several points on Elder Zhang's body, inciting Lin Muchio's fury, prompting her to act. However, she was taken aback when Elder Zhang groggily opened his eyes and inquired, where am I? Elder Zhang, you are quite all right now. Su Yu reassured him. Master Su, what has happened to me? Elder Zhang asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. You have been overworking yourself, compounded by the poor conditions of your work environment, Su Yu explained. Your lungs have sustained damage, but I have already treated you. The blood you coughed up was merely stagnant blood. Do you feel any better now? Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Elder Zhang took a deep breath, feeling a profound sense of relief wash over him. Truly, Master Su, how do you manage such feats? Your talent in appraising treasures is remarkable, and your medical skills are equally impressive, Elder Zhang remarked, astonished. I merely possess a modicum of understanding, Su Yu replied nonchalantly. Now, Elder Zhang, Team Leader Lin has summoned an ambulance for you. It shall arrive shortly. Please rest here for the time being. Elder Zhang acknowledged, his gaze frequently drifting toward Su Yu. Feeling the weight of his stare, Su Yu inquired, what is it? Master Su, you are still single, are you not? You see, I have a granddaughter who just graduated from university this year. She is quite beautiful, Elder Zhang stated. However, before he could finish his thought, Su Yu interjected, there are matters to attend to outside. I must step out for a moment. With that, Su Yu made a hasty retreat. Observing Su Yu's departing figure, Elder Zhang mused, what an intriguing young man. Elder Zhang, that's rather ungracious of you, attempting to set your sights on Master Su. He is, after all, my chosen grandson-in-law. Su Kai remarked. Get lost, Elder Zhang retorted. Meanwhile, Lin Muchio quietly followed Su Yu as he walked away. Feeling somewhat awkward, she glanced at Su Yu and said, I apologize. Team Leader Lin can apologize as well, Su Yu responded with surprise. I did not anticipate your medical prowess. It has certainly impressed me. My demeanor earlier was indeed inappropriate, Lin Muchio admitted. However, that does not absolve you from your connection to Yang Ding's demise. I shall certainly uncover the evidence. Under the setting sun, the girl's gaze was unwavering. Chapter 64. Future plans. Watching Lin Muchio's retreating form, Su Yu shook his head. Shortly thereafter, Lin Muchio and Su Kai escorted Elder Zhang onto the ambulance, subsequently departing with it. Throughout the entire process, Lin Muchio did not dare to look Su Yu in the eye. Su Yu finally exhaled in relief. Having someone constantly by his side was rather inconvenient. Fortunately, he understood Lin Muchio's mindset and had intentionally startled her earlier. Now, the room was left with just the four brothers. I intend to return a significant portion of the money earned from selling goods to the Ren Medical Hall. After all, they have incurred considerable expenses for our treatment, Su Yu stated. Moreover, I wish to purchase a truck. Our scrap collection station must grow and strengthen. It is impractical to rely solely on a tricycle for our operations. Wang Wei nodded in agreement. What Xiao Yu says is quite reasonable. I concur. We must repay the debt to the Ren Medical Hall. Liang Xiao, nearby, also nodded, adding, "Indeed, this way, the third brother will no longer have to associate with that violent woman, Li Wanqing. We can earn the money back swiftly." However, Su Yu shook his head. The debt extends beyond mere finances. It encompasses a matter of gratitude. Were it not for the Ren Medical Hall, we likely would have perished long ago. The brothers exchanged silent glances, acknowledging the truth in Su Yu's words. As previously mentioned, I shall handle this matter. Su Yu swiftly shifted the topic. Now, let us discuss the allocation of positions within our collection station. Xiao Tao serves as the chief overseer of the acquisition station, while Wei Gu is responsible for personnel allocation. My role involves scouring for antiques and conducting appraisals. Upon hearing Su Yu's remarks, Zhou Tao and Wang Wei nodded in agreement. However, a flicker of irritation surfaced on Li Yanqiu's face. What about me? Indeed, I also believe that Xiaogu would fare better working at the bar. He is seeking out an I, and the likelihood of finding her is considerably higher among the acquaintances one meets in such an establishment. Zhou Tao chimed in, "Xiaogu, feel free to go. The three of us brothers are more than sufficient to manage the acquisition station." Li Yangqiu erupted in a tirade. "Well, Zhou Tao, I thought you were an earnest individual, but it turns out you are the most cunning of us all. Do you think that by dismissing me, you can seize control entirely? Huh, I refuse to leave. Brothers should remain together. I will also work at the acquisition station. Third brother, you better arrange a position for me, pronto." So you chuckled. "All right then, you can be the truck driver. After all, pondering complex matters isn't quite your forte. Get lost," Li Yanqiu retorted. Yet amidst the banter, there was an undercurrent of warmth. Subsequently, everyone began to busy themselves with their tasks. Meanwhile, Su Yu rode his bicycle to the library, intent on acquiring new knowledge. Although Su Yu is an esteemed expert in antiques and medicine, the knowledge he possesses is somewhat antiquated. The current owner of this body has attained limited learning. Su Yu seeks to broaden his understanding to advance in antique appraisal. The library is vast, housing a wealth of books, yet remains sparsely populated. In modern society, individuals are perpetually occupied, seldom finding the tranquility to read. For Su Yu, the tomes within the library are treasures beyond measure. After selecting a few volumes, he settled into a seat and began to read. He peruses text with remarkable speed, his hands deftly flipping through the pages, achieving a remarkable ability to absorb 10 lines at once. As he scanned the descriptions within the books, his eyes brightened with revelation. The girl at the library counter observed Su Yu's fervent activity and shook her head. She had encountered many such individuals. Typically, those who frequent the library merely seek to pass the time. She could hardly be bothered to engage. When Su Yu finished a stack of books and returned to exchange them for another, she cast him a disdainful glance. Even a genius would find it improbable to digest so many volumes in one sitting. She became ever more convinced that Su Yu was an uneducated person. As light rain began to fall around noon, Su Yu had already planned to remain in the library throughout the day. He became so engrossed in his reading that time slipped away until evening. The girl regarded Su Yu with a hint of confusion. He appeared profoundly absorbed, lost in his reading. Had it not been for the extraordinary manner in which he flipped the pages, she might have genuinely believed in his dedication. Su Yu continued to read, occasionally sipping the plain water provided by the library. Thus, he completed the books he had selected, stretched languidly, and glanced outside, realizing that darkness had enveloped the sky. Upon seeing the book in Su Yu's possession, the girl furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "Do you understand these books?" "Yes, I do," Su Yu nodded in response. She then produced a copy of treatise on cold damage and miscellaneous diseases and asked, "What about this one?" "I have read it before," Su Yu replied. Fixating his gaze upon the girl, he continued, "Your health appears to be rather poor. However, the methods outlined in treatise on cold damage will not suffice for your treatment." Taken aback by Su Yu's words, the girl questioned, "What do you mean?" "I can alleviate your condition through acupuncture," Su Yu stated. The girl before him bore a pallid complexion and intermittently coughed. Su Yu discerned that this was a deep-seated ailment. Yet, considering his current physical state, he was uncertain of his ability to heal her. "Really? I have been frail since childhood. I have consulted many doctors, yet none have been able to help," the girl lamented with a wry smile. "That is because they have not encountered me," Su Yu replied. "How is your health? Once I assist you, you shall understand. However, it is not the right time for treatment. I will prescribe some medicine to strengthen your constitution. Once you're no longer so frail, I will perform acupuncture." Extending his hand, Su Yu asked, "Do you have pen and paper?" "Here," the girl responded. From the work ID hanging from her chest, Su Yu noted her name, Luoya. A lovely name, and she was quite beautiful as well. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu wished to lend his assistance. After penning the prescription for Luoya, he departed the library, leaving her fate to the hands of Providence. Luoya examined the prescription, and after careful contemplation, her eyes brightened. Perhaps this prescription could indeed be beneficial, she murmured softly. Meanwhile, Lin Muchio had rolled down her car window outside the library, pondering Su Yu's purpose for being there. She felt he was utterly out of place in the library. Nevertheless, she had no intention of letting him off easily, especially after the humiliation he had caused her the previous day. I hope I don't catch you slipping up again. Otherwise, I shall teach you a proper lesson, Lin Muchio shouted. Noticing Su Yu exit, she immediately followed him. Su Yu, riding his bicycle, was aware of Lin Muchio trailing behind. Intentionally, he took to the side streets, which were far easier to navigate on his bike. However, for Lin Muchio, driving behind him proved to be quite a challenge. She cast a resentful glance at Su Yu's back, feeling as if he were her eternal nemesis. Each encounter with him seemed to herald misfortune. Over the past few days of following him, she had endured considerable hardship. Ahead, Su had already moved past, and Lin Muchio resolved to pursue him. Just then, an electric tricycle suddenly emerged from the side. Lin Muchio's expression shifted as she hastily slammed on the brakes. But it was too late. The sound of a collision echoed as her vehicle struck the tricycle. Oh no, have I killed someone? Is there no justice in this world? Please, someone save me. It was the voice of a middle-aged woman. Lin Muchio, feeling quite distressed, nonetheless alighted from her vehicle and addressed the woman. Are you all right? She noticed that the tricycle had overturned and her own car had sustained a dent. The middle-aged woman was lamenting to the gathered crowd. Their gazes fixated on Lin Muchio's face, causing her to feel a flush of embarrassment. Our family relies on me to sell goods for a living. You've ruined my belongings, and I am injured. You must compensate me, or I will report this incident to the authorities, the woman insisted. Lin Muchio sighed. How much do you want? 10,000 yuan. My iPhone 10 was damaged in the collision, and you are responsible, the woman replied. That amount is excessive. I will call the police, Lin Muchio retorted. Do you truly wish to escalate this matter? You were the one who hit me, and yet you have the audacity to act so brazenly. Feel free to contact the authorities. I am the victim here, and I have numerous witnesses, the middle-aged woman shouted. Lin Muchio felt somewhat at a loss, as she could not match the woman's audacity. Moreover, it was evident that the woman was not seriously injured. This was clearly an attempt to extort her. However, should the situation escalate, it would adversely affect Lin Muchio's reputation. Just compensate her. Paying for the damage is the right thing to do. After all, we should consider her difficulties. You drive such a nice vehicle. Surely you can afford it. Bystanders chimed in, chastising Lin Muchio. She opened her mouth to respond, but no words came forth. Chapter 65. Return her money. Su Yu spoke calmly. This is my bodyguard. She was with me when this incident occurred. Naturally, I will handle the situation. It's easy for all of you to say. Now, if I were to use this electric tricycle to crash into your vehicle, would you compensate me? Su Yu's question struck at the heart of the matter, leaving others hesitant to reply. Lin Muchio shot Su Yu a glare. Though he stood up for her, the label of being assigned a bodyguard did not sit well with her. She chose to remain silent, standing quietly aside. That vehicle, even if brand new, will be worth at most 2,000 yuan. Given its age, it's likely worth even less, Su Yu scoffed. Moreover, the damage is merely superficial. Everything else is in good condition. Your price is quite unscrupulous. The middle-aged woman retorted, I was injured by her. I need medical expenses. For such minor abrasions, do you truly dare to demand 10,000 yuan? At most, I'll offer you 500. Including miscellaneous expenses, I can give you a total of 1,000. Su Yu said, his expression rife with mockery. Impossible. I will not accept such a paltry sum. The woman protested vehemently. Some bystanders continued to direct their ire at Su Yu, but he paid them no heed, turning instead to the middle-aged woman. I will give you 500 more at most. If you refuse, we will have no choice but to call the police. We have a dashcam recording. Ultimately, it will be difficult to determine who is worse off. Also, I doubt you even possess a motorcycle license. At most, we would spend a little money, and you would end up in prison for a few days. I shall grant you a moment to ponder. Just moments ago, the middle-aged woman was quite aggressive. However, after a series of inquiries from Su Yu, her demeanor shifted dramatically. It must be acknowledged that Su Yu's reasoning was sound. If one were to be truly meticulous, the amount she could claim would be minimal, and it is highly likely that she would find herself confined within the walls of a prison. Yet, I possess some items of value. Surely, these must be worth something, the middle-aged woman remarked, her voice considerably subdued. I could offer you 100 or even 1,600 for these items. Take it or leave it, Su Yu responded. 2,000. It cannot be any less. If it were, I would create a scene, the middle-aged woman retorted sharply. Are you certain you wish for me to compensate you 2,000 for your belongings? Suyu inquired. Indeed, she affirmed. Very well, then, Suyu conceded. Lin Muchio, somewhat perplexed, observed that it was her first encounter with Suyu's agreeable nature. Yet intuitively, she sensed that matters would not conclude so simply. After receiving the 2,000, the middle-aged woman prepared to steady her electric tricycle and depart. However, Suyu interjected with a dismissive snort. This vehicle was purchased at my expense, thus you cannot take it away. You already possess a vehicle. What need have you for my electric tricycle? The middle-aged woman countered. I desire it. Does it concern you? Suyu retorted with another scoff. Of course. Should you wish to take it with you, you must return 1,000 to me. This electric tricycle is rather dilapidated. Even if I were to sell it for 500, no one would want it. The middle-aged woman had no intention of returning any money to Suyu. If you insist, then take it, she declared, leaving in a huff. Her agile movement starkly contrasted with her earlier pretense of lifelessness on the ground. Witnessing this, the onlookers realized they had been deceived by the middle-aged woman. Lin Muchio's gaze turned toward Suyu, regarding him with newfound respect. I shall transfer the money to you now, Lin Muchio stated, as Suyu mounted the electric tricycle and rode away, intent on seeking antiquities. This left Lin Muchio with an unsettling feeling. Perhaps her previous demeanor towards Suyu had been unkind, prompting him to disregard her. She contemplated approaching him to intervene, yet her attention was drawn to the wallet in Suyu's hand, leaving her momentarily speechless. The middle-aged woman had clung desperately to gain an advantage. Yet Suyu had successfully retrieved the wallet from her, using her own funds to reimburse himself. With the realization that the middle-aged woman was of dubious character, Lin Muchio found herself in full support of Suyu. What a clever individual, she mused internally. As Suyu pedaled his bicycle, Lin Muchio followed closely in her vehicle, exercising caution to avoid further complications. Upon entering the antique market alongside Suyu, her curiosity piqued regarding his subsequent actions. She had borne witness to his medical prowess and his talent in appraising treasures. What delightful surprises might he conjure next? Upon entering the antique market, Suyu, however, appeared disinterested in her company, focusing solely on his own exploration. He meandered through the market, intentionally avoiding the treasure pavilion, where he might encounter Suyu Qing. It is highly likely that the other party will notify Wang Manuel. Currently, Suyu has no intention of meeting her. Moreover, when browsing on Taobao, one must maintain a low profile in order to uncover treasures. If everyone recognizes him, any hint of interest in a particular item would alert the vendor, prompting other customers to compete for it. In such a scenario, how could Suyu continue his treasure hunt? Lin Muchio followed closely behind Suyu, unwilling to endure yet another round of his sarcastic remarks. Upon entering a shop, which was significantly smaller than the treasure pavilion, yet boasted 3 floors, Suyu was greeted with tea upon his arrival. Despite his worn attire, no one dared to underestimate him. Appreciating the quality of service, Suyu ascended to the upper floors, with Lin Muchio trailing behind. On the 3rd floor, Suyu finally encountered items that piqued his interest. Some porcelain pieces, though slightly damaged, were intricately crafted, while certain calligraphic works were from renowned artists. Suyu observed leisurely, while Lin Muchio, lacking knowledge of antiques, could only follow behind, her mind elsewhere. Lin, why don't you offer a critique on this painting? Suyu suggested with a smile. It's beautiful, Lin Muchio managed to utter after a long pause. Observing her discomfort, a subtle smile crept onto Suyu's lips. Lin Muchio shot him a fierce glare, aware that he was subtly urging her to leave. Thus, she felt compelled to linger even more. Nevertheless, Suyu paid her no mind and continued examining the items. You seem to value this piece highly. Its worth must be considerable. I shall purchase it, Lin Muchio declared. Why the silence? Does that confirm my assertion? If you remain silent, I shall proceed with the purchase of this fan. You could never compete with me. Besides, as a lady, I will be prioritized in the sale. Or, should I raise the price, you would have to pay even more to acquire it. Upon hearing Lin Muchio's words, Suyu regarded her intently. Under his gaze, an uneasy premonition stirred within Lin Muchio. What is it? You still owe me money, Suyu remarked. I will transfer the funds now. But don't think for a moment that I'm oblivious to the source of that money. I could very well expose you, Lin Muchio retorted. Huh, that money was also spent on your behalf. You should first apprehend yourself before attempting to catch me, Suyu replied, adding, and I have no intention of accepting those 2,000. In doing so, you would owe me a favor. I assisted you earlier. Do you truly wish to turn against your benefactor now? Lin Muchio's expression shifted upon hearing Suyu's words. even if she yearned to counter him. She found herself devoid of justification, as Su Yu held the moral high ground. Just wait. I will surely find a way to hold something against you. Lin Muchio vowed to Su Yu. I have heard that threat many times before, Su Yu responded, yet here I stand quite well. Moreover, I act with a clear conscience. You need not concern yourself over me. Moreover, the excuse you have chosen is truly pathetic, having lingered around me for so long. Why have you yet to take decisive action? Such words only serve to fortify my resolve to reject you. Su Yu's remarks left Lin Muchio feeling utterly exasperated. However, Su Yu, with a fan in hand, proceeded downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found a considerable number of people queuing to settle their bills. Su Yu joined the line, with Lin Muchio standing beside him. Upon catching sight of Lin Muchio, a man's eyes lit up. Beauty, are you here alone? Why don't we explore the antiques here together? If you fancy anything, I'll be glad to purchase it for you. Initially, Lin Muchio felt constrained from competing with Su Yu after his earlier jibes. Yet, the man's proposition sparked a mischievous idea in her mind. She pointed to the fan in Su Yu's grasp and said, I quite like that fan. Could you help me acquire it? Not a problem. As long as the lovely lady desires it, I would pluck stars from the heavens for you, the man replied with a smile. With that, he approached Su Yu. Lin Muchio's gaze shifted to Su Yu, a hint of mockery dancing at the corners of her mouth. She was eager to see how Su Yu would respond. Chapter 66. Zhuge Liang's fan. I want that fan. Hand it over immediately, the young man exclaimed, his determination palpable. He had assumed that Su Yu would promptly comply. However, Su Yu did not even glance in his direction, simply addressing the cashier. I'd like to settle my bill. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? The young man shouted at Su Yu. Leave. Su Yu replied, coolly, casting a brief look at him. There are few who dare to speak to me in such a manner, the young man sneered. You treat this piece of junk as treasure and act so arrogantly. As he spoke, the young man reached for the fan in Su Yu's hand, attempting to snatch it away. Yet, before his fingers could even graze the fan, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. Do you believe you are worthy of taking something from my hands? Su Yu scoffed. Feeling humiliated, the young man replied in a low voice, I have no desire to get my hands dirty. I could easily summon someone to deal with you. He sought to assert his dominance before Lin Muchio, unleashing a tirade of anger at Su Yu. Yet, Su Yu remained disinterested, his attention still fixed on the fan. The fan appeared quite ordinary, intensifying the young man's scorn. I warned you earlier, you are nothing but a joke. You can't afford anything of value, yet you pretend to dabble in antiques? Antiquities are not meant for someone of your lowly status. Now, hand over the fan and kneel, calling me father. I might reward you. He taunted. Just as he finished speaking, a hand loomed ominously in his vision. Realizing too late, he attempted to evade Su Yu's impending strike. But it was already too late. Su Yu's palm struck the young man's face with a resounding crack, leaving a vivid red handprint upon his visage. As the man clutched his face, he was about to unleash his fury, but upon raising his gaze, he found Su Yu already in the process of payment. The fan, rather inconspicuous, had been discarded among a pile of others. Thus its price was quite modest. Su Yu acquired it for a mere 200 yuan. After completing the purchase, he intended to depart, which ignited the young man's fury to its zenith. He bellowed at Su Yu, you little brat, halt right there. Hand over that fan immediately, or I swear you won't leave this antique shop. Is that so? Su Yu retorted mockingly, casting a glance back. In the next moment, he stepped outside the shop. Is your threat really that feeble? I have walked right past you. What can you possibly do about it? Su Yu's tone dripped with sarcasm. The young man, regaining his composure, stomped his foot and shouted, what are you all standing around for? Come over here and block him. I want this guy to kneel and beg for mercy. Yes, his subordinates promptly complied. One of them, noticing the fan in Su Yu's hand, shook his head and remarked, for this shabby fan, both of them are paupers. But look, that's the Sion Yang phone. That brat actually dared to offend him. This is going to be entertaining. Initially, Lin Muchio felt a tinge of regret that the young man was so easily dealt with by Su Yu. However, upon witnessing the young man summon several others, a mocking glint appeared in her eyes as she regarded Su Yu. He always exuded such arrogance. She was eager to see him receive a lesson. After all, while Su Yu excelled in medicine and appraisal, he could not possibly be strong in combat as well. Could he? Su Yu, disinterested in their antics, attempted to walk away. The young man snorted derisively, particularly noting Lin Muchio's gaze directed towards them, which fueled his motivation. You are truly too arrogant. Today, I shall make you kneel and call me daddy, he declared. Su Yu turned, his eyes flashing with cold intensity. I initially intended to ignore you, but since you seem intent on courting disaster, I shall ensure you kneel and repent he replied coolly. The young man, unable to tolerate Su Yu's pretentious demeanor, waved his hand, prompting his subordinates to charge at Su Yu. He envisioned the moment when Su Yu would be on his knees, weeping for mercy. However, Su Yu swiftly threw a silver needle, striking the young man before he could evade. As the needle pierced his flesh, tears cascaded down his cheeks, unable to be suppressed despite his best efforts. "What have you done to me?" the young man exclaimed, now filled with unease. "Fear not, if this drags on. You will only be left paralyzed," Su Yu replied nonchalantly. "Let your subordinates continue to engage me. I am more than prepared." Su Yu spoke with remarkable calmness. Yet to the young man, his words struck terror into his heart. "How dare you act so brazenly? Do you realize I am Yang Feng of the Yang family?" the young man exclaimed. "If anything befalls me, my father and grandfather will not let you off lightly. Please, you are the one who sought trouble with me. Did you not comprehend the implications of your actions before approaching me?" Su Yu replied nonchalantly. "I shall take this fan. You lack the right to take it from me. Moreover, you may continue to maintain your arrogance. Do you and your sycophants wish to continue this confrontation? If not, I shall take my leave." The group of bodyguards stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. "Quickly, tend to our young master," one of the bodyguards barked. "Is this the attitude you adopt while begging for assistance?" Su Yu retorted. "My apologies, I seem to have forgotten the method of treatment. I only help others based on my mood." With that, Su Yu appeared ready to depart. The bodyguards, fearing for their position, blocked his path. Su Yu, anticipating an altercation, prepared himself for a fight. However, in the next moment, they collectively knelt before him. "Please, spare our young master," they pleaded. They were merely mercenaries. Any misfortune that befell Yang Feng would also bring dire consequences for them. Even Su Yu was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He glanced at Yang Feng, who trembled under Su Yu's gaze, tears streaming down his face as he felt his strength wane, teetering on the brink of submission. "Brother, please let me go. I acted out of impulse just now. Do not hold it against me. If you spare me, I will leave at once," Yang Feng implored. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about Lin Muchio beside him, his own survival eclipsing all else. Lin Muchio regarded Yang Feng with a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. His cowardice had reached an astonishing level. She also noticed the mocking glint in Su Yu's eyes, clearly aware of her schemes. With a huff, she turned her head away. Su Yu, holding a silver needle, lightly pricked Yang Feng. Instantly, Yang Feng fell to his knees, utterly despondent. "Brother, are you not here to help me?" he lamented. "Indeed," Su Yu replied. "I have already administered treatment. What you're experiencing now is merely a residual effect. Remain here on your knees for half an hour, and it will resolve itself. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." With a dismissive wave, Su Yu exited the antique shop. Lin Muchio hurriedly followed in his wake, her curiosity about Su Yu intensifying. "Stop following me. Here, take the 2,000 yuan. I concede to your prowess. Is that sufficient?" Su Yu remarked tersely. Hearing this, Lin Muchio rolled her eyes. "Who cares about your mere 2,000 yuan? Tell me, Su Yu, who exactly are you? How is it that you possess such extensive knowledge?" Su Yu chuckled. "I am, of course, a genius. The world of geniuses is something you cannot possibly fathom." With that, he waved his hand and rode off on his electric tricycle. Watching Su Yu's retreating figure, Lin Muchio scoffed. After all, she was a striking beauty. How could he remain so indifferent to her? It was utterly infuriating. Upon arriving at the scrap collection station, Su Yu encountered Li Yangqiu maneuvering a large truck. However, Li Yangqiu's reversing skills were rather lacking, nearly causing a collision with the entrance. It was only with Zhou Tao's guidance that Li Yangqiu managed to park the vehicle after considerable effort. Stepping down from the truck, Li Yangqiu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, finally exhaling in relief. "Old Two, I thought your driving skills were exceptional. It turns out this is the prowess you have been boasting about. Quite unique indeed," Su Yu remarked with a smile. Hearing Su Yu's comment, Li Yangqiu rolled his eyes in annoyance. "That was merely a mistake. Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night. Typically, my driving skills are beyond reproach." Su Yu replied. "Of course there is this fan, for instance." Li Yangqiu observed the fan, finding nothing particularly remarkable about it. "It appears quite ordinary to me. To the untrained eye, it may seem so. However, to me, it could very well be a treasure. I have yet to examine it closely, but my intuition suggests it possesses great significance." "Allow me to demonstrate," Su Yu asserted. "If my instincts are correct, this should be Zhuge Liang's feather fan." Li Yangqiu furrowed his brow. "You mean to say this unassuming fan is Zhuge Liang's feather fan? Are you jesting? Do you believe I have time for such nonsense?" Su Yu rolled his eyes. "All right, let us discuss this inside." With that, Su Yu stepped into the building, followed closely by Li Yangxiu and Zhou Tao, both intrigued by the fan Su had mentioned. Once inside, Su picked up the fan. Li Yangxiu and Zhou Tao scrutinized it, but still found nothing amiss. Hurry and explain. Stop with the theatrics. Li Yangxiu said irritably. Now comes the moment to witness a miracle, Su proclaimed. He took the fan and began to warm it with a lighter. Gradually, the surface of the fan revealed the bold characters. Zhuge Kongming, is this truly possible? Li Yangxiu and Zhou Tao were rendered speechless in astonishment. Chapter 67, The Burned Feather Fan. In their eyes, Li Wanqing was already an impressive individual. So was Lin Muqiu, who trailed after her, even more formidable than Li Wanqing? What does she want from you? Li Yangxiu inquired once more. After a brief silence, Su replied, she suspects we were involved in Yang Ding's death, and now she is following us to gather evidence. What a wretched woman. Li Yangxiu cursed. No wonder I've always sensed she was not a good person. What should we do now? Zhou Tao asked. Su calmly responded, there is no need for concern. We did not kill Yang Ding, and this matter does not pertain to us. Now, let us get back to work. Our digressions are concluded. Suppressing their thoughts, Zhou Tao and Li Yangxiu began their tasks. There was an abundance of scrap to be moved, and despite the presence of several employees at the scrap collection station, Su, Li Yangxiu, and Zhou Tao still needed to pitch in personally. Yet, at this moment, life had at least improved and held a glimmer of hope. With optimism, they set about completing their work, believing that all would soon become even more splendid. The scrap collection station is merely a temporary site. The actual collection facility is still under construction, but will soon be completed. Despite this, they have managed to gather a considerable amount of items. For those who diligently collect scrap, there is ample opportunity to earn a substantial income. Su and his companions aim not only for their own benefit, but also to uplift their neighbors. While they prosper, they also strive to improve the quality of life for those around them. After a busy day, Wang Wei returned in the evening with food, while Li Yangxiu was preparing dinner. At that moment, Granny Lin was at the alley's entrance collecting refuse, having sold roasted sweet potatoes in the village during the day. Granny Lin is quite stubborn. Su insisted on serving her some dishes, forcing them upon her. Life remains challenging for the neighbors, but Su is confident in providing them with a better future. After the brothers finished their meal, Su turned to Li Yangxiu, saying, "Second brother, come here. I shall assist you with your treatment. You must endure it. If you scream like a child, I shall look down upon you. Damn it. I'm a man who bleeds, but does not cry. You think I'm like you?" Li Yangxiu retorted. "Is that so? In that case, I have no desire to assist you," Su replied. "Surely, you do not wish to remain in pain, do you?" Seeing the pleading expression on Li Yangxiu's face, Su couldn't help but chuckle. The sight of Li Yangxiu begging for mercy was truly delightful. As Su began the treatment, Li Yangxiu feigned calmness, but his brothers knew him all too well. In a fight, no matter how much pain he endured, he would not flinch. However, when it comes to needles, he is apprehensive. He was currently suppressing his fear. "I have said before, this minor discomfort is akin to a mere scratch for me," Li Yangxiu claimed. Hearing his bravado, Su swiftly plunged the silver needle into him. A sudden sharp sting caused Li Yangxiu to cry out. "Third brother, you are courting death," he shouted. "This is necessary for your treatment," Su replied. "I cannot tolerate pretentiousness in my presence." Li Yangxiu pointed accusingly at Su. Consequently, another silver needle was thrust in. Realizing his life was in Su's hands, Li Yangxiu chose to quiet down. After all, one's life is of utmost importance. Observing Li Yangxiu's submission, Wang Wei and Zhou Tao both burst into laughter. Wang Wei stood up, having purchased some joss paper, which he now took the opportunity to burn. "Father, may your spirit in heaven bless us brothers with wealth and guide everyone to a better life." "Father, I miss you dearly. Are you faring well over there?" As he burned the joss paper, Wang Wei spoke. Due to a prior accident, they had all lost their father. From time to time, Wang Wei would buy joss paper to honor him. As the flames were not vigorous enough, he casually added some more paper, inadvertently including Su's fan in the mix. Just as Zhou Tao turned around, he noticed the scene unfolding and hurriedly called out, "Wei Ge, wait a moment, this belongs to you Ge." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the fan had already been tossed inside. Su, realizing the situation, leaped towards Wang Wei. Sensing the urgency, Wang Wei swiftly extinguished the flames with the fan. Inside the metal bucket, Su rummaged and soon found the fan, though it was charred beyond recognition. "Xiao Yu, I am truly sorry. I mistook this fan for a mere scrap and was about to discard it," Wang Wei expressed, his face etched with regret. Clearly, the item was of significant value to Su, someone who held it in such high esteem. "This is something I have ruined. I shall earn back the money to compensate you gradually," he added, wishing to alleviate Su's distress. Wang Gu, we are brothers. There is no need for such formality. Su Yu replied, somewhat cross, as he picked up the now-cooled fan. Moreover, with the fan in this condition, it might not be entirely unfortunate. The fan was now a charred mass, devoid of its original shape. Wang Wei's remorse deepened as he gazed at the ruined fan. Xiao Yu, I will strive to earn the money back, he insisted. Not at all, Su Yu interjected. This incident might actually be fortuitous. Generally, I merely roast the fan and would never dare to incinerate it, given that it bears the inscriptions of Zhuge Liang. Thus, it possesses immense value. However, upon its destruction, I have discovered that it conceals a mystery. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, several pairs of eyes turned towards him with intrigue. Hugo, are you suggesting? Zhou Tao inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Grasping the fan, Su Yu forcefully tore it open, revealing a concealed compartment within. Extracting the contents, he unfurled them. What is this? Lianxiu asked, puzzled. It appears to be a fragment of a treasure map, Su Yu explained. There have long been rumors that Zhuge Liang left behind a treasure tied to his scholarly knowledge and secrets. I had dismissed it as mere folklore. But now it seems we have stumbled upon the truth. Since this is merely a fragment, it implies that other pieces exist. The value of this treasure map alone far exceeds that of the fan. If we can locate the remaining fragments, could we not uncover the legendary treasure of Kongming? At this revelation, the eyes of the group sparkled with excitement. Wow, Wang Gu is truly remarkable. It seems today he is our hero. We must celebrate with some drinks. Li Yangqiu declared. Drinking is fine, but not for you. Your health is too fragile, and alcohol would not be beneficial, Su Yu replied. You can watch us drink while I assist you with acupuncture. That sensation is even more pleasurable than drinking. Though Su Yu smiled. To Li Yangqiu it appeared as a devilish grin. Stay away, Li Yangqiu protested, extending a hand in disdain. However, Zhou Tao and Wang Wei pinned him down. Sickness must be treated. You should trust Lao San's skills, Wang Wei stated. Indeed, Qiu Gu, we're doing this for your own good, Zhou Tao added. Li Yangqiu struggled incessantly, yearning to free himself from their constraints, yet his efforts proved futile. Su Yu, however, plunged a silver needle directly into him, and in an instant, Li Yangqiu felt a surge of sensations, leaving him devoid of any strength to resist. Doesn't that feel rather pleasant? Su Yu remarked with a smile. Let us administer another needle. Brother, please don't be reckless. I acknowledge my faults, Li Yangqiu implored. Don't you feel a warmth enveloping your body? I am a good person. You need not be overly grateful, Su Yu replied. Under the influence of Su Yu's acupuncture, Li Yangqiu felt significantly improved. The three of them indulged in food and drink, while Li Yangqiu could only watch with longing. You all wait for me. There will come a time when I shall feast on sumptuous delicacies, Li Yangqiu declared. Suit yourself. But for now, hurry and retire. You have to drive tomorrow, truck driver. Su Yu instructed. You, Su Lao San, will not remain so smug forever, Li Yangqiu retorted before turning to retire. Laughter erupted behind him, and the scene was imbued with warmth. The brothers had consumed enough alcohol to become slightly inebriated. Wang Wei grasped Su Yu's hand, saying, Xiao Yu, you have truly borne a heavy burden over the years. Without you, we would not know how to persevere. Indeed, brother Yu, we shall strive even harder moving forward. I wish to purchase homes for everyone. I am determined to achieve this, Zhou Tao murmured. Su Yu embraced his two brothers, feeling a swell of emotion. It will happen, Su Yu affirmed. The three inebriated men soon drifted into slumber. The gentle moonlight streamed into the room, casting a warm glow that enveloped the space in tenderness. Even if Su Hao harbored a multitude of grievances within, he gritted his teeth and approached. Father, Su Hao's tone was laden with grievance. In response, Su Yuqing firmly grasped Su Hao's shoulder and delivered a kick to his knee. With a thud, Su Hao collapsed to the ground. You little rascal. Quickly apologized to Master Su. Su Yuqing barked. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, their gazes fixated on Su Hao's flushed face. However, before he could react, Su Yuqing pressed down on his head, forcing him to bow in Su Yu's direction. Master, my son has been disrespectful. I implore you to assist him in overcoming his troubles. He is my only son. Despite his many shortcomings, his transgressions do not warrant such severity. Su Yu replied coolly. I see no sincerity in his apology. Releasing his grip, Su Yuqing admonished Su Hao, you wretched boy, hasten and apologize to the master. If you refuse, do not expect a single penny from me again, and I shall prepare to cast you out of our home. You have 10 seconds to contemplate. Hearing Su Yuqing's countdown, Su Hao became flustered. His father had never reprimanded him in such a manner before, and he looked to Su Yu, who, despite his youth, appeared increasingly enigmatic in his eyes. With a resounding thud, Su Hao bowed his head for the first time, his forehead meeting the ground with a crisp sound. The crowd stood in stunned silence, gazing at the young man who stood there with an air of calmness, reminiscent of a majestic mountain, towering and awe-inspiring. I beg your pardon. Su Hao knelt on the ground. Although he was bowing, his movements were rather gentle. Su Yu's expression remained indifferent. However, Su Yucheng, upon witnessing Su Hao's lackadaisical attitude, struck him sharply on the head. Damn it, apologize sincerely at once. If you do not express your regret to the master, you will be banished from this home forever. Hearing Su Yucheng's furious rebuke, Su Hao's breath faltered. He had never seen his father in such a rage. Though Su Hao was fearless in the outside world, he felt subdued in front of his father, who was evidently serious. Not daring to speak further, Su Hao turned his gaze toward Su Yu, bowing a bit more forcefully. Yet his expression remained icy, his eyes still filled with resentment. Once this cursed object spreads throughout your body, you will cease to exist, Su Yu stated calmly. Such alarmist rhetoric, Su Hao retorted. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Yucheng kicked him, cursing, "Damn it, the master is your savior. How dare you speak to the master in such a manner? Without him, you would have perished long ago. Do you think you could still be here?" Listening to Su Yucheng's words, Su Hao's face was filled with unwillingness. Dad, belief is a matter of faith. This guy is even younger than I am. How could he possibly understand these matters? You're simply too superstitious. Superstitious? Su Yucheng coldly retorted. Just look at what has transpired since you acquired that watch. Have you managed to achieve anything worthwhile in your business? Either your partners have run off, or you've gone bankrupt. Furthermore, you've been married for several years and still have no children. Su Hao gritted his teeth and replied, "No, that is all nonsense." He then directed his gaze at Su Yu, teeth clenched, saying, "You little brat. Clarify this to my father at once. If you don't, I swear I will make you pay." Tears welled up in Su Hao's eyes. Even the onlookers around them gasped in shock at that moment. Su Yucheng had clearly struck hard this time. Do you lack insight yet refuse to admit it? For over 20 years, you sailed smoothly, but ever since you obtained that watch, everything has gone awry, and the business at Jinbao Pavilion has declined. Can this not illustrate the issue? You wish to bring ruin upon yourself while dragging your family down with you? Su Hao, what are your true intentions? As Su Yucheng finished speaking, Su Hao gasped, retreating a few steps while kneeling, beads of sweat on his forehead. Years of marriage without children, repeated entrepreneurial efforts culminating in failure. Upon reflection, Su Hao found it quite eerie. Even now, he had not discerned the reason behind it all. When he initially acquired the watch, he had shown it to his father, who had confirmed it as an antique from the Qing Dynasty. From a humble stall, Su Hao felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such a remarkable item. After acquiring the exquisite watch, he wore it constantly. Friends would often inquire about the timepiece, admiring its craftsmanship, which in turn fed his vanity. However, upon hearing Su Yu's remarks, he experienced an epiphany. Su Hao was a notable figure within his circle, and many were aware of his prized watch. What are you still dawdling for? Su Yucheng scolded. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Hao stepped forward and bowed deeply. Master, I apologize for my earlier ignorance. I humbly seek your guidance. Huh? Su Yu scoffed. Yet, Su Hao remained unfazed, continuing to exhibit deference. Master, please overlook my transgressions. I will comply with any directives you provide. I implore you, assist me. Su Hao pleaded once more. Su Yu kept his gaze lowered, remaining silent. Observing Su Hao, once so arrogant, now humbled before Su Yu, the onlookers grew increasingly respectful of this enigmatic master. My dear lady, I beg your pardon. My foul breath led to my thoughtless words. Please do not take offense. I beseech you, do not stoop to my level and kindly intercede with the master on my behalf. As he spoke, tears streamed down Su Hao's face. Wang Manwa's eyes fell upon him. Noticing her gaze, Su Yu finally lifted his head, his tone still icy. This watch must be buried at the high monk's grave, and you must obtain a talisman from a temple to carry for 2 years to dispel all misfortune. With that, Su Yu took the fan and turned to leave. Su Hao and Su Yucheng breathed a sigh of relief, with Su Yucheng bowing in gratitude. Thank you, master. Wang Manwu settled her payment and followed Su Yu, intrigued by the mystery surrounding him, eager to ask him more questions. As Su Yu took a few steps away, Boss Yang hurriedly inquired, Master, please wait. Could you enlighten us about the origin of that fan? Chapter 69, The Library Incident. I'm also preparing, you know, Li Yangqiu retorted. I intend to earn a great deal of money to buy everyone a house. Upon hearing this, Su Yu chuckled. What is so funny? You lounge about all day. Shouldn't you be working? Li Yangqiu shot him a glare. Su Yu replied curtly, You claim I do nothing? If I casually sell an antique, It would take you years of work to match my earnings. Just consider the treasure map within that fan. Selling it could afford several properties in Haishur. Sui Usai, casting a condescending look at Li Yangqiu. Feeling belittled under Su Yu's gaze, Li Yangqiu said, "All right, I get it. You're impressive. Now, kindly leave." Despite his words, Li Yangqiu exited the room. Observing his departure, Zhou Tao and Wang Wei could not help but laugh. As Su Yu prepared to leave, Wang Wei decided to stay home. Su Yu felt somewhat perplexed. "Boss, what on earth are you doing?" "Of course, I'm guarding the house. With such valuable items at home. What if they were to be stolen?" Wang Wei replied. "It's nothing to worry about. They wouldn't care for something that appears so shabby." Su Yu chuckled. "Besides, there's a safe at home. It feels rather unstable," Wang Wei mused. "Moreover, if you stay at home, the recycling station will be overwhelmed." "You are a major shareholder after all," Su Yu pointed out. Finally persuaded by Su Yu, Wang Wei nodded. "All right." Thus, Wang Wei and Zhou Tao headed to the recycling station, while Su Yu made his way back to the library. He had a plethora of knowledge to absorb, and books were not something he could finish in a short while. The library remained as quiet as ever. Su Yu found a spot to sit down and began to read. However, it wasn't long before a group of people entered through the library's main door. Their gazes wandered, seemingly in search of something. Leading them was a young woman whose harsh features Su Yu noticed with a mere glance. "Hurry up and find it. Today, we must retrieve the historical records of Haishi's transformations and its supernatural legends. This is what the curator demands. If we fail, your wages will be docked." Upon hearing the woman's words, the staff present began to bustle about. The young woman, her high heels clicking, paced back and forth while making phone calls. "What? You haven't found it yet? Quickly check the inventory. What use are you if you just sit there with your money and say nothing?" Her voice echoed through the library, mingling with the chatter of the other staff. Su Yu sighed. What was once a serene library had been turned into a chaotic marketplace by these disruptions. Fortunately, his concentration remained steadfast, and he continued to read. The young woman berated over the phone. "What? You haven't found it yet? Find it immediately. Also, who is on duty today? Oh, bring that woman, Luo Ya, to me." Before long, Luo Ya, whom Su Yu recognized, approached the young woman. She appeared somewhat better, yet still frail, her complexion pale, and she frequently coughed. "Assistant Chun, is there something you need from me?" Luo Ya asked softly, standing there like a flower swaying in the wind, ready to be uprooted at any moment. However, Assistant Chun paid no heed to Luo Ya's frailty and coldly retorted, "Where are the books on Haishi's historical transformations and supernatural legends?" Upon hearing Luo Ya's response, Assistant Chen's irritation deepened. "Since you know, why didn't you inform us? Do you find it amusing to watch us toil? Stand properly and stop swaying about. Humph, when the curator arrives, I will certainly report you. No one in this library can afford to loaf about, and you are no exception." The words of Assistant Chun were indeed harsh, and the colleagues nearby wore expressions of discontent. That wretched girl, intent on dragging us down with her own demise. I had previously expressed my wish that she could simply vanish. Listening to the discussions around her, Assistant Chun waved her hand, signaling for silence. She turned her gaze towards Luo Ya and coldly remarked, "Let this matter slide this time. Should there be a next, I shall ensure your departure. Were it not for our shared university days, I would not extend you this courtesy." Those nearby hastened to flatter her. "Assistant Chun, your magnanimity is commendable. Do not stoop to engage with one who is as good as done for. Indeed, Luo Ya, you ought to learn from Assistant Chen's grace. Did you truly believe such petty schemes could trouble us? The only one you inconvenience is yourself." Their words dripped with venom. Luo Ya clenched her fists but remained silent. The Assistant Chun before her had once been her subordinate. However, due to Luo Ya's deteriorating health, she had recommended Chun for advancement. Little did she know, Chun regarded Luo Ya as a thorn in her side, harboring no gratitude and instead targeting her at every turn. Chun feared Luo Ya's recovery, knowing her own hard-won position could easily be jeopardized. "How on earth did you manage to get in here? You and Assistant Chun may be classmates, yet the disparity between you is astounding," they scoffed without hesitation. With Chun currently in a position of power, Luo Ya was merely a minor player. At that moment, Luo Ya furrowed her brow slightly and addressed Assistant Chun. "These books were taken by your associates. Therefore, if there is responsibility to be shouldered, it should fall upon you." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Assistant Chen's brow furrowed in disbelief. "What nonsense are you spouting? Even if you wish to frame me, could you at least concoct a more plausible excuse? Do you truly think I would need those books? Do not presume that our past as classmates grants you the liberty to slander me. A cursory investigation would reveal your lies." The onlookers joined in deriding Luo Ya. Luoya, you've gone too far. Assistant Chun has treated you so well, yet you dare to accuse her? It was indeed a testament to Chen's character. Were it me, I would certainly have dealt you a blow. At that moment, Assistant Chun approached Luoya, her voice cold. Luoya, I am aware of your envy towards my abilities. In truth, you did not recommend me. Rather, you have spoken ill of me before the curator. Yet, I have chosen to rise above your pettiness. Your severe illness is a consequence of your own actions, not my doing. Now you'd best come clean. Should you attempt to frame me again, do not expect my forbearance. Assistant Chen's aggression was palpable, and Luoya tightened her fists, her complexion paling. So you stood up, eager to interject. However, Luoya retrieved a borrowing form from the front desk and handed it over. Here is your signature, Assistant Chun, dated March 14th. Please take a good look. At that moment, you had borrowed 10 books, and the individuals from Haishu University were brought by you. The director had consistently informed us that without his consent, no outsiders were permitted to borrow books. Assistant Chun, this matter does not concern me. Given that Assistant Chun was being aggressive, Luoya need not pay her any heed. Everyone witnessed Assistant Chun's signature, and their gazes turned toward her. Assistant Chen's expression shifted slightly. Ah, Luoya, it's no wonder you remained silent earlier. You were waiting for me all along. I have long been aware of your scheming nature, but I did not expect it to reach such depths. I truly disdain you. However, I understand your mindset. Feeling inferior to me, you resort to such despicable thoughts. You have always aspired to replace me as the assistant director. After a pause, Assistant Chin coldly scoffed, but spare me. With your feeble demeanor, what qualifications do you possess to be compared to me? Upon finishing her words, Assistant Chun pushed Luoya, who let out a muffled groan, covering her mouth as blood began to flow from her fingers. Assistant Chun hurriedly stepped back, and others shrieked in alarm. As Luoya appeared on the verge of collapsing, no one thought to assist her. At that moment, a figure rushed over and supported Luoya's waist. He sighed softly. The library is a place for quiet reading, not a marketplace. Why are you all making such a commotion? Moreover, are you bringing workplace intrigues into this? Look at her frail state. Does she seem like someone vying for power? With such an unappealing appearance and twisted thoughts, if I were you, I would have long since taken my own life. Otherwise, remaining in this world would be repugnant. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Assistant Chen's face was filled with rage. You bastard, what are you mocking here? What is your relationship with this wretched Luoya? Chapter 70, Saving a Life. We're not barbarians like you. However, our library has operating hours and may close due to unforeseen circumstances, Assistant Chen said coldly. Once we close, it is inappropriate for guests to remain here. Yet Suyu replied nonchalantly, a 1T leave. What can you do about it? The few individuals around grew increasingly irate upon hearing Suyu's words. This is our library. If you do not adhere to our regulations, you are committing an offense against public order. In that case, we will notify the authorities. Such low quality. No wonder you maintain such a close relationship with Luoya. Kid, I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, you will regret it soon. Assistant Chun stepped forward, pointing at Su Yu's nose and scolding. Now I give you a 30-second ultimatum. Either you. At that moment, Assistant Chun was being domineering. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Yu pressed on a pressure point on Luoya's back. This action facilitated the flow of her vital energy. Luoya opened her mouth and expelled a mouthful of dark blood, which sprayed directly onto Assistant Chun not far away. Assistant Chun was startled by a mouthful of blood, letting out a piercing scream and instinctively retreating several steps. Her body collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Desperately, she cried out for help, urging others to assist her in cleaning up the mess. Yet, regardless of her pleas, no one dared to approach. The sight of her was simply too grotesque for them to bear, and they had heard whispers of Luoya's illness being contagious. Please, someone help me, Assistant Chun implored. But her ghastly appearance caused those nearby to instinctively step back further. Luoya, having expelled the congealed blood, felt a surprising sense of relief wash over her. However, her strength remained almost non-existent. Embracing the warmth of the moment, she lifted her head and softly murmured, "Thank you. I'm glad you're all right." So you spoke gently, her voice akin to a gentle spring breeze, which inexplicably lifted Luoya's spirits. Meanwhile, Assistant Chun yelled, "Luoya, you wretched creature, what have you spat out at me?" "Oh, merely the source of a disease," so you retorted coldly. "Did you not say her illness was contagious? Well, now you too have been infected. This affliction spreads rapidly. You shall soon experience its onset." Su Yu's words left Assistant Chun feeling dizzy. "No, that cannot be," she cried out. The other staff members retreated even further, fearful of contracting the illness from her. The icy gaze of Su Yu and the frail appearance of Luo Ye were etched vividly in Assistant Chen's mind. At that moment, the formerly arrogant Assistant Chen was stripped of her bravado. She trembled uncontrollably, her hands tangled in her disheveled hair, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "No, I don't want to die." Her pleading gaze turned to her colleagues, causing them to shudder under her scrutiny. "Assistant Chen, do not worry. He is merely trying to scare you. You will be fine," a man reassured her. "Is that true?" Assistant Chen's eyes brightened. "Then come help me up." Yet, a chill deepened within her heart. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the library. He was the librarian. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his brow furrowed slightly as he called out, "What is going on here?" "Librarian, please, I beg you, save me." Assistant Chen cried urgently upon seeing him. The librarian's gaze fell upon her, and noticing her condition, his frown deepened. "Assistant Chen, what on earth are you doing? Did I not instruct you to maintain a proper image within a library? You represent its dignity, and if any guest were to witness this disarray, it would bring great shame to our institution." After receiving a reprimand from the librarian, Assistant Chen, feeling wronged, replied, "It's all Luo Ye's fault." "Enough of that. Have you found what I asked for?" the librarian inquired sternly. Upon hearing the curator's words, Assistant Chen immediately retorted, "Curator, it is that wretched Luo Ye who has lent out the books. I had previously informed her that without your consent, the books should not be borrowed. Yet she paid no heed to my warnings. Curator, you must surely punish such a person." As Su Yu held Luo Ye, a rosy hue blossomed on her face. However, judging by her demeanor, she seemed to relish the moment. The curator's feelings towards Luo Ye were quite complex. When Luo Ye first entered the library, she was adored by nearly everyone. With her impressive academic credentials, amiable personality, and striking beauty, she was swiftly promoted to the position of assistant curator. Even the curator harbored a desire to be close to her. Yet, it was not long before Luo Ye was diagnosed with a lung disease, one that possessed a degree of contagion. Given her frail constitution, she was utterly incapable of managing such a demanding workload. Consequently, the curator appointed Assistant Chen to take over Luo Ye's duties. Regrettably, Luo Ye had already secured a position within the organization, leaving the curator with no means to dismiss her. Furthermore, Luo Ye's medical reimbursements constituted a significant portion of the library's expenses. "Which of your eyes witnessed anything disgraceful between me and Luo Ye?" Su Yu replied coldly. "Ha! Do you not appear like a pair of shameless lovers?" The curator responded icily. Su Yu's expression grew even colder. "Curator, I urge you to be mindful of your words. I am merely assisting Miss Luo Ye with her treatment. Did you not notice the bruises on Assistant Chen? That is the result of blood vomited by Luo Ye. Her silence now is due to her incomplete recovery. She requires a little more time. As a curator, if you genuinely cared for your employees, you would assist her instead of standing there rambling, which only renders you rather ludicrous." After Su Yu finished speaking, the curator's gaze shifted to Assistant Chen. He indeed noticed the bruises on her. However, he was too fearful to assist Luo Ye, as he greatly valued his own life. "Su Qing, come here and help Luo Ye. As colleagues, we should support one another." The curator called out to a girl. "No, curate. I have heard that Luo Ye's illness is contagious. If I get too close to her, what happens if I also contract this disease?" The girl whimpered, tears streaming down her face. The curator pointed at the others, who all lowered their heads, pretending not to see. With a cold snort, the curator was about to reprimand everyone when Su Yu looked at him, a hint of mockery curling his lips. "Curator, why don't you assist her yourself?" At a loss for words, he was interrupted by the arrival of several individuals through the library's main entrance. The curator quickly shifted his attention and approached them, his face adorned with a smile. "Director Zhang, what brings you here?" "An elder Su. Your esteemed presence is a privilege." "Director Yu, have you prepared the books I requested?" the elderly gentleman asked with a smile. The library's director Yu promptly replied, "Elder Zhang, the books you requested are still en route and will arrive shortly. Would you care to peruse some other titles in the meantime? Just wait a moment. The book will be here." "All right," Zhang Lao replied with a smile. The two elderly gentlemen made their way toward us. "Gviting, Zhang Lao and Su Lao." The staff members greeted them warmly. Only Su Yu and Luo Ye stood in silence, feeling utterly out of place amidst the surrounding crowd. The director, witnessing this scene, was filled with indignation. He shouted at Su Yu, "What kind of behavior is this? Release your grip immediately and leave at once. Haven't you seen a man and a woman embrace? Are you perhaps perpetually single?" Su Yu scoffed. "Well, it's understandable, with a face like yours. Remaining single is quite normal. Now, return from whence you came. Your presence is rather nauseating to me. Su Yu's words cast a hush over the atmosphere. The director, furious, was about to summon security, but Zhang Lao and Su Lao exchanged glances and approached. Gentlemen, this young man is not a staff member of our library. I shall have him expelled immediately. I've already informed him that the library is closed, yet he stubbornly clings to this place. The director insisted hurriedly. Chapter 71. The One Who Seeks Fame and Reputation. In the minds of the onlookers, Zhang Lao was typically known for his aloof demeanor. They had never witnessed him display such warmth before. To their astonishment, Su Lao also took a few steps forward. Master Su Yu, what brings you here? Su Kai inquired. Su Lao, you two have arrived. I came to read, but the people in this library seem utterly indifferent to the needs of readers, transforming this space into a chaotic marketplace. Su Yu expressed somewhat indignantly. Moreover, they do not protect the patients, instead resorting to cold mockery. It is truly repulsive. Are you searching for the strange tales and historical changes of Haishur? I overheard the director mention that they might have been misplaced. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Su Lao and Zhang Lao turned their gazes toward the director. Zhang Lao, this is merely a misunderstanding. Our books were borrowed by Haishur University. They will return them shortly. The director stammered. When will they be returned? Zhang Lao asked calmly. At that moment, the director was sweating profusely. Director, you must provide me with a written report of this incident, Zhang Lao stated coldly. Yes, the director replied. When Zhang Lao looked at Su Yu, his expression was filled with respect. Master Su Yu, would you like to find a place to sit? No need. I must wait for her to recover before leaving. Su Yu replied. You all carry on. Nearby, Assistant Shun, witnessing the two elder gentlemen's regard for Su Yu, snorted disdainfully. This fellow is clearly seeking fame and recognition. Do not let him deceive you, gentlemen. He merely wishes to get close to Luoya. It is precisely because she trusts him too much that she may end up in danger. Assistant Chen harbored deep resentment toward Su Yu, and given his shabby attire, she did not perceive him as a person of significance. The title of master made Su Yu seem more like a charlatan. Unexpectedly, Assistant Chen is still bent on provoking trouble. Su Yu cast a glance at Assistant Chen, then turned to Director Yu. Director Yu, your library certainly boasts an abundance of talent. That is an unfounded allegation, Master Su. It is merely a misunderstanding, Director Yu responded. How could he dare offend someone so esteemed as Elder Zhang and Elder Su? He shot a glare at Assistant Chen. However, Assistant Chen had firmly resolved to embarrass Su Yu, believing that such actions would unveil his true character. Once the crowd realized that Su Yu was merely a pretender, lacking genuine talent and knowledge, they would undoubtedly turn against him. Her objective would thus be achieved. Oh, so you wish to test me? Su Yu remarked with an enigmatic smile. Indeed, I am curious to know in which domain you claim mastery, Assistant Chen retorted coldly. I possess a modicum of understanding in the realms of antique, appraisal, and medicine. Yet it suffices for me to demonstrate my superiority over you, Su Yu sighed. I have always been a modest individual. Why do so many ungrateful souls insist on presenting themselves to be publicly humiliated by me? Is my innate charm simply too overwhelming? Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Assistant Chen was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Nevertheless, she recalled the humiliation Su Yu had previously inflicted upon her. With a huff, she declared, very well. Since you profess to be knowledgeable about antiques, we happen to have a painting in our library. I shall bring it forth for you to authenticate, along with your reasoning. If you cannot convince us, then your claim to mastery will be nothing more than a farce. Confident in her assertion, she believed that the painting she referenced was beyond even the discerning eyes of Elder Su. If that were the case, Su Yu, being so young, would assuredly fail to discern its authenticity. She would relish the opportunity to expose Su Yu's true nature. At that moment, she was eager to witness whether Elder Zhang and Elder Su would continue to defend him. Very well, Su Yu replied. As I await Luo Ya's recovery, I find myself rather bored. I shall assist you in this appraisal. However, let us add a wager. Should you lose, you must apologize to Luo Ya and relinquish your position as assistant. Your character is already questionable, and with you in the library, its downfall seems imminent. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Assistant Chen's expression darkened further. Fine, she conceded, confident that Su Yu would be unable to sway the audience. After all, even Elder Su, a master in his own right, could not ascertain the painting's authenticity. Could Su Yu truly surpass him? With this thought, she felt increasingly assured. However, upon hearing Su Yu's proposal, Elder Zhang and Su exchanged glances, their interest piqued. They were well aware of Su Yu's capabilities, and today they would be treated to another exhibition of his talents in antique appraisal. For those knowledgeable in the field, Su Yu's expertise was not merely a spectacle. It was a source of immense enlightenment. Assistant Chun failed to notice this exchange, but Director Yu did. Curiosity tugged at him as he pondered the origins of this young man. However, he remained silent, knowing that the confrontation was between Su Yu and Assistant Chun. His role would merely be to facilitate Luo Ye's arrangement as an assistant, as per Su Yu's instructions. Assistant Chun retrieved the painting, and Su Yu remarked, "Lay it out well. I can observe it from here." At that moment, Su Yu maintained a considerable distance from the artwork, akin to a spectator at a play. With such an attitude, how could one possibly comprehend the intricacies of art appraisal? Contemplating this, Assistant Chun felt increasingly reassured. Su Yu's distance suggested he perceived numerous flaws within the painting. He need not approach closely to discern its issues. This was a work by the revered Wu Daozi, whose every stroke exuded a divine essence. "Please provide your commentary," Assistant Chun requested. Su Kai interjected, "I previously assessed this painting. Its technique indeed aligns with Wu Daozi's style. However, it bears no signature. Typically, a signature is the pride of an artist, making the absence of one rather peculiar. Yet, I cannot ascertain its authenticity. Master Su Yu, enlighten us today." Upon hearing Su Lao's words, Su Yu replied with a smile, "Su Lao, the flaws in this painting are quite apparent. I am eager to hear more," Su Lao responded. Su Kai, facing Su Yu, dared not exhibit arrogance. Assistant Chun appeared somewhat taken aback, yet she gritted her teeth and said, "Speak your mind. I am curious to hear what you can articulate. I possess far more knowledge than you." "Why a urinal?" Zhang Lao inquired, puzzled. "A vase typically possesses beauty. Yet, this one is so unappealing and frightening, lacking any merit. If it is not a urinal, then what is it?" Su Yu retorted. At this, the crowd could not help but laugh. Indeed, Su Yu's words were rather cutting. Assistant Chun's face flushed crimson as she pointed an accusing finger at Su Yu. "Am I mistaken? Ask everyone here who finds you beautiful." Sui U Jialin. The audience lowered their heads in silence, tacitly affirming Su Yu's words. Assistant Chen understood that she could not afford to lose her temper with Su Yu at this moment. Coldly, she stated, "You've spoken at length. It is imperative to analyze the painting. Or are you merely stalling and diverting the topic? If you lack skill, say so promptly. The longer you delay, the more you risk becoming a laughingstock." Su Yu replied nonchalantly, "The more you speak, the more you reveal your superficiality. If you are so eager to be proven wrong, I shall oblige. This painting, purportedly by Wu Daozi? Nonsense." At this declaration, everyone fell silent. Despite the painting's deliberate imitation of Wu Daozi's style, its technique appeared rather unrefined. There were many awkward passages, and the play of light and shadow was not particularly natural. Su Yu casually pointed to a specific area and remarked, "Observe here. This is a result of poor light handling. Otherwise, the colors would not be so intense. Moreover, although this piece of paper appears somewhat aged, it is in fact crafted using a sophisticated chemical technique. In reality, it is quite new, possibly a masterpiece created within the last decade or two. The artist may have sensed its artificiality. Had he inscribed his name, it would have been all the more apparent that this was a counterfeit. Hence, by omitting his signature, one might still believe this to be a work from the early days of Wu Daozi, and, as such, the artwork's value could potentially be elevated." With that, Su Yu cast a scornful glance at Assistant Chun, the mockery on his face intensifying. "Clutching a counterfeit painting as if it were a treasure, and seeking to flaunt it before me. I am torn between admiring your audacity and pitying your ignorance." Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Assistant Chun swayed precariously, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Su Kai and Elder Zhang experienced a moment of enlightenment. Bowing respectfully to Su Yu, their faces alight with reverence. "Master Su Yu, your words are indeed profound. One conversation with you is worth a decade of study." Chapter 72. The body is the foundation of revolution. Since it is a promise made to oneself, it is time to fulfill it. From this day forth, you shall no longer be my assistant. The position of assistant now belongs to Luo Ye. Upon hearing the curator's statement, Assistant Chun staggered slightly. She yearned to retort, but upon meeting the curator's icy gaze, she clenched her teeth and lowered her head. "Master Su Yu, do you find this acceptable?" The curator's face was adorned with a sycophantic smile. At this moment, Luo Ye, nestled in Su Yu's embrace, finally regained consciousness. Her cheeks retained a rosy hue, rendering her exceedingly charming. Su Yu gently placed her on a chair. "Are you feeling better?" he inquired. "Much improved," Luo Ye responded softly, maintaining her delicate demeanor as if she might collapse at any moment. "I shall write you a prescription. Visit Ren Medical Hall in 3 days to collect your medicine, and also have the esteemed Dr. Li Kaitai assist you with acupuncture. Do not worry about work. The curator will handle everything. Su Yu's expression was calm, yet his words bestowed a sense of warmth upon Luo Ye. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and insisted. I can continue working. Before Su Yu could respond, the curator interjected. Your health is of utmost importance. Rest assured, your position remains yours, and it is a paid leave. The curator viewed this as an opportunity to showcase himself. Initially, he had been rather arrogant before Su Yu, but upon realizing Su Yu's significance, he deemed it most prudent to adopt a more submissive demeanor. Very well, Su Yu nodded, turning his gaze toward Luo Ye. Did you hear what the curator said? Your health is paramount. Yes, Luo Ye replied gently, settling to one side without disturbing Su Yu. The onlookers regarded Luo Ye with envy. Once a figure of little consequence, she now appeared to have secured a position of great privilege. With paid leave and various benefits, alongside a prestigious role, they all wished fervently to share in her fortune. Yet that was an impossibility. Observing the curator's demeanor in Su Yu's presence elucidated the stark disparities among individuals. Master Su Yu, you may simply call me Lao Yu, the curator remarked. You see, Luo Ye is often engrossed in her work. I have long advised her to take care of her health. Thank you for your kind intentions. Curator Yu, Su Yu replied courteously. In truth, Su Yu did not engage in further conversation with the curator, but turned his gaze towards Su Kai. Old Su, I wish to inquire about something. What is it? Su Kai responded with some curiosity. We are not strangers. Feel free to speak your mind. If one were to possess Zhuge Liang's treasure map, what might its value be? Su Yu asked. What? Do you possess Zhuge Liang's treasure map? Su Kai's eyes sparkled with interest. No, I merely wish to ascertain its market value, Su Yu clarified. Su Kai exchanged glances with Elder Zhang, then said, a complete treasure map of Zhuge Liang would be valued at over 1 billion. However, if it were merely a fragment, its worth would only be in the millions, as possessing the map does not guarantee the ability to locate the treasure. Very well, Su Yu replied. Thank you. Indeed, Luo Ye nodded gently, her face flushed with color. Su Yu took hold of Luo Ye's hand and departed under the gaze of the onlookers. Su Kai and Elder Zhang exchanged looks, and Su Kai addressed the curator. Lao Yu, please have those books we requested gathered by tomorrow. I will send someone to collect them. If you have not found them by then, do not blame me for being unkind. Thus, Su Kai and Elder Zhang followed closely behind Su Yu. Very well, both Su Kai and Elder Zhang nodded in agreement. Su Yu rode away on an electric bicycle with Luo Ye. Despite the mode of transport, Luo Ye embraced Su Yu's waist, resting her cheek against his back. Feeling an unprecedented warmth, observing Su Yu and Luo Ye's retreating figures, Elder Zhang remarked wistfully, Youth is indeed wonderful. This young man's fortune with the ladies is quite remarkable. Su Kai echoed. However, he quickly added, his earlier question must hold some significance, suggesting he may indeed possess Zhuge Liang's treasure map. Shall we stake out his scrap collection station? Elder Zhang proposed. That was precisely my thought, Su Kai replied with a smile. Let's proceed. Elder Zhang urged with some urgency. Why do you seem more impatient than I? Du, Qing with it. After all, this is a grand treasure, Elder Zhang declared. Unbeknownst to Su Yu, the thoughts of Elder Zhang and Old Su diverged from his own. Along the way, two men approached them. Well, sickly one, with your frail constitution, can you withstand such a vigorous man? One of the men jeered. Now, hand over your money, or we shall not allow you to pass. Their eyes were filled with mockery as they looked at Luo Ye. This was not their first time bullying her. As was customary, Luo Ye intended to offer them some money to appease them. However, Su Yu held her hand, softly saying, Allow me to handle this. Hearing his words, worry etched itself across Luo Ye's face. Do not confront them. I can simply give them money. If it were not for their awareness of Luo Ye's frail state, they would not dare to lay a hand on her. Young man, since you wish to stand up for this woman, why not part with some cash? One of the men chuckled, extending his hand in expectation of money. However, Su Yu coldly retorted, Get lost. Su Yu's demeanor provoked considerable displeasure in the two men. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Kneel down and apologize to me right now, or I'll make you regret it, they threatened, advancing towards him. Luo Ye stepped in front of Su Yu, but he shook his head, asserting, Allow me to handle this. They are merely insignificant nuisances that I can deal with in no time. As Su Yu approached them, their faces contorted with rage, they exclaimed, You're seeking death. With that, they swung their fists at him. Yet, as they attacked, Su Yu perceived the myriad of flaws in their movements. He retaliated with a powerful punch. Trash. Let me show you the repercussions of your arrogance. Indeed, no one can shield you from this. They envisioned Su Yu sprawled on the ground. However, in the next moment, Su Yu's fist struck their abdomens, eliciting a muffled groan as they staggered back and fell to the ground. How is this possible? Disbelief etched across their faces. What were you saying just now? Su Yu looked down upon them with an air of superiority. The men felt an inexplicable chill under his gaze. Brother, we are sorry. We acknowledge our wrongdoings. Please don't hold it against us. One man pleaded immediately. You took her money. It's time to return it. Don't you think? Sui u inquit. Upon hearing this, the two men quickly nodded. Yes, we will return the money right away. They promptly retrieved the cash they had on them, realizing that preserving their lives was paramount. Take this money, Su Yu said to Luoya. No, I have money to spend, she replied. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Yu placed the money in her palm. He then turned to the two men, coldly commanding, Aren't you going to leave? Yes, they exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve, and hastily departed. Luoya nodded gently, observing Su Yu's retreating figure. She felt an unparalleled sense of security in his presence. Before parting, she embraced him, stating earnestly, Once I recover, I'll treat you to a proper meal to express my gratitude. Your health is what matters most, Su Yu replied. All right, she nodded lightly. However, near their residence, he spotted Elder Su and Elder Zhang, which puzzled Su Yu. Elder Su, Elder Zhang, do you have something to discuss? He inquired. We heard you possess a stone lion, and we came to see it. Stone lions are indeed treasures that attract wealth, Elder Su remarked with a smile. Master Su Yu, you certainly know how to enjoy life. I felt the same way about the stone lion. It exudes grandeur, Elder Zhang added. May I take a few more photos of it? Of course. Su Yu replied with a smile. That would be splendid. Both elders expressed, their excitement palpable. Su Yu gazed at them with a hint of perplexity, pondering why they were so animated merely observing the stone lions. Chapter 73, The Dragon's Treasure. Truly remarkable, Zhou Tao jested. Li Yanxiu rolled his eyes at them in exasperation. Please step aside. After placing the items down, Li Yanxiu inquired, Third brother, what purpose do these two old gentlemen serve? They are masters of antiques. Here to examine our stone lions, Su Yu replied. It seems they have lingered for quite some time. Their intentions may extend beyond mere observation, Li Yanxiu remarked. Could it be that you've acquired something valuable today? At this suggestion, Su Yu furrowed his brow slightly. There has been mention of the dragon's treasure. He approached the doorway, noticing Su Kai and Elder Zhang were not focusing on the stone lions, but rather engaged in conversation. I say, old Su, how should we broach the subject? Elder Zhang queried. If the dragon's treasure could be housed in the provincial museum, it would undoubtedly elevate our institution's prestige. However, as you know, Master Su Yu remains tight-lipped on the matter. How can we even begin? Su Kai sighed with a wry smile. Isn't it your duty to initiate the conversation? Old Su, you're more familiar with Master Su Yu, Elder Zhang chuckled. I feel you are leading me into a trap. Su Kai retorted, annoyance creeping into his tone. As they deliberated, Su Yu stealthily approached from behind, unnoticed by them. What are you discussing? Su Yu inquired with a mild smile. Nothing of consequence. Both men stammered, startled by his sudden appearance. However, under Su Yu's scrutinizing gaze, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. Master Su Yu, Su Kai began, if you are referring to the dragon's treasure, I believe it best left unspoken. Upon hearing this, Su Kai was taken aback. Master Su Yu, I understand the treasure holds significant value. We would purchase it at a fair price. Please consider selling it to the state, Elder Zhang implored earnestly. Yet, Su Yu shook his head. No, I have no interest in selling. How about this, Master Su Yu? Everyone desires to leave a lasting legacy. I can arrange for a wax figure of you to be displayed in the provincial museum, Elder Zhang proposed. One must admit, Elder Zhang's offer was unprecedented. Nevertheless, upon hearing his words, Su Yu declined. I am sorry, but I'm not interested. Please continue to admire the stone lions. I will take my leave, Su Yu stated, immersing himself in the scrap collection station. However, upon reaching the entrance, he found Su Kai and Elder Zhang still lingering outside. What is your intention? Su Yu asked with irritation. We wish to engage in a thorough discussion with Master Su Yu during this long night, Su Kai replied with a grin. Indeed, we have numerous academic inquiries to present to you. Now that it is mealtime, may we share dinner with you, Master Su Yu? Elder Zhang added, also smiling. Faced with these two unabashed old men, Su Yu felt somewhat at a loss. I haven't prepared enough food at home, he stated. We can bring our own meals. I have already ordered takeout, Su Kai responded. Having spoken, they followed closely behind Su Yu. Since they insisted on accompanying him, Su Yu found it difficult to dismiss them. Soon after, the delivery person arrived, and both Old Su and Old Zhang stepped forward to carry the items. Is this your new little brother? He seems a bit older, Li Yanxiu remarked. Step aside, Suyu retorted curtly, casting a glance at old Su and old Zhang. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Gentlemen, I truly have no intention of selling my treasure map. There is no need for such persistence. We're not looking to purchase. We merely wish to admire it. Surely, you can accommodate this modest request? Su Kai replied, sharing a knowing smile with Suyu. Given their esteemed statuses, such a request was hardly unreasonable. Both were avid collectors of antiques, and upon hearing of a fine artifact, they naturally wished to take a closer look. Very well, you may have a glance. But do not entertain any thoughts of acquisition, Suyu warned. Rest assured, we are men of integrity, Su Kai responded with a grin. Without further ado, Suyu retreated into the house, soon returning with a scroll. He unfurled it across the table, prompting Su Kai and old Zhang to step closer and examine the parchment attentively. The paper depicted a scenic landscape, inscribed with phrases from the memorial on the expedition. Su Kai's hand reached out, caressing the parchment, particularly fixating on the words above. A spark of realization illuminated his eyes. This is the genuine artifact of the Wulong treasure. Indeed, old Zhang nodded in agreement, astonished to discover the Wulong treasure truly existed. Alas, it is but a fragment. Had it been whole, we might have glimpsed the entirety of the Wulong treasure. Su Kai lamented. Old Zhang interjected. The existence of a fragment suggests there may be others. We might still have hope of uncovering additional maps. That is true, Su Kai conceded. Observing their rapt attention towards the Wulong treasure map, Suyu rolled it up. Master Su, we haven't finished our examination, old Zhang protested. It is time for dinner, Suyu declared. No borrowing, he retorted firmly. Perhaps you could consider selling it to our museum. You could visit it any time you wish, old Zhang suggested. Ultimately, the conversation circled back to acquiring the Wulong treasure. Suyu rolled his eyes, go away. Feeling somewhat regretful, Su Kai and old Zhang had initially aimed to procure the Wulong treasure. But Suyu had no intention of selling. They exchanged glances, realizing they would need to persist in their pursuit. Suyu, however, was disinclined to engage with them. These two old fellows would seize any opportunity to cling to him, potentially leading to the treasure map being coaxed away. Dinner time, Suyu announced, and the brothers began their meal. After dining, Suyu retired to rest. Wang Wei, aware of Suyu's intentions, smiled at Su Kai and old Zhang, saying, Gentlemen, we are about to retire. Our space is limited, and as you can see, it is growing late. No worries, we can simply lay out our bedding here. Su Kai replied, I cannot fathom why, but I find myself particularly enamored with the ambience here, remarked Zhang Lao. Faced with such a situation, even Wang Wei found himself at a loss for words. Upon entering the inner room, Wang Wei grumbled, These two old geezers truly have thick skins. I made my intentions abundantly clear, yet they still insist on staying. It seems, Lao San, that your treasure map has caught their attention, Li Yanqiu observed. Very well. Let us retire for the night, Wang Wei concluded. As they drifted into slumber, Su Kai and Zhang Lao, however, found sleep elusive. Accustomed to a life of comfort, they had never endured such a dismal environment. The ground was damp, and mosquitoes buzzed incessantly around their ears, causing them to toss and turn in restless agitation. Lao Su, are you managing to sleep? Zhang Lao inquired. Not at all. These mosquitoes are simply intolerable, Su Kai replied indignantly. Remain calm, and you shall find rest, Zhang Lao advised. I see some newspapers over there. I think I shall use them as a cover, Su Kai decided. All right, do fetch some for me as well, Zhang Lao echoed. Thus, the two elderly gentlemen, draped in newspapers, wrestled with half-sleep throughout the night. As dawn broke, Suyu and the others rose to prepare for the day's tasks. However, upon opening the door to the dilapidated little living room, they were immediately struck by the sight of Zhang Lao and Su Lao. Good morning, Su Kai uttered weakly. The sight of their disheveled appearance startled Suyu and the others. Both bore dark circles under their eyes and appeared utterly fatigued, their faces marred by numerous mosquito bites. Lao Su, Zhang Lao, are you both all right? Suyu inquired. I'm fine. I slept quite well last night, Su Kai claimed. The others exchanged incredulous glances, bemused by his blatant falsehood. Nevertheless, they chose not to comment. I shall go fetch breakfast. Let's dine together, Suyu announced. With that, he departed to procure soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns from a nearby vendor. After returning and sharing a meal, Suyu set off on his electric tricycle for work. The two elderly men wished to follow him, but Suyu was already prepared. He took a turn, successfully shaking off his persistent companions. Consequently, the subsequent tasks became considerably easier. He sensed the two elders' fervor for antiques, yet he was fortunate enough to surpass their fervor, thereby evading their pursuit. To avoid detection once more, Suyu quickened his pace. although his maximum speed was a mere 40 kilometers per hour. It provided him with a sense of psychological solace. Chapter 74. The Acquisition Dilemma. What on earth? How does that young man move so swiftly? We can hardly keep up. Jade Qilin lamented. Indeed, Su Kai concurred, feeling a deep sense of empathy. What constitutes theft? This is legitimately mine. If you refuse to accept it here, countless places will gladly take it. The man across from them retorted coldly. Do you think you are the only recycling station in existence, offering such a low price? And you still refuse? I've never encountered such foolishness. The man continued to mock Lianchio. Lianchio's expression grew colder. You insolent brat. Please be mindful of your tone when speaking. Do you truly believe there are numerous people willing to buy these? You're making a mockery of yourself. Look around at those informal collection stations. They've already been shut down. And those larger recycling centers, do you truly think they desire your wares? Upon hearing Lianchio's words, the man erupted in profanity. Damn it. No wonder I couldn't find a recycling station while walking here. It turns out you're the reason they went out of business. You profit while denying others a chance to survive? You scoundrels will face retribution for this. With that, the man turned to leave. However, Lianchio, known for his fiery temperament, could not contain his anger after being berated. He positioned himself in front of the man and coldly stated, Did I tell you to leave? Apologize to me at once. I speak nothing but the truth. Why should I apologize to you? The man retorted with a scoff. Huh, to dare to insult me. You're courting disaster, Lianchio snapped. Apologize immediately, or I will send you flying. I would like to see you try. I grew up fighting, the man replied, his face filled with disdain. Then go to hell, Lianchio cursed, throwing a punch at the man. The man was prepared for an attack, but suddenly, a figure intervened. Grasping Lianchio's wrist with one hand and the man's wrist with the other. Standing before them was Su Yu. What are you two doing? Is there no way to communicate civilly? Lao Air, your temper is far too volatile. Why resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Su Yu remarked. Lianchio shot Su Yu a glare. Lao San, perhaps you should first understand what he is attempting to sell. Su Yu glanced at the items, which were construction materials such as bricks, cement, and iron frames. The materials appeared quite new, clearly stolen. What do you intend to do with these stolen goods? We cannot possibly purchase them, Su Yu said. He owes us wages. We intend to take his goods as payment. What is wrong with that? The man countered. That bastard has the money to keep a mistress, but refuses to pay us our hard-earned wages. I refuse to accept this. It is my blood and sweat. As he spoke, the man looked defiantly at Su Yu. This was a reflection of those who lived at the bottom of society. Seeing him, Su Yu recalled his own brothers when they first arrived in Hai Shur, with nothing and subjected to others' bullying. With this thought, Su Yu extended his hand. The man, fearing he was about to be harmed, quickly retreated a few steps. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to express goodwill by patting your shoulder. Su Yu said with a smile. We will take your items. Lao Air, why are you still standing there? Come count the items, Su Yu urged. Lianchio huffed. You can count them yourself. I thought they were stolen goods since you were so unclear earlier. The man scoffed, disregarding Lianchio, but when he looked at Su Yu, his face was filled with gratitude. Thank you. If it were not for your intervention, I truly would not know how to proceed. My actions stem from desperation. He has been withholding our salaries for 6 months. I have a wife and children to support at home. When I confronted him about the owed wages, I was unceremoniously dismissed. Why are there individuals in this society devoid of conscience? We toil diligently, striving to claim what is rightfully ours, only to find ourselves targeted instead. In response to the man's lament, Su Yu remarked, in this world, there are always those who have lost their moral compass, which compels us to seize opportunities for ourselves. When we first arrived in Hai Shur, we too worked on construction sites. There was a contractor who withheld our wages, and, after a few days of waiting, we confronted him physically to secure our pay. Hence, this truly is your rightful compensation. Those scoundrels have erred. Should we not be allowed to resist? This is your money. Please accept it, Su Yu stated, placing 3,000 yuan into the man's hands. The man had taken on a considerable amount of materials, and some of the iron frameworks were rather costly. Zhou Tao and Lianchio began unloading the goods. Su Yu exchanged a few words with the man, learning that his name was Kai Weijia. Before long, several vans arrived, swiftly surrounding the alley with a menacing presence, causing Su Yu to furrow his brow slightly. One acne-scarred man scanned the area and soon spotted Kai Weijia beside Su Yu. Boss, we've found Kai Weijia, the acne-faced man announced to a bearded associate. The bearded man's expression darkened as he responded, make sure he doesn't leave here alive. A throng surged forward, and Kai Weijia quickly became aware of the unfolding scene. He turned to flee, yet the bearded man's henchmen had already encircled him. Kai Weijia, where do you think you're going? The bearded man sneered. You owe us wages. It is you who lacks reason, not us. Kai Weijia's gaze fixed on the bearded man as he retorted, if you do not repay us, we will take you to court. Upon hearing this, the bearded man laughed mockingly. That is the most amusing joke I've heard in a while. With disdain, he glared at Kai Weijia and scoffed, Kai Weijia, who do you think you are? You plan to sue me? You can't even afford a lawyer, yet you wish to play games? I can hire several top-tier lawyers to entertain you. In the end, you will not only lose your wages, but may also find yourself imprisoned. Kai Weijia's expression shifted. Yet he replied firmly, you are the one lacking reason. Huh. In this world, money speaks volumes. Why don't you kneel and beg for mercy? Otherwise, I could end your life in an instant, the bearded man threatened. Kai Weijia remained steadfast, defiantly staring down the bearded man. I have done nothing wrong. Well, Kai Weijia, who do you think you are to speak to Mr. Li in such a manner? The acne-faced man interjected coldly. It seems you require a lesson in humility. Let me handle this, another man stated as they gradually closed in on Kai Weijia. Kai Weijia's forehead glistened with perspiration. You clearly have no shortage of money. So why not return our wages? He demanded. The man with the little mustache sneered. Ha! You lowly beings think I owe you anything? Whether I choose to pay you depends solely on my whims. Yet you resort to thievery over such a trivial sum? You have thoroughly enraged me. Dispose of him and ensure he is sent to prison afterward. Understood, replied his subordinate, advancing toward Kai Weijia. Meanwhile, Su Yu furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene. After all, he stood with Kai Weijia, for the man with the little mustache was truly despicable. Liang Xiao and Zhou Tao had also readied their tools, poised for action. At that moment, a furious shout rang out from a short distance. Halt! What do you intend to do? In broad daylight, do you still wish to engage in violence? Two elderly men approached, none other than Su Kai and Elder Zhang. You were in the wrong first. You should apologize to him. Upon hearing the elder's words, the man with the little mustache laughed derisively. Are you both fools? With my esteemed status, why would I apologize to this beggar? You too, dressed in such rags, are not scavengers, are you? Hurry and leave. My workers are none of your concern. If you dare meddle, I shall deal with you as well. At that moment, the man with the little mustache completely disregarded Elder Zhang and Su Kai. Both men, accustomed to positions of authority, had never encountered such insolence, causing them to tremble with rage. You are in blatant violation of labor contract law. I will promptly call the Labor Bureau to address this matter. Your construction company will soon face closure. Observing Elder Zhang reach for his phone, the man with the little mustache shoved him, and had Su Yu not caught Elder Zhang, the elder would have likely fallen to the ground. Elder Zhang, are you all right? Su Yu inquit, em fine, Elder Zhang replied, his gaze fixed on the man with the little mustache, who coldly retorted, you old fool, if you don't leave now, I'll have your lives as well. I'm curious to see who dares obstruct me. Furious, Elder Zhang pointed a trembling finger at the man's nose, cursing, you wretch, you will meet a dire fate. Yet the man with the little mustache ignored him, instructing his subordinates to advance toward Kai Weijia. Chapter 75, The Son-in-Law of the Li Family. Do you believe that if I report you, your scrap collection station will be shut down immediately? Enough, so you wave his hand dismissively. I am not concerned about the origins of these items. As long as others bring them to sell, I shall purchase them. Don't threaten me. You lack the standing to do so. Hearing Su Yu's words, the man with the little mustache scoffed. You all possess quite the audacity. Huh. Let us see you experience my wrath. With that, he pointed at Liang Xiao and Su Yu, declaring, take them both down. At that moment, the man with the little mustache exuded an air of arrogance. A dozen individuals surged forward, intent on attacking Su Yu and the others. However, before they could strike, a scream erupted from the last person in line. The sound instantly captivated the attention of all present. Wang Wei scanned the crowd and coldly declared, I am eager to see who dares to lay a hand on my brother. Cursing vehemently, the scruffy man added, another one? Today, if I don't bring you all to your knees, I won't bear your surname. However, he underestimated the meddling nature of these individuals, which ignited a profound irritation within him. Is that so? Then I shall deal with you first, Wang Wei retorted, charging forward. The scruffy man's subordinates immediately engaged, entangling themselves with Wang Wei. Su Yu and his companions also sprang into action, leaving the scruffy man trembling with fear. In a moment of desperation, he hastily pulled out his phone and shouted into it. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and get over to the scrap collection station. I'm about to be beaten. After hanging up, witnessing the ferocity of Wang Wei and his group, he quickly took a few steps back. At that moment, a clear female voice rang out. Everyone stop. So you turned to see it was Lin Muchio. Team leader Lin, these ruffians are causing trouble here. You must stand up for us, Su Yu implored. If you help me, I might agree to go on a date with you. Hearing Su Yu's words, Lin Muchio felt an overwhelming urge to get lost. I've already given you a chance. You ought to cherish it. Su Yu replied, I have made my offer. Lin Muchio, feeling utterly disinterested in further conversation with Su Yu, directed her gaze toward the scruffy man. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Muchio, the scruffy man was struck by her stunning beauty. Despite having encountered many women, none had ever captivated him like Lin Muchio did. A rare flutter stirred within him. Beautiful lady, are you here alone? What could you possibly discuss with these scrap collectors? Ignore them. Conversing with them would only diminish your stature. By the way, I am Li Zonggong, the owner of Huiguang Real Estate. Are you interested in accompanying me? I could buy you a car and a house. As he spoke, Li Zonggong's breath quickened with excitement. The sudden, cold remarks left the scruffy man momentarily stunned. Then, his expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Oh, a little firecracker. I like that. You should come into my embrace. I can hardly wait to have some fun with you. Su Yu cast a surprised glance at the scruffy man, while Lin Muchio halted, her gaze directed toward him. Come here quickly, the scruffy man urged. Feeling a surge of excitement as Lin Muchio turned her attention to him, she approached Li Zonggong, who reached out, intent on embracing her. However, Su Yu covered his forehead, foreseeing the impending disaster for Li Zonggong. Sure enough, the next moment, a scream erupted from Li Zonggong as Lin Muchio's knee collided forcefully with his abdomen. He floundered like a fish out of water, his eyes rolling back, his body convulsing. I can hardly be bothered with trash like you. Why do you continue to provoke me? Lin Muchio said coldly. Upon witnessing Li Zonggong being assaulted, the workers nearby rushed over. Undeterred, Lin Muchio stood her ground. Su Yu and his companions stepped forward, with Kai Weijie gritting his teeth and joining them. They had engaged in conflict with Li Zonggong for his sake, and retreat was not an option. Struggling to rise from the ground, Li Zonggong's face was contorted with malice. You wretched woman, how dare you strike me? Tonight, I shall make you understand the meaning of being unable to live or die. At that moment, a luxury vehicle approached, drawing the attention of many onlookers. However, Li Zonggong's subordinates, fixated on fulfilling his orders, launched their attack without hesitation. Stop! A voice rang out, followed by the appearance of a middle-aged man. Upon seeing him, Li Zonggong's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently commanded his men, Stop! All of you cease at once. This man was someone Li Zonggong could not afford to offend. Consequently, a servile smile spread across Li Zonggong's face as he approached, exclaiming, Mr. Lin, you have arrived. Who are you? Mr. Lin inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. I am Li Zonggong from Bai Mu Renovation. We met at a banquet before, he replied, oozing obsequiousness. Oh, it's you, Mr. Lin remarked. Yet he paid little heed to Li Zonggong and proceeded forward, leaving him in a daze. To Li Zonggong's astonishment, Mr. Lin approached Zhang Lao, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect. Greetings, Zhang Lao. I was unaware of your esteemed presence and regret not welcoming you properly. Whereas Mr. Lin had been stern in front of Li Zonggong, he now adopted a posture of a junior before Zhang Lao. The smile vanished from Li Zonggong's face, replaced by palpable anxiety. The elder he had just insulted was someone even Mr. Lin held in high regard. This is Master Su Yu, whose talents far exceed my own. Zhang Lao introduced. The luminous pearl donated to our museum was his contribution. At Zhang Lao's words, Mr. Lin's demeanor grew solemn. A person capable of donating such a precious gem possessed remarkable fortitude and exceptional appraisal abilities, particularly with Zhang Lao being a master appraiser himself. A person esteemed by him was certainly worthy of respect. Mr. Lin, involved in various industries, relied heavily on Zhang Lao. Master Su Yu, it is an honor to meet you. Mr. Lin immediately addressed him with deference. Likewise, Su Yu replied. Lin Muchio initially intended to revel in Su Yu's misfortune. Since their dealings began, she had consistently found herself at a disadvantage. This was a rare occasion where she witnessed Su Yu in a vulnerable position. However, recognizing that both Zhang Lao and Mr. Lin were significant figures, she surmised that Su Yu would once again navigate through this predicament. Why is it so challenging to trouble this fellow? Lin Muchio sighed softly. Shaolin, this man has yet to repay the workers he owes, and he even plans to demolish Master Su Yu's waste recycling station. Moments ago, he had pushed me slightly, lamented the elderly Zhang. Upon hearing Zhang's words, President Lin's expression turned stern. Rest assured, Zhang, I will handle this matter with utmost care. He then turned his gaze towards Li Zonggong, who, paralyzed by fear, resembled a timid cat. Li Zonggong. Yet, President Lin had no intention of letting him off easily, bellowing at him in anger. I truly had no knowledge of Master Su Yu's identity. Had I known, I would never have acted in such a manner. I will repay Kai Weijia his wages immediately. Li Zonggong stammered, trembling with fear. Despite his connections, he felt insignificant compared to Su Yu. President Lin coldly stated, "Speak to Master Su Yu yourself, and see if he is willing to forgive you." Instantly, Li Zonggong turned his gaze towards Su Yu, grasping at the last thread of hope. "Is it merely Kai Weijia's wages that you owe?" Su Yu asked, a smirk playing on his lips. "I will repay everything, Master. I beg you to spare me," Li Zonggong pleaded. "Act promptly. Kai Weijia will oversee your repayment," Su Yu instructed. "Yes," Li Zonggong replied hastily, forcing a smile filled with obsequiousness as he turned to Kai Weijia. "Weijia, let us resolve the issue of the overdue wages." "Very well," Kai Weijia responded, taking a deep breath to calm himself. For Kai Weijia, this felt like a dream. Li Zonggong, who usually disregarded him, was now eager to repay him, displaying an unprecedented amiability. He glanced at Su Yu from a distance, increasingly intrigued by the air of mystery surrounding him. Meanwhile, Li Zonggong observed Su Yu conversing with President Lin, who displayed a demeanor of humility, as if he were conversing with an equal. He felt fortunate for having relented in time. Otherwise, his renovation company might have faced ruin. Chapter 76, A Call for Help. Such a rare opportunity to enter and observe could not be squandered. Su Yu intended to follow suit, but at that moment, a luxurious sports car glided across the ground and came to a halt. The window rolled down, revealing a young man who exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, I finally found you." "Li Xiaofeng, what brings you here?" Su Yu asked, slightly furrowing his brow. "I need your help with something. That scoundrel Zhou Naishu has been playing tricks on me. I previously bet with him that the antique I choose must be of greater value than his," Li Xiaofeng exclaimed indignantly. Little did I know, he wasn't relying on his own judgment, but had enlisted the help of an appraisal master. I was furious and confronted him, insisting he refrain from cheating. Moreover, the master he found is quite formidable. Thus, I thought of you, brother-in-law. I tried calling you earlier, but you didn't answer. After a long search, I finally tracked you down." Li Xiaofeng uttered a string of words, yet Su Yu retorted with irritation. "Why should I go over? I'm quite busy. Brother-in-law, for the sake of my sister, do me this favor," Li Xiaofeng immediately replied. "In the future, when you pursue my sister, I shall certainly assist you." This proclamation only served to further tarnish his image. "I'm not your brother-in-law," Su Yu remarked, a frown etched upon his forehead. "Just because it is not the case now does not mean it will not be in the future," Li Xiaofeng chuckled. "All right, brother-in-law, hurry and come with me. Otherwise, I stand to lose 5 million. Moreover, this upcoming wager has garnered considerable attention. Should I lose, it would indeed be quite embarrassing for me." Throughout the conversation, Li Xiaofeng persistently grasped Su Yu's hand. Reluctantly, Su Yu conceded, "Fine, I will accompany you." Despite Li Xiaofeng's unpredictable nature, the Li family had genuinely aided Su Yu, and he wished to reciprocate. He climbed into Li Xiaofeng's vehicle, and they sped away. Meanwhile, Lin Zong and Li Zonggong exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Do not be deceived by the apparent unreliability of that young man. He is the heir of the Rini Hall, Li Xiaofeng. The close bond between Su Yu and Li Xiaofeng had elevated Li Xiaofeng to the status of Su Yu's brother-in-law. Could it be that an absurd notion crossed Lin Zong's mind, suggesting a romantic involvement between Su Yu and the esteemed young lady of the Li family? The Li family of Rini Hall holds a significant position in Haishur, particularly the fiery-tempered young lady, who has offended many. However, the elder physician of the Li family has saved numerous lives, earning much gratitude from the community. Thus, the influence of the Li family should not be underestimated. The mere thought of Su Yu courting the Li family's young lady elevated his stature in Lin Zong's eyes considerably. Inside the car, Li Xiaofeng drove with remarkable speed toward their previous destination. Shortly thereafter, he halted the vehicle in front of an antique shop bustling with patrons engaged in animated discussions. "With such grandiose claims, I wonder if that fellow will actually show up," a young man remarked mockingly. "Qin Xiao, your insights are undoubtedly correct. The esteemed young Lao you seek is formidable. How could Li Xiaofeng possibly find a treasure appraisal expert in such haste? Congratulations to Qin Xiao. This time, victory is surely yours. What could that Li Xiaofeng possibly bring to the table?" The crowd's chatter elevated Qin Xiao's status, nearly overwhelming him. Typically, Li Xiaofeng was quite timid. "What a pity," Qin Xiao mused with a smile. "I initially intended to confront him head-on, but it seems he lacks the courage to even show up. Li Xiaofeng is unworthy of being my opponent. At that moment, Qin Shao's arrogance was palpable. As his voice echoed, the crowd turned their attention to the entrance, where they spotted Li Xiaofeng. Qin Shao's smile abruptly faded. Some of his followers stepped forward to defend him. Li Xiao, are you not afraid? You dare to return here. Do you not fear that Qin Shao will humiliate you? One young man scoffed. Perhaps you should apologize to Qin Shao now. The young man you have found is clearly one who seeks fame and reputation. One by one, those individuals mocked Su Yu, while a hint of smugness appeared on Qin Shao's face. However, beside Qin Shao stood an individual whose body trembled. That was Yang Lao, the appraiser who had once worked at Lineage Pavilion. Due to Su Yu, Wang Manwu had severed her collaboration with him, but fortunately, few were aware of the situation, allowing Yang Lao to continue assisting some wealthy heirs with appraisals. He rather enjoyed such work. Yet, he did not foresee that he would once again encounter his nightmare here. Master Su Yu. This individual, highly esteemed by Su Yuqing of Treasure Pavilion, Su Kai of Howren Pavilion, and the esteemed Wang Manwu, was the very person who had brought him to disgrace, now standing before him. The moment he laid eyes on Su Yu, he instinctively stepped back, driven by the fear that resided deep within his heart. Su Yu also noticed Yang Lao, somewhat surprised that he would be present here. Is the appraiser you mentioned really him? Su Yu inquired. Ah, I didn't expect it to be him. Does that mean I am bound to win? Li Xiaofeng exclaimed with delight. How could this trash possibly compare to you? Having experienced that auction, Li Xiaofeng was well aware of the terror Yang Lao felt in Su Yu's presence. You must be out of your mind. Yang Lao is an appraising expert. And how could this young lad you brought possibly be his match? Qin Feng retorted coldly. Kid, I don't know where you found Li Xiaofeng, but if you had any sense, you wouldn't dare oppose me. Comparing yourself to Yang Lao is nothing but a humiliation for you. Come to my side immediately, and I shall overlook your ignorance. Yet so you scoff this trash? Why not ask him if he has the courage to stand against me? Kid, do not be too arrogant. While you assist Li Xiao with appraisals here, I assure you, this time I will defeat you, Yang Lao declared. The fear he had once felt in Su Yu's presence surged again, and gritting his teeth, he spoke to Su Yu. This time he felt more confident, as he had prepared a valuable item in advance. Thus, Su Yu, in his haste, would find nothing of worth in the antique shop. According to the terms of their wager, the one who unearthed the more valuable item would emerge victorious. With this thought, he felt increasingly at ease, as he could finally vanquish the troublesome Su Yu. Since I can slap you in the face once, I can certainly do so again, Su Yu remarked coolly. Yang Lao, do you know this fellow from before? Qin Shao inquired, somewhat puzzled. Yes, he is quite arrogant, yet possesses little skill. Rest assured, Qin Shao, this time victory is ours. Yang Lao asserted. Good. Qin Shao nodded, casting a glance at Su Yu. I offered you an opportunity, but you failed to cherish it. Now, you shall face humiliation alongside Li Xiaofeng. So, you seek to find valuable antiques here? Su Yu asked. Indeed, Li Xiaofeng replied. Brother-in-law, rest assured, these fellows cannot harm you. Su Yu responded calmly. Isn't that the norm? The individuals surrounding Su Yu stared at him, their faces a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. You insolent brat. Our antiques are valued at over 3 million. Go ahead and search for something more valuable than ours. I am keen to see how you manage that, Qin Shao scoffed. Rest assured, you shall soon comprehend my prowess. How could I possibly be compared to you insignificant fools? Su Yu replied with a smile. This remark left Qin Shao trembling with anger. However, Su Yu paid him no mind and began his search. While others were tense, Li Xiaofeng remained composed, untroubled because he knew his brother-in-law was the most formidable. Once his brother-in-law took action, everyone else would be crushed. As Su Yu strolled through the antique shop, he observed the myriad of items around him. It must be said, the shop was indeed filled with a plethora of treasures, overwhelming Su Yu momentarily. Yet, he remained unfazed. Pausing in front of a cabinet, Su Yu did not act immediately. Instead, he appeared lost in thought before the cabinet. Observing his demeanor, someone let out a derisive laugh. I thought he was impressive, but it seems he's merely putting on a show. Boy, if you lack understanding, just admit it. There's no shame in it. You possess no real skill. They hurled cold jibes at Su Yu. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, continuing to scrutinize the objects. Li Xiaofeng interjected with a cold snort. Silence. Do not disturb my brother-in-law while he assesses these items. Are you so eager to provoke him because you fear losing? Upon hearing this, the crowd widened their eyes in surprise. However, Li Xiaofeng's icy glare silenced them, rendering them momentarily speechless. Qin Shao's expression turned frigid. Li Xiaofeng, do you still refuse to concede? It is you who should concede. My brother-in-law will surely prevail, Li Xiaofeng asserted, his eyes brimming with disdain. Chapter 77. The True Master. What else do you have to say, Qin Shao? Yet, before he could finish, Li Xiaofeng interrupted. Enough. Guard your worthless Yang Lao. Soon, my brother-in-law will demonstrate the disparity in skill. Do not think of anything else. Just remember to compensate me later. Li Xiaofeng's smug demeanor only intensified Qin Shao's irritation. The outcome was still uncertain, yet Li Xiaofeng acted as though victory was already his. Do not speak too confidently. You may end up slapping your own face. Qin Shao retorted. Such an outcome is utterly implausible. Save your breath, Li Xiaofeng replied. Su Yu's gaze remained fixed on a bracelet before him. While the bracelets appeared rather unremarkable, priced around 1,000 or 2,000, they were largely overlooked by buyers. Surely, he cannot desire these bracelets? They are hardly worth anything. This kid clearly lacks substance, someone mockingly suggested. Especially Qin Shao, who burst into laughter. Li Xiaofeng, is this your source of confidence? I find it utterly ridiculous. You truly believe this fool could defeat Yang Lao? In a moment, I shall certainly provide you with a close-up, for only then can we capture your most disheveled moment. Li Xiaofeng, indifferent to him, thought that the more this fellow laughed with abandon, the more he would soon find himself in a state of disarray. Su Yu extended his hand and picked up a bracelet. Given the relatively modest price of these bracelets, their storage methods were rather rudimentary, simply left as they were. After lifting the bracelet, Su Yu presented it before the crowd, placing it on the table for everyone to examine more closely. The bracelet was made of ordinary agarwood, and its value was hardly significant. Upon seeing the bracelet, Yang Laoda chuckled. Su Yu, you are truly laughable. I expected something more impressive from you. After all this time, this is what you choose. You're like a monkey embarrassing itself before me. Do you find this amusing? Qin Shao also laughed, adding, perhaps he simply has such a penchant. Su Yu, I should express my gratitude, for without you, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to slap Li Xiaofeng's face like this. Also, you've helped me earn a few million in betting fees. I shall give you a share shortly. Others nearby also congratulated Qin Shao. However, Su Yu replied coolly, who says you have one? Have you truly triumphed? Qin Shao sneered in response. Yang Laoda's gaze turned towards Su Yu, his derision increasingly evident. Do you still refuse to concede? A mere amateur in appraisal dares to boast in front of a master like me? I have never been gracious to those who challenge me. It was now time to witness a miracle. Su Yu picked up the bracelet, which still appeared quite ordinary. Nevertheless, he inquired, who has a small knife? I do, replied the antique shop owner. For him, having a contest in his shop was fortuitous. Such events attracted crowds, enhancing the shop's reputation. Some would perceive the shop as remarkable, with exquisite antiques, while others would become interested due to the spectacle. Thus, the owner valued this competition highly. After receiving the small knife from the owner, Su Yu began his work, deftly carving into the bracelet, even using sandpaper on site. Observers in the antique shop looked on with curiosity, questioning what this young man was doing. Is he perhaps losing his mind? Someone remarked. Knowing he is about to lose. He has given up, another suggested. Shut your mouth and watch how my brother-in-law defeats you, Li Xiaofeng retorted. As the speaker was Li Xiaofeng, no one dared to contradict him. Only Qin Shao scoffed. How utterly ridiculous. Some experts focused their attention on Su Yu's hands, and, as they observe his actions, their expressions turned to astonishment. Is that the Jinqing restoration technique? One exclaimed. My heavens, hasn't that been lost to time? Anyone capable of employing such a method is undoubtedly exceptional. I believe he is a master. I am acquainted with this individual, who is none other than the esteemed Master Su Yu, recognized even by the illustrious Master Su Kai. It appears that this elder Yang is merely a defeated adversary of his. The previous auction was somewhat known among certain circles. Initially, they overlooked Su Yu due to his youth. However, witnessing Su Yu's movements, they were reminded of the past whispers. This very person before us is indeed the young master of appraising treasures. Elder Yang's expression darkened, despite his ignorance of the name of Su Yu's technique. He could discern its extraordinary nature. At this moment, he was resolute in ensuring that Su Yu did not gain any esteem. He was determined to undermine him. What abilities does this fellow possess? Merely a charlatan, scribbling without purpose. Look at him. He appears nothing short of a jest. At such a tender age, what expertise could he possibly have, even if he had been discerning treasures from the womb? As Elder Yang spoke, he himself lacked confidence. The connoisseurs around him paid him no heed, their gazes fixated on the bracelet in Su Yu's hands. Under Su Yu's deft motions, the aura of the bracelet transformed. It bore various intricate carvings, rendering it significantly more archaic. To the uninitiated, it might seem that I am merely doodling, yet in truth, the bracelet has been concealed using a unique technique. The average person would deem it ordinary, but I know that its original form is not as it appears now. This preservation method involves wrapping the bracelet surface in wax, rendering it commonplace. Thus, you fail to notice its true worth. However, I should be grateful that you could not discern it. We have stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Now, do you perceive the value of this bracelet? So you place the bracelet upon the table, and instantly, all eyes turned towards it. They discovered that it now appeared entirely transformed. The bracelet featured a floating dragon and ancient sculptures, and notably, its material had changed. What was once ordinary agarwood had now become exquisite agarwood, at least a millennium old. 1,000-year-old agarwood, coupled with such exquisite craftsmanship. My heavens, this bracelet must be valued at no less than 4 million. I offer 5 million. I shall acquire this bracelet. No, I shall bid 6 million. Upon witnessing the bracelet's true nature, they began to vie for it. Most of them were antique enthusiasts, and such a relic was undeniably worthy of collection. No, this is counterfeit agarwood, Elder Yang interjected. How could a millennium-old agarwood be so easily discerned? I suspect Su Yu is merely engaging in theatrics. The treasures I authenticate hold the highest value. Is that so? Su did not anticipate Elder Yang's interruption. He smirked and directed his gaze towards Elder Yang's antique. Allow me to assist you in its appraisal. Then, with that, Su Yu approached the table before Elder Yang. Is this the antique you have authenticated? It is a forgery, Su Yu declared outright. What? Elder Yang's demeanor chilled. Su Yu, do not speak nonsense. How could my artwork possibly be? This is restored. With acid and alkali solutions, the paper can be reverted to its original state. Do you truly believe that a renowned painting would be rendered on pristine paper? Su Yu scoffed. He prepared a solution of acid and alkali, which he applied to the painting paper, instantly rendering it pristine white. No, it is not like that, Mr. Yang remarked. A mere gesture from Su Yu utterly shattered Mr. Yang's confidence. Once regarded as a connoisseur of antiques, Mr. Yang had been plagued by self-doubt since his encounters with Su Yu. His frame trembled as he staggered backward several steps. He pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yu, attempting to articulate a response. But a surge of blood rushed to his head. He opened his mouth, blood gushing forth as he collapsed. Ah, if one possesses a fragile constitution, one ought not to engage in futile contests of strength. Should misfortune strike, it would not bode well. Nevertheless, this provocation was of your own making, and it bears no relation to me. Su Yu sighed. His gaze shifted again to Qin Feng. Young Master Qin. It appears the treasure appraisal master you sought is rather inadequate. Perhaps you should consider taking him to a hospital? Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Qin Feng clenched his fists. As a scion of a wealthy family, he had never before been publicly humiliated. His gaze fixated on Su Yu, he spoke coldly. Su Yu, is it? I shall remember you. Thank you, but your remembrance holds little value for me. I harbor no affection for men. It would be wiser for you to remember Li Xiaofeng. Su Yu replied. Brother-in-law, I too find him unappealing. His looks are quite unsightly. Li Xiaofeng interjected indignantly. Su Yu, Li Xiaofeng, you both shall await your reckoning. Today's events will not be brushed aside so easily. Qin Feng scoffed. Let's depart. Wait, Li Xiaofeng obstructed his path. Qin Feng's expression grew colder. What? Do you wish to engage in a brawl? Qin Feng, are you feigning ignorance? You still owe me the wager money. Are you truly considering going back on your word? Li Xiaofeng retorted coolly. Seeing Li Xiaofeng's audacious demeanor, Qin Feng was tempted to slap him, yet he restrained himself. He had lost the wager, and thus was obligated to repay the debt, unless he wished to sever ties with his social circle or truly abandon his dignity. Here, after penning a check, Qin Feng departed with his entourage. In the future, do not hesitate to seek me out for such fortunate events. I am in need of funds, Li Xiaofeng declared. However, Qin Feng and his companions hastened away even more swiftly.